In Thin and 3 Incarnation, Han Yu, Avelaine, Hazenju Red Thrillentless Crushing Goth Te Protagonist Shala through 9 Yun Fortuna Teen Counters, all duetto his failure to Telizia externalides. Finally, amidst repeated setbacks, he wakened Stope kill your system no nast malicious reversal side effect. This system possesses the remarkable ability to transfer el side effects inflicted upon Hanyubitho Suho Harbor Malisi towards him directly on Totham. Hanyu, although Lu Xinyi ostensibly Orpheants, her true affectionless with him, Tangchen. Dorito Kavet me beloved, and do have him barks den an irreversible path. Hanyu, thoth mamother hails from the demon clan, she has never taken a life. Yet your handfamilian ruthless slime murdered me prince today, I vow to annihilate our entire clan. With a thunderous crash, a torrent of memoria surged into Han Yusmond, causing him to bowl to prite in bed, bead soft sweet form and gone is for it. I have been reborn? Have actually been reborn again. This is the 10th time. Clenching his teeth, Hanyusias Burned with resentment and fury. One see an ordinary aficionado of novels, have found himself engrossed in a popular urban martial arts de la latine night. Despotites glitch tropes, Thenarati vuasaturla captivating. Thea Thor had produced 5 Jakesavessaries, which Hanyu devoured in no breath. During this reading, Hanyu harbored a deep-seated disdain for the brainless antagonists, particularly the new Hasheridas Nami and Cerna my first volume. How as essentially a living target provide experience C points to the protagonist. Hanyu Hadans Furia sly declared the Tevanata Glefton, thought position could vanquish the protagonist. However, upon awakening, he discovered that he had become that for a villain in the first installment in the continent. Initially, Hanyu did not feel alarmed. After all, his identity as Avalon washback had beyond astonishing lip power fu lineage. The handfamily, a prestigious land with a league assist-panning Milanith Longsha kingdom. Boasted the martial Saint Hanzai Aoshin and the million-strong Han army. Staunch lit defending against foreign incursions, while securely occupying Gond exploiting hundreds so for sorceric stars. Furthermore, the Han family Washamatotan martial emperors, over 30 martial sovereigns, hundreds of martial kings, and nearly 1,000 martial generals. In terms of background and strength, how could it overshadow Thadi Young Upstart Tangchen? Yet, Hanyu underestimated Themai Toth te protagonist shallow. Namatur Howard has struggled how formidable as allies, could not defeat the protagonist instead, he only facilitate a their miraculous escapes diamond again. Even more sparing was the fact that whenever the protagonist faced peril, their power waned dramatically. If inadvertently her met the protagonist's beloved friends, the protagonist's strength would serve in higher. Despite us utmost efforts, Han repeated fell at the hands of te protagonist, being killed to me and again. Confronted with the terrifying power of te protagonist shallow, Han using counter despair, vowing Naverto curseth evil and Sanubal Sagain. Namatur robust the background, it could not trival a protagonist like abilities. To combat suck a protagonist, even a villain, hit two must we all disonkiats. But where weareth he? You bring me to ease world diet fail to grant me and it cheats what a feudal journey. Just then, a melodious voicey coeden Hanyusmond. Beep, the conditions for the host's ninth life of grievance shave bin meth side effect transfer system has been activated. System introduction kankan simitimal valiophenemia, storeds the host, transfer and gall inflict ted side effects and athenemies. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Hanya was overwhelmed with emotion, tears off your brimming in his eyes. 9 times, doyo havian idea how I perished those 9 times? However, itis fortunate that the system, though late, has finally arrived. After reviewing the system's introduction, Hanyu instantly comprehended how to leazite. Self-sabotage, recklessly self-sabotage. So, you believe your life fascinacious, do you? Then it shall transfer el side effects do you and see you, sly feistru lie resilienty art cheats. Hanyu glanced at the male C value leader board recorded by the system. First place Lucian Yao, malice value 1008, 6 hatred 70, murderous intent 20, resentment 5, others 5. Second place Tangchen, malice value 88, jealousy 40, disgust 30, hatred 20, murderous intent 5, others 5. Seeing this ranking, Hanyu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lucian Yao, his fiancée, would occupy that spot. The original character, a wealth as Han generation here, had inexplicably to be a sycophant to Lucian Yao. He had withheld dress sources for himself, pouring thathed into Lucian Yao. On la to find that Theo Newhode spies at him themos twas the so caledfiance. It was subtly ridiculous. Hanyu chuckled coldly, paying no heed to Luzinya's sentiments towards him. Hymedia teleplacidical, and shortly after, a hand-family garden turd, arranging several jadivial sinastrate line. Young Master Yu, the sirithema medicinal pill spurcha c das per your instructions. So few? How will the suffice for? Ifo familia cethis, theal thinker hand familia impoverished. Continue quirin more the greater the side effects, the better. Understood. After Thegar departed, Hanyu cautelum seof Tessinian prompt ligaped. Saw Hanyu gulping down a entire bottle leaf blood-boiling pill says if they were Americandi. The guard trembled, sprinting out to door in a panic. This young master weighs intent in self-destruction, and wanted no part of it. With so many blood-boiling pills consumed, would boy's blood bod boy lover? Meanwhile, on Hanya's side. Beep, you have consumed an ordinary blood-boiling pills transferring gall side effects will require 1000 malice points. Please select the target for that transfer. Let's start with the first stone. Beep, you have consent to transfer L side effects to the target Lucinyao. Please select immediate feedback or delayed feedback. Immediate feedback, right now, a this for armament. Simultaneously. Within the La Familia state. Theoldest daughter, Lucinyao, was engaged in a martial arts per with Amon Cladin Blue, the Reverie Glancian movement dripping intimacy. Brother Chin, have your skills improved again? Luzinya smiled bright liathebla clay diouth, ho feigned indifference with Asmilio Fison. Yes, it just broke through to Ezek star martial artisilval, beautitoismerly bickens. Brother Shanistru lie impressive you come from humble beginnings, yet at only 18. You have each event this level, far surpassing Semiof to spoiladrikids. Luzinya thought off tof Hanyusik of fantique demeanor toward Charan compared it to thecal man composed tangent. Cyanogen word lieth the disparity. Asked the young master offhand family, with some inner resources at his disposal, Don Lim managed to reach the 5-star martial artisilval. Brother Chin, how abuthis? Iljiv Hanyu Akaland have him send a Zamara sources, soy uken brain I through to Savin star martial artistis as possible. Huh. That might not be appropriate. Tangshan rubbidishan stoge there but did no tau try tree fuse. Hee, it's finny after all, his family is quite wealthy. And a want miss this little beto for sources. And those are resources aruis to don him it's better to javetham to brother Chin soy you can enhance our skills further and protecto remelant. Luzinya said as a prepare ed to dial Hanyas number, beautithatment, a wavio fiat surged within your, causing your blood to boil. Shafeltaz thof shemite explode. Shinyao, what's wrong? Tangshan ruin his nin thrain carnation asked the villain Hanyu. Hahazenju red thrillentless crushing goth te protagonist shallow cross 9 disastrous encounters, all duetto his refusal to wield dan external advantages. At last, amid series off setbacks, he wakened sto an enigmatic system no nast malicious reversal side effect. This system possesses the extraordinary ability to transfer a adverse fix inflicted upon Hanyubithos, harboring malice toward him directly on Tathyron heads. Hanyu, although Luzinyi ostensibly Orpheants, Theon Chatruliad Myresis Noniather Tham, Tangshan. Bitering to Covetmi Belved, you havim Barkston and a reversible path. Hanyu, Thothmamother hails from the demon clan, Shahas never taken a life. Yet your hand family, in days gone be, ruthlessly slaughtered me prince. Today, I vow to annihilate our entire clan. With a thunderous crash, a torrent of memoria surged into Hanyusmond, causing him to bowl to prite in bed, his forehead glistening with a fine bead soft sweat. I have been reborn? Have actually been reborn again. This marks the 10th time. Hanyu clinched his teeth, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. One see an ordinary enthusiast off novels, had been burning themed ni toiling grossed in a popular urban martial arts tale. Thought hilarity vuus rife with cliques, it was subtly captivating. Thor had released 5 consecutive installments, and Hanyu devoured themaline on a breath. During his reading, Hanyu harbored a deep-seated disdain for theme and less antagonists, particularly than his sharing as the first volume. How was nothing more than a living target, providing experience see points to the protagonist. Hanyu had often raged the Tevanata glef tune attended could vanquish the hero. However, upon awakening, have found himself transformed in tot hat for a villain from the origin of martial realms. Initially, Hanyu felt no alarm. After all, the identity and background of this villain were astonishingly formidable. The hand family, a prestigious Lani Ginth Dragon Summer Kingdom without Istris banning Milania. Bostet the Marshal Sig Hanzai Aushin and a million strong Armistation to fend off foreign invasions, securing the exploitation of hundreds sofer source planets. Furthermore, the handful of Washimato to martial emperors, over 30 martial sovereigns, hundreds of martial kings, and nearly 1,000 martial generals. In terms of background and strength, how could it overshadow that scoundrel Tangshan? Yet, Hanyu underestimated Themitoth te protagonist shallow. Namatur how diligent liha fautor how formidable is reinforcements, hekud not slay the protagonist, horpeated Lysipedeth. To Hanyus growing despair, whenever the hero faced peril, his cultivation Waltzer. Shoot inadvertent liherm the protagonist Shurish Lovedens, the hero's power would escalate even further. Despite Hanyus' utmost efforts, Heffel victim to the protagonist and again, suffering repeated feats. Confronted with the terrifying really of te protagonist shallow, Hanyuas plunged in touter despair, vowing never to criticize a thievalence a novel sagain. Namatur how strong the background, it paled in comparison to a protagonist like abilities. To contend with such a protagonist, he, a civilian, must also possess extraordinary capabilities. But where were those capabilities? You send me to another world at grant Minokiats what if you to ledger nithesis. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed within Hanyusment. Ding! The conditions for the host's Nina life to me soft grievance shave bin meth side effect transfer system is now activated. System introduction at Kankansumitimalis valiophinemia, stored the host, transferring galad versi fix into thenemies. Upon hearing the system's notification, Hanyuas overwhelmed with emotion, tearswellingen highs. 9 times, doyunya how iparishidi chove tosini net times? Fortunately, thought he system arrived lat, ithis finally comb. After reviewing the system's introduction, Hanyu immediately grasped how to employ it. Self-destruct, recklessly self-destruct. Soyao think the protagonist is indestructible? Ishal transfer a lade versific stoyu in cu, whose fatia strula more resilient. Hanyu glanced at the male C value leader board recorded BT system. First place Luxin Yao, malice value 1008, 6 hatred 70, killing intent 20, resentment 5, others 5. Second place Tangshan, malice value 88, 88 jealousy 40, disgust 30, hatred 20, killing intent 5, others 5. Seeing this ranking, Hanyu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luxin Yao, his so-called would occupy that spot. The original character, Asianofa Mincewelth, had become more sycophant to Luxin Yao. He had denied himself luxuries, funneling gal resources torture, only to discover that the new hode spised him as twas the solid fiance. How utterly absurd. With a cold law, Hanyu dismissed Luzinye as a tichide towards him. Heprumth lima decal, and shortly after, a handfamily garden turd, arranging several jadivial sinani tro. Young master you, this sirith elixir saw you instructed dusto procure. Is this all? How will the suffice for? If the ether family is scatchwind off these, the'll think handfamily impoverished, continueth the acquisition. The greater had versifix, the better. Understood. On Sethagard departed, caught a glimpse of Hanyushoving and interrevialof blood boiling, till Sinto his mount has if they were Americandi. Thaguard siswadend in shock, and Hubble tedof the room. Fizzy young master Hanyu was seeking self-destruction he wanted to pardonate. Consuming so many blood-boiling pills would sure lease this blood ablaze. Meanwhile, for Hanyu. Ding! You have consumatin for your blood-boiling pills transferring galad versifix will require 1000 malice points. Please select target for that transfer. Let's start with the first stone. Ding! You have Casinta transfer a lade versifix to the target Luxin Yao. Please select immediate or delayed feedback. Immediate feedback, right now, this instant. Simultaneously. Within the loose state. Theo young lady Luzin Yao os engaged in a martial arts per with a outhclad in blue, their reverig Lancian movement suffused with intimacy. Tango, have you improved it again? Luzin Yao smiled bright lia theblu clay diouth, ho feigned indifference with Asmile. Yes, it just broke through to 6-star martial artist, thought fit was mer chance. Tang just drew lie impressive hailing from humble beginnings, achieving thigh sajust 18I, ear sold as far superior to some pampirtsians. As Luzinyo recalled Hanyu's obsequious demeanor toward Charan glanced at the composed Tangshan, she couldn't help but lament how McMurray admirably ithers were. Hanyu, asked the young master offhandfamily, Hate excesto abundant tres sources si it tremained mere 5-star martial artist. How a booth is still call Hanyu and have him send us more sources, so you can brain I through 7-star martial artist sooner. Ah? Isn't that inappropriate? Tang Chin fidgeted, yet did not refuse. Hee, it's finny after all, his family is quite wealthy and want miss this little beto for sources. Besides, it would be a waste forthoser resources stagata him therebetter off with you, Tengu, to enhance our cultivation and protect the homeland. As Luzinya spoke, she reached for her phone, only to suddenly feel a wave of heat surging within her blood boiling fiercely. She felt as if she might explode. Xinyao, what's wrong? Tang Xin immediately rushed to support Lu Xinyao. Beauty approached, she erupted like a fountain, blood gushing from her pore. Ah, Xinyao, what's happening to you? Tang Chin stumbled back, ice-wide with terror, drenched in her blood and tasked in jit metaliktang. I don't know. I think him poisoned. Cold it Bethelixers a took this morning? Lu Xinya's complexion turned pale, her voice weak. Poisoned? Tang Chin's expression changed drastically, and he began to gag. He had just been splattered with Lu Xinya's blood. I fit was strilla poisonous, they were in grave danger. Tengu, don't worry about Milhave Hanyu Sin healing Gandhi, toxifying elixirs right away. She dealed Hanyu's number, and upon connecting, her tone turned to see. Hello, Hanyu, im enjure dan like Klippowisend. Bring Mazam healing Gandhi toxifying elixirs, and remember, note inferior in a sin me the real deal. Oh, and my cultivation resources are running lobe sorta since Mahalationis this time. The last batchiacent was understood? After a moment of silencion theatherant, a called voice responded. Why don't you just go-de? Taking Gandamanding, didolosi our parents or something? Go for sacrifice toy or dead parents. Chapter 2. Exploding kidney pill, chickens fly and eggs break. Caught off guard by the furious shouts emanating from the other end of the line, Lu Xinyao stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes ablaze with anger. Hanyu, have you lost your mind? How dare you insult me? Is it such a crime to ask for a little support? Look at your stinginess. Can you not display even a modicum of gentlemanly decorum? Bah, you lowly man. A man like you is not worthy of my hand in marriage. Go to hell with that. Lu Xinyao slammed down the phone, leaving Tang Chan beside her with a hint of regret in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that the foolish Hanyu would refuse to provide any resources. It was truly infuriating. This meant that his aspiration to break through to a 7-star warrior would require even more time and effort. With this thought in mind, he scoffed, Xinyao, a man like that is not worth your time. Once I, Tang Chin, achieve my cultivation goals, I will provide you with all the resources you desire. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyao's face softened with gratitude. You are so much better than that Hanyu, who, despite his wealth, is so miserly. But fear not, once I give him the cold shoulder for a couple of days, he will relent. How dare he insult me? Unless he kneels and begs for forgiveness, I, Lu Xinyao, will not accept a single cent of his resources. Tang Chun recalled Han Yu's previous sycophantic behavior and immediately felt relieved. If Han Yu refused to provide Lu Xinyao with resources, how would he continue to live off her? Xinyao, without resource enhancement these days, you will have to endure more hardships in your cultivation. Lu Xinyao looked at Tang Chan with concern, but he simply smiled nonchalantly at its nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. Hearing this only deepened Lu Xinyao's empathy. Yet, in the next moment, she felt not just heartache, but pain radiating through her entire being, her liver, her lungs, her kidneys. Every inch of her body throbbed as if countless ants were gnawing at her flesh. Ah, it hurts. What is happening to me? Lu Xinyao writhed on the ground in agony, prompting Tang Chun to shout in panic. Quick, someone call a doctor. He was about to help her up but hesitated, fearing she might be poisoned, and quickly withdrew his hand. Xinyao, hang in there. The doctor will be here shortly. Soon. A doctor hurried in, inspecting Lu Xinyao with a puzzled expression. Miss Lu, have you perhaps consumed too many medicinal pills? This seems reminiscent of the side effects of excessive use of the strengthening pill. I only took one strengthening pill last week. How could its side effects be so severe? Lu Xinyao gasped, but in the next moment, the veins on her fair skin bulged ominously, threatening to burst forth, which looked terrifying. The doctor was taken aback. What on earth is happening? This resembles the side effects of overusing the muscle-strengthening pill. As a doctor, He was well versed in the various side effects of medicinal pills and had treated many warriors who had overdosed. However, the severity of her symptoms was unprecedented. Surely, you've consumed several pills at once. Who treats medicinal pills like candy? He lamented. After all, medicine can be toxic. Wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. He sighed. Miss Liu, you are not poisoned, but under these circumstances, I cannot prescribe any medication. You will have to endure it in the future. Try to limit your consumption of those pills. While their effects are remarkable, the side effects are quite substantial. Lu Xinyao gritted her teeth. I haven't taken many. I only took one, and that was several days ago. The doctor merely sighed again. All right, you are correct. This Miss Liu truly had a stubborn streak. I have been practicing medicine for decades. I've seen it all. Do you think I could be mistaken? The doctor shook his head in exasperation. Lu Xinyao could only grit her teeth through wave after wave of side effects. Her body drenched in blood, nearly at death's door. Fortunately, as a 7-star warrior, had she been an ordinary person, she would likely be dead by now. Meanwhile, at the Han family residence. Beep. You have consumed 10 inferior blood-boiling pills. Your blood energy surges within you like lava. After enduring a heart-wrenching agony, both your blood energy and physique have been refined, elevating your cultivation to 6-star warrior. Beep. You have consumed 10 inferior strengthening pills. Your internal organs feel as if they have been cleaved by a knife, and after a series of arduous trials, your physique has been significantly enhanced, elevating your cultivation to 7-star warrior. Beep. You have consumed 10 inferior muscle strengthening pills. Your meridians feel as if they are being torn apart, and after enduring excruciating pain, your meridians have been greatly enhanced, elevating your cultivation to 8-star warrior. Han Yu had swallowed nearly 100 pills in one go, drastically reducing Lu Xinyao's malice value, and propelled himself from 5-star warrior to 9-star warrior in an instant. This pace of cultivation was simply astonishing. With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, Han Yu soon regained his composure. This level of cultivation was more than sufficient to handle Tang Chun, but this fellow was akin to an indestructible cockroach. Every time he neared death, his protagonist aura activated, summoning friends and family one after another. To truly eliminate them, this level of power was still inadequate. With this in mind, a smile crept across Han Yu's lips as he lifted a bottle of exploding kidney pills and poured them into his mouth with abandon. The side effects would be transferred. Target, Tang Chun, at the Liu estate. Xinyao, seeing you in such pain is harder to bear than death itself. If the heavens would allow it, I wish I could endure this suffering in your stead. Tang Chun spoke earnestly. Lu Xinyao managed to smile from her hospital bed, feeling warmth spread within her heart. Tang Chun, you are so kind. You provide me with emotional support, unlike that Han Yu, who only buys me various items and training resources. Xinyao, do you doubt my words? I swear to the heavens, if it would spare you from suffering, I, Tang Chun, would pay any price. He spoke with fervor, but just as Lu Xinyao was about to respond, she noticed something bulging from his trousers, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Tang Chun, your pants? Huh? What about my pants? He replied, glancing down. Boom. Chickens flew and eggs broke. Blood gushed forth. My foundational cultivation. How could this happen? Tang Chin's eyes widened in horror, filled with a chilling emptiness. Ever since the fall of the previous dynasty, there had been no eunuchs in the Longsha kingdom. Yet here he was, becoming the first eunuch of the Longsha kingdom. Meanwhile, on Han Yu's side. Beep. You have consumed 30 inferior exploding kidney pills. You feel an inexhaustible surge of vitality coursing through your body, all the heat converging at your foundational cultivation, as if it were about to tear apart. After enduring an excruciating ordeal, your vitality has been significantly enhanced, triggering a qualitative change. You have successfully broken through the barrier of ordinary warriors, condensing your blood energy into true essence. You have become a true warrior. Chapter 3. Such cultivation achieved through my own efforts. Yes. All my efforts in consuming these pills have not been in vain. I have finally broken through to the true warrior realm. Moreover, the cultivation of an ordinary warrior is achieved through grueling practice, often resulting in a rather superficial strength, while my cultivation has endured countless trials and tribulations, experiencing the baptism of numerous side effects. Whether it be bones and flesh or internal organs, the robustness of my body far surpasses that of warriors at the same level. Han Yu felt a sense of satisfaction for his efforts. The cultivation he achieved today was profoundly attributed to his relentless hard work and a touch of assistance from the system. The warrior realm is divided into 10 tiers: ordinary warrior, true warrior, profound warrior, earth warrior, heaven warrior, warrior marquis, warrior king, warrior emperor, warrior saint. At just 18 years old and a freshman at the martial academy, Han Yu had already reached the true warrior realm, undoubtedly a prodigy. But this was just the beginning. His power was still not formidable enough, and he continued to feel fearful, lacking a sense of security. Han Yu glanced at Tang Qin's remaining malice value. Over 5,000 remained. The side effects of an inferior medicinal pill would require approximately 100 malice points to counteract. However, a superior medicinal pill would demand around 1,000 points, 10 times the amount. Let's see how this plays out. He retrieved 3 superior exploding kidney pills and, without hesitation, tossed them into his mouth. Exploding kidney pills were quite common, favored by male warriors for their unique effects. However, most warriors would only dare to consume one at a time. Han Yu, on the other hand, was unconcerned about the safety of his lower regions. Any warrior witnessing this would likely gasp in disbelief. Meanwhile, at the Lu estate, "Brother! My brother!" Tang Qin wailed in despair, fortunate that the old doctor had not yet departed. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, the doctor felt a chill run through his bones. "Young man, you must learn to exercise restraint. No medicinal pill should be consumed in such a reckless manner. Doctor, is there any hope for my brother?" Tang Qin, disregarding his own pain, looked at the doctor with desperate eyes. The elderly physician adjusted his glasses. "With current medical technology, it can be salvaged." "Great. Thank you, doctor. You are my savior. Enough with the pleasantries. Hurry and lie down on the hospital bed. It's hot, and we must avoid any foul odors." The skilled doctor painstakingly reattached the bloody remnants. "I in the future do not consume so many exploding kidney pills, or even if I am a master of medicine. I will be powerless to save you, doctor. I haven't consumed that many. No, I only took one a few days ago, merely for standard cultivation." All right, you are absolutely right, as a physician. He has encountered all sorts of patients, including those who have mistakenly inserted a beer bottle into their orifice and stubbornly refused to admit it. Therefore, he does not expect this individual to confess, as it is of no concern to him. Tang Qin's eyes brimmed with grievance. He truly had only ingested a single pill. Moreover, that incident had occurred several days prior, and the side effects had long since subsided. The doctor did not believe him at all. Yet Lu Xinyao remained unwavering in her faith. "Brother Qin, I believe you. It must be that heaven has just heard your plea and transferred my suffering onto you. I am so sorry." Tang Qin's lips twitched in exasperation at Lu Xinyao's lack of perception. "Xinyao, do you think it is possible that the elixirs we consumed previously were flawed?" "Brother Qin, those cultivation resources were sent by Han Yu. Are you suggesting he is deliberately trying to harm us?" Lu Xinyao's eyes filled with intense hatred as her thoughts grew more convinced. "That despicable Han Yu must have poisoned our pills. He truly is a scoundrel. How could I have trusted him so much and willingly used his resources for cultivation? How dare he treat me this way?" "It's all right, Xinyao. It's not worth getting angry over such trivial matters. Once we have recuperated, we will confront him." Tang Qin's eyes glinted with a fierce killing intent. Daring to harm my little brother, this inmate Zhu Yuding was momentarily taken aback, a deep-seated hatred churning in her eyes as she furiously shouted, "Han Yu, do you think I'm giving you face? You, a worthless spoiled brat. How dare you speak to me like that? I will say this once more. Hasten to bring healing elixirs and apologize to Xinyao, and remember to bring 2 portions. If there's any shortage, you will compensate me double." Han Yu could hardly endure it any longer. "I'll give you a broken egg." Before he could finish, Han Yu reached out with a large hand, swiftly gripping Zhu Yuding's face and forcefully slamming it down onto the ground. Boom. Her delicate visage struck the ground, cracks spreading across the bluestone like a spider's web. Everyone present was rendered speechless by the sight. From Zhu Yuding's hatred 999, killing intent 999. "Han Yu, I will not let you off." Zhu Yuding had not anticipated that Han Yu would dare to strike first. The blood within her surged, revealing her cultivation at the 7 stars of martial arts. Boom. A large foot came crashing down upon her head, snapping her hair tie and leaving her hair in disarray around her. Zhu Yuding felt a ringing in her head. Her brain jumbled from the force of the blow. What audacity gives you the courage to say you won't let me off? Han Yu grasped Zhu Yuding's hair with one hand and clenched his fist with the other, suddenly striking her bloodied face. Bang! Zhu Yuding's body was violently hurled back, crashing heavily into the crowd. Witnessing the once beautiful and fashionable woman reduced to such a pitiful state, everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. Their gazes towards Han Yu filled with dread. This brute is truly inhuman. He even strikes women, and with such ferocity. Chapter 5. The Hero's Opportunity, S-Class Thunderstorm Wings. Han Yu paid no mind to the astonished onlookers, striding into the teleportation array to the Thunderstorm's secret realm, disappearing from view. Moments later, a young man rushed over, and upon seeing Zhu Yuding in such a disheveled state, he let out an enraged roar. Ah, Yuding, my Yuding! That beast Han Yu actually dared to beat you to this extent. Lu Mao, will not let him off. Lu Mao, a true martial artist of the second star, unleashed his imposing aura, startling those around him. It was Lu Mao, a senior from the third year, rumored to be Zhu Yuding's fiancé. What nonsense fiancé? He is just another sycophant like Han Yu, and honestly, why should sycophants make things difficult for each other? Exactly, Zhu Yuding, like Lu Xinyao, enjoys mingling with Tang Chun. These two unfortunate souls should unite instead of fighting to the death. Hearing the discussions among the bystanders, Lu Mao's eyes burned with killing intent as he bellowed. Shut the hell up, Wu Wu. That Tang Chun fellow was merely sparring with Yuding. Yet Han Yu turned her into this. I can't believe it. The bicycle I cherished, that bastard just got up and rode it. This was intolerable. This grudge must be avenged. Lu Mao fed Zhu Yuding a healing elixir, and she gradually regained consciousness, revealing a look of disdain upon seeing him. Stay away from me, Yuding. I only touched your hand. But Han Yu assaulted your entire body. Lu Mao replied indignantly. It's the mere mention of Han Yu. Hatred once again flickered in Zhu Yuding's eyes. Lu Mao, I want you to kill Han Yu for me. Kill him? No way, that Han Yu seems to have quite the background. If I kill him, it could lead to serious trouble. I don't care. Are you still a man? Your fiancé has been beaten to this state. And you dare not seek revenge, Zhu Yuding said fiercely. If you can't do it, I will find someone else. Fine, I will do it. How could I possibly back down? Yuding, wait for me. I'm going to settle this score with him. Lu Mao immediately set off, entering the Thunderstorm's secret realm. As a man, how could he say he couldn't do it? The sky was overcast with dark clouds, lightning crackling within, occasionally striking down with fierce thunder, turning trees to charcoal. The Thunderstorm's secret realm was an area formed postnatally, located in the Kangwu War Zone in Yun Province, said to be the site of a fallen 7th-tier Demon King. Before dying, the Demon King's royal essence altered the terrain and sky within a radius of several dozen miles, creating this prolonged thunderstorm scene. For those practicing thunder techniques, it was an excellent training ground. However, even true martial artists dared not venture into the core of the thunderstorm, only daring to absorb the thunderous energy from the periphery. Han Yu was observing the thunderstorm's secret realm, contemplating a route into the core area. The original novel briefly mentioned that Tang Chun, due to his flirtations, was pursued by a true martial artist and, in a panic, stumbled into the core area, narrowly evading numerous lightning strikes. I'm not being pursued right now. The conditions don't allow it. It seems I have no choice but to force my way in. As Han Yu thought this, just as he was about to charge into the core area, a furious shout came from behind him, from the teleportation array. Han Yu, come here. How dare you hit my Lu Mao's woman? Do you wish to die? Upon hearing the name Lu Mao, Han Yu's brow relaxed. Wasn't he the foolish little antagonist from the novel? Han Yu, are you deaf? Get over here. Lu Mao recognized Han Yu's name. Although they were both sycophants, Lu Mao considered himself a cut above. After all, Lu Xinyao had brought Tang Chun home, yet Zhu Yuding had not gone that far. Han Yu slowly walked before Lu Mao, who wore a mocking smile. You come when I call. Are you a dog? Boom! Before Lu Mao could finish, a solid punch struck his face, crushing his nose. My nose? Han Yu, I am a true martial artist. How dare you hit me? I will ruin you. Lu Mao wailed, a fierce killing intent rising within him as his true essence surged. The onlookers gasped at the overwhelming aura. Yet Han Yu paid no heed, launching another attack. True martial artist? Who isn't? Boom. The two collided, Lu Mao's true essence rapidly disintegrating into countless shards of energy. Meanwhile, Han Yu's fist connected with Lu Mao's abdomen. the sound of breaking ribs echoing as they shattered one by one. No. How could you be this strong? How could you? Didn't you just say you would ruin me? Han Yu scratched his ear, slowly approaching Lu Mao. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Of course, I'm going to ruin you. Han Yu stomped down, and Lu Mao's leg bone shattered instantly, his screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah, I am from the Lu family. I am a direct descendant. My family has a martial king. If anything happens to me, they will not let you off. Martial king? Ha! What is a martial king to me? Han Yu scoffed, stomping down again, shattering Lu Mao's other leg bone. He had no qualms about dealing with such a minor antagonist. He could freely beat him to a pulp. What level do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to me, the major antagonist of the mid-story? This is a growth experience package for the protagonist, right? Very well, now it belongs to me. Han Yu dragged Lu Mao, who resembled a dead dog, deeper into the thunderstorm. Yet Lu Mao, the brainless little antagonist, remained oblivious to the severity of the situation, incessantly cursing and threatening Han Yu, his eyes betraying unmasked hatred and killing intent. Han Yu's system had already begun to tally. Ding! From Lu Mao's hatred 2333, killing intent 6666, anger. The higher the realm, the greater the value of malice received in a single instance. Very reasonable. A wicked smile crept across Han Yu's lips as a bolt of lightning struck down upon him. Enveloping him, the crackling arcs of electricity refined every inch of his flesh and bones, even enhancing his true essence. Ah, it hurts, bastard, get me out of here. Are you crazy? Take me out. Even though Lu Mao was a true martial artist, he could not withstand the onslaught of thunder, letting out a horrific wail. Yet Han Yu remained unfazed, charging onward into the heart of the storm. Bolts of lightning rained down, and his cultivation continued to soar. Ding! Under the baptism of the thunder tearing through body and mind, your realm has broken through to true martial artist 6 stars. Han Yu felt no pain whatsoever, while Lu Mao endured a double torment. As Han Yu transferred all the side effects onto him. Thus, Han Yu charged forward, plunging into a pool of thunderous liquid. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless bombardment of thunder, Lu Mao's body could no longer withstand the pressure. Disintegrating into ash, dead beyond resurrection. Moments later, from within the thunder pool, a figure suddenly soared forth, surrounded by rolling black thunder, a pair of wings unfurling behind him, casually flapping, causing the surrounding thunder to crackle. This was the protagonist Tang Chen's talent, S-Class Thunderstorm Wings, and now, it belonged to Han Yu. Chapter 6. Kill you? Of course, I will kill you. Talent abilities are classified into innate and acquired. The former is something one is born with or that lies dormant within, activated during cultivation. The latter, like Han Yu's, is a mutation enhanced by external forces. The pair of black wings tattooed on his back surged with lightning, forming a set of imposing black thunder wings. An S-Class talent was still far from sufficient. A sinister smile curled on Han Yu's lips. Since the side effects can be transferred, then I can cultivate all forbidden techniques that consume oneself to activate acquired abilities. However, before that, let me first indulge in all the opportunities this secret realm has to offer. With the dual wings of Xianlei unfurling behind Han Yu, he transformed into a silhouette of black lightning. Soaring into the ominous clouds above, the thunder, which had initially crashed down upon him with excruciating pain, now felt like a gentle spring breeze to Han Yu, so pleasant that he almost let out a joyful sigh. After a lengthy interval, a series of notifications chimed in his mind. Ding! Under the baptism of the residual true intent of the Thunder King, your cultivation is advancing rapidly. Ding! You have reached the rank of True Martial Artist 7 stars. Ding! You have reached the rank of True Martial Artist 8 stars. Ding! You have reached the rank of True Martial Artist 9 stars. Leveling up? Is it as simple as eating and drinking? It seems that hard work does pay off. This can be considered the heavens rewarding diligence. A smile crept onto Han Yu's lips. He then spread his wings and flew towards the exit of the secret realm. In the plaza, Zhu Yuding rubbed her still painful face, her gaze fixed intently on the teleportation array. Xi Niao, rest assured, Lu Mao will avenge us. Once he brings that Han Yu out, we shall teach him a lesson. Beside her, Lu Xinyao, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, had a glint of coldness in her eyes. That scoundrel Han Yu dared to poison the cultivation resources, causing brother Tang Chun to be incapacitated. I will make him pay in blood. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuding's expression changed immediately. Has Tang Chun been harmed? Oh my! Disappointment washed over her. She had once admired Tang Chun, but now that he had been rendered a eunuch, she decided it was best to just remain friends. Lu Xinyao was about to say something more when suddenly, a figure in red emerged from the teleportation array. Seeing him walk out unscathed, Zhu Yuding gasped, Han Yu, how are you unharmed? What about Lu Mao? Dead, Han Yu replied bluntly. With an impressive background, he saw no need for subterfuge. Unlike the protagonist of a novel who conceals his identity, Han Yu considered such behavior foolish. After all, he was the antagonist. Antagonists do as they please. Who dares to provoke me shall face dire consequences. Zhu Yuding scoffed at his words. You must be joking. Lu Mao is a true martial artist. How could he possibly be dead while you remain alive? Even if he withstood dozens of thunders in the thunderstorm's secret realm, he couldn't have perished. Han Yu nodded in agreement. Lu Mao was indeed resilient, enduring over 30 strikes of thunder before being reduced to ashes. You are nothing but a liar, always seeking excuses for your incompetence. This is why I disdain you. Lu Xinyao mocked. Yet, Han Yu frowned at her. Who do you think you are? Do I need the approval of a worthless wretch like you? You scoundrel. I am Lu Xinyao. How dare you insult me so? Lu Xinyao believed that Han Yu had not recognized her due to her bandages, but he merely sneered at, of course, I know you are that loose woman. Say one more word, and I will send you flying. Loose woman? You dare call me that? Lu Xinyao felt deeply insulted. Just as she was about to rebuke Han Yu, another figure in blue approached. Han Yu, you shameless scoundrel. Not only did you poison the cultivation resources of Xan Yao and me, but now you also dare to insult a girl. Are you even human? The newcomer was Tang Chun, his aura imposing as he had recently awakened his S-rank bloodline, rapidly elevating his cultivation to 9 stars of the mortal martial realm. With such speed of advancement, who could rival him? Dealing with Han Yu would be a piece of cake. Brother Chin. Lu Xinyao's beautiful eyes shimmered with tears, appearing quite aggrieved. Tang Chun smiled gently. I'm sorry. Xan Yao, I arrived too late and let that scoundrel humiliate you. It's all right, Brother Chin. The one who should apologize is that loser Han Yu. Lu Xinyao glared at Han Yu, her expression turning cold. Han Yu, you poisoned me and Brother Chen. I demand you kneel and apologize, and provide us with adequate financial compensation. Indeed, you have inflicted irreversible physical and mental harm on Xan Yao and me. Besides kneeling and apologizing, I also want you to self-castrate as a form of penance. Tang Chen added in agreement. Point two fools. I'll shove you both. Han Yu roared, extending his hand towards the two of them. Ha ha ha, you simpleton. Since you stubbornly refuse to yield and dare to strike first, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tang Chun was taken aback by Han Yu's audacity to fight within the martial academy, which suited him perfectly. He planned to take revenge for his brother. However, before he could act, Han Yu suddenly accelerated, appearing before the two in an instant. What incredible speed! How is that possible? Tang Chen gasped. His breath catching in his throat, he attempted to escape, but it was too late. Han Yu's hand grasped tightly at the crowns of Lu Xinyao and Tang Chen's heads, and he forcefully pulled down. Boom, boom, boom. The two bodies crashed to the ground like broken sacks, stones flying, dust swirling, and cries of anguish echoing. With each negative sentiment they harbored, Han Yu found immense delight. This spectacle left the surrounding students in shock. A mere disagreement had escalated to violence. What a ruthless individual. How could this be? How could he be so strong? I have awakened my S-rank bloodline, and I am clearly at 9 stars of the mortal martial realm. Tang Chun was filled with confusion and rage. Han Yu's grip like an iron vice around his head, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. He felt like a dead dog, subjected to endless torment by Han Yu. Stop, Han Yu. This is the Martial Academy. How dare you commit such an act? Zhu Yuding trembled in fear, though her small brain dared to threaten him. Han Yu suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. You foolish thing, so preoccupied with them, you forgot to fear me. With a violent motion, Lu Xinyao was hurled towards Zhu Yuding, and both were sent crashing to the ground, their spines feeling as though they had been shattered. Their cries of agony unceasing. Without the two fools, Han Yu seized Tang Chun by the throat, the latter's face contorted with resentment. Han Yu, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will slaughter your entire family. Upon hearing this, Han Yu couldn't help but scoff. This is the foolish protagonist, who, when faced with a formidable enemy, knows not how to concede but only engages in mindless bravado. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo. With his current pathetic state, Han Yu would have killed him 1,000 times over. Kill you? Ha, of course, I intend to. Han Yu declared, delivering a punch that unleashed a torrent of true energy, directly piercing through Tang Chen's chest. Fear filled Tang Chen's eyes as he realized Han Yu truly meant to kill him. The onlooking students were equally stunned. Just then, a furious voice rang out, boldly, "You dare to commit murder within the martial academy. You seek death." Chapter 7. Hate me, despise me, then live on in your ugliness, you insignificant beings. As Han Yu prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the protagonist, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. He had grown accustomed to such interruptions. Even if meteor showers descended from the heavens to obliterate his allies, such absurd occurrences had happened before. The frustration he felt was akin to the tales of transmigrators battling the chosen ones of different realms. No matter how he strategized, it proved futile. Just like Han Yu, who, on the surface, was confronting the protagonist, but in reality, was clashing with the will of this world. As the favored child of destiny, the heavens would never allow him to perish so easily. In the past, Han Yu might have felt suffocated by this, but now, he merely felt exhilarated. You wish to summon assistance? Bring it on. I'll crush them all today. I shall use this protagonist to bait the hook and initiate a fishing expedition. With this thought, Han Yu turned to the newcomers, a team clad in martial academy uniforms, led by a broad-minded, generous woman. Han Yu recognized her as one of the members of the protagonist's harem. Chu Yinran, a senior in her 4th year at Tianfu Martial Academy and the captain of the Student Council's enforcement team, responsible for maintaining discipline within the academy. With her ink-black hair elegantly styled atop her head, she exuded both youthful purity and a hint of mature charm. Dressed in a form-fitting white blouse and alluring shorts, her long legs accentuated by glossy black stockings, she captivated everyone's attention, eliciting gasps of admiration. Is that Yinran Senpai wonderful? Yinran Senpai is a true martial artist at mid-level. She should be at 5 stars. That brute Han Yu won't be able to act so arrogantly anymore. This guy is truly ruthless. Not only did he beat Tang Chun to a pulp, but he also took down those 2 charming girls, Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding. As Chu Yinran approached, her gaze fell upon the gruesomely wounded Tang Chun. Her eyes filled with fury. Han Yu, you scoundrel. This is your classmate, and you dare to be so merciless. Do you have no conscience? What is conscience? Ha, I possess a black heart. Would you like to have a look? Han Yu scoffed at Chu Yinran's accusations, attempting to morally bind him. Ha, sorry, after 9 reincarnations, I have long since shed any moral shackles. Seeing Han Yu's attitude, Chu Yinran was momentarily taken aback, her face then flushed with anger. How could such a scoundrel exist in Tianfu Martial Academy? If you grow stronger, you will become a parasite on society, a blight on humanity. You foul woman, what right do you have to bark? If you're not satisfied, come and try to take me down. Han Yu's face twisted into a sinister smile as he gazed at Chu Yinran, as if she were merely a plaything. If you do not come for me, then I shall come for you. Before the words had barely left his lips, Han Yu's figure erupted into motion, transforming into a streak of light and appearing before Chu Yinran. The latter's expression changed drastically as she swiftly channeled her internal essence, invoking her defensive martial arts technique, boom. Han Yu struck with a punch that seemed unremarkable, yet proved devastatingly effective. The defensive technique was abruptly torn apart, and even the snug white shirt beneath it suffered several rips. How formidable! A tremor coursed through Chu Yinran's heart, and a flicker of fear appeared in her beautiful eyes, in her line of sight. Han Yu's massive hand bore down upon her, firmly pressing against her face, boom. Chu Yinran's delicate form went limp, and she fell heavily to the ground. Kneeling before Han Yu, as she looked up, she beheld Han Yu's handsome visage, which bore an eerie charm, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I thought you possessed some abilities. Turns out you are but a small fry, with such a wretched creature as you. How dare you pass moral judgment on me? A wave of intense humiliation surged within Chu Yinran, and she defiantly lifted her head, her eyes filled with hatred as she clenched her silver teeth and spat out 2 words, scum. Scum? Ha ha, what a delightful epithet. Han Yu's lips curled into a smirk as he swung his hand, landing a hard slap on Chu Yinran's tender face, leaving 5 deep imprints. Witnessing this scene, Tang Chun, who lay on the ground gasping for breath, felt a surge of murderous intent. His talent was the S-rank Undying Bloodline, granting him formidable vitality. When cultivated to its peak, he could even resurrect from a drop of blood. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. Tang Chun roared within, Han Yu, you dare to humiliate Senior Yinran so? I will surely annihilate your entire family. Though Tang Chun and Chu Yinran had only met a few times, he had already come to regard her as his own treasure. Anyone who dared to encroach upon her would face death. Han Yu's humiliation of Chu Yinran was more painful than death itself. However, given the overwhelming power he currently wielded, Tang Chun knew he could not afford to act rashly. He must bide his time. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. He vowed to make Han Yu pay in blood. As this thought crossed his mind, Han Yu noticed that the malicious value he was accruing from Chu Yinran was continuously increasing. He suddenly realized that the system was also accumulating malicious value from the protagonist, causing a smile to spread across his face. How splendid! By humiliating a close associate of the protagonist, he could reap twofold rewards, 2 birds with 1 stone. Indeed. With this in mind, he gazed once more at the defiant Chu Yinran, her beautiful eyes brimming with hatred, and struck her again. How dare you look at me like that? Who gave you the audacity? Chu Yinran turned her head away, blood seeping from the corner of her lips, too afraid to meet Han Yu's gaze. Yet Han Yu grasped her chin, forcefully turning her face towards him. You were so fierce just now. Now you dare not even look at me. Meet my gaze. You wretch! Tears welled in Chu Yinran's beautiful eyes. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. What do you want from me? She cried out in a soft yet cold tone. Her response was met with another slap, sending her sprawling, her hairpin shattering and her long black hair cascading down. All present were left in shock, swallowing hard, while members of the student council stood frozen, too afraid to confront the tyrant Han Yu. Disappointed by their inaction, Han Yu scoffed derisively, a bunch of cowards. Your goddess is being toyed with, and none of you dare intervene? The male students, their faces etched with shame, cast glances filled with hatred towards Han Yu. Yet they were not foolish. Han Yu's ability to easily overpower Chu Yinran made him an adversary beyond their means. With a single word, Han Yu had harvested a significant amount of malicious value. Leaving him quite satisfied, he approached Chu Yinran once more, gripping her chin to lift her gaze. Observing her disheveled state, reminiscent of a wronged woman from a deep palace, he found his interest waning and discarded her like a broken toy. His voice was icy. Put your hair up. Taken aback by his command, Chu Yinran hesitated, only to be met with another sharp reprimand. I said, put your hair up. Clenching her silver teeth, she dared not resist and used a branch on the ground as a makeshift hairpin to gather her hair. Good. Very obedient, Han Yu remarked, patting her cheek. Chu Yinran's eyes burned with shame and anger, but she refrained from retaliating. She understood that provoking Han Yu, this brute, could lead to even worse repercussions. Thus, she resolved to comply with his demands for the time being. While Chu Yinran could endure, Tang Chun could not. Witnessing the once aloof and dignified senior succumb to Han Yu's tyranny, he felt a suffocating weight on his back, as if a torturous shell had formed around him. Han Yu's actions felt akin to a profound betrayal. A torrent of negative emotions surged within him, and he could no longer contain himself. Han Yu, I will see you dead, boom. His defiance was met with a size 40 shoe crashing down upon his head, grinding it against the ground. Han Yu looked down with disdain, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Tang Chun, you seem like a dog. Do you feel utterly powerless, like a worthless wretch? Yes, you are correct. You are a coward, a worthless being. Hate me, despise me, then live on in your wretchedness, scum. Chapter 8. What does this tyrant intend to do to me in public? Han Yu's words pierced like daggers, each syllable striking deeply into Tang Chun's heart. The humiliation roiled within him, a sensation more unbearable than death itself. Tang Chun gritted his teeth, his hands clawing at the ground, leaving deep marks on the concrete as a testament to his profound rage. Han Yu, it is better to insult an old man than to humiliate a young one. I, Tang Chun, shall remember this day of shame and will seek vengeance. Tang Chun spat out a few impassioned words. stirring the onlookers deeply. Yet Han Yu merely scoffed, his foot once more pressing down upon Tang Chen's face. Still barking like a dog, he summoned all his strength, preparing to crush Tang Chen's skull. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, "Enough! You may strike, but to seek to kill is another matter entirely. Do you have no regard for the Academy's rules or for the law?" Accompanying the voice was a surge of energy barreling towards Han Yu, which, if it connected, would surely injure him given his current capabilities. Realizing this, Han Yu summoned a thunderous force behind him, forming a pair of dark wings, and with a resounding boom, he ascended into the air. Gazing down at the newcomer, the figure was a voluptuous woman in her 30s, exuding beauty and strength, her cultivation already reaching the Heaven Warrior realm. Han Yu recognized her as Zhao Yutong, an instructor at the Tianfu Martial Academy and also the future mentor of the protagonist. Tang Chen, the rebellious disciple, had not forgotten to include her in his harem. Upon seeing Han Yu soar into the sky, Zhao Yutong's eyes widened in surprise. What an incredible aura! Could he also possess S-rank talent? How unfortunate that such potential is wasted on a person of such deplorable character. Zhao Yutong's disdain for Han Yu was palpable, and her voice rang out clearly for all to hear. Many in the crowd echoed her sentiments, launching a verbal assault against Han Yu, who merely chuckled derisively, a big-chested, empty-headed fool. No one expected Han Yu to insult Zhao Yutong so brazenly. Her face turned pale with fury, her ample bosom heaving with indignation. "You little wretch, are you courting death?" The pressure of a heaven warrior emanated from her, causing everyone present to feel a tightening in their chests. The realm of heaven warriors, known as the pinnacle of the lower 5 realms, represented the highest echelon of power in the Dragonxia nation. Those who reached the upper 5 realms typically ventured to guard perilous resource planets, rarely remaining in the Blue Star stronghold. Nobody anticipated that Han Yu would dare to provoke Zhao Yutong. Did he truly think he could act with impunity simply because of his family background? It was well known that Zhao Yutong's family wielded considerable influence, rumored to be under the protection of a martial emperor. Undeterred by Zhao Yutong's threat, Han Yu simply scoffed. "You foul woman, if you lay a finger on me, I will pluck every hair from your body." In this world, aside from protagonists with bug-level abilities, he could bully anyone else that will due to his family background. With this in mind, why should he fear anything? Hearing Han Yu's words, Zhao Yutong's rage boiled over, her teeth grinding in fury as she longed to slap him into oblivion. Yet, recognizing his arrogance, she was not foolish enough to overlook the significance of his background. While her own lineage was substantial, the Southwest Bay City was a coalition of noble families from the southwestern provinces, a place where many powerful figures lurked. A mere martial emperor family was hardly intimidating. "Han Yu, you scoundrel, I do not care how powerful your background is. It pales in comparison to the entire Tianfu Martial Academy. Today, you have injured your classmates, and you must adhere to the rules of Tianfu Martial Academy. Now, in my capacity as a mentor of the inner court, I command you to apologize to all the classmates you have harmed and to compensate them tenfold for their injuries." Zhao Yutong wished to say something further, but was abruptly interrupted by Han Yu. "Enough, you foul woman, silence yourself. I do not care for any rules. My rules are the only ones that matter. I may forgive others today, but you, Zhao Yutong, must kneel and admit your fault before me." Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent. My goodness, what a rebellious spirit. What sort of background does this fellow possess? In all my years, I have never encountered someone so brazen. No one anticipated that Han Yu would take the initiative. Having struck so many, yet still demanding Zhao Yutong to kneel in acknowledgement of her mistakes. Zhao Yutong scoffed derisively. "Very well, Han Yu, you have the audacity. I wonder if your family can withstand the wrath of Tianfu Martial Academy. It seems you have it backward." Han Yu chuckled lightly. "The question you should ponder is whether Tianfu Martial Academy can endure my wrath." Han Yu snapped his fingers. "Where are the Han family guards?" With a swish, several figures stepped forward, seemingly walking upon the air itself. This sight. Everyone was taken aback. To tread upon the air, soaring through the skies. This is one of the hallmarks of a celestial martial artist. These seemingly unremarkable figures, dressed in suits like bodyguards, were, in fact, celestial martial artists, and these celestial martial artists were merely Han Yu's bodyguards. The group approached Han Yu, bowing respectfully and exclaiming in unison, young Master Yu. Did you hear everything I just said? We did. Han Yu looked down upon Zhao Yutong from his elevated position, his gaze icy as he commanded, Teacher Zhao, kneel. Zhao Yutong's expression shifted to one of panic. She had never encountered such a scenario in her life. Han Yu, what do you mean? Do you truly wish for me to kneel before you? I am still your teacher, regardless of the circumstances. Han Yu did not respond, merely gestured with his hand. The celestial martial artist guards surged forward, surrounding Zhao Yutong in an assault, and under the overwhelming pressure of their prowess and numbers, she was quickly subdued. The gesture was not an apology, but rather a reminder that she still had much to learn. Zhao Yutong's arms W upon hearing the encouragement from Zhao Yutong, Tang Chen's eyes brimmed with excitement. While a stronger battle intent surged within his heart, he was determined to strive, to fight, and to surpass Han Yu, trampling him underfoot and redeeming past humiliations. Meanwhile, as the protagonist group was honing their skills, Han Yu commenced his own training, observing the various forbidden techniques collected by his subordinates. Merely reading the descriptions of the excruciating practices made Han Yu's scalp tingle. Yet, upon glancing at the ample malevolent points displayed on the system panel, a smile crept onto his face, and no longer hesitating, Han Yu promptly began his cultivation according to the instructions of the technique. Let us practice, he thought. After all, he bore no burden of negative repercussions. He could practice without complaint. Ding! You are consuming refined steel, using iron slurry to temper your body, commencing the cultivation of the golden body technique. Ding! The steel balls dissolve in your stomach as the technique circulates, melding into your organs and limbs. A piercing agony envelopes your body and mind, while the searing iron slurry scorches your flesh. An indescribable pain continuously assaults you. Ding! After enduring suffering beyond what ordinary beings can withstand, your secret technique, the golden body technique, has reached perfection, awakening your innate S-level talent, iron skin and steel bones. Chapter 10. Resurrect, my beloved ones. Han Yu never anticipated that the golden body technique could genuinely stimulate the awakening of his physical talents. However, upon seeing the consumption of malevolent points, he felt a shiver of dread. Ding! During your cultivation of the golden body technique, a cumulative total of 500,000 malevolent points have been consumed. All side effects have been transferred. Previously, having ruthlessly tormented Tang Qian and others, Han Yu had amassed over 600,000 malevolent points, most of which originated from the formidable Zhao Yutong. The collection ratio of these malevolent points seemed to correlate with cultivation levels. The higher the level, the greater the malevolent points generated in a single instance. With such numerous side effects, he wondered if they could endure it. Contemplating this, Han Yu shook his head. Whether they could endure or not was irrelevant. All he needed to do was focus on his cultivation. If they could withstand it, they would continue to survive. If not, they could perish. He held no affection for the protagonist group, like Atrax like, and these protagonists were hardly exemplary individuals, nor were their companions any better. With this thought, Han Yu wasted no words and directly retrieved the pills purchased by his subordinates, shoving them into his mouth. At that very moment, while Han Yu was diligently training, in the gravity chamber of Tianfu Martial Academy, Tang Chun, under the pressure of the gravity formation and the resources provided by Zhao Yutong, experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation, effortlessly breaking through to become a true martial artist, and still had momentum to spare. True martial artist, 2nd star. True martial artist, 3rd star. True martial artist, 4th star. Within just a few hours, Tang Chen's cultivation soared dramatically. Witnessing this, Zhao Yutong was utterly astonished, her face lighting up with joy. Excellent. It appears your talent exceeds my expectations. Perhaps your recent brush with death has awakened your potential. Tang Chun was equally elated, a smile spreading across his face. Han Yu, did you ever imagine I would grow so rapidly? That which cannot kill me will ultimately make me stronger. Your insults and trampling are merely fuel for my growth. At this rate of cultivation, within 10 days at most, I will surely trample you beneath my feet. Filled with vigor and confidence, Tang Chen discovered that under Han Yu's relentless torment, the barriers within him seemed to have been shattered, allowing his cultivation to advance with unstoppable momentum. With this in mind, he channeled his energy, drawing closer to the center of the gravity chamber point, 60 times gravity, 70 times gravity. The closer he got to the center, the stronger the gravitational pressure became, and Tang Chun felt his inner potential being unleashed even further. He felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if he might burst. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, he thought he heard the sound of his cultivation bottleneck shattering. What a delightful sound! Before Tang Chun could revel in his triumph, he heard several gasps from behind him. Frowning in confusion, he wondered what they were shrieking about, interrupting his euphoric moment. Tang Chun, you've exploded. Chu Yinran's beautiful eyes were filled with terror as she pointed at Tang Chin's abdomen. The other girls were equally aghast, rendered speechless by shock. Tang Chen furrowed his brows and looked down, his eyes widening in disbelief. A gaping hole had erupted in his abdomen, his organs spilling forth, an utterly horrific sight. Yet, despite such grievous injuries, he felt not a shred of pain. Why was that? Just as his confusion arose, excruciating agony enveloped him, a truly heart-wrenching torment. His organs felt as though they had been pierced by iron, riddled with wounds, no longer able to function normally. He let out a wail of despair before promptly fainting. Brother Qin, Lu Xinyao's eyes brimmed with concern. What on earth happened? Teacher Zhao, quickly deactivate the gravity formation. Zhao Yutong hastily shut down the gravity chamber's formation, and several rushed to Han Yu's side, their eyes full of worry. Do not fret. Tang Chen possesses an S-level immortal bloodline. He can withstand this injury. Upon hearing Zhao Yutong's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This injury did not appear to be caused by the gravitational pressure. It was far too strange. Zhao Yutong's brows knitted together as she pondered the cause of Tang Chen's injury. Lu Xinyao seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "It must be Han Yu. That scoundrel surely poisoned Brother Qin again. What a despicable villain!" Lu Xinyao recounted the events that had transpired, and Zhao Yutong's frown deepened. "From what you say, it seems you are not poisoned but rather afflicted by some sort of curse. Curses may be rare among ordinary human martial artists, yet they were frequently encountered among the alien races. Zhao Yutong, being a celestial martial artist, possessed extensive experience, having witnessed numerous instances of those cursed suddenly perishing in gruesome ways." Upon her words, terror spread across their faces. "Oh no, that fiend couldn't have cursed us as well, could he?" Chu Yinran spoke up immediately. As soon as the words left her lips, the expressions of everyone darkened further. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Xinyao's abdomen erupted with a series of explosive sounds, her organs spilling forth like Tang Chen's. Zhu Yuting stumbled back in fright. Yet, before she could retreat far, she too felt a tumult in her abdomen, similarly suffering a horrific fate. Chu Yinran's face turned pale, hastily clutching her abdomen, but it was in vain. The next moment she too felt excruciating pain. Seeing the three women in such dire straits, Zhao Yutong swallowed hard. Surely Han Yu, being merely a true martial artist, cannot curse me as well, right? Zhao Yutong thought, but before her thoughts could settle, her own organs began to twist in agony. However, unlike the other three women, hers did not explode. It felt as if she were being inundated with molten iron, the intense pain washing over her. Even with Zhao Yutong's celestial martial artist cultivation, the relentless torment became unbearable, causing her to faint from the agony. Thankfully, her life was not in peril, but the other three women were on the brink of death. "Brother Chen, I am going to die." Lu Xinyao crawled to Tang Chen's side, who seemed to sense something and gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing the three women on the verge of death, Tang Chen's entire being trembled. These were all women he cherished. How could they be on the brink of death? An overwhelming sorrow surged within him, and the power of his bloodline surged forth, rapidly healing the horrific injuries. This was the power of his immortal bloodline. Tang Chen immediately activated his immortal bloodline energy, channeling it into Lu Xinyao, whose once fading life began to revive. Seeing the effect, Tang Chen's face lit up with joy, and he swiftly directed the immortal bloodline energy to Chu Yinran and Zhu Yuting as well. All three women were on the verge of death, yet under Tang Chen's care, they gradually transformed from peril to safety. Witnessing this, Tang Chun felt a surge of exhilaration and bellowed, "Rise again, my beloved ones." Chapter 11. Breakthrough to the fourth stage Earth Martial Artist. The three women gradually awakened under Tang Chen's ministrations. Even their grievous injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. If Han Yu were present, he would surely exclaim in disbelief, "Their intestines have burst forth, and yet they can still be saved. How is that even remotely plausible?" The protagonist's halo should not be this outrageous. After awakening, the three women were filled with gratitude upon realizing that it was Tang Chun who had saved them. Lu Xinyao would have loved nothing more than to bear Tang Chen's child on the spot. Zhu Yuding, however, lamented silently. What a pity! If only Tang Chen's equipment hadn't been damaged, she wouldn't mind becoming his woman. Now, although she was immensely grateful for Tang Chen's life-saving grace, she could only remain good friends with him. Observing the grateful gazes of the three women, Tang Chun felt a surge of satisfaction. This was his charm, something that not even that scoundrel Han Yu could compare to. Zhao Yutong was also gradually regaining consciousness. She had suffered the most severe backlash from the side effects. Yet her high cultivation level meant she had recovered significantly even without Tang Chen's assistance. However, her organs still felt discomfort, and full recovery would likely require some time. Seeing that Tang Chun and the others were no longer in danger, she sighed in relief, then furiously exclaimed, "That Han Yu is truly vile beyond measure. I, Zhao Yutong, have never encountered such a scoundrel, to lay a curse upon us." Consumed by rage, her hatred and murderous intent towards Han Yu surged unabated. The remaining three women were utterly exhausted, but they gradually began to recover, filled with righteous indignation. Teacher Zhao was indeed correct. Such scoundrels deserve to perish, as they were nothing short of a disgrace to humanity. Why don't we jointly report him and let the martial arts pavilion deal with this scum? I have already sent a message to the elders of our clan, but given this rascal's audacity, his family background must be formidable. I suspect that even a report would be futile. The group discussed fervently, growing angrier by the moment, each one wishing they could flay Han Yu alive. Zhao Yutong spoke in a solemn tone. Rest assured, I have already reported his actions to the higher-ups at the Martial Academy. I believe they will return to deliver justice upon receiving the news. Moreover, I have received information from other teachers indicating that this scoundrel had the audacity to kill El Mao within the Thunderstorm's secret realm. The El family has already been notified and is rushing back from other planets. It is said that they have dispatched a martial marquis, and that Tang Chun will undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. Upon hearing Zhao Yutong's words, everyone was filled with excitement. However, their elation was short-lived as they suddenly felt overwhelming discomfort, an array of pains assailing them. What is happening? It hurts so much, Brother Chen. Save me, please. No. Tang Chun, witnessing the suffering of the women he cherished, felt a wave of pain wash over him as well. The source of all this agony was, of course, Han Yu, who was incessantly consuming various elixirs. You are continually consuming the Xin-grade body refining pill. Each side effect transfer requires the expenditure of 10,000 malice points, which are being evenly distributed to enemies. With each body refining pill consumed, your muscles, blood, tendons, bones, and internal organs seem to ignite like kindling, as powerful energy begins to refine the true essence within you. The pain of your flesh burning is indescribable, far beyond what an ordinary person can endure. After enduring trials akin to the brink of death, your true essence begins to undergo a transformation. Your true essence is being converted into Xian power. Every strand of Xian power circulating through your body is infused with incredible strength. A truly wondrous power. You have shattered the barriers of a true martial artist and become a Xian martial artist. As Han Yu ingested pill after pill, the extraordinary power continued to refine his physique, with all side effects being irrelevant to him. His cultivation soared. Xian martial artist 1 star. Xian martial artist 2 stars. Xian martial artist 6 stars. Xian martial artist 7 stars, with hundreds of thousands of malice points consumed. Han Yu's cultivation surged directly to the late stage of Xian martial artist. Having depleted his previous malice points, Han Yu could only sigh in regret. The progress is too slow. I thought I could reach Xian martial artist 9 stars. Alas, I must strive harder. If anyone were to overhear his words, they would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap to his face. How could he complain about the speed of his cultivation after such a significant surge? Han Yu glanced at the dozen bottles of body-refining pills on the table, feeling a sense of insatiable desire. The sensation of consuming these pills was rather exhilarating, making it impossible to stop. Unfortunately, the malice points were still too few. Just as Han Yu sighed, a large influx of malice points rapidly entered his account. Ding! You have received killing intent 999 from Lu Xinyao, hatred 999. You have received killing intent 2333 from Zhao Yutong. You have received killing intent from Tang Chun. The protagonist group's malice points towards Han Yu continuously refreshed, and in just a few minutes, it surged by over 200,000. Han Yu could hardly suppress a grin. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Han Yu never anticipated that being resented could be so delightful. He even worried that these individuals might not have enough time to harbor resentment against him. So while consuming pills, he opted for delayed feedback on the side effects. Ding. You have chosen to delay the feedback of side effects. These side effects will accumulate until they reach the target's current tolerance limit, at which point they will erupt instantaneously. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Han Yu's face. This was splendid. Even if he couldn't eliminate that little rascal Tang Chun, his companions would surely be unable to withstand it. Han Yu prepared to unleash a grand scheme, opting for complete delayed feedback and then ravenously consuming more elixirs. As the malice towards Han Yu from the protagonist group continued to refresh. He kept devouring pills. Only when their malice points began to plateau did Han Yu cease his consumption. During this time, his cultivation continued to soar. Xian Martial Artist 8 stars. Xian Martial Artist 9 stars. Stuck at the pinnacle of Xian Martial Artist for some time, Han Yu swallowed several Xian-grade elixirs but still failed to break through the limit. He decided to go for broke. Ding. You have consumed a D-grade death-defying pill. Transferring side effects will require 100,000 malice points. At this moment, your life seems to have reached a dead end. All your strength converges, choosing to go all in to break through to a higher realm. Should you fail, your life will come to an end. Should you succeed, you will be reborn. Ding! The Xian power within you transforms boundlessly, coalescing into magnificent terrestrial might, elevating you to a higher realm. Your Xian power has metamorphosed into earthly fiend power, and you have become an earth martial artist. Chapter 12. I want to engage in a life-and-death battle with Han Yu. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Han Yu was filled with exhilaration, exclaiming in astonishment, "Who says hard work is in vain? This is the reward of diligence. My current cultivation is entirely due to my relentless perseverance, along with the system's minuscule contributions." Han Yu reveled in his success. If only this system possessed human emotions, hearing his shameless declarations would undoubtedly trigger a wave of malice points. Meanwhile, as Han Yu indulged in his elixirs, the protagonist group found themselves unable to harbor any more resentment towards him. A myriad of side effects descended upon them, overwhelming their feeble cultivation. After all, Han Yu was consuming Xian-grade elixirs, which typically required at least a Xian martial artist to withstand the side effects. And even then, one could not endure too many at once. Han Yu's reckless consumption of pills, even if only the side effects, accumulated into a lethal consequence. The side effects of each body-refining pill washed over the protagonist group. Zhao Yutong, the strongest among them, felt merely a burning sensation within her organs and limbs. However, Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding, possessing the least cultivation, were the first to succumb. With a wail, they discovered that their flesh was beginning to ignite. "No, Brother Qin, it hurts, it hurts," Lu Xinyao cried out in despair. Tang Chen was at a loss, immediately activating the power of his immortal bloodline in an attempt to save Lu Xinyao. Yet, at that moment, he too felt the searing pain coursing through his body as moisture evaporated from within him. Zhao Yutong was the first to react. She opened the door to the training room and seized Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding, rushing outside. The speed of a Tian martial artist was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they emerged into the open air. She soared through the sky and landed halfway up a small peak. Calling out, "Teacher Li Shui, come quickly. A student is spontaneously combusting." Hearing her urgent cry, many teachers and students practicing nearby looked up, gasping in astonishment at the sight of Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding's bodies ablaze. What the hell? How did they catch fire? I don't know. Could it be some kind of fire attribute awakening? Is this a competition of flames? The Tian martial artist, named Li Shui, stepped into the air and appeared before Zhao Yutong. Immediately channeling her energy, a chilling aura of celestial power surged forth, causing the moisture in the air to condense into falling snowflakes. Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding's bodies were entirely encased in ice, rendered into beautiful ice sculptures. "Teacher Zhao, what on earth is happening?" Li Shui asked, perplexed. Zhao Yutong could only summarize succinctly, "It seems they have fallen victim to some sort of curse." Upon hearing this, Li Shui's expression changed dramatically as she placed her hands upon the two icy figures. "This is bad. If it is indeed a curse, even if I can stop their bodies from igniting, I cannot prevent the loss of their life force. These two students are doomed. Hearing Li Shue's words, Zhao Yutong's face turned pale. She never expected that two of her recently accepted students would be on the brink of death, causing her heart to churn with resentment toward Han Yu. That scoundrel, over trivial grievances, was on the verge of taking lives. He was utterly inhumane. Zhao Yutong spoke in a fury. She then added, Teacher Li, I have two more students who are also afflicted by the curse. Please accompany me to help them. All right. Zhao Yutong and Li Shue flew back with the two ice sculptures. Chu Yanran and Tang Chun stumbled into the courtyard, both of them looking horrifically battered. Their skin cracked like parched earth. Upon seeing this, Li Shue immediately channeled her energy toward the two. The freezing energy surged into their bodies, and they immediately felt a significant improvement. Tang Chun recovered the fastest. Possessing an immortal bloodline, as long as he was not completely obliterated at once, he was like an indestructible cockroach, so his rapid recovery was unsurprising. As for Chu Yanran, she did not suffer the same dire threat as Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding, both due to her higher cultivation and greater tolerance, as well as the fact that her hatred for Han Yu was not as intense as theirs, resulting in milder side effects. Teacher Zhao? Are Xinyao and Yuding going to be all right? Tang Chin trembled as he looked at the two ice sculptures. Zhao Yutong sighed heavily. The curse that has beset them runs too deep. They are beyond salvation. Upon hearing these words, Tang Chun let out a heart-rending howl, filled with sorrow and fury. No. These two have been regarded by me as treasures, and I have yet to even partake in their company. Now, they are to perish. Who could endure such a fate? The grief within Tang Chun was ineffable, and his resentment towards Han Yu surged uncontrollably. Han Yu, I shall slay you. I will annihilate your entire family. Xianyao, Yu Ting, I vow to avenge you. With anguish, Tang Chun caressed the two frozen figures, the murderous intent and hatred in his eyes almost palpable. Chu Yanran gazed at the two women encased in ice, her heart heavy with sorrow, yet she dared not harbor any hatred towards Han Yu. Instead, overwhelming fear enveloped her. She dreaded following in the footsteps of the two women, her mind conjuring the image of Han Yu's striking yet slightly sinister visage. A shiver coursed through her, her beautiful legs instinctively pressing together tightly. Had her body not been drained of moisture, she might have succumbed to terror. Zhao Yutong felt little sorrow over the demise of the two women. Her focus lay solely on Tang Chun. Even if all three female students were to perish, her grief would be minimal. However, she still offered some consolation. Little Chun, fear not, and I shall report this to the Martial Academy and seek justice for you. Yet Tang Chan remained deaf to her words, lost in his own mutterings, continuously cursing, I will kill Han Yu. I will exterminate his entire family. In the midst of his extreme rage, a powerful surge of life energy erupted within him. The flora surrounding the small peak swayed violently, streams of vibrant green energy rushing into Tang Chen's body, healing his wounds and refining his physique. Zhao Yutong and Li Shue were momentarily taken aback. Then their faces illuminated with surprise. This is a new talent. They had not anticipated that he would turn misfortune into fortune, awakening yet another gift. As his talent awakened, Tang Chen's cultivation began to ascend rapidly. Soaring to the rank of 9 stars true martial artist, Tang Chun, what exactly have you awakened that grants you such immense benefits? Zhao Yutong was utterly astonished. At this moment, Tang Chen gradually regained his composure. A flicker of joy emerging in his gaze, he too had not foreseen awakening a new talent in a state of such intense fury. After a brief moment of sensing, he spoke in a deep voice. This talent is of S rank, named the Sovereign of Herbs, a wood elemental gift. If Han Yu were present, he would undoubtedly retort, is this truly the protagonist of Chao Dan? Friends and family sacrificed, boundless magical power. Had it not been for Han Yu's own fortuitous circumstances, how could this possibly unfold? Upon hearing Tang Chen's description of the S-rank talent, Zhao Yutong and the others were filled with admiration. With these two S-rank gifts, even a Xuanwu practitioner would likely be no match for him. Tang Chen's confidence surged as he declared fiercely, Teacher Zhao, regardless of the Han family's formidable background, I implore you, in the name of the Martial Academy, to issue a challenge to Han Yu. I demand a duel to the death. Chapter 13. Teacher Zhao, please stay with me. Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, Zhao Yutong contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. Little Chen, Han Yu's current cultivation level is likely also at 9 stars true martial artist. While your chances of defeating him are substantial, they are not absolute. It would be prudent to take some time to consolidate your strength. You now possess 2 S-rank talents, and your cultivation speed far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Given sufficient time, you will undoubtedly surpass Han Yu by a considerable margin. Tang Qin reflected on her words, recognizing their validity. However, upon glancing at the frozen figures of Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding, his anger flared anew. And he resolutely stated, Teacher Zhao, within 3 days, I am confident I can break through to the Xuanwu realm. Please help me issue a challenge to Han Yu, stating that it will be a fight to the death in 3 days. Seeing Tang Qin's obstinacy, Zhao Yutong relented. The path of a martial artist relies on a harmonious balance of body and mind. Now that Tang Chun had witnessed his 2 friends' lives extinguished due to Han Yu, he was undoubtedly consumed by hatred. If not addressed promptly, it would surely hinder his future cultivation. Very well, I shall issue the challenge on your behalf. With 2 S-rank talents, if you break through to the 1st star of Xuanwu, even mid-level Xuanwu practitioners should pose little challenge for you. Understanding the inherent strength of S-rank talents, and recognizing that possessing 2 would yield a synergistic effect, Zhao Yutong prepared some cultivation resources for Tang Chen, urging him to focus on his training while she made her way to the Han family, on Han Yu's side. After fervently consuming pills to elevate his cultivation to the Earth martial artist level, he ceased his training. He discovered that while his cultivation was solid, the rapid advancement had left him with a lack of control, particularly transitioning directly from true martial artist to Earth martial artist. His true essence had only recently transformed into Xuanli, and now it was hastily converting into the higher-grade earth-shattering power. Han Yu felt as if a baby's soul had suddenly inhabited the body of a robust man. Utterly unable to master his own strength, with a mere casual movement, overwhelming power surged forth, the earth-shattering power wreaking havoc in the villa's hall. Valuable furniture was instantly crushed, reduced to dust swirling in the air. Seeing this, Han Yu's lips twitched as he glanced at the system panel, noting that the names of Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding had turned gray, while the malice values associated with Zhao Yutong and Tang Chun continued to rise. His brow furrowed as he pondered, have those 2 brutes perished? Han Yu felt a pang of discomfort, not due to the demise of Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding, but because there remained several thousand malice points yet to be utilized on their list. This is utterly wasteful. Waste is a disgrace. With a thought, Han Yu casually picked up a common-grade blood-boiling pill. While this item no longer served his cultivation needs, he intended to experiment. Beep. You have consumed a common-grade blood-boiling pill. The side effects will require the expenditure of 100 malice points. Please select a target for the transfer. Lu Xinyao. Beep. Transfer successful. Upon receiving the system notification, Han Yu could not suppress a smile, nearly leaping with excitement. How splendid! If the enemy's death allows for the transfer of side effects, I need not rush to consume malice points. I can first fill the hatred meter to the brim and then unleash a grand finale. Of course, others could do this, as they lacked the protagonist's halo. A moment's negligence could lead to their demise. But as for the protagonist Tang Chun, that was another story. Han Yu had no intention of letting this brat have it easy. He would ensure the boy suffered to the point of not recognizing his own mother. With this in mind, Han Yu began to swiftly acclimate to his surging power, and before long, news from the Han family's guards arrived. Young Master Yu, the female teacher from Tianfu Martial Academy, has come to deliver a challenge. Upon hearing this, Han Yu's brow furrowed. Zhao Yutong. He chuckled. How fortuitous. Bring her in. Moments later, Zhao Yutong entered, holding a gilded challenge scroll, her gaze indifferent as she regarded Han Yu. Han Yu, my student Tang Chen wishes to engage you in a duel to the death. Will you accept? A duel to the death? Ha ha ha. Han Yu found it amusing. Of course, I accept. Zhao Yutong was taken aback by his prompt agreement, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Very well, then 3 days hence, at the inner courtyard of Tianfu Martial Academy, we shall meet at Wudong Peak. 3 days from now? Why wait? I could kill him right now. Han Yu's gaze was fierce, radiating an aura of menace. Zhao Yutong trembled, her chest rising and falling rapidly, startled by Han Yu's murderous intent. After catching her breath, she reiterated, I said 3 days from now, not now. I say it's now, then it's now. Han Yu's piercing gaze bore into Zhao Yutong as he coldly declared, Teacher Zhao, do you not agree? Zhao Yutong swallowed hard, inexplicably feeling a sense of trepidation towards Han Yu. Nevertheless, she stood firm that it must be 3 days from now. If you do not agree, I will leave. She needed to afford Tang Chun a few more days, thus increasing their chances. Upon hearing this, Han Yu scoffed. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you take this for a public restroom? Bring her down. At his command, Zhao Yutong's face shifted dramatically, her delicate features turning pale as her voluptuous form trembled violently. With a swift motion, several figures emerged from various corners of the Han residence, all possessing the strength of earth martial artists. Swiftly apprehending Zhao Yutong. Han Yu, you beast! What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Ha ha ha, why, of course, I intend to have my way with you. Han Yu sneered, then struck Zhao Yutong across her delicate face, causing blood to spill from her lips. You scoundrel! I am an instructor at Tianfu Martial Academy. If anything were to befall me, the academy would never let you off the hook. Threatening me? Ha ha, Teacher Zhao. I am in a rather foul mood right now. A sinister smile crept across Han Yu's face. As the ultimate antagonist, he feared nothing other than the protagonist's halo. Do you not wish for me to wait 3 days to kill Tang Chun? That can be arranged, but under one condition. For these 3 days, you must entertain me. As Zhao Yutong beheld Han Yu's devilish visage, her breath nearly hitched. She never imagined she would willingly walk into the jaws of such a perverted beast. Beast? You vile creature! Tears welled in Zhao Yutong's beautiful eyes. Though nearing 30, her figure remained alluringly voluptuous. Yet, in the grand scheme of life, this age was far from advanced, as ordinary people could live well beyond 100 years. And martial practitioners often reach 200 or 300 years of age. Of utmost importance is the fact that Zhao Yutong has devoted herself entirely to her cultivation, remaining untouched by worldly affairs until now. However, it seems she is on the verge of falling into the clutches of this demon. Zhao Yutong bit her crimson lip firmly, her eyes brimming with hatred and murderous intent, yet the predominant feeling was one of humiliation. As she observed Han Yu approaching her with a gag and collar in hand, she could already envision her impending fate. Chapter 14. Your teacher is quite engaging. 3 days later, gazing at the battered and exquisite form lying on the ground, Han Yu wiped his chin and revealed a satisfied smile. He picked up the gilded battle token from the ground and, addressing Zhao Yutong, who resembled a lifeless dog, said, Teacher Zhao, I am off to kill Tang Chun. Thank you for your company these past 3 days. I have been thoroughly pleased. Watching Han Yu's departing figure, Zhao Yutong felt a tumult of emotions. Initially, she believed Han Yu intended to inflict harm upon her, perhaps by scrutinizing her qualifications, yet, she never anticipated that the collar he placed on her was merely a special device to restrict her cultivation, rendering her abilities to that of a mere earth martial artist. Removing the gag from her mouth, she felt a slight soreness in her jaw. How could this scoundrel's cultivation have advanced so swiftly? How did he achieve such a feat? The last time she encountered him, he was merely a true martial artist, yet now he had become an earth martial artist. Tang Chun was certainly no match for him. She had to stop this deadly battle. As Zhao Yutong contemplated her next move, she was intercepted by Han Yu's earth martial artist guard. Teacher Zhao, young master Yu has issued an order. Until his return, please refrain from leaving. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yutong gritted her teeth in fury but dared not voice her dissent. Resigning herself to a mournful sigh. Tianfu Martial Academy. Today, the academy was abuzz with excitement, as it was rumored that the newly admitted genius, Tang Chun, was to engage in a life-and-death battle with Han Yu. Though Tang Chun had only recently joined the inner academy, his reputation had already soared. The reason was simple. He possessed 2 S-grade talents and, in a matter of days, had ascended from a mere mortal martial artist to A. Such a rapid progression was worthy of being chronicled in the annals of Tianfu Martial Academy's history. Coupled with Tang Chun's handsome appearance, he garnered immense admiration from the academy's students. At this moment, the arena at Tianfu Martial Academy was teeming with spectators, comprising students from both the inner and outer academies. Their gazes were fixated on the blue-clad youth standing with closed eyes in the center of the arena. Chattering excitedly among themselves, have you heard? Senior Tang Chun is seeking revenge out of love. His beloved, Lu Xinyao, was killed by that brute Han Yu. Senior Tang Chun awakened 2 S-grade talents in a fit of rage and is now set to confront Han Yu in a life-and-death duel to honor his beloved. Isn't that touching? Huh? Lu Xinyao? Wasn't she Han Yu's fiancée? How did she become Tang Chen's beloved? Forget the details. The sentiment is what matters. A few young men and women approached Tang Chen. Among them a strikingly beautiful girl who spoke up. Junior Tang, I believe you shouldn't rush into revenge. With your talents, if you were to temper yourself a bit more, defeating Han Yu would be much easier. Tang Chen, looking at the beautiful senior, displayed a sorrowful expression. Senior Ningwei, thank you for your advice, but my friend was killed by Han Yu, and their spirits are restless. I must take Han Yu's life to comfort their souls. Otherwise I, Tang Chen, will not rest. Witnessing Tang Chen's loyalty and righteousness, Ningwei couldn't help but sigh and nod. Your character is truly admirable, Junior Tang. I would like to invite you to join our Inner Academy team. Would you be willing? Huh? The Inner Academy team? Does that not require reaching the 7th star of the? I am only at the 2nd star. Feigning surprise, Tang Chen felt an inner delight. Although he had just lost 2 beloved companions, he still had Chu Yinjin and Zhao Yutong by his side, and now Ningwei was added to the mix. Thus, his sorrow over Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding's deaths lasted only a few minutes. Ningwei, after all, was the captain of the Inner Academy team, beautiful, kind-hearted, and immensely powerful, perfectly fitting Tang Chen's criteria for a partner, and he had already included her in his harem list. If he could join the team and fight alongside her, it would surely deepen their bond. Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, Ningwei smiled. With 2 S-grade talents, Junior Tang will likely break through to the 7th star of the in less than half a year. Whether you join early or late, you will still be part of the team. If you join the team sooner, you'll get familiar with the other members, making it easier to complete the tasks of hunting fierce beasts outside the academy. Won't it? Tang Chen nodded. Since Senior Ningwei has said so, I shall respectfully comply. Rest assured, I am confident that within 3 months, I will achieve the 7th star of the and not hold back the team. The members of the Inner Academy team exchanged looks of astonishment, some skeptical, while others believed wholeheartedly. After all, it was reasonable for a genius with 2 S-grade talents to possess such confidence. Tang Chen had intended to converse further with Ningwei when suddenly a defiant figure caught his eye, Han Yu. Upon seeing Han Yu, Tang Chen's teeth clenched in fury, a surge of hatred and murderous intent coursing through him. Han Yu, noticing the rising malice value on his system panel, smirked slightly and coldly remarked, "What is this? Are you happy to see me? Happy? Not in the slightest," Tang Chen retorted angrily. "You killed Xinyao and Yuding. Today, I will avenge them. I killed them?" "Ha!" Han Yu scoffed. "Are you sure they didn't seek their own demise? Or perhaps you were the one who brought about their end?" "Shut your mouth!" Tang Chen shouted vehemently. "Teacher Zhao said that Xinyao and Yuding were cursed to death by you. Are you too cowardly to own up to it? If I say you killed them, then you did. As for Zhao Yutong, perhaps she will be the next one I toy with." A cruel smile spread across Han Yu's face. Tang Chen's fury intensified. "You dare! As long as I am here, from this day forth, you shall not harm anyone around me," Tang Chen declared passionately to Ha. "Do you still not understand? With you here, I will toy with everyone around you." Han Yu shook his head, wearing a playful smile. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, your mentor, Zhao Yutong, has been accompanying me these past few days. She is truly quite engaging." At this revelation, Tang Chen suddenly realized that Zhao Yutong had been missing for 3 days. During this time, he had only received a single text message from her stating that Han Yu had agreed to the life and death battle and that he should prepare himself. After that, there was no further communication. Tang Chen had been absorbed in his cultivation and had made new acquaintances, thus paying little attention to Zhao Yutong's whereabouts. If what Han Yu said was true, had Zhao Yutong truly been with him all this time? The mere thought of Han Yu's twisted smile made Tang Chen's blood boil, causing his face to flush with rage. His beautiful mentor, whom he had yet to embrace, had been toyed with by Han Yu? Damn it! Enraged, Tang Chen charged at Han Yu, shouting, "Scoundrel, I will kill you." Chapter 15. I see you as a songstress tyrant. As Tang Chen stormed toward Han Yu, the audience in the stands was on high alert. It's about to begin. I'm betting that Han Yu won't last 10 rounds against Tang Chen. Ha! You underestimate the dual S-grade talents too much. I doubt Han Yu can last even 10 seconds. Most students were rooting for Tang Chen, and the reason was clear. This young man had taken on several senior students from the Inner Academy over the past 3 days and had single-handedly defeated them all. Despite being only a 2nd star, he had managed to overpower 6th star, a feat that left everyone in awe. Han Yu's record, on the other hand, consisted solely of defeating Chu Yinjin, a mid-level true martial artist. This man, who only bullied women, was looked down upon by many as Tang Chen charged toward Han Yu. He shouted passionately, "Today, I, Tang Chen, shall represent justice and put an end to your evil existence." Listening to such melodramatic lines, Han Yu could only feel exasperated. He pinched his ear, still ringing from the noise, and his lips twitched in disbelief. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Before he could finish, Han Yu casually extended a solid fist, striking Tang Chen squarely in the face. Boom. Han Yu's speed. Tang Chen felt his face burn with embarrassment as he glanced toward the nearby stands, where Senior Ning Wei was watching the battle. From her gaze, he sensed a hint of disappointment. A fierce resentment welled up within him as he shot a venomous glare at Han Yu, blaming this scoundrel for masquerading as a weakling. Tang Chen's animosity toward Han Yu surged, and with a swift motion, he sprang to his feet, twisting his neck in a feigned nonchalance. "Heh, I underestimated your abilities, so I allowed you to strike first. I didn't anticipate your strength would be so feeble." Seeing Tang Chen still putting on airs, Han Yu merely smiled faintly. "Oh, perhaps you should wipe the blood from your nose before boasting." It was then that Tang Chen realized his nose had been smashed in by Han Yu's punch. Blood gushing forth like a leaky faucet, he immediately activated his undying bloodline and the Sovereign of Herbs, rapidly healing his internal injuries. With a mocking chuckle, Tang Chen declared, "Fine, you've had your chance. This time, I shall unleash my full power." He dared not be careless any longer. Both of his S-rank talents ignited, a dense aura of mysterious energy enveloping him, radiating a formidable presence. Among the audience, many martial arts instructors displayed expressions of admiration. Truly, with dual S-rank talents, his aura was even more solid than many 6- or 7-star Xuanwu practitioners. Genius is indeed genius. Not only does their cultivation progress swiftly, but their foundation is also far more solid than that of many who have toiled tirelessly. If Tang Chen were to go all out now, Han Yu would have no chance of victory. It was time to prepare to rescue him, for his identity was shrouded in mystery, and he could not afford to perish at Tianfu Martial Academy. While the instructors were conversing, Tang Chen had already dashed to Han Yu's front, immediately unleashing his strongest talent, martial skill, Silver Serpent Entwined. On the cement floor, countless strands of mysterious energy coalesced into silver-blue grass leaves, swirling toward Han Yu like serpents. This was the talent martial skill of the Sovereign of Herbs, capable of growing stronger alongside Tang Chen's cultivation, far surpassing ordinary postnatal martial skills. Just a day or two had passed, and Tang Chen's Silver Serpent Entwined had already grown stronger. Even now, he estimated that he could not escape its bindings in a short time. A 5th-star Xuanwu senior who had sparred with Tang Chen expressed his admiration. Yet before he could finish, a resounding explosion echoed through the arena as Han Yu stomped the ground. Boom! The bluestone floor cracked, rubble flying, and the air around them trembled. The silver-blue grass ropes that touched Han Yu were shattered into dust, as if they had never existed. "What?" Tang Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, Han Yu unleashed another punch, crashing it directly onto his head. Boom! Blood sprayed forth as Tang Chen's body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, falling into a state of unconsciousness akin to that of an infant. Witnessing this scene, the entire audience gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? This must be a trick. Another instant knockout. What the hell? What did I just witness? With mere physical strength, he defeated a dual S-rank talent Xuanwu practitioner. This is outrageous. The audience buzzed with chatter, while Ning Wei, the captain of the Inner Academy team, subsequently, the long spear tightened suddenly, and Ning Wei felt an overwhelming force surging towards her along the weapon, causing her tiger's mouth to split apart, and the spear slipped from her grasp in an instant. In the next moment, Han Yu had already closed in on her, and a flicker of astonishment appeared in Ning Wei's beautiful eyes. She immediately exerted all her strength, fully unleashing her innate abilities. With a resounding slap, torrents of flames surged forth towards Han Yu, the searing heat so intense that it could melt steel in an instant. Ning Wei held nothing back in this strike. But a moment later, a flicker of concern crept into her heart. She feared that this blow would reduce Han Yu to ashes. However, she quickly realized that this was merely her own illusion. Before the roaring flames could reach Han Yu, they were halted by an overwhelming force of earth element energy, not even leaving a trace on his garments. Earth warrior. How is it possible? How can you be an earth warrior? Ning Wei felt as though her breath was about to catch in her throat. She had never entertained such a notion. Han Yu, an earth warrior, and his aura was even more formidable than her own. At her age, reaching the rank of a 3-star earth warrior placed her at the pinnacle among her peers in the Tianfu Martial Academy in recent years. Yet, Han Yu seemed to have already attained the status of a 4-star earth warrior. How could he have achieved this? You, of all people, are an earth warrior. Why can't I be? Han Yu sneered, then directly seized Ning Wei's delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Ning Wei's long, fair legs thrashed helplessly, her pretty face flushed from the strain. Heh, if you wish to save Tang Qian and be the one to stand out, then allow me to show you what it truly means to stand out. With a fierce tug, Han Yu slammed Ning Wei to the ground, then ruthlessly stepped on her back. Blood oozed from her back, revealing a pitiful sight. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Ning Wei cried out in pain, tears brimming in her beautiful eyes. Her silver teeth grinding audibly, wishing nothing more than to slay Han Yu. Observing her wine-red twin ponytails thrashing about, Han Yu seized them without hesitation. Get off! You get off me! Ning Wei felt a profound humiliation. She had never envisioned being so ruthlessly beaten in front of so many witnesses. Meanwhile, Tang Qian, witnessing this scene, felt as though his heart was about to explode. Han Yu, why he was utterly unconvinced that Han Yu could match his rate of growth. The mere thought of impending revenge caused Tang Qian's lips to curl upward in a triumphant smile. His intense hatred and murderous intent towards Han Yu had diminished, not because he felt any less animosity, but rather because joy had momentarily lifted his spirits, allowing him to forget his malice. Meanwhile, Han Yu had also noticed this shift, his brow furrowing in concern. Had that guy's malice value not refreshed in quite some time? Han Yu ceased his output towards Ning Wei and turned his gaze to Tang Qian, who was grinning with unrestrained delight, seemingly oblivious to the situation. What are you laughing at? Han Yu exclaimed, charging forward and delivering a powerful kick to Tang Qian's face, sending him soaring through the air like a discarded sack. The fantasies swirling in Tang Qian's mind were shattered by that single blow. And only then did he realize that Han Yu was now standing on his face. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within him, and his negative emotions towards Han Yu began to spike. Upon receiving a new report from the system, Han Yu felt a slight sense of satisfaction. Yet, he seized Tang Qian by the collar, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through to the depths of his soul. You insignificant fool, what were you just laughing about? Confronted by Han Yu's murderous glare, Tang Qian felt as though he had been plunged into an icy abyss, instinctively averting his eyes. Look me in the eye. You wretch, Han Yu commanded, gripping his neck and looming over him. How dare you? The voice of Lan Qingya echoed in Tang Qian's mind. Little Qin, do not fear him. I shall teach you the secret techniques of the Grass Emperor clan. Never mind, time is of the essence. I will take control of your body. Upon hearing this, Tang Qian immediately began to chant in his mind. All right, Auntie, you must help me exact my revenge. Rest assured, victory is guaranteed. Lan Qingya assured him confidently, I in my prime. I was an emperor of demons. Even if your cultivation is a level beneath his, I can still slay enemies beyond my rank. Tang Qian, no longer wasting words, surrendered himself completely, allowing Lan Qingya's spirit to take control of his body. Boom. What a feeble body, but sufficient to defeat a mere earth martial artist. Lan Qingya mused to herself, astonished that her first return to the world after years of dormancy was through a borrowed body. However, before her thoughts could settle, Han Yu, noticing Tang Qian's prolonged silence, delivered a resounding slap to his face. At that moment, a wave of fury surged within Lan Qingya. As a former emperor of demons, to be slapped so soon after borrowing a body was intolerable. How audacious! Lan Qingya's voice thundered through Tang Qian's consciousness, and with a surge of silver-blue patterns emanating from her, she unleashed a portion of the grass goddess power. Seeing the transformation in Tang Qian, Han Yu's brow knitted in concern. He could clearly sense a shift in the young man's aura. Previously, Han Yu had perceived Tang Qian as a pretentious, self-important individual. But now he felt an overwhelming presence of authority. His instincts warned him that something was amiss. Casting a glance at the system panel, Han Yu's lips curled into a smirk. You have received malice 9,999? Hatred 9999, anger. Oh, how delightful. things are beginning to take an interesting turn. Han Yu displayed a villainous grin, exuding an aura of arrogance. He recognized the name Lan Qingya, one of the protagonist's key advantages that would greatly assist him in the latter stages of the narrative. He had not anticipated that within just a few chapters, he would force this individual out into the open. How incredibly thrilling this plot was. Han Yu felt a surge of excitement, his blood coursing with fervor. Meanwhile, as Lan Qingya unleashed the powers of the Grass Emperor's mark, the surrounding stone floor cracked, and from the earth emerged thriving plants, transforming the arena into a lush grove. We are the rulers of flora. Commanding all grasses and trees, this technique is known as all things as soldiers. Lan Qingya's voice resonated within Tang Chen's soul, as the plants morphed into armed soldiers, charging towards Han Yu. Each of these plant warriors possessed strength no less than that of the Xin level. With several of the leading figures reaching the Earth level, No1 could have anticipated that Tang Chen had such a hidden trump card, leaving everyone astonished. On the ground, Ning Wei lifted her head. Her beautiful eyes filled with surprise, soon overshadowed by anger. She had exhausted herself to aid this junior, only to discover he had been concealing such a formidable secret. It was utterly infuriating. Tang Chen, witnessing his aunt's display of such formidable martial prowess, felt a surge of exhilaration. Auntie, quickly help me defeat him. Without needing further prompting, Lan Qingya vowed to ensure such a scoundrel did not survive. The plant warriors surged forward, intent on overpowering Han Yu. Meanwhile, Han Yu's earth martial artist guards wore grave expressions, prepared to intervene at any moment. Minter Dujin silently rejoiced, fervently praying that Han Yu would be vanquished by those plant warriors. However, before his thoughts could settle, a flash of lightning erupted from the verdant grove. Han Yu unleashed his thunderous wings, crackling with electricity, and unleashed a barrage of lightning upon the plant warriors, with a series of resounding booms. The plant soldiers were obliterated, reduced to mere ashes. Lan Qingya's heart raced with shock as she exclaimed, "He possesses the thunder talent. This is a natural counter to my Grass Emperor clanus abilities. Why did you not inform me?" Tang Chun, feeling a sense of grievance, stammered, "You never asked me. You are unworthy of trust." Lan Qingya snapped, her frustration boiling over. Despite being his aunt, she felt a strong urge to reprimand him. "My inquiries are unnecessary, for you should have disclosed this on your own. Such a lack of awareness is utterly disgraceful." The technique she had just employed, all things as soldiers, was capable of annihilating any Earth martial artist below the 7 stars rank. But if that martial artist possessed fire or thunder attributes, the outcome would be drastically different. The plant soldiers continued to be decimated by Han Yu's relentless lightning strikes, each one exploding into fragments. Utterly defenseless. Even those few who managed to approach Han Yu found their wooden weapons ineffective against him. Han Yu boasted an S-rank talent, copper skin, iron bones, rendering his physical body far superior to that of his peers. "All of you perish," Han Yu declared, delivering a punch to each plant warrior in rapid succession, unstoppable in his onslaught. Tang Qian, witnessing the unfolding disaster, anxiously inquired, "Auntie, what should we do?" "What to do? The best course of action is to retreat." Lan Qingya, taking control of Tang Chen's body, urged him to flee the arena. Tang Chun felt a pang of reluctance. To escape in front of so many spectators felt excessively humiliating. Sensing his emotions, Lan Qingya coldly scoffed, "Fool, with your talent, it is merely a matter of time before you exact revenge. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be rushed. Can you not endure this minor humiliation?" Chastened by Lan Qingya's reprimand, Tang Chen dared not express further feelings and quietly acquiesced. "I understand, Auntie. I, Tang Chun, shall double my efforts and avenge today's disgrace." As he silently vowed, a thunderous roar echoed. "Who dares to leave?" Han Yu's voice resounded like a demonic growl. "This is a life-and-death battle. If you wish to leave today, you must do so sideways." With that, 2 colossal feet descended upon Tang Chen's head, driving him into the earth. Blood sprayed forth, and the sound of bones cracking echoed. A testament to the sheer power behind the blow. In the audience, students were left in awe, cheering at the spectacle. "Wow, that kick was incredible. What technique is that?" "I know. It must be called 9 Heavens Thunderclap Kick." As Tang Chen was driven into the ground, had he not possessed 2 formidable bloodlines, a typical Earth martial artist would have been obliterated entirely. Before he could register the pain coursing through his body, a massive hand grasped his neck, piercing eyes that gleamed like those of a hawk bore down upon him, making him feel as though his very soul was being pierced up. No, please don't kill me. I beg you, if you spare me, I will never oppose you again. Tang Chun could not help but plead, terror etched across his face. He was genuinely afraid. The sensation of being perpetually suppressed, regardless of his efforts to break free, was utterly despairing. He had initially believed that with the aid of his aunt's emperor spirit, he could reclaim his dignity, only to find that even she could not withstand Han Yu's relentless assault. In that moment, all Tang Chun desired was to escape Han Yu, as far away as possible. But how could Han Yu entertain such a request? Do you think I would believe you? Han Yu scoffed disdainfully. This scoundrel would not have pursued vengeance across lifetimes if he were truly so magnanimous. Tang Chun was nothing if not vindictive. Should Han Yu spare him, he would never rest easy as the grand villain. You must believe me. I swear on my life. Tang Chun trembled, his eyes brimming with desperation, appearing utterly pitiable. Han Yu let out a scoff, thinking to himself that if it weren't for the system panel constantly refreshing his malicious value towards this brat, he might have truly believed him. However, a sudden spark of wicked amusement ignited within him. He smiled at Tang Chun and said, "Very well. If you tell me how you were able to unleash a combat technique far beyond your own cultivation just now, I might consider sparing your life." Tang Chun's eyes darted, and he immediately replied, "That was my ancestral secret technique. Just now, in a fit of extreme anger, I somehow unleashed it without understanding why." Upon hearing this, Han Yu's lips twitched, and he swiftly slapped Tang Chun across the face. "What nonsense! Ancestral secret technique? Extreme anger? Why didn't you just do a sliding tackle instead?" As Tang Chun attempted to stubbornly argue, Han Yu coldly interjected, "If you obediently hand over that soul body, I will let you go. What do you say?" At this proclamation, Tang Chun felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Not only he, but even Lan Qingya's soul body was filled with dread. Both were plagued by the same question in their minds. How could he possibly know about this matter? I don't know what you were talking about." Tang Chun stammered, still trying to defend himself. Han Yu delivered another resounding slap. Still pretending, with a flurry of strikes, Han Yu unleashed dozens of slaps upon Tang Chun, before slowly continuing, "I will give you a choice. Either you voluntarily hand over that soul body, and I will spare your life, or I will beat you to death, leaving that soul body without a host, thus rendering it unable to escape." Each word dripped with frost, and Tang Chun trembled uncontrollably. His mind a whirlpool of chaos, he dared not continue his defiance, wavering in uncertainty. Lan Qingya seemed to realize something and urgently stated, "Xiao Qian, you wouldn't truly consider handing me over, would you? Don't be afraid of him. In broad daylight, how dare he kill you in front of so many witnesses? But Aunt, he really dares. Just days ago, he killed a direct descendant of the Martial King family in the secret realm. Witnessed by many, even then, no one could punish him." Tang Chun's voice trembled with uncontainable fear and regret, lamenting that he should never have provoked this fiend. If he could kill a descendant of the Martial King family without consequence, how could his own insignificant background protect him? Moreover, this scoundrel had used some curse to kill Xine Yao and Yu Ting. If it were anyone else, they would have long been investigated by the Martial Restriction Pavilion. Yet he remained untouched. He had no reason to kill at will, and now he was embroiled in a life-and-death battle. Even if he were to die, no one would dare speak against it. The more Tang Chun spoke, the more fear consumed him, to the point where he felt tears welling up. He was still young. He did not wish to die, especially as a virgin. Hearing Tang Chun's desperate pleas, Lan Qingya scoffed coldly. "Why are you explaining so much? Do you really wish to hand me over?" "I'm sorry, Aunt, but if I don't hand you over, once he kills me, you won't be able to hide either. After all, I am your nephew, and you wouldn't want to see me perish, would you?" Tang Chun's words struck a chord with Lan Qingya. Though she had prepared herself for death, being forced to sacrifice herself by her nephew was an entirely different matter. Seeing her nephew so eager to push her away, she felt a profound disappointment. "Humans," she sighed softly, her voice turning icy. "Then why are you still hesitating? As long as you are unwilling, I cannot reside within the Grass Emperor's mark. Hurry, push me out, let me go to my death." With a heavy heart, Tang Chen lamented. I'm sorry, and if my death allows you to survive, I would willingly die in your stead. At these words, Lan Qingya's heart, once as cold as ice, softened slightly. Yet Tang Chen continued, by the way, Aunt, before you leave, could you tell me all the locations of the treasures and the inheritance you know? Buzz. Lan Qingya felt her soul body tremble with fury, followed by a heavy silence. She had not anticipated that Tang Chen cared not for her life or death, but for this instead, leaving her heart filled with desolation. Fine. I will give you everything. She channeled her soul power, flooding Tang Chen's soul sea with a wealth of information, causing his head to throb painfully. Yet upon grasping the various pieces of information, his spirit soared. He paid no mind to Lan Qingya. Within the internal space of the Grass Emperor's mark, her soul body had already faded significantly. Having obtained all the information, he no longer hesitated and declared to Hanyu, Hanyu, as promised, I will hand over that soul body to you. And you will let me go, of course, Hanyu replied with a smile, nodding. With a thought, Tang Chen began to reject Lan Qingya's soul body, and a stream of light burst forth, forming a faint soul shadow before him. This is the soul body. I have handed it over to you. From this moment on, we are no longer connected. As he spoke, he secretly vowed, you scoundrel, once I obtain those treasures and surpass your cultivation, I will surely kill you. Just as Tang Chen prepared to leave the arena, Hanyu suddenly spoke up. I initially thought that you hated me so much that you wouldn't hand over this soul body. I didn't expect this. Upon hearing this, Tang Chen furrowed his brow. I have already complied with your request and handed her over. What more do you want from me? Nothing. I merely wish to inform you that, in truth, I do not eat beef. What? Tang Chen was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Han Yu's words. The implication was clear. I was just deceiving you. Regardless of whether you hand over this soul body, you are destined to die. Boom. Before Han Yu's words had fully settled, he suddenly unleashed a punch that pierced through Tang Chen's chest. Fear and fury filled Tang Chen's eyes. You liar, how could you deceive me? Tang Chen's body fell to the ground like a deflated balloon, his heart brimming with rage and resentment at being duped. He was utterly stunned by Han Yu's shamelessness. Beside him, Lan Qingya was equally shocked, never anticipating that this adversary would be so fickle. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she felt a strange sense of relief. Han Yu had only intended to toy with Tang Chen and to boost his malicious value. He had no intention of honoring any sort of trust. As a villain, he had no need for an image, nor did he care to play the dual role of both protagonist and antagonist. Observing Tang Chen, who lay gasping for breath, Han Yu was suddenly struck by an impulse. Could he kill him right now? With that thought in mind, a surge of murderous intent flooded through him. But just as he was about to act, the heavenly laws intervened. Stop! A commanding voice rang out. Spare him where you can. There is no need to be so ruthless, as we are all classmates. Before the voice had faded, a well-dressed figure appeared beside Tang Chen. This person was tall, donned glasses, and exuded a scholarly demeanor. It was the dean. Everyone recognized him as the dean of the Tianfu Martial Academy, Yu Xiaohang. Esteemed for his expertise in martial theory, he was revered in the martial world as a grandmaster. However, he was not merely a scholar. He was a formidable martial general. Due to various special circumstances, top-tier martial artists were generally prohibited from staying in the Blue Star base for extended periods. Yet, there were exceptions, and Yu Xiaohang was one such case. He produced a medicinal pill, crushed it, and sprinkled it over Tang Chen's wounds, causing them to heal at an astonishing rate. All right, Tang Chen, return and recuperate, he instructed. Thank you, Dean, Tang Chen replied, trembling, unsure why the Dean would extend his help. However, since he had spoken, he believed that Han Yu would not dare to intervene. After all, regardless of how formidable the opponent's background, in this Blue Star, the martial general reigned supreme. Yet, just as he took a step forward, Han Yu's chilling voice echoed from behind. Who allowed you to leave? Tang Chen's body jolted in fright, rendering him motionless. Observing his cowardly demeanor, Yu Xiaohang sighed inwardly. Is this truly the child of that individual? How disappointing for a child of a martial saint to be so feeble. Had he not learned of Tang Chen's identity, along with that individual's assurance, Yu Xiaohang would surely have avoided this quagmire. After all, he had guessed Han Yu's background. His brazen behavior indicated that no one dared to punish him. save for someone from that martial saint family. Both individuals had ties to the martial saint. Yu Xiaohang could not afford to offend either. However, one had offered him ample leverage. Why Yu Xiaohang had initially thought Han Yu would show him some respect and allow Tang Chen to leave. But to his surprise, Han Yu refused to budge. Han Yu, I am permitting him to leave. Do you have any objections? Yu Xiaohang believed that given his reputation and standing, Han Yu ought to show him sufficient respect. After all, even that martial saint referred to him as Grandmaster. You are nothing worth mentioning. Han Yu scoffed. This is a life-and-death battle. If he loses, he must die. Are you suggesting that if you let him leave, you will take his place? At this statement, the arena fell silent. No one could have anticipated that Han Yu would be so brazen as to disrespect the dean of the Tianfu Martial Academy. Yet upon reflection, Han Yu's words held some truth. The rules of a life-and-death battle were indeed as such, determining both victor and vanquished. Otherwise, it cannot be referred to as a life-and-death battle. If the defeated do not perish, shall the victors be the ones to die? Yu Xiaohang was undoubtedly aware of this rule, yet at this moment, he was indifferent to such conventions. All he could think about was that Han Yu had insulted him. Outrageous. I am the headmaster of Tianfu Martial Academy and a martial sage. What is your status compared to mine? How dare you show such disrespect to your elders and teachers? A torrent of fury and murderous intent surged within Yu Xiaohang's heart. He was not known for his magnanimity, and being humiliated by Han Yu in front of so many people was intolerable. A tremendous pressure of spiritual energy surged towards Han Yu, and should an ordinary earth-level martial artist be subjected to this force, they would undoubtedly feel their limbs weaken and collapse to the ground. This was the outcome Yu Xiaohang desired. He would not discuss rules with Han Yu but would instead emphasize decorum and hierarchy. Boom, boom, boom. Han Yu indeed felt an overwhelming pressure, causing the earthly fiend power within him to momentarily stagnate. However, the next instant, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is experiencing adverse effects. Would you like to transfer? Transfer, target. Yu Xiaohang, delay feedback. Han Yu had long since received the malicious points from Yu Xiaohang, and one could not deny that the maliciousness accrued from a martial sage was swift. Just moments ago, after torturing Tang Chun for an extended duration, he had only received a meager 2 to 300,000 malicious points from him. Yet, after merely exchanging a few insults with Yu Xiaohang, within a minute, he had already amassed over 100,000 malicious points. Delightful. Since you wish to oppress me with your cultivation, I shall return it all to you. Han Yu smirked coldly. Seeing that Han Yu not only remained unfazed by his overwhelming might but appeared exceedingly composed, Yu Xiaohang was filled with bewilderment. Could it be that this young man possessed some secret treasure that allowed him to resist the pressure of cultivation? Yu Xiaohang was utterly perplexed and attempted to intensify his oppressive force. This tactic was typically employed by stronger individuals against weaker ones and had always proven effective. If his opponent could not withstand his pressure, it would serve as a lesson, while he could maintain his authority as a martial sage. After all, as a martial sage, it was somewhat unreasonable to strike against a junior. However, should the opponent succumb to his overwhelming presence, he could hardly be blamed. Yet, such a useful tactic was now rendered utterly ineffective, leaving Yu Xiaohang increasingly befuddled, to the point of forgetting his anger towards Han Yu. Noticing that the system panel had not registered any incoming points for several seconds, Han Yu grew anxious and shouted vehemently, "Old bastard, do you think being the headmaster means you can exploit your power for personal gain? Is being a senior merely an excuse for you to bully the juniors? Is Tang Chen your father that you protect him so fiercely?" Han Yu began to unleash a torrent of insults towards Yu Xiaohang, whose anger flared instantly. He could no longer ponder why Han Yu was able to withstand his oppressive force. At this moment, he yearned to strike Han Yu down entirely. Yet, after some contemplation, he decided against it, realizing that such actions would likely draw the ire of even the martial saint. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Han Yu's malicious points continued to soar. Indeed, let the malicious points accumulate. I shall deliver a substantial blow to this old bastard. With the malicious points running low, and this opportunity presenting itself, Han Yu was elated, immediately tapping into his past experiences of sparring with critics online, transforming into a verbal warrior, and sending intimate greetings to the ancestral lineage of Yu Xiaohang. Why Yu Xiaohang was nearly driven to the brink of rage. He considered himself a refined scholar of martial arts and could not possibly engage in a verbal duel with Han Yu. Even if he attempted to, he would undoubtedly be outmatched by this young man. Han Yu's tongue was as rapid as a machine gun, spewing forth words as fragrant as blossoms, reminiscent of the comedic genius in the film Nine-Pin Sesame Official. Even the dead would be revived by such a tirade. In a fit of rage, Yu Xiaohang bellowed, "Han Yu, your blatant disrespect towards your elders is intolerable. By the authority of the headmaster of Tianfu Martial Academy, I hereby expel you." He no longer cared about incurring Han Yu's ire. He was determined to utilize his power to protect Tang Chun and cast Han Yu aside. Upon hearing Yu Xiaohang's declaration, Han Yu scoffed derisively. If he were the protagonist, he would undoubtedly turn and leave, joining another academy and eventually overshadowing Tianfu Academy. Yet, he was the antagonist, a villain with profound connections. "You dare expel me? Ha!" Without further ado, Han Yu gestured to one of the Earth-level martial artist guards. "Bring me the satellite communicator. I need to make an interstellar long-distance call." The guard promptly complied, retrieving the communicator. Han Yu dialed a number, murmuring a few words before hanging up. Yu Xiaohang was unaware of Han Yu's intentions and merely snorted. "Hurry up and leave. Tianfu Martial Academy does not welcome you." Han Yu waved dismissively, chuckling, "Don't be so hasty, old dog. Let the bullets fly for a moment." Moments later, Yu Xiaohang's personal communicator vibrated. He took it out to find it was a call from the Minister of the Department of Martial Education of the Longsha Kingdom. As the call connected, he was met with a barrage of anger. "Why, Yu Xiaohang? Who the hell do you think you are to expel Han Yu? Do you not know his identity?" The minister continued. "From this moment on, you are no longer the headmaster of Tianfu Martial Academy. Get as far away from here as you can." The call abruptly ended, leaving Yu Xiaohang pale as a ghost. He understood that the Han family's influence was vast, but he had never imagined it to be this extensive. One phone call could strip him of his position, authority, and influence. An unfathomable power. Clenching his teeth, he glared at Han Yu. "You are despicable. For your own selfish desires, you exploit your power to strip me of my position. Do you have any idea how much I have contributed to Tianfu Martial Academy over the years?" Han Yu could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. "You old dog are truly amusing. It's acceptable for you to use your authority to oppress others, but I cannot do the same? As for your contributions to Tianfu Martial Academy, are you referring to the introduction of a few foreign, subpar students?" At Han Yu's words, a group of foreign students in the audience could no longer sit still. These students hailed from overseas and had been recruited by Yu Xiaohang with generous scholarships. In contrast, the other Martial Academy students were required to pay substantial tuition fees annually to access various training facilities. However, these foreign students enjoyed free resources and various training subsidies, each receiving resources worth millions annually. Furthermore, Yu Xiaohang encouraged other female students to engage more with these foreign martial arts students, promoting a so-called martial companion system, wherein one male student would be paired with 3 to 5 female students. Han Yu's remark enraged not only Yu Xiaohang but also the foreign students in the audience. A dark-skinned Mers ethnicity student stood up. Speaking in broken Longsha language, "How can you, a Longsha person, speak like this? It is an honor for us to study at your academy. The martial theories of your Longsha kingdom are already outdated. Without our involvement, you will inevitably decline." This Mers student, filled with righteous indignation, possessed considerable strength, having reached the pinnacle of Earth-level martial artists at just over 20 years old. His cultivation level could easily overpower most of his Chinese peers, and he even believed he could suppress Han Yu, given that Han Yu had only recently exhibited mid-level Earth martial artist strength. Han Yu had no intention of dealing with these foreign students at the moment. He had ample time and means for that later. Thus, he coldly retorted, "You there, be quiet. If you wish to pick cotton, I'll send you to the plantation." The Mers student was momentarily stunned, his anger boiling beneath the surface. Observing this, Yu Xiaohang's eyes glinted as if he had found a breakthrough. He immediately sneered, "Han Yu, you are far too arrogant. Our Longsha Kingdom's martial theories have indeed fallen behind many nations, which is why the younger generation is becoming increasingly inferior. Many foreign martial arts students have reached the late stages of true martial artists, while our Longsha students are barely at the early stages of true martial artists, a truly crumbling generation. You think you are a genius, but that is merely because you have locked yourself away and have not encountered true talent." As he spoke, he pointed at the earlier Mers student. Hakasang is a genius among their people. He reached the pinnacle of Earth-level martial artists at the age of 19. What do you compare to him? The student named Hakasang shook his head. Headmaster, I am not considered a genius among my people. True geniuses would never come to a place like Longsha Kingdom, even for money. Yet even I, when placed among your Longsha people, am still among the top geniuses. You are called Hanyu, correct? You just insulted my kin. Dare you engage in a duel with me, a warrior? Upon hearing Ha Kisong's challenge, a smirk crept onto Yu Xiaohong's lips. This was precisely the outcome he had been hoping for as a senior. He could not directly strike against a junior, but Hakasang and Hanyu were of the same generation and could certainly contend with one another. Why Yu Xiaohong believed that given Hanyu's temperament, he would undoubtedly accept the challenge. Once he agreed, he would surely receive a thorough lesson from Ha Chuasang. It was a blatant attempt to use another's hand to eliminate his foe. Hanyu, of course, saw through Yu Xiaohong's intentions and could not help but scoff. You cowardly old bastard. Are you too afraid to act yourself and instead send these people to be scapegoats? Scapegoats? Ha. You truly overestimate yourself. With your strength, it would merely take a flick of Ha Kisong's finger to deal with you. Why Yu Xiaohong continued, determined to provoke Hanyu further. Hakasang crossed his arms, a mocking expression on his face. What is this? You look down upon us foreign students. Are you afraid to duel with me and can only spout empty words? Truly a coward. Fool. Hanyu shot him a cold glance. Do you think you have a say here? Someone, slap him. A celestial warrior, without uttering a word, charged directly towards Hakuei-song, seizing him as one might grasp a hapless chick, and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Despite Hakuei-song being at the pinnacle of earthly martial prowess, he could not withstand the overwhelming might of the celestial warrior. Damn it, you brute, do you only know how to bully others with your power? Hakuei-song exclaimed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Several of his pearly white teeth shattered. You vile brigands from the Longsha Kingdom, is there no one to rein him in? Does having a powerful background grant you the liberty to act with impunity? Apologies, but indeed, a powerful background allows for such indulgence. Should you utter another word, I shall have you eliminated on the spot, your ashes scattered to the winds. Hakuei-song opened his mouth to retort. But upon meeting the murderous gaze of the celestial warrior, he promptly fell silent, his eyes brimming with malice. Observing this, Yu Xiaohong erupted in fury. Hanyu, are you truly so lawless? Hakuei-song is an international student. Do you wish to incite a diplomatic incident? Do you wish to instigate discord among our kind? Though Yu Xiaohong spoke with righteous indignation, in truth, he secretly wished for Hanyu to strike down Hakuei-song. For even the esteemed Wuxing family would surely face public censure for such an act. The Wuxing family was indeed powerful, yet the Blue Star had more than one Wuxing. A total of 36 Wuxing existed among the Blue Star's populace. And the Han family had but a single representative. As he spoke, Yu Xiaohong suddenly unleashed his power, sending the Han family guard, who had been holding Hakuei-song, flying. He then pulled Hakuei-song into the center of the arena and taunted Hanyu with a cold smile. If you truly have the courage, then face Hakuei-song in a fair duel. What say you all? Yu Xiaohong turned to the few foreign students present. Though they were few in number, their average strength was considerable. They had already harbored some resentment towards Hanyu for his actions, and now they voiced their agreement. The dean speaks wisely. If you hold us in such contempt, why do you not dare to battle Hakuei-song? Is it that the people of Longsha can only boast? Damn it, after today, I am utterly disillusioned with Longsha. Tomorrow, I shall return to my homeland and ensure that our people never set foot in Longsha again. You shall never learn our advanced martial theories. The foreign students in the audience erupted in anger, and Hanyu suddenly felt a surge of malicious intent directed towards him, as if a tide of unfamiliar names were pouring in. Generally speaking, common malice would not be recorded by the system. Only malice of a profound degree would yield a count. In essence, those harboring animosity towards Hanyu wished for his demise. In an instant, he found himself the target of collective ire. Any ordinary individual would likely feel discomfort under such circumstances, yet Hanyu wore an expression of delight, genuinely pleased. Yu Xiaohong, who had initially sought to incite the students' emotions, was also quite content, believing Hanyu would feel immense pressure. Though his surprise, Hanyu's demeanor seemed rather jovial. He then gave Hakuei-song a shove and incited, Hakuei-song, do not fear him. I will guarantee your safety. If you defeat him, a generous reward awaits you, and I shall send you back home. With the assurance of a powerful Wuho, Ha Kuei-sang's previous trepidation regarding Han Yu's background dissipated. He stepped forward, his eyes filled with ferocity. Han Yu, if you are a man, let us battle, to hell with you. You are eager to meet your demise, aren't you? Han Yu's gaze turned icy. He understood that Yu Xiaoheng intended to use him as a tool for assassination. Initially, he did not wish to engage with such a fool, but the man's insistence on courting death began to irk him. Ha! If you possess the strength to kill me, then come and try. Ha Kuei-sang, undeterred, invoked his innate talents. As a distinguished student at the Tianfu Martial Academy, he possessed an S-rank talent known as Black Mountain Old Ghost, a peculiar soul-based ability commonly found among the Mo clan. Dark energy swirled around him, his form swelling to transform into a fearsome apparition over 10 feet tall. Die. The two clashed fiercely, with Han Yu endowed with S-rank Xianlei wings and S-rank copper skin iron bones, granting him the power to easily overpower a typical 7-star earthly martial artist. However, Ha Kuei-sang was no ordinary opponent. He too possessed an S-rank talent and was a 9-star earthly martial artist, mere steps away from becoming a celestial warrior. With his combat prowess, he rivaled many novice celestial warriors. Ha Kuei-sang had expected Han Yu to engage in a war of attrition, leveraging his Xianlei wings, but was taken aback when Han Yu fearlessly charged headlong into direct confrontation, employing a reckless strategy of trading injuries. Initially, Ha Kuei-sang brimmed with confidence, but panic soon set in. His soul-based talent bore a critical trait. All attacks inflicted spiritual damage, rendering any martial artist who faced him hesitant to engage directly, fearful of this unavoidable assault. Yet Han Yu remained unfazed, as if impervious to harm. All negative effects that befell him were instantly redirected. Han Yu had no desire to partake in a meaningless brawl, as fighting would only deplete his malicious value, a poor exchange. Why must he be compelled to act, since he was being forced into this? He might as well reclaim the wasted malicious value. With this thought, he unleashed a barrage of punches, shattering Ha Kuei-sang's Black Mountain Old Ghost talent, revealing a visage of terror within. This possession-type soul ability was annihilated by Han Yu, exposing Ha Kuei-sang's true form. Han Yu stomped firmly on the man's head, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. I concede. I concede. Let me go. Ha Kuei-sang trembled, but Han Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. You concede? Since you have lost, you must die? No. Spare me. Before Ha Kuei-sang could finish, Han Yu crushed down with his foot, the dark, lifeless head exploding like a rotten watermelon, crimson and white splattering across the ground. Observing the cold corpse, Han Yu snickered inwardly. Fool, did you think yourself immortal? You sought to provoke me. I can certainly eliminate you. Upon witnessing Ha Kuei-sang's head explode, all present were taken aback, utterly unprepared for Han Yu's brutality. This was an international guest, yet he had killed without hesitation. The foreign students, who had previously cheered for Ha Kuei-sang, now covered their mouths, their gazes towards Han Yu filled with fear and rage. Damn it! You scoundrel! You dare to kill Ha Kuei-sang? He is the child of our chieftain. Our chieftain will not let this slide. A member of the Mo clan glared at Han Yu, eyes ablaze with hatred. Yet Han Yu merely scoffed. Oh, if that is the case, then one death is as good as 10. Let you all perish. Han Yu gestured to several celestial warrior guards, who exchanged glances and in the next moment appeared beside the group of Mo clan members. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial warriors unleashed their fury, commencing a massacre. The area echoed with anguished cries. In mere seconds, the Mo clan members lay slain, the ground awash with a gruesome tableau. Witnessing Han Yu's merciless methods, the other students swallowed hard. This is too ruthless. It feels like a catastrophe is imminent. What catastrophe could arise? Did they not understand Han Yu's background? His audacity stemmed from his lineage. How could he act so brazenly without the backing of a formidable family? Are you referring to that family scion? The towering pillar of the Longsha kingdom, the Shaotian Wuxing? Upon hearing this, it dawned on them. Given such a background, they too would be even more audacious. Moreover, these Mo clan members, akin to parasites, truly deserve to be eliminated. However, if this news reached the Mo continent, Han Yu would likely find himself bereft of any supporters. As the students engaged in fervent discussions, Yu Xiaoheng's smile widened in malevolent glee. Han Yu, you are finished. How dare you unleash such carnage upon foreign guests? I am eager to see how the Han family will shield you. While others believed Han Yu could act without consequence due to the protection of the Han family's wuxing, Yu Xiaohang understood that, given the current interstellar climate, Han Yu's provocations would not be easily dismissed. With this rationale, his opponent could launch a campaign of public outcry, and should Han Yu evade severe punishment, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. As Yu Xiaohang reveled in his machinations, Han Yu's laughter rang out coldly. Old fool, worry not about how the Han family will protect me. You ought to be considering how to preserve your own skin. With that, Han Yu abruptly issued a command, and the cadre of celestial warrior guards swiftly encircled Yu Xiaohang. Ha ha ha, how will I preserve myself? How absurd. You think to lay a hand on me with this motley crew? Yu Xiaohang scoffed. I am a Wuho. Han Yu did not respond but simply clapped his hands. From beyond the arena, another wave of celestial warrior guards surged forth. Altogether, there were now 30 warriors, 10 of whom were late-stage celestial warriors, their prowess exceeding 6 stars. Han Yu's celestial bodyguards from the Blue Star had all gathered here. His earlier confrontation with Ha Kuei-song had been partially to buy time for the arrival of these celestial warriors. Yet even upon witnessing such a formidable assembly, Yu Xiaohang showed no signs of panic. Instead, wearing a mocking smile, "Young man, you may not be aware of the chasm that lies between a Wuho and a Tianwu fighter. Even if this lacks prowess in combat, they pose no threat to me." As Yu Xiaohang spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted around him, unleashing his A-grade possession-type talent, transforming him into a humanoid monster. His A-grade talent, known as the Golden Armored Dragon Cannoneer, enveloped him in a shimmering layer of golden dragon scale armor. His arms morphing into cannon-like appendages, exuding an imposing presence. Since you dare to lay hands upon me, I shall show you what it means to be a Wuho. Yu Xiaohang may not have the audacity to kill Han Yu, but he certainly felt emboldened to slay his guards. Han Yu's repeated insults had pushed his resentment to its peak. Since the opponent was so foolishly brazen, he would unleash a massacre. He had already prepared an escape route, rendering him unafraid of any retribution. With this in mind, Yu Xiaohang raised his cannon-like arms and unleashed a barrage at the 2 Tianwu guards. Boom! Solidified energy erupted forth, sending the guards flying several dozen meters, leaving them gravely injured. In this moment of chaos, the remaining Tianwu guards surged forward, seizing the opportunity while the golden armored dragon cannoneer was reloading, converging upon him with lethal intent. A cold smile appeared on Yu Xiaohang's face as he leaped into the air, intent on creating distance. His speed was remarkable, perfectly capable of evading and picking off these Tianwu guards like a kite. Yet, just as he took flight, he suddenly felt a tumultuous upheaval within, an onslaught of discomfort crashing through him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and crash to the ground. Before he could comprehend the cause, the Tianwu guards swarmed him, unleashing a flurry of martial techniques upon him. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Confusion enveloped Yu Xiaohang. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming barrage of debuffs, rendering him utterly powerless, a mere lamb for slaughter. Meanwhile, Han Yu had already procured high-grade elixirs brought by his personal guards and began consuming them. These elixirs were of the Earth grade, scarce on Blue Star, acquired by his guards from various black markets across the land. Han Yu, indifferent to everything else, glanced at the ample malice value displayed on his system panel, and without hesitation, swallowed them all. Current remaining malice value, 3,600,000. You have ingested 20 Earth Fiend pills. The total cost of side effects transfer will be 2 million malice value. Transfer target, Yu Xiaohang. As the Earth Fiend pills settled in his stomach, Han Yu's physique began to undergo a profound metamorphosis. Each Earth Fiend pill is infused with potent Earth Fiend energy, Wind Fiend, Water Fiend, Metal Fiend. Countless fiendish energies permeate your organs, spreading throughout your limbs, eroding every cell in your body. The agony is akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. You endure the torment of countless fiendish energies, ultimately arriving at your transformation. Your kidneys brim with vitality. Your foundation is as solid as steel. Your cultivation begins to ascend. Earth Martial Artist 5th star. Earth Martial Artist 6th star. Earth Martial Artist 8th star. Earth Martial Artist 9th star. In mere moments, Han Yu's cultivation skyrocketed by 5 stars, reaching the pinnacle of Earth Martial Artist. Yet, this was not the end. Han Yu retrieved a treasured elixir he had been saving. This was a heaven-grade pill, procured by one of his guards after traversing numerous cities and spending a fortune in the black market. You have consumed one celestial pill. The cost of side effects transfer will be 1,000,000 malice value. The celestial pill is crafted using the power of the natural celestial forces. Countless celestial energies of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder refine your body. Your soul and body feel as if they are being torn apart and reassembled. Each refinement by the celestial force brings you unfathomable agony. Yet amidst this suffering, you are reborn. The earth fiend energy within you is being converted into celestial energy, and the transformation is a perfect success. You become a Tianwu fighter. From this moment forth, you are liberated from the shackles of the earth, able to walk upon the void and traverse the heavens. Chapter 23. Your life has entered its countdown. Yu Xiaohang is a Wuhou. If he were merely engaged in battle at the earth martial artist level, who knows how long it would take for him to reach his limit. However, Han Yu, in a remarkably brief period, had consumed 20 earth fiend pills along with a celestial pill. The side effects of these elixirs erupted instantaneously, their impact beyond imagination. The benefits Han Yu reaped from these pills were matched only by the horrific repercussions Yu Xiaohang suffered. Even as a Wuhou powerhouse, he was obliterated in an instant. With the Tianwu guards now surrounding him, mercilessly pummeling him like a drowning rat, his resentment and murderous intent towards Han Yu surged to new heights. Stop! Cease this at once. I am a Wuhou. How dare you treat me this way? Get away from me, or when I recover, I will surely kill you all. Yu Xiaohang, in a state of fury, could scarcely believe the humiliation he endured. Being battered by a throng of Tianwu fighters. Han Yu, make your lackeys retreat, or what? Will you kill me? Han Yu's mocking laughter echoed from the crowd as he approached the battered Yu Xiaohang. An intense murderous glint in his eyes. Why Yu Xiaohang flinched, but could not curb his obstinate pride. What do you intend to do? I am a Wuhou, a cornerstone of the Longsha kingdom, having made significant contributions to it. How dare you even mention your contributions? Han Yu's foot came crashing down upon Yu Xiaohang's head, shattering the cobblestones beneath, a spiderweb of cracks radiating outward, a testament to the force behind that blow. Yu Xiaohang felt as if his brain was being scrambled. Fortunately, he was a Wuhou. Had he been an ordinary earth martial artist, that foot would have shattered his skull in an instant, just like the unfortunate Hakue sang. A wave of furious emotions surged within Yu Xiaohang, the esteemed Wuhou reduced to a mere footstool. What a profound disgrace, Han Yu. How could you humiliate me so? I hail from a lineage of martial emperors. Humiliate you? Ha ha, my apologies. I actually intend to kill you, boom. Han Yu delivered another thunderous stomp, his foot crashing down upon Yu Xiaohang's head. The ground erupted into a deep crater, with most of Yu Xiaohang's head sinking into it. Yet he still clung to life, showcasing the resilience of a Wuhou. Having endured numerous side effects and an onslaught from over 30 Tianwu fighters, Han Yu continued to strike with lethal intent. Yet Yu Xiaohang remained unyielding. The only reward was a constant influx of malice points, accumulating by the thousands every second. Han Yu, growing weary, waved his hand towards his guards. Everyone, join in. Let us strike him down. The scene of a group of burly men beating the Wuhou unfolded once more, this time with even more ferocity, devoid of any mercy. Meanwhile, the protagonist Tang Qian trembled in fear, and upon meeting Han Yu's gaze, he immediately dropped to his knees. Han Yu, I thought I was wrong. I should not have opposed you. Please spare me. I will keep my distance and will not appear before you again. Tang Qian was genuinely terrified. He had developed a deeper understanding of Han Yu's ruthlessness. The foreign genius could kill at will. Had it not been for the fact that Han Yu could not kill a Wuhou at this moment, Yu Xiaohang would likely have met his demise already. Witnessing Tang Qian's demeanor, all the students were struck with awe, especially Ning Wei, the ponytailed senior, whose eyes were filled with disappointment and pity. She had not anticipated that Tang Qian, a dual S-grade genius, would prove so feeble, kneeling and pleading for his life. Is he even a man? Where is his dignity? Ning Wei mused, but when Han Yu's gaze shifted toward her, her body trembled involuntarily. Recalling the earlier scene of brutal violence, fear washing over her. She dreaded that the demonic Han Yu might suddenly charge at her, seizing her ponytail and treating her like a mere toy, leaving her utterly disoriented. However, Han Yu had no such intentions. He merely cast a fleeting glance at them, disappointment etched on his face. The reason was simple. Given his current cultivation level, the malice points these individuals provided were minuscule. Utterly insufficient. It seemed unnecessary to expend energy on the protagonist Tang Chun. He had already rendered him inconsequential. Instead, he needed to amass malice points from those higher-tier strongmen to accelerate his growth. Since that scoundrel Tang Chun had the protection of the heavens, Han Yu resolved to swiftly conquer this world and obliterate the heavens themselves. In an instant, clarity struck Han Yu as he identified the correct target. There was no need to waste time on the protagonist. His true enemy was the entire heavenly order. If the protagonist could not be slain, then he must hasten his power growth to topple the heavens. Without their protection, the protagonist would be easily extinguished. With this thought, Han Yu's face broke into a contented smile, and upon seeing Han Yu's silence followed by a smile, Tang Chun mistakenly believed he might be spared. Thus, he stammered, Han Xiao, I have nothing to do with this. I shall take my leave now. The moment those words left his lips, Han Yu remained indifferent, while Yu Xiaohong's fury ignited. Damn you, Tang Chun. I put myself at risk to save you from this monster. And now you wish to abandon me alone. Are you even human? Tang Chun was unconcerned with the consequences. He intended to make a swift escape. However, just a few steps into his flight, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck as a gust of wind approached. Han Yu executed a flying kick, landing a direct blow to his head. You think you can leave after offending me? Han Yu sneered coldly. Just because he wasn't targeting the protagonist didn't mean he wouldn't torment him. Since they had crossed paths, it was entirely reasonable to give him a beating. While Han Yu's kick might not inflict significant harm on a peak martial lord, it was highly insulting. For someone like Tang Chun, a mere nobody, it was akin to a devastating strike. The blow rendered him incapacitated, his head cracking open to reveal a viscous substance resembling soy milk. If it were an ordinary Xuanwu practitioner, they would likely be dead by now. But this was the protagonist. Han Yu's kick didn't kill him, but it did result in unexpected consequences. Stop! A middle-aged man in a black gentleman's suit, sporting a thin mustache, exclaimed with a tone full of disdain. Is there no law in the kingdom of Longxia that permits such blatant disregard in broad daylight? Upon seeing this individual, Yu Xiaohong's expression brightened, and he called for help. Director Fuster, save me! This man appeared to be of mixed heritage, part Longxia, part foreigner. Observing Yu Xiaohang being mercilessly beaten, he waved his hand, forcing back the attacking Tianwu guards. His gaze then turned icy as he fixed it upon Han Yu. Glacial resolve radiating from his eyes. I am Fuster, the director of the Goblin Academy's Longxia branch. Why Yu Xiaohang has been appointed as a mentor at our academy, and Tang Chun is already a student of ours. If you harm our teachers and students further, do not blame me for being impolite. Fuster's tone was frigid, and upon hearing the name of the academy, Han Yu couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Oh, nothing, just reminded of something amusing. Han Yu stifled his laughter. Fuster, however, retorted with venom, I know you're mocking our academy's name. You uncultured brute. Do you understand the significance behind it? Of course, Han Yu replied nonchalantly, Goblin, the most despised type of creature in the Western world. Known for promiscuity and lack of discrimination among species. Choosing this name signifies that your academy is filled with lecherous scoundrels, bastards, and lowlifes. It's rather fitting for your establishment. Upon hearing this, Fuster's face flushed with rage as the peak martial lord's aura bore down on Han Yu. The latter remained unscathed, merely tilting his head and smiling at his loyal guards. Look, he's getting anxious. A chorus of laughter erupted from his guards, echoing Han Yu's mockery. Silence, Fuster barked. Our name represents monsters, do you understand? Only true monsters can qualify to enter our academy. Do you comprehend? No need to rush. I understand perfectly. Han Yu shrugged, a playful smile lingering on his face. Fuster, aware that the other party was feigning ignorance, felt a surge of hatred and murderous intent, but he suppressed it, instead seizing the battered Yu Xiaohang and the barely conscious Tang Chun, preparing to depart from the Tianfu Academy. Just then, Han Yu's cold voice echoed from behind. Hey, Goblin, are you sure you want to take them away? Fuster turned, a mocking smile on his lips, filled with disdain. What? You think you can stop me? Han Yu shook his head, his eyes icy as he chuckled softly. Of course, I can't stop you. However, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. From this moment forth, your life is on a countdown. Each passing day will be a gift from me. So please, be sure to cherish it. This statement was laden with murderous intent, causing Fooster's malice to swell. Had it not been for Han Yu's identity, he would have erupted and killed him on the spot. After a few tense seconds, Fooster swallowed his anger and simply snorted. Fine. I shall await your arrival. I'll be eager to see how you plan to kill me. With that, he grasped Tang Chun and Yu Xiaohang. Making his way out of the arena, Han Yu's chilling voice rang out behind them. Rest assured, that day will not be far off. Once Fooster and his entourage departed, Han Yu also left, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers. Wow, today's news is explosive, one exclaimed. Honestly, I feel like that Tang Chun has an extraordinary background. Did you notice? There's always someone jumping in to save him at critical moments, another added. Right, and there's a pattern. Those who assist Han Yu often end up in dire straits. The students fervently debated, akin to blind men discovering brilliance. Eventually, someone summarized, I think Han Yu resembles the protagonist in a novel, while Tang Chun is the antagonist, and no matter how much he gets beaten, he never dies, yet those around him keep suffering, ultimately leading him down the path of darkness. Goodness, why does it feel like Han Yu's style is more akin to that of a villain? Wouldn't your conclusion be somewhat counterintuitive? Who cares? Let us just quietly observe and see who survives in the end. The one who lives is the true protagonist, for only the protagonist can write history. Exactly, we're just NPCs here, it's none of our business. We're just here to watch the show. Han Yu was oblivious to the thoughts of others and had returned to the Han family estate, contemplating how to rapidly enhance his cultivation. Glancing at his system panel, he noted that his malice value had been reduced by 3 million, and with the addition of Fooster, he now had just over 200,000 remaining. However, Fooster's animosity towards him was intense, continually replenishing his malice value. It still wasn't quite enough. Just as Han Yu lamented this, several unfamiliar names suddenly appeared in his view, wildly refreshing his malice value. Do you have received hatred from Lu Yuanxing 9999? Killing intent 9999. You have received hatred from Zhu Dachong 9999. You have received malice from El Fengxian 9999. Scanning down the list revealed dozens of names. Each wave of malice flooding in, leaving Han Yu momentarily stunned. Although he wasn't familiar with these names, a brief reflection allowed him to ascertain their identities. Clearly, they were the fathers and relatives of Lu Xinyao. Zhu Yuding and El Mao, who had perished at his hands. It was evident that they had become aware of their deaths and their connection to him. However, given the speed of information dissemination, they should have known long ago. It seems the collection of malice has a delay. Those individuals must not be in the Blue Star's main base. Han Yu deduced the reason. Yet, he was too indifferent to dwell on it. He glanced at the system panel. In just a matter of seconds, his malice value had soared past 10 million. Excellent. Such a bounty of malice will suffice for a while, but how to utilize it remains a significant question. Simply consuming elixirs for cultivation lacks cost-effectiveness, as they only enhance cultivation without additional benefits. For instance, during the Thunderstorm's Secret Realm ordeal, Han Yu not only improved his cultivation but also gained some resistance to lightning. Additionally, given Han Yu's current cultivation level, only heavenly-grade elixirs would be beneficial, and such elixirs are exceedingly rare. After all, the highest quality that the Blue Star human race can produce is heavenly grade, and they hardly circulate in the market. As a direct descendant of a Martial Saint family, he would have access to a certain number of special supplies each year, but obtaining them would take time. Han Yu was unwilling to wait that long. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. It seemed he needed to visit a particular place. A name surfaced in his thoughts, the Magic Domain Delta. This is a mysterious region within the Blue Star Sea, shrouded in enigma even before the resurgence of spiritual energy, and it became even more so after a holy-level demon beast was slain by the congregation of human saints, resulting in the formation of a secret realm. This realm was a destination for the protagonist group upon reaching the Tianwu practitioner level, where they gained considerable benefits. Since Han Yu had now reached the Tianwu level, it was imperative for him to venture there and seize all the advantages. However, preparation was essential to enter this place. With this thought in mind, Han Yu dialed a phone number. Hello, Uncle Jiu. It's me, Xiao Yu. I know it's you. Kid, you've been making quite a stir lately, putting some pressure on your father. Try to keep a low profile in the future. The voice on the other end was earnest and heartfelt. It was Han Yu's uncle, Han Ningjie, a martial emperor. Understood, Uncle Geode. I'll strive to kill fewer people from now on. There was a brief silence on the line before it transformed into a weary sigh. Forget it, do as you please. Just know that if someone bullies the weak, your father won't let it slide. But if those peers of yours come after you, he won't intervene. Whether you live or die is entirely up to you, understand? Han Ningjie cautioned. Got it, Uncle Geo. Don't worry. When it comes to dealing with those peers, I want need Grandpa's help. Their fate lies in my hands. Han Ningjie. Is that really what I meant? The reason I called you was primarily for a few matters. Han Yu then relayed his needs to Han Ningjie, who paused for a moment before agreeing. In truth, although the senior members of the Han family were not present on Blue Star, they were acutely aware of Han Yu's every move, down to the details of his numerous purchases of elixirs and his rapid ascension in cultivation. Han Yu, unbothered by the need for discretion, saw no reason to conceal his actions. Such subterfuge was the domain of protagonists, not a villain like him. He even felt indifferent about revealing his possession of a system to the upper echelons of the Han family. For what was there to hide? As for whether anyone might covet his system and seek to harm him, he chuckled to himself. Wasn't that precisely the sort of villainous endeavor he was meant to pursue? Seizing wives, snatching treasures, and destroying others' cultivation. If he refrained from such acts, who would dare to usurp his role? Having endured 9 lifetimes of misfortune, he had come to terms with everything. Days passed, and Han Yu's personal guard presented him with an ancient tome bound in beast hide. A gift sent by Han Ningjie from a resource-rich star. The cover was inscribed with unfamiliar alien script, yet Han Yu, having studied dozens of alien languages, swiftly deciphered its contents. The swallowing demon technique. This was a cultivation method from the demonic realms, notoriously domineering, capable of devouring demonic energy and souls. However, it bore a fatal flaw. It was ill-suited for human cultivation, save for those with exceptional talents. Even so, the side effects post-cultivation were significant for anyone not of the demon race. Indeed, it was perfectly tailored for him. The greater the side effects, the more aligned it was with his expertise. With this thought in mind, Han Yu commenced his practice of the swallowing demon technique. The method proved uncomplicated, as one would not expect profound techniques from the demon race. He quickly mastered it. But to harness its effects, he needed to consume some dark energy, various malevolent auras, ghostly energies, demonic miasmas, etc. This was also part of his preparation for entering the demon delta. Having completed his cultivation, Han Yu stretched lazily and snapped his fingers. Summoning Lan Qingya. One of his loyal guards obeyed the command, and moments later, a figure bound by soul locks appeared in the hall. Han Yu lounged with his legs crossed, his gaze sharp as a blade as he scrutinized Lan Qingya. "Have you been well fed and well cared for these past few days?" he inquired, a smile gracing his features. During this time, he had ordered his subordinates to procure numerous heavenly materials that could replenish souls, all of which he had administered to Lan Qingya, significantly enhancing her soul energy and rendering her ethereal form considerably more solid. At this moment, her exquisite visage was clearly visible, clad in blue garments woven from spiritual grass, which accentuated her appearance like that of a woodland sprite, quite enchanting. Lan Qingya shot Han Yu a sidelong glance. "Do not presume that your feigned benevolence in replenishing my soul will lead me to submit to you." "Oh, quite defiant, aren't we? Yet I have heard that during your refinement of those heavenly materials, you showed no signs of refusal," Han Yu replied, amusement dancing in his eyes as a wicked smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "These things are beneficial for me. Why would I decline?" Lan Qingya replied with remarkable composure, a hint of disdain flickering in her gaze. "You think that such trifles will win me over? How laughable." "Not at all. I am indeed generous, and I have prepared a grand gift for you," Han Yu said with a gentle smile, retrieving a box from his spatial ring. Inside lay a precious item he had requested from Han Ningjie. Upon opening the box, a rich fragrance of herbs wafted forth, causing Lan Qingya's eyes to brighten immediately. "This is a secret medicine of my Grass Emperor clan. An 8th-rank soul-returning herb. Indeed, this will greatly benefit you. Consume it quickly," Han Yu urged, tossing the wooden box to her. Lan Qingya frowned but did not hesitate, opting to refine the 8th-rank soul-returning herb without delay. She understood that Han Yu was attempting to curry favor with her, using this treasure to win her allegiance. Yet, It seemed he underestimated her. Such meager offerings would not compel this former demon emperor to submit. How utterly absurd. Regardless, she would first restore her soul's strength and then devise a plan to escape this place. As she focused on refining the herb, Han Yu observed her quietly. After a considerable time, Lan Qingya successfully refined the herb, her soul form now indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Han Yu approached. Reaching out to touch her, the sensation remarkably delicate. She was now fully functional. "Remove your filthy hands." Lan Qingya glared at him icily. "What do you take me for? If you wish for my service, show me some respect." This time, Han Yu did not respond with a smile but seized her throat, an aura of chilling darkness emanating from him. "What do I take you for?" Of course, as my meal. You have been consuming my provisions these days. Now it is my turn to feast upon you." Chapter 25. Awakening, S-Class Swallowing Demon Body. Lan Qingya's face turned to one of terror. She could scarcely believe that Han Yu's apparent kindness over the past few days had been a ruse to devour her. "Monster! Are you even human?" The sight of the dense demonic energy radiating from Han Yu caused her to tremble in fear. Bound by the soul locks, she was unable to flee, rendered as helpless as a fish on a chopping block. At his mercy. "No, Han Yu, I am willing to submit. Spare me, please," Lan Qingya pleaded, her voice filled with desperation, her beautiful features lending her an air of tragic appeal. Han Yu caressed her chin, and this time, Lan Qingya displayed no signs of revulsion. Instead, her eyes brimmed with a desire to please. Han Yu's lips curled into a grin as he chuckled softly. "I'm afraid I still intend to consume you." With a wide-open maw, he activated the swallowing demon technique, transforming his soul body into a grotesque, dark demon that devoured Lan Qingya whole. "Han Yu, you beast. May you meet a terrible fate, even in death. I shall curse you with endless maladies and eternal suffering." "Oh, that sounds delightful." Han Yu smirked, swiftly refining the consumed demon emperor's soul. Dense ghostly energy surged within the ocean of his soul, thick resentment morphing into vengeful specters that voraciously gnawed at Han Yu's essence. Beep, host detected negative effects of erosion. Automatic transfer in progress. Estimated consumption of malicious value, 1 million. You are experiencing the erosion of resentment, as if besieged by countless nightmares, waking repeatedly from the depths of the night. The unending terror distorting your mind and driving you to madness. The system incessantly redirected the negative effects, but Han Yu could hardly care about the target of the transfer. Goblin Academy? Longxia National Branch. After bringing Tang Chun and Yu Xiaoheng back to the academy, Faust arranged for martial artists with healing talents to tend to their injuries. With the aid of various elixirs, both recovered swiftly. Faust gazed at Tang Chun, whose head had been grievously injured, astonished that not only had he healed quickly, but his cultivation had surged during the process, reaching the peak of the Xuanwu realm. Truly impressive for the son of that esteemed figure, possessing such dual S-class talents. If these talents could be elevated to the super god level, he would undoubtedly achieve immortality. Faust mused, filled with genuine admiration. Martial talent is categorized from high to low as S, A, B, C, and D. Given sufficient opportunities, a D-class talent could ascend to S-class. Similarly, above S-class, there are SS class and even SSS class talents. S-class is regarded as divine talent, while SS class is deemed super divine talent, and SSS class is referred to as the Godfall level. As the name suggests, it signifies a talent capable of causing the downfall of deities. Regrettably, the Godfall level is merely a theoretical concept. Thus far, among the human race and the alien races encountered, the highest talent level observed has only reached the super god tiered. S-class talent already stands at the apex of existence. With 2 S-class talents, Tang Chun could undoubtedly traverse further along the martial path. Alas, this young man has faced formidable setbacks. It remains uncertain if he can endure, if he were to be crushed by that little brat Han Yu. Falling into despair, then no matter how great his talents, they would be rendered meaningless. Faust pondered this deeply, having witnessed Tang Chun kneeling in supplication only to have his head shattered by Han Yu's kick. Thus, he harbored doubts regarding Tang Chun's fighting spirit against Han Yu. Before long, Tang Chun stirred awake, astonished to find himself still alive. "I'm still alive." His voice trembled. Faust recounted the events that had transpired. and Tang Chin immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Dean, for saving my life." Beside him, Yu Xiaohang felt a twinge of anger upon hearing Tang Chin thank Faust but not him. He vividly recalled the moment when Tang Chun had considered abandoning him to flee. However, after a moment's reflection, he deemed it understandable that Tang Chun, having encountered the demon Han Yu, would be filled with fear. He resolved not to hold it against him, especially since he had promised that esteemed martial saint that this young man would become his personal disciple. Conversely, that Han Yu treated him with utter disdain while allowing his subordinates to humiliate him. Such behavior warranted a fate of 1,000 cuts. In summary, it was all Han Yu's fault. Yu Xiaohang's animosity towards Han Yu was unrelenting. Faust slowly inquired, "Tang Chun, if you were granted sufficient strength, would you dare to confront Han Yu again?" At this, Tang Chun lapsed into silence, a flicker of fear evident in his gaze. Why Yu Xiaohang, sensing his hesitation, barked, "What is there to fear? You were defeated merely because he was stronger than you. With equal strength, you could certainly triumph over him. Tang Chun, remember, Han Yu is merely the grandson of a martial saint, while you are the son of a martial saint." As soon as the words were spoken, Tang Chun was taken aback. He never expected to be the son of the martial sage, a fact that Lan Qingya had not disclosed to him. Faust nodded slowly and addressed Tang Chun, saying, "Teacher Yu is indeed correct. Your father and mother were hunted by the extermination hall of Longxia Kingdom. In the end, your mother sacrificed herself to aid your father in attaining the sage status. Ultimately, your father single-handedly annihilated several martial emperors and a martial sage from the extermination hall, after which he vanished without a trace. Although your father was newly ascended to the sage rank, his strength was already formidable enough to place him among the middle tier of the 36 sages of the human race. Now, with over a decade having passed, his power has undoubtedly increased even further." Faust patted Tang Chin's shoulder, his gaze brimming with encouragement. "Therefore, you need not fear that Han Yu. As long as you harbor the will to fight, you will surely surpass him and defeat him decisively. Just like your father, who has vowed that one day he will slay the martial sage of the Han family to avenge your mother." Upon hearing these words, the previously dim light in Tang Chin's eyes ignited with fervent hope. "Dean, why did the extermination hall seek to kill my mother?" Faust was momentarily taken aback by the question. Initially, he thought to retort, "You are a demon. The extermination hall's duty is to eradicate demons. Why would you even ask why?" However, after a moment's contemplation, he replied slowly, "Your mother was the holy maiden of the Grass Emperor clan, bearing the purest essence of flora. Should a martial emperor consume that essence, they could ascend to the rank of martial sage. The extermination hall coveted your mother's essence, hence, under the leadership of the martial sage from the Han family, they besieged the Grass Emperor clan. In that battle, aside from your mother, the majority of the Grass Emperor clan was annihilated, with the survivors aligning themselves with other factions of plant demons." As he listened, an overwhelming hatred surged in Tang Chin's eyes. "I, Tang Chin, vow that one day I will destroy the extermination hall." Observing Tang Chin's renewed fighting spirit, Faust nodded in satisfaction. "From now on, you shall train under Teacher Yu. His understanding of martial theories is profound and will surely help unlock your potential." "Excellent," Tang Chin exclaimed, filled with determination. Why Yu Xiaohang smiled and added, "I have already devised a rough training plan for Xiaoqing. His talent is exceptionally suited for combat, so we will primarily focus on practical experience. How about this? Tomorrow, Xiaoqing, you will register as a demon exterminator at the extermination hall. For a genius like you, the extermination hall provides substantial monthly training subsidies, and since you currently hold the status of a commoner, the subsidies will be doubled. This resource is too valuable to pass up. Then, you can undertake some tasks from the extermination hall. I will take you to various secret realms to hunt demons. The creatures within provide ample resources, especially the wood-type demons, whose flesh and cores are immensely beneficial for you." Upon hearing Yu Xiaohang's words, both Tang Chun and Faust fell into a contemplative silence. Yu Xiaohang seemed to realize the potential awkwardness of the situation and quickly added, "Rest assured, the extermination hall is our enemy. Utilizing their resources can be seen as a form of revenge. Moreover, the demons we will hunt are of the malevolent variety, so there is no need for psychological burden." Tang Chun nodded in agreement, affirming, "Teacher Yu is right. I, Tang Chun, will never indiscriminately harm like the extermination hall. There are good and bad people, just as there are good and bad demons. The demons I slay will undoubtedly be the wicked ones. As soon as Tang Chen finished speaking, he felt a shudder run through him. A dense malevolent aura surged in his mind, a voice echoed hauntingly, and a ghastly visage materialized before his eyes. Tang Chen, I died such a tragic death. Ah, auntie? Tang Chen's expression turned frenzied, as if he had seen a specter. Faust and Yu Xiaohang were momentarily stunned, not comprehending why he had transitioned from fervent determination to a state of despair in an instant. Meanwhile, on Han Yu's side, a different scene unfolded. You have utilized the soul of the Demon Emperor as a catalyst, enabling rapid advancement in the devouring heaven demonic art. During this process, your physique has been refined, and you have awakened the S-class devouring heaven demonic body, devouring souls and spirits, consuming all that exists. In this world, nothing is beyond consumption. This is the devouring heaven demonic body. Chapter 26. The Blood-Clad Youth. I did not anticipate that the devouring heaven demonic art could also awaken my physical talents. Quite impressive. Han Yu initially aimed to cultivate the devouring heaven demonic art to gain a distinct advantage in the demonic delta, but unexpectedly, he acquired a devouring heaven demonic body. Wouldn't this allow him to traverse freely within? As if it were his own home? Han Yu felt a surge of anticipation. Were it not for the entry restrictions of the demonic delta, which opens only once every 5 years, he would have already been eager to venture there. Fortunately, Han Yu had an influential background, and a single phone call resolved the issue. In 3 days, the demonic delta would open once more. This news had already spread throughout the global martial arts community, with practitioners from various nations poised to seize the opportunity. Although the demonic delta was fraught with peril, it also harbored numerous opportunities. Merely the exotic flora and various martial insights left by powerful beings were enough to attract countless martial artists. It was only 2.5 years since the last opening of the demonic delta, so the early reopening surprised many talented martial artists. Nonetheless, everyone busied themselves with their affairs, preparing to set out. At Goblin Academy, Mu Chun, you will lead the team to the demonic delta this time. Dean Faust looked at a young man dressed in a white suit. The youth had sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary charm. His name was Mu Chun, the strongest student of this generation at Goblin Academy. Despite being only 22 years old, he had already reached the pinnacle of the mid-heavenly martial artist stage and was rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to the late heavenly martial artist stage within a year. Understood, Dean. Rest assured, with my strength, I will ensure the safety of the junior students. Faust nodded. The early opening of the demonic delta is somewhat disadvantageous for your cohort. After all, the maximum age limit for entry is 25. And you could have trained for an additional 2.5 years. Such a pity. Upon hearing Faust's lament, Mu Chun remained unfazed. Dean, what does it matter if the other academy students train for an extra 2.5 years? I, Mu Chun, will undoubtedly suppress my peers. What concerns me is not the talents from other academies, but the other Goblin Academy students from different regions. Faust's brow furrowed. The talents of your generation in Longsha Kingdom have been unable to compare with those from several Western powers in recent years. Should you encounter other prodigies from Goblin Academy, you must exercise caution and avoid provoking them. Mu Chun felt a twinge of discomfort at those words, but nodded in agreement. Just then, Tang Qian stumbled out from within the room, calling out to Faust, Dean, I also wish to go to the demonic delta. Having absorbed much information from Lan Xingya, he was well aware of various techniques to avoid being corroded by demonic energy, and he certainly would not miss the opportunity to enter the demonic delta. You are merely a profound martial artist. It would be best to consolidate your skills first. No, Dean, I am now a ground martial artist. As he spoke, Tang Qian revealed his aura, and indeed, he had transformed his inner energy into earthly force, reaching the rank of a ground martial artist. Faust was taken aback. He had not anticipated that during the time Tang Qian had been in a frenzied state, he had managed to attain a breakthrough. This lad truly is an anomaly. Very well, you may join us. Just remember to stay close to the team. Although you are now a ground martial artist, your seniors possess at least late ground martial artist cultivation. Tang Qian had initially felt a sense of pride in his newfound strength, but upon hearing Faust's words, he became modest. He looked at the group, which consisted of both males and females, each possessing striking looks and exuding an extraordinary aura. His gaze lingered on the few young women, and upon seeing their unparalleled beauty, he felt a surge of excitement. The psychological gloom from the recent brutal encounters with Han Yu dissipated significantly, and he felt as if he were basking in a moonlit, gentle breeze. Han Yu joined the team and began to introduce himself. Exchanging information with the others in the following days, they completed their preparations. As the teleportation array had not been established outside the national borders, they could only take Goblin Academy's private plane to the vicinity of the demonic delta. Martial artists from various countries also traveled by plane or ship, all converging at the base near the demonic delta. A vast square was filled with parked aircraft, and the number of young martial artists gathered here exceeded 100,000. Creating a remarkable spectacle, those who dared to come here were undoubtedly the prodigies of various martial academies, with cultivation levels at least at the profound martial artist stage. Among them, the top-tier academies also boasted heavenly martial artists. Each face was brimming with confidence, yet when the emerald green aircraft arrived, and the students disembarked, the confidence of the crowd diminished considerably. Oh my! It's the prodigies of Goblin Academy. Look at how stylish their uniforms are. Stylish? They look horrid in that garish green. Saying such things only reveals your jealousy. Someone like you will never don such uniforms. Students from various nations engaged in a flurry of discussions, some praising while others criticized. Goblin Academy had established 4 branches worldwide, and now the students from several branches were gathered, creating a rather tense atmosphere. Hadi, I've told you. The one who killed your brother is Han Yu from Tianfu Martial Academy. Why are you directing your anger at us? Bai Mukin cast a discontented glance at a man from the Mo tribe, who hailed from the Goblin Academy of the Mo continent. Although he had reached the mid-stage of the Celestial Martial Artist rank, he was merely a 4-star Celestial Martial Artist, 2 stars inferior to Bai Mukin, rendering him unafraid of his presence. The Mo tribesman, named Hadi, let out a cold snort. Damn it, don't make such a fuss. That Han Yu is one of your Dragon Summer Kingdom people. My brother is dead, and I shall take vengeance upon all of you from the Dragon Summer Kingdom. As Hadi spoke, he turned to face the martial artists from the Dragon Summer Kingdom. His gaze filled with disdain. Yellow-skinned monkeys, listen well. In the Demon Domain Delta, I, Hadi, will kill every one of you I encounter. Upon hearing his words, the leading instructors from the various academies of the Dragon Summer Kingdom wore expressions of icy coldness. Yet they chose to remain silent. Some students, brimming with indignation, were about to voice their objections, only to be silenced by their teachers. Enough. Quiet down and do not provoke an international dispute. Once we enter the secret realm, just avoid him. The students from various academies had no choice but to lower their voices. Those who harbored resentment were swiftly admonished by their instructors. Seeing that the students of the Dragon Summer Kingdom dared not retort, Hadi sneered with contempt. A bunch of cowards. In such a nation, you dare to call yourselves a martial arts powerhouse. Ha! I think your Dragon Summer Kingdom should import more martial artists from our Mo continent to enhance your inferior genes. Especially the men from your Tianfu Martial Academy, a bunch of useless fellows, whose cultivation cannot compare to our Mo tribesmen, yet they dare to bully others, allowing that Han Yu to kill so many of our kin. Truly pathetic and foolish. Hadi was exceedingly arrogant, directly naming a student from Tianfu Martial Academy who could no longer contain himself and angrily retorted. Just as Hadi intended to teach him a lesson, he had yet to make a move when the student's instructor, Du Jin, delivered a sharp slap, silencing the young man. Teacher Du Jin, he insulted our Dragon Summer Kingdom. The youth protested with indignation. However, Instructor Du Jin coldly replied, he is a celestial martial artist. You are merely a mystic martial artist. If he insults you, you must endure it. If you wish to place blame, direct it at that Han Yu. He caused this incident, leaving our entire Dragon Summer Kingdom unable to hold its head high. Du Jin spoke fiercely, and the mere mention of Han Yu left him feeling quite displeased. Hadi, witnessing Du Jin strike the student and utter such words, burst into laughter. It seems there are indeed wise individuals at your Tianfu Martial Academy. This esteemed teacher, our goblin branch from the Mo continent, is about to commence a special training class. I believe that beautiful lady beside you would be a perfect fit. I could recommend her to join. What do you say? Hadi smiled at Ning Wei, who was momentarily taken aback, detecting a hint of greed in Hadi's gaze, which left her feeling somewhat aggrieved. However, Du Jin wore a broad smile, even clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you very much, sir. Hadi licked his lips, and it was apparent to all what his intentions were. Du Jin's attitude seemed to imply acquiescence regarding his advances on the fair lady. Gazing at Ning Wei's delicate, fair legs, Hadi couldn't help but swallow hard. Tang Chun, observing Hadi's expression, immediately grasped the other's thoughts and clenched his fists. Ning Wei was the woman he had set his sights on. Even though he had now joined the Goblin Academy, adding more rivals, he still did not wish to lose out on Ning Wei. He initially contemplated loudly berating Hadi to play the role of a hero saving the damsel, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. I am merely a beginner celestial martial artist. While Hadi is already a mid-stage celestial martial artist, I must swallow this humiliation. Fear not, senior sister Ning Wei. Anyone who dares to touch my people, Hadi, shall meet their demise. I will avenge you. Tang Chun silently vowed another target. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed from the distant sky, and a crimson figure appeared before everyone's eyes. What on earth is that aircraft? Such a loud commotion. Fool, that is no aircraft. It's an interstellar battleship. Indeed, it is a battleship, the Crimson Dragon. Who is making such a grand entrance? As the crowd was astonished, the battleship came to a halt in midair, and dozens of figures surrounded a singular individual, who slowly descended. He was a remarkably handsome youth, yet his gaze was exceedingly sinister. Clad in a blood-red shirt, he appeared as though he had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Exuding a fierce aura, someone immediately recognized him and exclaimed, "It's Han Yu." Chapter 27. Kill. Han Yu looked down from above at these talented martial artists, inadvertently licking his lips as if he were eyeing a feast. It must be said that the devouring demon technique was somewhat sinister. These past few days, Han Yu had become somewhat entranced by slaughter. Ever since awakening the devouring demon body, Han Yu had not remained idle. Due to the scarcity of high-grade medicinal pills, he had his personal guards purchase them at exorbitant prices across various locations, while he registered himself as a demon slayer at the Demon Slaying Hall and accepted several demon-slaying missions. Thus, he traversed the nation, beginning to hunt down various demon beasts. In addition to completing his tasks, the corpses of those demon beasts were also immensely beneficial to him. Ding! You have activated the devouring demon technique and consumed a low-level, heavenly-tier demon beast, the Ironback Rhinoceros. The intense demonic energy swells within you, and the furious resentment surges in your soul, causing you to feel as though you have descended into madness, losing your sanity, seemingly transformed into a beast. Your cultivation has broken through to 2-star celestial martial artist. One demon beast after another fell to Han Yu's blade, and he subsequently activated the devouring demon technique to absorb their essence. The massive carcasses of the demon beasts were reduced to dried husks, while Han Yu's cultivation sword. 3-star celestial martial artist. 4-star celestial martial artist. 5-star celestial martial artist. 6-star celestial martial artist. In just 3 days, his cultivation had skyrocketed by several stars. Were it not for Han Yu's limited digestion capacity and the necessity to absorb demon beasts on sight, lest their essence dissipate too rapidly, he would likely have surged directly to the pinnacle of celestial martial artists. In these few days, he had slain nearly 100 heavenly-tier demon beasts, and beneath the heavenly tier, he had vanquished over 1,000. He had scarcely slept, yet he felt no fatigue. The reason was simple. The side effects had long since been transferred. At this moment, the group of students found themselves under Han Yu's gaze, akin to a flock of sheep being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Their bodies trembling involuntarily, too fearful to meet his eyes. As for Tang Chun, the confidence he had just begun to feel evaporated the instant he encountered Han Yu. When did he break through to celestial martial artist? Just days ago, he was only at the mid-stage of earth martial artist. Tang Chun trembled in shock. He had believed his own advancement speed was fast enough, having progressed from mystic martial artist to earth martial artist. Yet Han Yu's speed of ascension was unfathomably rapid, leaving him far behind, unable to catch even a glimpse of his tail lights. Just as everyone was awestruck by Han Yu's arrival, a dark figure soared into the air. Glaring fiercely at Han Yu without an ounce of fear, he was Hadi, the brother of Hakizan, a prodigy ranked as a 4-star celestial martial artist. You are the one who killed my brother? Han Yu cast a casual glance at him. I have taken many lives. Which one do you refer to? Hadi did not expect Han Yu to respond so arrogantly. You bastard, you are nothing but a butcher. You killed so many of my kin. Do you not feel the slightest remorse? Han Yu regarded Hadi's expression of anguish and fury, then glanced at the continuously refreshing system panel and couldn't help but let out a sigh. I apologize. This matter is indeed my fault. The students were taken aback, surprised that he would actually admit to a wrongdoing. They had heard countless rumors about Han Yu over these past days, and in everyone's minds, he was merely a tyrant relying on his family background to act without restraint. Such a brute would actually apologize. It seemed he had felt the pressure from the public outcry across the nations. Hadi thought similarly and immediately scoffed. Is an apology of any use? If it were, why bother with inspectors? You must kneel and kowtow to all of our Mo tribe compatriots, and have your Han family compensate for all the bereavements of the Mo tribe before we will even consider forgiving you. Upon hearing this, Han Yu shook his head, revealing a gentle smile. I have a better idea. Hadi frowned, uncertain of what Han Yu intended to say. As Han Yu slowly continued, having killed so many of your kin, they must feel quite lonely in hell. How about this? I shall reluctantly send your entire family down to accompany them. You shall be the first, for a family should be together. Wouldn't you agree? Han Yu's smile was warm, yet his words were chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. Hadi instantly erupted with rage, activating his S-rank talent, transforming into a ghostly figure shrouded in black mist. Bastard, I will kill you. Kill me? Ha! You think you are worthy? Han Yu unleashed his cultivation, his dual wings of profound thunder unfurling, lightning flashing as he appeared beside Hadi. The S-rank copper skin iron bones activated, and an overwhelming force burst forth as he delivered a powerful punch to Hadi's head. Boom! The head of that black ghost instantly exploded, revealing Hadi's terrified face beneath. How can you be so strong? How is this possible? Hadi's breath caught in his throat, while Han Yu seized his throat. A wicked smile curling at his lips. My strength is assuredly beyond your imagination. Ha ha ha. No, spare me, for I am but a student of the Goblin Academy. If you were to take my life. Crack! Hadi's threat was abruptly silenced as Han Yu suddenly twisted his neck, as if plucking a watermelon. His mouth slightly agape, he activated the devouring demon technique, ruthlessly siphoning Hadi's essence before the eyes of countless students, reducing him to a mere husk. Demons! The sheer terror rendered many spectators paralyzed with fear, their gazes towards Han Yu filled with dread. Even the elite guards of Han Yu, the celestial warriors, could not help but gasp in astonishment. This young master, Yu, was simply too sinister. His actions were utterly unrestrained, radiating an audacious arrogance that knew no bounds. Within the ranks of the Goblin Academy, the furious roar of Faust appeared. He pointed accusingly at the guards surrounding the square. Are you merely going to stand idly by and witness his murderous rampage? The opening of the demonic delta was orchestrated by Han Yu, who had instructed his uncle, Han Ingjia, to make special arrangements. Consequently, the guards stationed were all from the Dragon Summer Kingdom, part of the faction led by the martial saint, Han Xiaotian. In simpler terms, they were Han Yu's people. Thus, upon hearing Faust's furious outburst, the guards feigned ignorance, even closing their eyes to pretend they saw nothing. Lawlessness, utter lawlessness. Was there no light left in the Dragon's Summer Kingdom? In that moment, Faust felt engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. Had it not been for the presence of 3 peak martial lords nearby, he might have charged forward, intent on slaying Han Yu. His impotent rage went unnoticed by the peak martial lords, but it did draw Han Yu's attention. He pointed at Faust, his voice icy as he declared, "Old dog, hold your tongue. Once I emerge from the demonic delta, it will be your life I claim." Upon hearing this, the seething hatred within Faust erupted even more intensely. He glared at Han Yu in the sky, his voice rising sharply. "You little wretch, I await your arrival. Should you dare overreach and challenge me, I shall strike you down on the spot." Although Faust held a healthy respect for martial Saint Han Xiaotian, he believed that if Han Yu were foolish enough to challenge him, no one would dare to question his actions. Han Yu merely smiled faintly, offering no further words as he boldly leaped into the dark vortex upon the sea, his figure vanishing from sight. Chapter 28. Ascending to the 9 stars of Celestial Warrior, confronting the Demon Lord. As Han Yu's figure faded from view, many breathed a sigh of relief, particularly among the members of the Mo clan. The news of Han Yu's previous massacre at the Tianfu Martial Academy had spread widely, inciting profound resentment among many Mo clan warriors. Han Yu had seemingly eradicated his critics, However, he found joy in this, as their animosity towards him had fueled a significant increase in his malice points. His reserves of malice now exceeded tens of millions, an insatiable bounty that he could scarcely deplete. This also explained why Han Yu acted with such brazen audacity. It was the fastest way to cultivate hatred. To owe him, the more others despised him, the swifter his growth became. Thus, when faced with uncertainty, he opted for direct action. His current life motto consisted of 3 words: battle, exhilarating. A group of foreign warriors engaged in animated discussions. "Oh, for heaven's sake, are you still planning to enter the demonic delta? I'm starting to feel hesitant. Thick-clawed crab, I too harbor concerns. That devil Han Yu is already so unhinged outside. I'm afraid once we enter, we may all become prey. What is there to fear? There are so many of us. If we unite, even if he is at the pinnacle of celestial warriors, he wouldn't dare provoke us." Many foreign warriors were left psychologically scarred by Han Yu, and after deliberation, a number chose to withdraw from the expedition into the secret realm. However, a fair share remained resolute, determined to press on. One by one, the warriors leapt into the vortex upon the sea, only to feel a disorienting whirl before arriving in a world shrouded in dark energy. The secret realm was akin to a semi-independent space, clinging to the blue star dimension, imbued with unique attributes and rules. The demonic delta was no exception. Upon entering, the warriors felt their martial powers suppressed, rendering their movements cumbersome. Instantly, all began to employ various means, potions, tools, to stave off the encroaching demonic energy. While the demonic energy might serve as a boon to demonic beasts, for most other beings, it was a lethal force. Should one be overly permeated by demonic energy, they risked losing their sanity and descending into madness, or even transforming into demonic entities. On various other planets, diverse energies exist, deemed essential by native creatures, yet often posing severe adverse effects to outsiders. As the warriors scrambled to resist the encroaching demonic energy, Han Yu, having entered the secret realm earlier, inhaled deeply, savoring the sweetness of the air within. He released his mind and body, allowing the demonic energy to wash over him. Even feeling it was insufficient in concentration, he activated the devouring demon body, channeling the devouring demon technique. Boom, boom, boom. A shadowy demonic figure manifested behind Han Yu, clawing and devouring the surrounding demonic energy like a tempest. The demonic energy swiftly converged towards the shadow, forming a swirling vortex of malice. Ding! Detection of your absorption of demonic energy initiated. Secondary effects transferred. Estimated consumption rate of at least 10,000 malice points per minute. This consumption will escalate with the speed of demonic energy absorption. The demonic energy infiltrates your limbs and bones, rampaging through your cells, tainting your blood. In this moment, you are descending into the abyss of corruption, forsaking your humanity's reason and wisdom. Correspondingly, your physique is undergoing significant enhancement. Your cultivation is progressing steadily, shattering the barriers of the celestial warrior realm. You have reached the 7 stars of celestial warrior. You have reached the 8 stars of celestial warrior. You have reached the 9 stars of celestial warrior. Han Yu had only been within the secret realm for a few hours, consuming several million malice points, yet his cultivation soared to the pinnacle of celestial warriors. The speed of his ascension was nothing short of astonishing. Unlike the protagonist, whose ascension seemed inexplicable after a mere bout of suffering, Han Yu's progress adhered to the law of conservation of martial energy. He felt a smile spread across his face as he reflected, next, it's time to challenge the martial lord realm. However, the barrier between the martial lord realm and celestial warriors was exceedingly robust. Breaking through this boundary necessitated accumulation. Only through diligent preparation could one achieve a sudden breakthrough. Well, I should first accumulate for half a day. I mustn't be reckless, Han Yu mused, then proceeded deeper into the heart of the demonic delta. He remained at the periphery of the secret realm, where danger was minimal. Yet within this realm resided various demonic beasts. The deeper one ventured, the more formidable they became. Given that only 2.5 years had elapsed since the last activation of the demonic delta, the number of beasts at the periphery had not yet replenished. Han Yu made his way through unscathed. Though the entrance to the secret realm lay upon the sea's surface, the interior was remarkably arid, surrounded by numerous demonic plants resembling those of marine origin. Before his eyes lay dense thickets of dark seaweed and coral, flourishing like a grand forest, an awe-inspiring sight. As Hanyu absorbed the demonic energy, he ventured further in, soon sensing a fierce wind rushing towards him. In the next moment, a swarm of massive black shrimps, brandishing their formidable pincers, charged at him with alarming speed. Each shrimp stood 1 to 2 meters tall, their pincers glinting menacingly with lethal intent. Die! Hanyu plunged into the throng of demonic shrimps, engaging in a ferocious slaughter. A single punch shattered the skull of one shrimp, after which he invoked the devouring demon technique, draining its essence. Ding! You have devoured a mystic-grade giant pincered demon shrimp. Your demonic body has been nourished, and your demonic powers have been enhanced. The system incessantly refreshed its notifications, a smirk creeping upon Hanyu's lips as he reveled in the delight of battle. He surged through the ranks of foes like a tiger among sheep. To the demonic beasts, he appeared more akin to a demon himself. His overwhelming ferocity terrified many demonic entities into retreat. Unwilling to confront him, with a swift grasp, Hanyu refined one beast after another, a sinister and malevolent smile gracing his face, invoking fear in all who beheld him. As he advanced, it became evident that his path was marked by the obliteration of any who dared to hinder him. Swiftly reaching the innermost depths of the secret realm, there, he encountered the remains of a colossal demonic beast, its skeleton stretching 1,000 feet long, exuding an aura of unfathomable menace. This was the progenitor of the secret realm, a 10th-tier holy-grade demonic beast, the Hellfire Demon Dragon. Even in death, its bones were ensnared by the unquenchable hellfire of the underworld. Beneath the remains of the dragon lay 3 demon beasts, each surpassing the celestial level and attaining the rank of lord. These were 3 formidable demon lords. Chapter 29. Breaking through to the 6th-tier martial lord. They stood sentinel like 3 loyal guardians, protecting the carcass of the Hellfire Demon Dragon, absorbing the holy-grade demonic energy emanating from it. The 3 demon lords were transformed marine creatures. One was a giant pincered demon shrimp, another a swordback demon shark, and the last a 100-clawed demon fish. These 3 aquatic beings had been thoroughly corrupted and altered by demonic energy. Aside from their appearance, their biological characteristics had become entirely unrecognizable. Their bodies were adorned with purple-black demonic patterns, exuding an eerie allure, and at their foreheads, they bore patches of dragon scales. The moment Hanyu laid eyes on the 3-headed, demonized beast lord. It merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, showing no inclination to attack while it continued to absorb the sacred might of the demon dragon. They had encountered many humans who inadvertently stumbled into their territory, most of whom fled in terror at the mere sight of them, prompting the beast lords to disregard them entirely. However, to their astonishment, Hanyu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced step by step towards them. A warning roar erupted from one of the beast lords, yet Hanyu remained undeterred, inching ever closer. The massive pincers of the demon shrimp glinted with a fierce light, and without further warning, it lunged at him with astonishing speed, leaving only a blur in its wake as it collided forcefully against him. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air as its colossal pincers ensnared Hanyu's arms, his skin taking on a bronze hue. Deep impressions were left by the pincer's sharp edges, yet they failed to pierce his skin. This showcased the formidable strength of his S-level martial talent, Copper Skin Iron Bone. Even this beast lord struggled to breach his defenses. Had there been but one beast lord, Hanyu, even at the pinnacle of the heavenly martialist realm, could have subdued it with relative ease. Alas, there were 3 that as Hanyu grappled with the giant pincered shrimp, the swordback demon shark charged at him like a heavy truck. Its blade unfurled behind it, glinting menacingly, its underbelly twisting as if it were a whirling chainsaw. Should it connect, Hanyu would surely be cleaved in 2. In a moment of urgency, he activated his Thunderwing, surrounded by swirling black lightning, and with a powerful stomp upon the air, he propelled himself and the giant shrimp hundreds of meters away. This maneuver caused the swordback demon shark's attack to miss, but the 100-clawed demon fish was already poised to strike. Descending upon him like an enormous net. In response, Hanyu unleashed his 3rd level talent, Devouring Sky Demon Body. This talent, categorized as an embodiment type, was also referred to in certain regions as a transformation talent. However, upon activation, it did not alter his being but rather enveloped him in a shell formed from the martial energy within. At this moment, the power of the celestial gang surged within Hanyu. manifesting an ominous black creature-like armor upon his exterior. With a resounding crack, the pincers of the giant shrimp were forced apart, revealing Hanyu, who had appeared diminutive before the towering shrimp. Yet, with the activation of the devouring sky demon body, he now donned a fearsome black armor, towering over the shrimp by more than a head. Simultaneously, the strength of the S-level copper skin iron bone adhered to his demonic armor. With a single punch, he struck forth, the air itself resonating with explosive force, sending the massive shrimp hurtling back hundreds of meters to crash heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater. Meanwhile, the thunderous wings he had summoned in his back flapped, narrowly evading the 100-clawed demon fish's entangling assault. Han Yu's mighty blow left a deep impression on the shrimp's carapace, from which dark red blood gushed forth as it emitted an enraged growl. Thus, Han Yu engaged in a fierce battle against the three beast lords, relying on his 3S-level talents, due to the vast disparity between the Lord and Heavenly levels. He found it challenging to eliminate them swiftly, which left him somewhat disheartened. However, as the battle raged on, the surrounding demonic energy and might washed over his body, continuously pushing against the constraints of the Heavenly level. Bringing him ever closer to the Lord level, as Han Yu clashed with the three beast lords, various teams of martial artists gradually approached the core of the secret realm, comprised of prodigies from renowned martial academies worldwide, all of whom possessed at least the strength of earth martialists. Among them was Tang Qian and his companions. Upon entering the secret realm, they had reaped considerable rewards, discovering numerous valuable exotic herbs. Even during their encounters with the demonic beasts, Tang Qian had advanced significantly, breaking through to the 3-star Earth Martialist level, just a step away from Mid-Earth Martialist. The other students from the Goblin Academy were astonished by Tang Qian's rapid progress. Even the team leader by Mu Chun displayed admiration. Xiao Chen, your pace of advancement is truly remarkable. You possess the potential of a great emperor, by Lao digested, to which Tang Chen humbly replied. I have merely been fortunate. In truth, he had been discreetly observing the performance of the three female team members. Initially, the three beauties had not paid him much mind upon his joining the Goblin Academy. However, witnessing his swift ascent, they now affectionately referred to him as Chan Gu, their enthusiasm noticeably heightened, much to Tang Chen's satisfaction. By Lauda, esteemed seniors, I also know of several locations with a high probability of yielding quality treasures. Shall we explore them? Tang Chun had received extensive knowledge from Lan Qingya regarding the heritage of the Grass Emperor clan, a powerful demon clan, which afforded him some insight into the demon clan's affairs. He had a good understanding of where treasures might emerge following the fall of powerful demon clan members. The others had great faith in Tang Chun, having already seen the reliability of his information. Just then, they heard the sounds of battle emanating from the core of the secret realm. Such intense battle fluctuations, could someone be challenging a demon lord? One female member of the team inquired. Her name was Ling Qingyu, a member of the main protagonist group and Bai Mu Qin's official partner. However, due to Bai Mu Qin's notorious indulgence in carnal pleasures and his proclivity for dalliance with female students from other academies, the two were currently in a period of discord. Upon hearing Ling Qingyu's words, Bai Mu Qin immediately interjected, impossible. That is a demon lord, the strongest being to enter this secret realm, whose cultivation level is merely at the 7-star Heavenly Martialist. No one would dare challenge a demon lord. Furthermore, according to the intel from the previous entrance, there are not just one but 3 demon lords at the core of the secret realm. With such a formidable lineup, unless all the Heavenly Martialists collaborate, they pose no threat whatsoever. Bai Mu Chun confidently asserted, though a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. Given another 2.5 years, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of the Heavenly Martialist realm, and with his S-level talent, White Tiger transformation, he would surely accomplish the grand feat of slaying a lord within the secret realm of the Demon Delta. Ling Qingyu, upon hearing Bai Mu Qin's words, simply retorted coldly, regardless, I must go take a look. You all may continue your exploration elsewhere. With that, she resolutely soared towards the core of the secret realm. Having reached the 3-star Heavenly Martialist level, she ranked second among the 7-person group. Observing her unwavering determination, the others could only follow suit. Bai Mu Chun sighed inwardly. Were it not for Ling Qingyu's S-level martial talent, Black Cat transformation, which resonated so well with his own, allowing for the activation of a talent fusion technique, he would never have pursued her with such fervor. Never mind. I shall endure for now and marry her later. By Mu Chan Muse.in his pursuit of Ling Qingyu, he had long ceased contacting his numerous female acquaintances, especially his twin girlfriends. Just the thought of them stirred a longing within him. Yet, Bai Mu Qian understood that a moment's indulgence could jeopardize his greater ambitions. He hailed from a martial saint family, as did Ling Qingyu. Marrying her would undoubtedly elevate his status within the family, allowing him to compete for the position of holy son against his cousins. Once he secured Ling Qingyu as his wife and ascended to the position of holy son, he could continue to lead a carefree life. The notion of remaining faithful to a single woman amidst his ambitions was utterly ludicrous. Which high-ranking martial artist in this world remained devoted to but one partner? Bai Mu Chun was destined to become a martial saint. How could he forsake an entire forest for a single leaf? With such thoughts in mind, Bai Mu Chun hastened to catch up with Ling Qingyu, wearing an amiable smile. Qingyu, do slow your pace. Xiao Qian and the others are merely earth martialists and cannot fly. Ling Qingyu glanced back at the trio trailing behind, her elegant brows furrowing slightly as she coldly replied, I will merely take a look and return. Why must you follow me? Alas, how could I be at ease letting you venture there alone? I suspect that the fluctuations of battle are merely the result of infighting among the demon lords. Since you do not trust me, I shall accompany you to witness it firsthand. We shall make it a swift trip. Ling Qingyu said nothing further, continuing her solitary flight. As they drew closer to the battle site, they soon caught sight of the unfolding scene. In midair, the three Lord-level demonic beasts transformed into streaks of shadow, rapidly besieging a solitary black figure. Witnessing this, Bai Mu Chin's expression turned triumphant, and he exclaimed, See? I told you it was merely a skirmish among the beasts. Ling Qingyu cast a discerning glance at the four figures, each exuding a palpable demonic aura, seemingly confirming Bai Mu Chin's assertion of infighting. Yet, she suddenly discerned a peculiar detail. Why would three Lord-level beasts assault a heavenly-level beast? Upon hearing Ling Qingyu's observation, Bai Mu Chun was momentarily taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he revealed an expression of astonishment. The besieged figure indeed radiated only a heavenly-level aura, while the other three beasts were unequivocally of the Lord level. Within the Tintier realm, despite the nuanced differences between various beings and humans, they shared fundamental similarities. For instance, the power within a heavenly-level beast is also known as celestial gang power, while that within a Lord-level beast is termed might. It can also be referred to as imposing aura. Only when the celestial gang power within has been honed to perfection can one cultivate might. During combat, the mere display of might by a Lord-level beast can severely hinder the operation of the celestial gang power within a heavenly martialist. At the outset, Bai Mukin believed that the dark figure under siege was also at the Ho level. However, upon sensing the true realm of the opponent, an astonishing thought suddenly emerged in his mind. The individual was not a beast, but rather a human warrior endowed with a certain possession-type talent. Chapter 30. All of you shall perish. The moment this notion crossed his mind, Bai Mukin immediately shook his head, dispelling it from his thoughts. How could there be a human with sufficient strength to single-handedly confront three beast Ho? Could it be that this was some creature possessing a powerful bloodline? The human race possesses martial talents, while other beings also possess unique bloodlines. Martial talents are categorized from S to D grade, with 5 tiers, and other races similarly classify their bloodlines into 5 grades: Divine, Holy, Emperor, Royal, and King. In fact, beneath the King level, there can be further divisions, but only bloodlines at the King level can truly be considered among the ranks of formidable beings. Unlike the human martial talents, which can awaken postnatally, the bloodline levels of most life forms are determined at birth. The first-generation offspring of King-level beings generally possess King-level bloodlines, and in terms of combat power at the same tier, they typically surpass those with D-grade martial talents. Bai Mukin gazed at the 3 Ho-level beasts and then at the dark figure who was single-handedly battling them. To achieve the feat of confronting 3 beast Ho with the strength of a Tian-level warrior, even with a divine bloodline, seems implausible. After all, tier suppression usually exceeds bloodline suppression. Just like an adult wolf, under normal circumstances, would undoubtedly triumph over a lion cub. If both were adults, the lion would certainly overpower the wolf. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that the two sides are not on the same scale. That dark entity can contend against 3, and in a dominating manner at that. The other 3 beasts were already battered and weary, while the humanoid creature remained remarkably resilient, appearing unscathed and maintaining its peak combat prowess. This scene was truly beyond comprehension. Upon hearing Bai Mukin's words, Ling Qingyu shook her head. You seem to have forgotten someone. He might be capable of such a feat. Bai Mukin furrowed his brows, and Ling Qingyu slowly pronounced a name. Han Yu. Bai Mukin was taken aback. As a fellow scion of a martial sage family, he had long heard of Han Yu, but in his mind, he had always regarded him as a useless playboy. Within the circles of the martial sage families in Longxia, such a talent would find it impossible to gain entry. Yet, no one anticipated that such a character could suddenly rise, recently causing quite a stir internationally, especially when he had previously killed Hadi of the Goblin Academy in front of countless witnesses. Such reckless behavior left Bai Mukin in a cold sweat. However, in Bai Mukin's view, that was merely a reflection of a lack of foresight. With his own strength, he could similarly crush Hadi, but to kill someone in broad daylight was far too reckless. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. Qingyu, Han Yu's strength is still inferior to mine. It absolutely cannot be him. Ling Qingyu, however, remained unconvinced, stating calmly, I have analyzed Han Yu's information. His ascension from a mundane warrior to a Tian-level warrior took no more than a month. This rate of advancement is astonishing. Perhaps before entering the secret realm, his strength was comparable to yours, but now that we have been in the secret realm for so long, while you have gained some opportunities and broken through to Tian level 7 star, it is not impossible for him to have reached the pinnacle of Tian level. Hearing Ling Qingyu's analysis, Bai Mukin felt inexplicably displeased. He could only respond blandly, let us observe. It is likely that the battle over there will conclude shortly. The two continued to watch from a distance, and before long, Tang Chun and others arrived, witnessing the ongoing battle. At this point, the confrontation was nearing its conclusion, with the three magical beasts barely clinging to life, their bodies riddled with wounds. Meanwhile, Han Yu remained in peak condition, moving with effortless ease. What manner of creature is this, capable of such ferocity, facing three beast hosts single-handedly? It's terrifying, Tang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. However, the black wings behind this creature seemed somewhat familiar. Tang Chen furrowed his brows, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Before he could dwell on his thoughts, a thunderous roar erupted as the three beast ho fell one by one to the ground. The humanoid creature grasped the two remaining beast ho, drawing in a deep breath, consuming their essence along with the aura of death. This scene sent a shiver down the spine of everyone present, as they had witnessed something similar not long ago. Could it be? What a coincidence! Tang Chan swallowed hard. Just as he felt a sense of dread, the humanoid creature had drained the last beast's essence. Suddenly, it trembled, and a terrifying aura began to manifest around it. It was on the verge of breaking through to the Wu Ho level. Ding. You have devoured a whole level giant clawing magic shrimp. The surging demonic energy and death aura swirling within you, eroding every inch of your flesh and tainting every ounce of your power. Ding! Within your raging Tian Gang power, a trace of immensely powerful energy has been nurtured. A force known as momentum. Ding! You have broken through to Wu Ho 1 star. With the system's notification, Han Yu trembled, elevating himself to a new realm. Indeed, this breakthrough occurred amidst combat, although the speed of advancement was slower and more arduous. The heavens reward diligence, allowing him to master the power gained from the breakthrough more adeptly. The only regret was that he had only grasped the attribute-less momentum. Normally, with my three talents, I could comprehend diamond momentum, thunder momentum, and demonic momentum. The first two are difficult to perceive here, but the demonic momentum should be feasible. It seems I cannot relax. I must continue to strive. Han Yu sighed inwardly. He glanced at the carcass of the Inferno dragon before him, a smile creeping upon his lips. If he could refine this dragon's corpse, he would not only comprehend demonic momentum but also acquire a holy artifact. Just as he prepared to act upon the dragon's remains, he caught sight of several figures observing him from the periphery. Recognizing familiar faces. Tang Chen? Upon hearing this voice, Tang Chun felt as though struck by lightning, and without hesitation, he turned to flee at that moment. He was filled with regret, berating himself for meddling in affairs that did not concern him. It was akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Why are you running? Do you look down upon me? Han Yu's cold voice rang out, and with a flap of his thunderous wings, He transformed into a streak of black lightning, instantly appearing beside Tang Chun, grasping the nape of his neck. Han Xiao, I doubt I did not provoke you. Tang Chen resembled a defeated dog, displaying a pitiful demeanor. What, just because you didn't provoke me, I can't strike you? Han Yu remarked with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Chun felt a mix of anger and frustration, yet dared not show it, only managing a forced smile in silence. I am speaking to you. Han Yu suddenly slammed Tang Chun heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Tang Chun felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation wash over him, and his resentment towards Han Yu surged once more. You scoundrel, to humiliate me before so many people, just wait. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. I will surely annihilate your entire family and wipe out your entire clan. Waves of malice points flowed into Han Yu's system panel. Do you have received malice points from Tang Chun? 5555. Not bad. It seems my cultivation has progressed once again. Han Yu placed a foot atop Tang Chen's head, leaving the latter motionless as if he were a dead dog. He understood that any resistance would only excite Han Yu further. Given the latter's Wu-Ho level, he could undoubtedly beat him senseless. Since that was the case, he chose to remain still, waiting for Han Yu to tire of the torment. Just as Han Yu was ready to revel in accumulating malice points, a voice rang out from a distance. Han Xiao, I am Bai Mukin of the Bai family. Could you do me the favor of sparing my junior? Han Yu turned to see Bai Mukin smiling at him. He couldn't help but furrow his brows, his voice icy. Who do you think you are, to warrant my favor? Bai Mukin's expression changed, anger bubbling within him. Yet he held it in, responding slowly. The Bai family, like the Han family, is a martial sage family. My grandmother and Han Xiao's grandfather are close friends. Han Yu was well aware of the Bai family's background and Bai Mukin's disposition. Long Xiao possessed 6 martial sages, one of whom was Bai Yujia of the Bai family, rumored to have an S-grade martial talent, the Jade White Tiger. As a member of the main cast, Bai Mukin's family would undoubtedly side with the Tang family in the later stages, even colluding with the demon race's martial sage to slay Han Yu's grandfather, Han Xiaotian. In a foreign realm, Tio claimed that the two were close friends was laughable. Han Yu scoffed internally, casting a cold glance at Bai Mukin. And then? What are you trying to convey? Bai Mukin had not anticipated Han Yu's blatant disregard for courtesy. As fellow scions of martial sage families, the principle of leaving room for future encounters should be understood. Martial arts is not merely about fighting. It involves human relationships. Han Xiao, we are all part of the same circle. If you grant me this favor today, should you seek to contend for the position of the Han family's saint son in the future? I, Bai Mukin, will certainly lend you a helping hand. Han Yu laughed derisively upon hearing this. Help me? Ha! Do you think you are worthy? I'm afraid I cannot assist with that. Having relinquished so many romantic opportunities, and devotedly pursued Ling Qingyu for such an extended period, only to be granted the briefest of hand-holding moments during the display of a fusion technique, Han Yu now audaciously sought to torment the fountain. Who could possibly endure such a fate? The mere thought that Han Yu would not spare him ignited a fury within, prompting him to hurl curses. Han Yu, you scoundrel! May you meet a wretched end. He intended to unleash further invectives, yet Han Yu's powerful hand seized him, mercilessly snapping his neck. Witnessing the lifeless body of Bai Mukin, a flicker of terror surged within Ling Qingyu's eyes. She resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, she must serve Han Yu well. Her immediate objective was to survive. As for the future, whether to seek revenge against Han Yu or to follow him, she would deliberate at a later time. Han Xiao, where shall we go? Where? Here, of course. Ah, this is a desolate wilderness. Do you have a penchant for such places? Han Yu offered no response. Instead, he unceremoniously hurled Ling Qingyu into the corpse of the Inferno Dragon. The closer one drew to the dragon's remains, the more potent the magical aura became. Even the 3 beast lords dared not approach the carcass directly, opting instead to absorb its residual power from a distance. As Ling Qingyu made contact with the dragon's remains, a shriek of agony escaped her lips. Han Yu, you bastard! You deceived me. Do you wish to see me perish? Ling Qingyu cried out in fury. But Han Yu merely smiled faintly. Isn't it what you said, that I could command you as I please? Han Yu's expression bore a mocking grin. This dragon's carcass requires ample blood to activate. I find you to be quite suitable, so I must trouble you. With a thunderous roar, Han Yu unleashed his devouring demonic force, manifesting shadowy forms that surged towards Ling Qingyu, obliterating her completely. Vivid splashes of blood erupted, splattering upon the white remains like a profusion of radiant blossoms. Han Yu recalled the original narrative, which described how the protagonist, having attained the realm of celestial martial artist, ventured into this secret realm. The three beast lords had commenced a massacre within, slaying numerous martial artists to offer their blood as a tribute to the Inferno Dragon, ultimately awakening a fragment of its holy consciousness to control its remains and wreak havoc within the secret realm. Fortunately, the protagonist group had joined forces to subdue the dragon's remains, which then shattered into several holy artifacts, all claimed by the heroes. Now, with the secret realm opening prematurely and the three beast lords already annihilated by Han Yu, the responsibility of activating the dragon's remains fell solely upon him. Alas, what a nuisance! Those individuals merely needed to wait for their demise at my hands, while I was burdened with excessive considerations. The scope of this demonic delta was not small, and systematically hunting down each martial artist who entered was indeed exhausting. Just as Han Yu was beset by frustration, a chorus of furious shouts erupted. "Damn it, Han Yu, you fiend! You dare to slay our Goblin Academy members again, Baka! This Dragon Summer Kingdom scoundrel is truly brutal, unlike our Sakura Kingdom warriors, who are always polite, exceedingly friendly, and exceptionally kind. Indeed, this villain deserves death. Today we shall join forces to slay him." The assembled individuals hailed from the Goblin Academy, a gathering of prodigies from various nations, numbering around 100 or 200. Each possessed strength at the Earth martial artist level, with more than 30 boasting the rank of celestial martial artist. Such a lineup could effortlessly annihilate the earlier three beast lords. Unbeknownst to Han Yu, prior to the arrival of these prodigies in the secret realm, their dean had united them under a singular command, to encircle and utterly eliminate Han Yu. Had Han Yu known of this, he would have been immensely pleased. So many experience points delivered right to his doorstep. It was almost too convenient. Blood sacrifices to the dragon were precisely the sort of task befitting a villain such as himself. With this thought in mind, Han Yu gazed tenderly at the students of the Goblin Academy, smiling faintly as he asked, "Do you truly believe you can kill me? Ha ha ha, such arrogance. Perhaps you are unaware of a certain phenomenon known as the martial artist formation." A golden-haired, blue-eyed American martial artist interjected. "How could you, a citizen of Dragon Summer Kingdom, not know that this formation theory originates from your own land?" No sooner had the American martial artist spoken than a rebuttal arose from a Korean martial artist. "Sir, you are mistaken. The formation theory actually hails from our Korean nation and was merely appropriated by Dragon Summer Kingdom." This Korean martial artist spoke with great pride. "Our nation boasts a history of 90,000 years, while Dragon Summer Kingdom has only a few thousand. There is simply no comparison." As tensions escalated, a martial artist interjected, "Enough chatter. Let us quickly form the formation and eliminate this scoundrel." Upon hearing this, the others immediately harnessed their strength, swiftly arranging themselves into a humanoid formation. Goblin academies exist globally, with numerous branches aimed at recruiting prodigies from every nation. Every student from the Goblin Academy had been trained in the art of formation, allowing them to respond with remarkable efficiency. Buzzing resonated as countless energies diffused, revealing a complex array of runes. With a cacophony of crashing sounds, waves of earth-shattering power and heavenly might surged forth, resonating with the very heavens, ultimately coalescing into the shimmering silhouette of a golden goblin. This was the Goblin Academy's formation, summoning forth the embodiment of a golden goblin. Typically, the weakest form summoned would be the black iron goblin, followed by the silver goblin. The emergence of a golden goblin attested to the formation's impressive efficacy, capable of easily dispatching a martial lord of 7 stars or below. "Kill!" The prodigies of the Goblin Academy shouted in unison. Despite their linguistic differences, the intensity of their murderous intent was palpable. Upon witnessing the formidable golden goblin, Han Yu erupted into maniacal laughter. "How amusing! How amusing!" He unleashed his own power, transforming into a winged demon. Engaging the golden goblin in fierce combat, the air filled with thunderous roars as endless demonic energy clashed with brilliant golden light. Han Yu's demonic form repeatedly repelled, crashing against the corpse of the Inferno Dragon. Initially, the prodigies of the Goblin Academy felt invigorated, convinced that it was merely a matter of time before they would vanquish Han Yu. However, Their elation quickly waned as they observed Han Yu being pushed back time and again, yet showing no signs of decline. Instead, he grew increasingly formidable, his aura intensifying with each exchange. Ding. You are engaged in a challenging battle. Your opponent's strength has surpassed your own, and each of their attacks inflicts considerable damage upon you. You feel your internal organs being shaken, your bones and flesh being crushed. Yet with each successive assault, you grow stronger. Your cultivation continues to rise, your demonic might advancing steadily. Ding. You have broken through to the 4-star Martial Lord. Ding. You have broken through to the 5-star Martial Lord. Ding. You have broken through to the 9-star Martial Lord. Ding. You have become a peak Martial Lord. Chapter 33. The myriad sufferings of sentient beings. I assist them in crossing over the transcendence of transcendence. Observing the rapid ascension of his cultivation, Han Yu was overwhelmed with joy. Was this experience not a tad excessive? Reflecting on his earlier breakthrough to the Martial Lord realm just hours prior. It now felt like a distant memory, however. As Han Yu glanced at the system panel, he noted that the malevolence points he had amassed had dwindled from over 30 million to merely a few thousand due to recent expenditures. The reason for his swift advancement lay in his mastery of the devouring demonic force and being situated within the demonic realm. Each attack endured, provided it did not exceed his limits, served as a catalyst for growth. Furthermore, the negative effects from the attacks were entirely mitigated, allowing him to forego the need for time-consuming recovery. His progress was instantaneous. Indeed, this was entirely logical, adhering to the law of conservation of matter. Han Yu pondered briefly, finding the reasoning coherent, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. The rapidity of his ascent, however, instilled in him a sense of guilt for not having exerted sufficient effort. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his current achievements were solely the result of his diligent accumulation of malevolence points and relentless combat. Throughout this journey, as an 18 or 19-year-old youth, a blossoming flower of his nation, how much malice had he endured? How many fierce glares had he withstood? The hardship and pain he had experienced. How many could truly empathize with his plight? This realization nearly brought him to tears. He had endured so much. Han Yu gazed at the students, who remained steadfast in maintaining the formation, relentlessly directing the Golden Goblin to assault him. These individuals were oblivious to the gravity of their predicament. Each resolutely committed to the notion of slaying Han Yu. Their motivation stemmed not only from Han Yu's disdain for the Goblin Academy, but also from the generous bounties promised by the higher-ups of various academies. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Han Yu's demise was imperative. Despite the fact that many bore no personal vendetta against Han Yu, the intensity and sincerity of their murderous gazes conveyed a depth of hatred. Observing their expressions, Han Yu could not help but let out a mournful sigh. Truth be told, he harbored no animosity towards them. Even as they sought his life, Han Yu remained calm, understanding, and forgiving. Were he in their position, he would likely wish for his own demise as well as Han Yu beheld the pitiful sight of those desperately wishing for his demise, yet remaining utterly powerless. An involuntary wave of compassion washed over him. With a deep sigh, he lamented, "You are truly unfortunate. Like ants attempting to shake a tree, how sorrowful and painful it is. Given this, I must do something to assist you. The myriad sufferings of sentient beings compel me to aid them in their crossing. Alas, my abilities are limited, and I cannot offer you a better existence. I can only reluctantly guide you towards death. After all, to transcend is still a form of guidance." Han Yu perceived himself as excessively benevolent, pondering how others schemed to kill him while he contemplated offering them liberation. The talented individuals from the Goblin Academy were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the madness of his words, questioning his sanity. Before they could fully grasp the situation, Han Yu's cultivation erupted with terrifying might. Having deliberately restrained his power to provide them with a semblance of hope, he now unleashed his full strength, revealing the overwhelming aura of a peak martial marquis. A shadow, towering over Tianzhong, materialized, and with a mere wave of his hand, he instantly shredded the Golden Goblin into countless shards of energy. As the formation collapsed, over 100 talented students from the Goblin Academy were caught in the backlash, each one sent flying to the ground, their vitality swiftly waning. How can this be? A peak martial marquis? How is this possible? The terrifying pressure of his prowess left them utterly drained, as they realized that Han Yu had been concealing his true strength all along, never regarding them as worthy adversaries. They finally understood the meaning behind his earlier words. Though hailing from various nations, as elite members of the human race, they were well-versed in multiple languages and cultures, comprehending that they were akin to ants futilely attempting to shake a colossal tree, both tragic and laughable. The chasm between Han Yu and them was as vast as the sky compared to the mire. As Han Yu strode forward, stepping upon the void, dark magic surged around him, each step resonating like a heartbeat in their chests. Slowing their pulses with every advance, as death loomed, they trembled in fear, hastily pleading for mercy. Han Yu, I am the son of the chief of the top tribe in the meridional continent. My father is a martial emperor. Spare me, and when I become chief, I shall surely pledge allegiance to your Dragongxia kingdom. I hail from one of the 3 great financial families of the pickled vegetable nation. If you let me go, I will cede a portion of our territory to you. One after another, the talented individuals offered their terms, for their entry into the Goblin Academy was not solely based on talent, but also their distinguished backgrounds. Yet, upon hearing their desperate pleas, Han Yu merely shook his head with a sigh. I am sorry, but here, all beings are equal. Thus, you all must perish. With that, a deafening roar erupted as dark magic surged forth, transforming into countless demonic shadows that charged at the group of geniuses. At that moment, they were like lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the shadows, which tore them apart before discarding their remains atop the corpse of the infernal fire dragon. The blood of these talented individuals would serve as a tremendous boon to the dragon's remains, and as the countless streams of blood soaked into the bodies, the power of the dragon absorbed them, causing the once ashen and dull corpses to manifest intricate demonic runes. Within the hollow sockets of the dragon's eyes, 2 ethereal blue flames ignited, exuding an enchanting allure. A guttural dragon's roar reverberated throughout the entire secret realm, and as the dragon's remains stirred to life, the entire area trembled in response. Demonic beasts, as if summoned, began to converge upon the dragon's remains. Hundreds of thousands of bizarre creatures prostrated themselves in reverence for their ancestral sovereign's revival. The infernal fire dragon had birthed these beasts, granting it absolute dominion over them. The remaining students, sensing the upheaval within the secret realm, fled towards the exit in panic. Meanwhile, outside the realm, the eruption of dark magic had tainted the nearby sea, turning it pitch black. The high-ranking officials of various academies, awaiting developments, were struck with shock and terror. What is happening? I believe I just glimpsed a colossal dragon-like entity amidst the swirling dark magic. Could it be the resurrection of the infernal fire dragon's remains? A secret realm's upheaval and the revival of extraterrestrial beasts were not unprecedented occurrences, with significant ramifications each time. After all, to resonate with the blue star space and evolve into a secret realm upon the demise of a being, one could expect at least a marquee-level creature to be involved. Each opening of a secret realm served not only to test talented warriors, but also to cleanse the realm, preventing the strengthening of foreign entities. Notify the demon-slaying organizations of other nations to dispatch reinforcements to prevent the spread of these foreign beings, an official from the demon-slaying hall stated. Typically, secret realm upheavals pose little threat. However, a secret realm birthed from a saint-level beast should not be underestimated. Theoretically, the emergence of a secret realm following the demise of a saint-level creature held a significant probability of giving rise to a king-level entity. As the external observers prepared for any eventuality, numerous students emerged from the secret realm, appearing utterly disheveled. The director of the Huaxia branch of the Goblin Academy, Foster, scanned the crowd and spotted some familiar figures, Tang Qin and his companions, who had quietly escaped while Han Yu dealt with by Muqing and Ling Qingyu. Upon noticing the absence of 2 individuals, Foster inquired, "Why are there only a few of you? What happened to Bai Muqing and Ling Qingyu?" The group exchanged anxious glances, feeling the weight of their abandonment of their comrades. Tang Qin, bearing a pained expression, lamented, "Director, Bai Lauda and senior sister Qingyu were both slain by that Han Yu." Foster was struck as though by lightning, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Han Yu could only possess the early cultivation of a heavenly warrior, while Mu Chan is a mid-tier heavenly warrior. Together with Qingyu, they could contend against a martial marquis. How could Han Yu possibly kill them? Foster had never anticipated such an outcome, He had regarded Hanyu as inconsequential, believing that even with rapid advancement, he would not pose a threat. He had encountered many young Saiyans who soared swiftly only to fade just as quickly. He trusted in the formidable potential of Bai Muqing and Ling Qingyu's combined talents. Yet, Tang Chen's assertion that both had perished at the hands of Hanyu was unfathomable. Director, that Hanyu must have practiced some sinister sorcery to have broken through to the martial marquis realm. At this revelation, Foster was momentarily stunned, while Yu Xiaoheng furrowed his brow in concern. I suspected that young man's rapid rise was peculiar, especially when he consumed the essence of that hardy upon entering the secret realm. It must be some form of magic from the foreign demonic race. The techniques of the demon race are characterized by rapid advancement in the early to mid stages, yet they often become powerless in the later stages. Laden with hidden dangers, Yu Xiaoheng's eyes glinted with disdain as he continued. His actions are akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. I suspect that martial marquis is his zenith. Tang Chen's bewilderment faded as he grasped this revelation. It explained Han Yu's accelerated cultivation speed. He had chosen to sabotage his future. Previously shaken by Han Yu's strength, he now felt a flicker of hope. So, martial marquis is his limit? Then the day I ascend to martial king will be the day I reclaim my dignity. Resolute in his determination, Tang Chun maintained a facade of sorrow, sighing deeply, "It is all my fault. If Bai Lauda hadn't come to my aid, he wouldn't have incurred Han Yu's wrath. That petty man seeks revenge. Bai Lauda merely pleaded for my sake, and he paid with his life. Had Bai Muqing and Ling Qingyu not joined forces to unleash their combined talent, they would all have suffered at the hands of that demon Han Yu." The remaining teammates remained silent, adhering to their prearranged narrative. They understood that should their betrayal of their comrades become known, they would be ridiculed when they rose to power. Whether they became martial emperors or martial monarchs, the stigma of abandoning their teammates would forever stain their reputations. A.S. Foster acknowledged the grim reality of Han Yu's actions against Bai Muqing and Ling Qingyu. Shadows of malice and fury coalesced within his gaze. Very well. This rogue has truly gone too far. He has slain Mu Chan and Qingyu. Even if the Goblin Academy were to overlook him, the Bai and Ling families will not. Previously, Foster had harbored some reservations towards the Han family, but now only derision remained. He could not fathom how the Han family could withstand the pressure from two powerful clans. I had anticipated that young man would overreach and challenge me. However, it seems I shall not live to see that day that moment. A cacophony of thunderous explosions resonated from the vicinity of the secret realm. Not long before, within the demonic domain of the Delta, as blood soaked the ground, a fragment of the infernal fire dragon's holy consciousness began to awaken. Its eyes, flickering with ethereal blue flames, turned towards Hanyu, filled with an overwhelming sense of sacred authority. "Young one, are you the one who has summoned me back to life?" The infernal fire dragon slowly spoke in the universal language of the demon race. Having acquired a rudimentary understanding of these various dialects prior to attending the martial arts university, Hanyu comprehended its words and nodded in acknowledgement. "Excellent. I can sense a formidable demonic aura emanating from you. You must be one of the prodigies of our demon clan. Thus, I shall grant you a reward. Speak. What do you desire?" The infernal fire dragon regarded Hanyu not as a mere outsider, for the surging demonic energy surrounding Hanyu was unmistakably prominent, making him appear more akin to a demon than a human. In response to the dragon's amiable demeanor, Hanyu nodded, recalling that in the original narrative, the protagonist Tang Chun was similarly favored by the infernal fire dragon due to his lineage of the demon race. The demon and the beast races share a historical connection, often forming alliances across various realms. Before embracing the path of darkness, the infernal fire dragon was, in fact, a creature of dragon blood from the beast race. Therefore, its kindness toward Tang Chun was understandable, as it had bestowed upon him numerous opportunities. Ultimately, however, Tang Chun, being somewhat ungrateful, exploited the dragon's trust to uncover vulnerabilities in its skeletal form, eventually collaborating with his allies to subdue the dragon's remains and transform them into powerful artifacts. Hanyu felt a pang of sympathy for the infernal fire dragon, recognizing that despite its ruthless nature toward humans, it displayed great generosity toward its own kind. With this in mind, Hanyu decided against beating around the bush and stated firmly, "What I desire is quite simple. Your submission to me." Upon hearing this, the infernal fire dragon erupted into laughter rather than fury. "How bold of you. Truly, you embody the spirit of our demon clan's prodigies. Perfectly to my taste, however, it continued, its tone turning icy. If you wish for me to submit, you must first demonstrate whether you possess the capability to command it. With a resounding crash, the infernal fire dragon unleashed its formidable presence. Even in its current state as a mere skeleton, the pressure it exerted rivaled that of a pinnacle martial sovereign, a testament to the quality of the prodigious blood Han Yu had sacrificed. In fact, the dragon's power was now even greater than in the original tale. As Han Yu felt the weight of the demonic pressure, a surge of battle intent ignited within him. His three S-rank talents erupted simultaneously, his flesh and bones resonating with a thunderous roar, radiating a bronze hue. His dual wings of profound thunder unfurled, entwined with countless black bolts of lightning, as the swirling demonic energy enveloped him, transforming him into a dark, fearsome entity. In that moment, Han Yu's combat prowess soared to its zenith, engaging the infernal fire dragon in fierce combat. Though the dragon's original size reached 1,000 feet. In the throes of battle, this very bulk became a liability, rendering it an easy target and making it exceedingly difficult to strike Han Yu. Immediately, it employed secret techniques to reduce its size to a mere 10 feet. The surrounding ethereal blue flames intensifying. This flame, known as the ethereal inferno of the abyss, was a supreme fire from the demon realm, capable of incinerating souls and condemning them to eternal damnation. As the ethereal inferno enveloped Han Yu, it presented him with considerable tribulation. Ding! You are currently undergoing the trials of the ethereal inferno, your flesh and soul seemingly plunged into the depths of torment. Enduring countless trials, as an endless agony engulfs your body and mind. Ding! Amidst the relentless trials, the devouring demonic aura within you erupts, consuming the power of the ethereal inferno, awakening certain latent abilities within you. Ding! You have awakened the S-rank Infernal Fire Body. Infernal Fire Body. Only by enduring the trials of the ethereal inferno can one have a chance to awaken this body, granting immunity to most fire and psychic attacks, ensuring that a flicker of consciousness remains, rendering the eternal inferno indomitable. Chapter 35. The 9 Layers of the Abyss, Master of the Abyss. The skeletal form of the infernal fire dragon unleashed its infernal might, relentlessly scorching Han Yu, who now resembled the legendary Sun Wukong trapped within the alchemical furnace of the Celestial Lord, suffering the unending torment of flesh and soul incineration. Young one, do you now grasp my might? Heh, although you may be a prodigy of our demon clan, the notion of compelling me to submit is rather fanciful. Initially, the infernal fire dragon dismissed Han Yu entirely, for even as a mere skeleton, it had once been a being of saintly caliber, unafraid of a mere youth. However, as Han Yu unleashed his devouring demonic aura, voraciously consuming the attacks aimed at him, the dragon was taken aback. What a bold child, to dare cultivate such a path of darkness. No wonder you are so audacious. The demon race encompasses a myriad of paths, yet the path of devouring is undoubtedly among the most tyrannical. Many prodigies have pursued this path, yet few have succeeded in reaching the end. The reason is simple. To assimilate all attacks like an ocean swallowing rivers, one must possess an adequate foundation. Failure to do so leads to peril, akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Observing Han Yu's mastery of the devouring path, the infernal fire dragon shook its head in disappointment. What a pity, yet another misguided youth. This path of darkness is one I could not master. The infernal fire dragon regarded Han Yu, who continued to consume its ethereal inferno, initially believing the youth to be on the brink of demise. However, it soon realized something was amiss. The ethereal inferno, which would cause even the most resolute of souls to howl in agony upon mere contact, seemed to have no effect on Han Yu, whose eyes sparkled with a sense of serene contentment rather than pain. Even more astonishing was the fact that as Han Yu's devouring aura absorbed the ethereal fire, it appeared to grow increasingly potent. How can this be? Even in my skeletal form, my demonic might should far surpass his. The devouring aura should be neutralized by my power, yet it only grows stronger. Yet, the true shock for the infernal fire dragon lay not in the escalating power of Han Yu's aura, but in the appearance of ethereal blue patterns gradually manifesting upon Han Yu's obsidian armor. In his eyes, 2 brilliant flames of ethereal blue ignited, as surging waves of ethereal inferno spiraled outward, enveloping him in a captivating dance. The ethereal inferno, which had previously posed a lethal threat, now seemed utterly harmless to Hanyu. He effortlessly commanded the flames, which swirled around him like docile spirits. What, to render my ethereal inferno devoid of aggression, could it beat the infernal fire body? As a formidable entity of the demon race, the infernal fire dragon understood the significance of the infernal fire body. It had forsaken the path of the beast race, immersing itself in the abyss to be reborn through the ethereal inferno, thereafter adopting the name of the infernal fire dragon. However, this did not imply that it possessed the infernal fire body. Only those recognized by the ethereal inferno can awaken such a physique. While it had undergone the cleansing of the ethereal inferno, it had merely become its servant. The abyss is a mysterious realm within the demon world. Even as a servant of the ethereal inferno, the dragon attained saintly status, underscoring the fire's immense power. Upon witnessing Hanyu awaken the infernal fire body, the infernal fire dragon cast aside all hesitation. Bowing its head before him, I, the infernal fire dragon, pay homage to the master of the abyss. I pledge to battle across the myriad realms for my master, even if it leads to my demise. I shall do so without regret. The infernal fire dragon willingly extended the last vestiges of its saintly will, presenting a soul contract and truth. Without this contract, as a being reborn from the ethereal inferno, it had no capacity to resist Hanyu, who had awakened the infernal fire body. After all, its most potent weapon was the ethereal inferno, which posed no threat to Hanyu. Hanyu, channeling his mental energy, accepted the contract of servitude. Elated at having subdued the infernal fire dragon, Hanyu recognized the significance of this saintly relic. Beneath the saintly tier, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. However, he clarified, "You misunderstand. I have merely awakened the infernal fire body and do not yet claim the title of Master of the Abyss." Hanyu was well aware of the implications of becoming the Master of the Abyss. It was said that within the demon realm, there existed 9 layers of the Abyss, each housing a legacy of supreme dark arts. The ethereal inferno originated from the abyss of ethereal fire. Awakening the infernal fire body merely served as a prerequisite for contending to become the master of the abyss of ethereal fire. In the original narrative, the protagonist Tang Chun awakened the infernal fire body and subsequently entered the abyss. Reaping immense rewards, however, he was of a disposition that would consume all benefits and then denounce the very existence of such a wicked place, eventually employing various means to obliterate the abyss altogether. Upon hearing Hanyu's words, the infernal fire dragon nodded, yet shook its head once more. "Master, while there may be other prodigies across the myriad realms who have awakened the infernal fire body, I can assure you that none have done so in this manner. Therefore, you are undoubtedly destined to become the master of the abyss of ethereal fire, perhaps even the overlord of the entire 9 layers of the abyss." Hanyu remained non-committal to the infernal fire dragon's assertions, merely stating, "Let us depart from this place first. Master, this secret realm is a manifestation of the sacred space within me. Now that I have revived, I can fully absorb it into my being." "Oh, that is splendid." A smile graced Hanyu's lips, as he had not anticipated this outcome, for in the original narrative, the protagonist had failed to achieve such a feat. They had merely resorted to cunning schemes to vanquish the skeletal form of the infernal fire dragon, while Hanyu had compelled it to submit entirely. The infernal fire dragon wasted no time and immediately began to absorb the entire secret realm. The space encompassing the realm began to tremble, gradually shrinking and merging into the body of the infernal fire dragon. The tumultuous waters of the demon domain delta surged, producing a thunderous roar that startled the warriors of the extermination hall waiting outside. Such a terrifying commotion. Surely this secret realm wouldn't give birth to a demon king? A foreign martial hero voiced his anxiety. Presently, the most formidable existence within the Blue Star's main camp was the martial hero. If a being of demon king caliber truly emerged, they would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. Rest assured, according to my theoretical deductions, this secret realm cannot possibly give rise to a demon king. At most, it will yield a peak hero level. Yu Xiaoheng interjected. Renowned as a master of theory, many held his words in high regard. Particularly in foreign lands, where Yu Xiaoheng had long championed the notion that their cultivation theories surpassed those of Longsha Kingdom, advocating for complete emulation of their practices. Consequently, various martial organizations in foreign nations had bestowed upon him numerous accolades, including the Martial Arts Master Award and the Nobel Prize, among others. Hearing Yu Xiaohang's words, the foreign martial hero felt somewhat reassured. I believe in Master Yu's words. Yu Xiaohang, brimming with confidence, wore a self-satisfied smile. Though merely a junior martial hero, even peak heroes would treat him with respect. Such was the renown of a master. Presently, the only individual who had tarnished his reputation was the arrogant Han Yu. With the secret realm of the demon domain Delta now in turmoil, many had perished within, and Han Yu had yet to emerge. He had likely already met his demise inside. Ha! As these thoughts crossed his mind, he beheld the churning demonic energy within the sea. Amidst the ominous aura, the silhouette of a colossal demon dragon became faintly discernible. They're coming. All martial heroes stood at the ready, their nerves taut as they gazed upon the surging demonic energy. Even if the adversary were merely at the peak hero level, this was once the lair of a holy level skeleton, and in terms of threat, it could rival that of an early-stage king. Thus, none dared to underestimate the situation and remained wholly focused. At that moment, a mocking voice emerged from the demonic energy. Oh, so many people. Are you all waiting for me? Upon hearing the impeccably articulated Longxia language, everyone trembled, and their gaze turned to the figure atop the writhing demon dragon's skeleton. A youth clad in a scarlet blood robe, a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes, surveying them from a position of superiority. Beneath him, the formidable Inferno demon dragon regarded the assembly of martial heroes with an expression of disdain, as though observing a swarm of ants. Chapter 36. Those who offend my lord shall be slain without mercy. Witnessing this scene, many martial heroes from various nations were filled with astonishment, their minds swirling with countless questions. They could not fathom why this youth stood atop the demon dragon's remains. Could he be of the demon race? Those familiar with Han Yu, such as Fuster, were even more shocked. Han Yu, you are still alive. Yu Xiaohang was the first to speak, his tone laced with disappointment. Why wouldn't it be normal for me to be alive if you are? Han Yu scoffed. Presumptuous. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Yu Xiaohang's anger flared, instinctively unleashing his martial hero's might to bear down upon Han Yu. Martial hero? Ha! You, a mere piece of trash, dare to call yourself a hero before me. You are the one who is presumptuous. Boom. An even more tyrannical and powerful martial aura erupted, shattering Yu Xiaohang's oppressive force in an instant, causing his floating body to plummet heavily. How is this possible? Did he not just ascend to martial hero? Yu Xiaohang gasped, his eyes bloodshot. Not just him. Every martial hero present was similarly taken aback. Fuster, the academy head, swallowed hard. He had learned from several students that Han Yu had become a martial hero, but he never anticipated that upon entering this realm, he would already be at the peak. Is this reasonable? Is this normal? As the head of the Goblin Academy's Huaxia outpost, Fuster had witnessed many prodigies over the decades, yet he had never encountered one with such rapid advancement. Initially believing Tang Chen's speed to be remarkable, he now found Han Yu's progress even more astonishing, truly otherworldly. Regaining his composure, Yu Xiaohang raised his voice. Han Yu, your cultivation speed is so swift. Could it be that you have practiced the devouring demon technique? Yu Xiaohang, known in the martial world as a master, quickly deduced this fact from the subtle clues. Han Yu smiled at him, nodding in affirmation. Ah, I see. You wretched demon. Many of the Goblin Academy's talents have not emerged from this secret realm. Surely, you have claimed their lives. Yu Xiaohang's eyes brimmed with hatred, and the other heads of the Goblin Academy glared at Han Yu with hostility. Due to the upheaval within the secret realm, these martial heroes had been temporarily summoned without any of them managing to escape. Sensing the shift in emotions among the crowd, Yu Xiaohang stoked the flames further. You demon, relying on devouring your own kin to enhance your power. Your actions are no different from those of the monsters. You deserve to be skinned alive and should apologize to all of humanity. Upon hearing this, Han Yu burst into laughter. I admit, I did kill those people, but only because they attempted to kill me first. I merely retaliated. As Professor Zhang San of the Law Department once said, this constitutes a case of emergency self-defense, does it not? Ridiculous. Now that all those people are dead, with no evidence remaining, do you think we would believe you? Yu Xiaohang scoffed, yet Han Yu merely smiled faintly. You overestimate yourself. I do not seek your belief. I only wish to convey that I can kill them, and I can just as easily kill you. Boom! Before his words had faded, Lightning erupted beneath Han Yu's feet, transforming into a streak of black light as he charged toward Yu Xiaohang, seizing him by the neck. Now at the peak martial hero level, Han Yu had just activated his S-class talent, the Mystic Thunder Wings. Utilizing his movement technique, Mystic Thunder Steps, with Yu Xiaohang's initial martial hero cultivation, he could not react in time. Not just him. Even the other peak martial heroes present were left utterly bewildered by the speed. It was astonishingly swift. Only when he found himself grasped by the neck, dangling like a goose, did Yu Xiaohang realize the gravity of the situation. A flicker of terror crossing his eyes. You cannot kill me. I am a master of martial arts. I see you as nothing more than a mere songstress. With a powerful grip, Han Yu's terrifying physical strength was made evident as he snapped Yu Xiaohang's neck and casually removed his head. Blood gushed forth in an instant. As a martial hero, his vitality was remarkably resilient, necessitating such brutality for a lethal end. Bold, Han Yu, you madman. How dare you commit murder before so many martial heroes? Do you not regard the law of humanity? Fuster's fury ignited as he activated his S-class talent, the Night Shadow Demon Bat, donning black armor reminiscent of a character from a bygone film. Complete with a pair of bat-like wings, a chilling, bloodthirsty aura spread, and as the most seasoned peak boom, 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 before Han Yu's voice could fade, the corpse of the magic dragon that had been hovering nearby let out a deafening roar. Its eyes, ablaze with ghostly blue flames, emitted a ferocious gleam filled with murderous intent. It uttered a few words in the language of the demon clan. Those who offend my master shall be slain without mercy. Chapter 37. The progress of the breakthrough to the King Realm has reached 100. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the dragon skeleton, everyone was taken aback. Yet Faust merely let out a cold chuckle. To think you, a mere inexperienced brat, believe that by relying on your underhanded methods to elevate yourself to a level comparable to mine, you can stand alongside me? Faust released his martial lord's might, transforming his internal power into countless shadowy night bats that descended upon Han Yu like a dark tide. The other Goblin Academy heads exchanged glances, and one of them immediately shouted, "Our purpose for gathering here is to eradicate the magical beasts of the secret realm. Now that the beast stands before us, we cannot remain idle." This statement was not directed at the heads of the Goblin Academy, but rather addressed the demon-slaying organizations from various nations. Among the martial lords gathered here, there were dozens. While the Goblin Academy had merely it would be quite challenging to deal with a peak martial lord like the Magic Dragon. Upon hearing this, many martial lords from foreign demon-slaying organizations sprang into action, joining the fray against the dragon. However, the martial lords from Huaxia's demon-slaying palace found themselves in a quandary, uncertain of whom to assist. They quickly sent messages to their superiors, awaiting further orders. Meanwhile, the battle between the two parties had already ignited. Faust's martial lords might bore down upon Han Yu, as if night had fallen and the surrounding light was consumed by his dark presence. Casting a shadow over dozens of miles, only Faust could see within this darkness. Han Yu appeared as though his eyes were veiled, utterly unable to perceive his surroundings. Even his mental acuity struggled to penetrate the shroud of dark might. "Die, Han Yu. You have made the gravest mistake by provoking me." Faust's voice reverberated through the darkness, echoing from every direction, rendering its origin indistinguishable. And no sooner had he spoken than countless shadowy night bats surged toward Han Yu, their crimson eyes brimming with a thirst for blood. This was Faust's innate technique, honed over many years and combined with his martial lord's might. Each night bat possessed formidable combat prowess, capable of relentlessly draining the enemy. Observing this, Han Yu let out a sneer and immediately activated his devouring demon body, transforming into a fearsome demonic entity. A chilling roar erupted as shadowy demonic forms manifested behind him, opening wide their gaping maws to devour the approaching night bats. "Excellent, a buffet delivered right to my door." Han Yu smirked, unleashing his innate skill, the 10,000 demons devourer, voraciously consuming the night bats. Seeing Han Yu's actions, Faust remained unfazed, instead harboring a sense of amusement. "What a fool! This is my innate technique, augmented by my martial lord's might. After decades of refinement, you dare to swallow it. Aren't you afraid of bursting?" As an established martial lord, Faust had encountered many who possessed the ability to consume the attacks of others. And apart from a few exceptional talents, Most ended up overwhelmed and exploded by various assaults. These night bats are infused with deadly energy. They are not so easily ingested. Even if you avoid bursting, you will be entangled in malevolent energy and descend into madness. The more Faust pondered, the wider his smile grew, eagerly anticipating the moment when Hanyu would either explode or succumb to insanity. Thus, he disregarded everything and exerted his full power, aiming to hasten Hanyu's demise. Meanwhile, Hanyu, who had once been at rock bottom in terms of malice value, found himself accumulating a considerable amount after merely provoking these martial lords. Especially with the heads of the Goblin Academy, each one was a martial lord, yielding exceptionally high drop rates. Even at this moment, he was still raking in tens of thousands of malice points every second, making him unperturbed by consumption. The malice points he was consuming from Faust's attacks paled in comparison to what he was earning. The sheer abundance of malice points was overwhelming. He simply could not expend them fast enough. Initially, Hanyu had intended to swiftly eliminate Faust, akin to his earlier encounter with Yu Xiaohang, but Faust's innate technique was far too appealing to him. Notification: you are under attack from a long-established peak martial lord. Each of his moves is lethally potent against you, as countless dark energies surge within you. Although your devouring demon body offers some immunity to such forces, the intensity of his attacks exceeds your threshold. The only silver lining is that while he is damaging your body, he is also refining your cultivation. Notification: after enduring endless pain, you have taken a step forward in your cultivation towards the King Realm. Progress towards the King Realm breakthrough has reached 1. Progress has reached 2. Progress has reached 10. Progress has reached 20. On Faust's side, he tirelessly assaulted Hanyu, only to realize that not only was Hanyu unscathed, but he appeared to be thriving. Something's amiss, very amiss. Faust's keen senses detected the crux of the issue. Damn it, this brat is using me as a whetstone, the insolent fool. Faust's heart seethed with rage. Realizing that he could not allow this to continue, fine. If you wish to compare, then so be it. With a resolute heart, Faust made a decision that went against the teachings of his ancestors, to break through to the King Realm. Faust understood that his martial potential was limited. After expending countless resources over the years, he had barely elevated his martial talent to A grade. Therefore, he had refrained from pursuing a breakthrough to the King Realm, fully aware that he was a top-tier figure among martial lords, but would become a low-tier existence among the kings. While the title of martial king sounded superior to that of a martial lord, the reality was far from it. Should Faust ascend to martial king, he would have to leave Blue Star for more perilous territories, where even kings faced a significant chance of perishing, in terms of acquiring wealth and resources. An ordinary martial king on the front lines would never compare to a peak martial lord stationed in the rear. Faust had intended to remain at his current level for as long as possible. Barring any imminent demise, however, the time had come. Hanyu was proving to be a formidable opponent. If he did not choose to break through, allowing Hanyu to utilize him as a sharpening stone, he might very well be ground to dust. Most importantly, if he could seize this opportunity to eliminate Hanyu, he would undoubtedly receive a generous reward from the martial sage. This was a deal worth pursuing. With resolve, Faust produced the 6th grade breakthrough elixir he had long prepared and swallowed it without hesitation. Simultaneously, his years of accumulated cultivation erupted forth, crashing against the barriers of the King Realm, him. This barrier was merely a final step, devoid of difficulty. Crack! Faust could almost hear the sound of the barrier shattering. In that instant, his combat strength began to soar, and the might he had immersed himself in for years began to transform into true intent. Martial lords cultivate might, martial kings hone intent, and martial emperors establish realms. Might, intent, and realm progress in succession. When might transforms into intent, Faust felt as if the power he commanded coalesced from mere pebbles into towering mountains. Boom, boom, boom. The infinite essence of the night had entirely enveloped Hanyu, intent on drowning him in endless darkness. Ha ha ha, die, Hanyu. This is the consequence of offending me, no, of offending the king. Faust was emboldened, while Hanyu's cultivation progress began to surge. Notification: you are being eroded by the true intent of a martial king. The consumption of malice points will be multiplied. Notification: progress towards the King Realm breakthrough has reached 60. Notification: progress has reached 80. Notification: progress has reached 100. Chapter 38. He is a martial king. No, he is a demon king. At this moment, Han Yu appeared to be completely enveloped in endless darkness, as if trapped in a quagmire, struggling in agony and unable to sense the life force of his opponent. The other martial lords remained focused on besieging the infernal fire dragon, which, under the combined efforts of dozens of foreign martial lords, found itself unable to advance an inch. While these foreign martial lords were wholeheartedly attacking the infernal fire dragon, they suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of energy from another spatial domain, the aura of a king realm. Director Faust had broken through to the king realm. The foreign martial lords displayed expressions of shock, realizing that they had underestimated Han Yu's tenacity, compelling Faust to opt for an impromptu breakthrough. However, their unease quickly settled, and they spoke in unison. Since Director Faust has become a martial king, Han Yu is undoubtedly doomed. Of course. This is Director Faust. Not only is he a top figure in our blue star, but he ranks among the foremost across all resource planets. Everything is over. We just need to wait for Director Faust to deal with that dragon with a snap of his fingers. While the foreign martial lords were abuzz with speculation, several members of the demon-slaying palace were equally astonished. They had just received orders from their superiors stating that, by any means necessary, they must protect Han Yu. Seeing Director Faust breaking through to the king realm and launching a frenzied assault on Han Yu, the martial lords felt an immediate sense of urgency and shouted in unison, "Faust, stop!" Upon encountering several martial nobles charging forth, Fooster merely sneered, fully aware of their intentions. With a mere hint of his true martial prowess, the group of martial nobles was swiftly forced to retreat. Fooster coldly proclaimed, "Gentlemen, it is Han Yu who has provoked this challenge against me. Should I choose to eliminate him, none shall dare to voice their objections. If any of you wish to intervene, do not blame me for my lack of hospitality." Witnessing Fooster's unyielding demeanor, one martial noble from the Demon Slayer Hall shouted, "Fooster, at your age, do you truly have the audacity to bully the weak? If Han Yu perishes, that individual will undoubtedly seek retribution against you." With a chuckle, Fooster retorted, "There is no need for your concerns. If that individual is indeed willing to tarnish their reputation to deal with me, I too have my own forms of protection." Realizing that Fooster was resolute in his intent to kill Han Yu, the martial nobles ceased their futile chatter and began to desperately resist Fooster's martial intent. Fooster was unconcerned about any repercussions from above. Such consequences were beyond their capabilities to withstand. Although martial nobles may appear lofty in the eyes of ordinary warriors, they were but mere ants when confronted by those of a higher echelon. Regrettably, despite their considerable strength, these martial nobles found themselves utterly outmatched against a martial king, unable to make even the slightest breakthrough. Fooster's dark martial intent not only obscured their vision but also shrouded their senses, leading them to unknowingly attack one another for an extended period before realizing they were harming their own allies. Damn it, we are doomed. Had we known it would come to this, we should have intervened to assist Han Yu from the outset. Who could have foreseen that he would create such a commotion and that individual would defy all odds to protect him? Alas, what a blunder! With heavy hearts, they resigned themselves to their fate. Should Han Yu meet his demise, they would bear the brunt of the blame, and their best-case scenario would be a transfer to the most perilous front lines, such as resource planets overrun by alien factions, fighting until their last breath. As Fooster observed the others relinquishing their struggle, he erupted into a boisterous laugh. However, the next moment, his laughter was abruptly silenced. He sensed a terrifying power brewing in the depths of the endless darkness. Boom! A surge of formidable martial force erupted, soaring thousands of meters into the sky. The darkness enveloping Han Yu began to recede, akin to the chaos that once imprisoned Pango, dispersing into countless ethereal energies. All eyes were drawn to the colossal disturbance, where a youth clad in a crimson blood robe hovered in midair. With a mere wave of his hand, all surrounding darkness retreated, parting to reveal a path before him. The king. It is a martial king. An alien martial noble quivered, his eyes wide with fear. No, it is the demon king. The abyssal fire demon dragon, besieged by the martial nobles, spoke with a chilling excitement and pride. This was its master, who, even as a former saint, had grown at an astonishing pace. Fooster's smile had long since turned rigid, his body trembling involuntarily. How is this possible? How could it be? Yu Shaoheng claimed his potential would only reach the noble level. How could he have broken through to the king level? This is utterly preposterous. At this moment, Fuster cursed Yu Shaoheng's entire lineage within his heart. It was his misplaced trust in this so-called martial path master that had led him to believe he could eliminate Han Yu. The ability to temporarily break through to the king level was Fuster's trump card, but he never imagined Han Yu could achieve the same. Run. The further, the better. Fuster's wings flared, employing a swift martial technique to flee. Yet, in the next instant, a thunderous roar reverberated as a dark figure blocked his path. Clad in dark armor, with thunderous wings sprouting from his back and ghostly flames swirling around him, the figure resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. "Let me go. From this point forward, may we keep our distances," Fuster stammered, but Han Yu merely smiled faintly. "Very well, I shall send you on your way." Han Yu unleashed his most potent talent in a direct confrontation. Derived from his S-rank skill, copper skin and iron bones, known as the diamond-shattering fist. This punch consolidated all of Han Yu's physical strength, and despite the refinement from countless S-rank talents, its power remained unfathomable. Boom! Even the air emitted a sharp scream as his fist struck, akin to crashing into liquid, brimming with resistance. Then it landed squarely upon Fuster, shattering the nightshade bat armor that enveloped him. Next, Fuster's body was pierced through. Instantly torn asunder, dead beyond recovery, streams of deathly energy surged into Han Yu's devouring demon body as he consumed his foe's power, predominantly this deathly aura, with the opponent's essence merely a secondary benefit. The remaining alien martial nobles, witnessing Fuster's annihilation by a single punch, were paralyzed with terror, fleeing in all directions without a second thought. A faint smile crept across Han Yu's lips, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Boom! Thunder roared, shadows darted, and blood splattered one by one. Martial nobles fell beneath Han Yu's iron fists, their bodies exploding in mid-air like blossoms of crimson, a sight both spectacular and brutal. The hunt had commenced. In a distant realm, within a grand and resplendent palace, 36 thrones floated, each occupied by a towering figure. All were in deep meditation until one abruptly opened his eyes, extending his hand as if unveiling a world within his palm. A star map appeared before him, his gaze fixating on a particular point at the center. Mother Star, a new king has been born. Upon hearing this, the other figures opened their eyes, revealing their identities as the avatars of the great saints of the Blue Star human race. Convened within the Hall of Saints in the spiritual realm, they constantly processed reports from thousands of resource stars under human dominion. The emergence of a new king on the Blue Star did not elicit any joy among the martial saints. According to the laws set forth by the Hall of Saints, to ascend to the king level, one must venture to other resource stars. This law was established for various reasons, one being that alien saints could detect king-level auras, pinpointing the spatial coordinates of the human mother star, thereby tearing open spatial rifts for invasion. For the Blue Star human race, the mother star held immense significance. Other resource stars could be sacrificed, but the mother star was irreplaceable. Boldly, who dares to declare themselves king on the mother star? Sage of Destiny, are you aware of this news? The Sage of Destiny, responsible for intelligence among the 36 saints, swiftly gathered information through his network of agents across the realms. Within a minute, he acquired the latest news. Upon learning that Fuster, from the Goblin Academy, had broken through to the king level in an attempt to eliminate Han Yu, all the saints were taken aback. Originally, many saints felt a flicker of anger at the thought of someone claiming kingship on the mother star, but now, many suppressed their emotions. All gazes turned to the elder seated at the head of the council, awaiting his words. This elder was none other than the foremost among the 36 saints, the Howling Sky Martial Saint, Han Shaotian. In response to the news conveyed by the Sage of Destiny about Han Yu challenging Fuster, who then sought to eliminate him by breaking through to the king level, Han Shaotian displayed neither joy nor sorrow, simply uttering, "Proceed according to the laws of the Hall of Saints." Upon hearing this, all the martial saints collectively sighed in relief. They had feared Han Shaotian might forcibly intervene on Han Yu's behalf, entering the Blue Star to confront Fuster. To their surprise, the foremost martial saint appeared so rule-abiding, seemingly unconcerned despite his previous efforts to protect Han Yu. Thus, an order was issued to transfer Fuster to the most dangerous front lines. Regardless, he had violated the law by declaring himself king on the Mother Star and would face severe punishment. One martial saint spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement. The majority were satisfied with this decision, particularly the martial saints from the Bai and Ling families. Having learned from the Sage of Destiny that Han Yu had killed members of their families, they felt somewhat avenged with Fuster's impending demise. For the assembly of martial saints, this matter was merely a minor episode, soon to be forgotten. They closed their eyes once more, resuming their respective tasks. Yet, moments later, the saint responsible for the star map was struck with shock once more. Another new king has emerged on the mother star. At this proclamation, astonishment rippled through the assembly, and all eyes turned towards the Sage of Destiny. The sage, sensing the urgency, contacted his agents to relay the information, and after receiving a response, a look of shock crossed his otherwise impassive face. He remained silent for a long moment, causing the other martial saints to furrow their brows. Sensing something was amiss, a martial saint urgently inquired, "Sage of Destiny, what has transpired?" The Sage of Destiny waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You shall see for yourselves." A scene materialized before the saint's eyes, depicting a shadowy figure mercilessly annihilating Fuster, who had just ascended to king. The figure then soared through the air, each pause resulting in a martial noble being obliterated. The brutality of the scene was beyond comprehension. The demon race. How could they appear on the mother star? Sage of Destiny, why did you not disclose such critical information? A martial saint glared at the sage. The Sage of Destiny offered a bitter smile and glanced at Howling Sky Martial Saint before slowly responding. This is Han Yux, a descendant of the Han family. Recently, he sought the demonic technique, the Devouring Heaven Demon Art, from the martial Emperor Han Yingjia of the Han family, and it appears he has made significant progress in his cultivation. Upon hearing this, the assembly of saints was once again shaken. A martial saint from the Cherry Blossom Nation immediately expressed his discontent. "Damn it, this boy is indeed exceedingly brutal. He seems less like a member of the human race and more like a demon." In response to this remark, a martial saint from the Longxia Nation sneered, "Is it not your Cherry Blossom Nation that initiated the proposal for humans to cultivate alien techniques? If Han Yu does not resemble a human, then what of your Cherry Blossom Nation's prodigies who practice the secret arts of the ghost race? They appear even less human." Upon hearing this, the martial saint from the Cherry Blossom Nation was infuriated, repeatedly shouting "Baka," as he exchanged heated words with the martial saint from Longxia. "Silence. This is the Hall of Saints, not a marketplace." "What a disgraceful display," shouted by Yujia, the martial saint of the Bai family, her ample figure clad in a flowing white robe that exuded a mature allure. "Let us adhere to tradition and cast a vote on how to deal with Han Yu." With her declaration, the assembly began to murmur, ultimately arriving at a rather reasonable resolution, with the majority of martial saints expressing their agreement. "Very well, Han Yu has committed the grievous crime of slaughtering his fellow martial lords. However, considering the circumstances, he shall be exiled to Blood Demon Star, where he must slay 1,000 demon kings before he is allowed to depart. This punishment could not be considered light, as battles between kings are anything but simple. Even if Han Yu were to achieve invincibility among his peers, he remains but a single individual, while Blood Demon Star is the domain of the blood demons, whose numbers are counted in the hundreds of billions. For him to slay 1,000 demon kings is akin to demanding he conquer the entire Blood Demon Star. Furthermore, Blood Demon Star is not merely home to demon kings, but also demon emperors, and even demon sovereigns. A mere newly ascended martial king entering this realm would find such a task tantamount to a death sentence. Just as Bai Yujia's final decision was pronounced, Han Xiaotian, who had remained silent throughout, finally spoke up, coolly declaring, "I, the saint, hereby veto this decision." At this proclamation, all the martial saints were taken aback, with many displaying dissatisfaction, yet feeling powerless to contest. The martial saint from Cherry Blossom Nation, in particular, retorted indignantly during this time, "How many proposals have we put forth, only to be vetoed by you? Is the Hall of Saints merely your fiefdom? I propose we abolish this veto power." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaotian scoffed, responding, "I, the saint, also veto this proposal." This. The martial saint from Cherry Blossom Nation's face reddened with rage, but before he could voice his thoughts, Han Xiaotian continued with a smile, "If you disagree with my veto power, feel free to test it. That I am curious to see who dares to proceed with matters I do not approve of." Hearing Han Xiaotian's threatening words, the other saints fell silent. Even the martial saint from Cherry Blossom Nation obediently closed his mouth. They suddenly realized that this veto power, while ostensibly a special privilege granted to the chief martial saint, was, in truth, merely a means for the chief to maintain decorum within the Hall of Saints. After all, to attain the position of chief martial saint, one must possess the strength to challenge the authority of the human race's assembly of saints. And this strength, Han Xiaotian certainly possessed. Saint Xiaotian. How shall we handle Han Yu? A martial saint respectfully inquired. First, let us transfer him away from his mother star. Han Xiaotian replied indifferently. The saint of heavenly mechanisms nodded in agreement. I shall issue the transfer order and grant him teleportation privileges. Before the saint of heavenly mechanisms could act, the saint of star chess suddenly exclaimed in alarm. This is bad. We have a major crisis. There is an invasion of alien races on the mother star. As the saint of star chess unfolded the star map, they observed that what had previously been a lone point of light in the blue star region was now densely populated with numerous red dots. Each red dot represented an alien king. Chapter 40. Tang Chun heads to Cherry Blossom Nation, ready to strike in the blue star. Han Yu was in a frenzy, slaughtering all the martial lords who besieged him. The air thick with the scent of blood. Those martial lords who had not participated in the attack on him and the infernal fire demon dragon trembled in fear, their gazes filled with dread, fearing that Han Yu might turn his wrath upon them next. Fortunately, despite his ruthless actions, Han Yu adhered to his principles and spared those martial lords who had remained uninvolved in the assault. With each martial lord he obliterated, their blood splattered across his crimson attire, deepening the vivid HUI in truth. It had begun as a white garment, designed to absorb blood and stains without the need for cleaning. However, due to the sheer volume of enemies Han Yu had slain, he had transformed the white garment into a blood-stained robe. To his surprise, this blood-stained robe, influenced by his various innate talents, seemed to exhibit signs of mutation. He had heard of such occurrences where clothing or weapons, having accompanied their master in battle for an extended period, became imbued with extraordinary qualities, potentially even gaining consciousness after many years alongside a martial saint. Wearing the blood-stained robe was comfortable for Han Yu. Initially, he worried that it might hinder his cultivation, but now that it was mutating, he saw no reason to change it. While dispatching the martial lords, he also employed the devouring heaven demon art to absorb their deathly energy and vitality, progressing from a 1-star martial king to a 3-star martial king. Reflecting on the slow advancement attained through slaying so many martial lords, Han Yu felt a mix of disappointment yet understanding. He was now a martial king, and to maintain a rapid pace of cultivation, he needed to target martial kings rather than mere martial lords, who were but minor adversaries to him. Thankfully, even these minor foes had contributed significantly to his malevolence value. Glancing at his system panel, he noted, current malevolence value remaining, 50 million. When one considers how deeply a person can harbor malice toward another, it often stems from the latter's intent to kill. As Han Yu hunted down those martial lords, their malice was boundless, if their usual animosity towards him was akin to a dripping faucet. Then during the chase, it resembled a geyser. Thus, even without repeatedly farming malevolence from them like he did with Tang Chun, the single wave of slaughter had yielded substantial returns. Speaking of Tang Chun, Han Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Surely, I must now be the strongest entity on Blue Star. At this moment, the probability of slaying Tang Chun seemed considerable. Contemplating this, Han Yu smirked, fully aware that he could not harbor overly grand expectations. However, even if he could not kill Tang Chun, he should at least extract a wave of malevolence from him. Consequently, Han Yu contacted his loyal guard to investigate Tang Chun's whereabouts. Soon, the news returned. Tang Chun had not taken a private jet back to Longsha Nation but had instead traveled to Cherry Blossom Nation, entering the Goblin Academy there. Hearing this, Han Yu's grin widened, satisfaction evident on his face. Excellent. By going there, I might just rake in a hefty amount of malevolence. With a thunderous flap of his Xianlei wings, Han Yu transformed into a streak of black light, soaring toward Cherry Blossom Nation. Cherry Blossom Nation. At the Goblin Academy, upon their return, Tang Chen and his companions were warmly welcomed by numerous cherry blossom maidens. Gazing at the array of beautiful girls clad in JK uniforms, revealing their long, fair legs, Tang Chen nearly drooled. Tang Chen-kun, welcome to our Goblin branch in Cherry Blossom Nation. A smiling woman in uniform, the vice president of the Goblin Academy, greeted him. Tang Chin immediately responded in halting cherry blossom language, internally vowing to diligently study the language. Cherry blossom language is great. I must learn it. Upon hearing Tang Chin's awkward cherry blossom language, the woman promptly switched to fluent Longxia language. Tang Chinkuan, now that you have joined us in Cherry Blossom Nation, you simply need to pay respects to the Ghost Society to obtain our Ghost Cultivation inheritance. Please select a time. Tang Chin's heart stirred upon hearing this. His reason for switching allegiances was precisely to covet the Ghost Cultivation inheritance of Cherry Blossom Nation. With his S-class blood sovereign and immortal bloodline, he was nearly invulnerable physically, yet his soul was quite fragile. By practicing the Ghost Cultivation arts, he could enhance his spiritual body, ensuring survival should he encounter Hanyu again. Speaking of Hanyu, a wave of rage surged within Tang Chin. If it weren't for that scoundrel, I would not have been forced to flee my homeland. He immediately declared, Badu-sensei, there is an old saying in Longxia Nation. There is no time like the present. Shall we go now? Seeing Tang Chin's eagerness, Badu Yui smiled knowingly. She had no intention of rejecting his desire to pursue the Ghost Cultivation inheritance, nor did she impose any conditions. After all, once he embraced the Ghost Cultivation arts, he would be irrevocably bound to the Cherry Blossom Nation, destined to become a messenger for the ghostly beings. Thus, Badu Yui swiftly led Tang Chun to pay respects at various ghost societies, selecting the most suitable Ghost Cultivation inheritance for him. Each time he honored the ghost societies, Tang Chun did so with utmost sincerity, kneeling and bowing before each tablet, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Tang Chinkuan, you must have heard of the heroes we honor in our worship, correct? Were they not the battle heroes from the event with the ghost race that won a Longxia Nation? Tang Chun had intended to say battle fan, but, mindful that he was in Cherry Blossom Nation, he altered his phrasing. Haha, indeed. Our hero originally intended to spread the faith of spirits and deities in your Dragon Summer Nation, establishing a realm of shared prosperity for both humans and spirits. Unfortunately, the stubborn old guard of your nation failed to recognize goodwill and instead turned against our hero, slandering us as invaders. Such actions are utterly despicable, Bodo Jie exclaimed with righteous indignation, while Tang Chun forced a couple of awkward chuckles before ultimately agreeing, I too believe that their ideology is excessively antiquated. What are human beings and spirits but mere members of the vast multitude? Why must we resort to violence? Harmony among all is the true essence of existence. Bodo Jie was quite pleased with Tang Chin's response, and in an act of sincere reverence, he unexpectedly gained the inheritance of several exalted spirits, which filled him with great joy. Hanyu, once I have assimilated this divine heritage, I shall seek vengeance for past grievances. Before he could finish his thoughts, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, causing Tang Chin's heart to skip a beat. A voice, filled with despair, echoed above the Cherry Blossom Nation. Tang Chun, where are you? I have come to kill you. Chapter 41. The Descent of Spirits. In contrast to Tang Chin's trepidation, Bodo Jie felt a surge of wrath upon hearing those words. Was this Dragon Summer Nation individual truly so audacious as to pursue us into the territory of the Cherry Blossom Nation? Such insolence is utterly unforgivable. Bodo Jie's chest heaved with fury, her professional attire nearly bursting at the seams. Tang Chinkuan, come with me. I shall stand by your side. Professor Bodo, that Hanyu is now a martial marquis. Perhaps we should first seek refuge and avoid confrontation, Tang Chen replied, somewhat apprehensive. Bodo Jie, observing his cowardice, felt a wave of contempt. This person, possessing an appealing appearance, was so spineless. Were it not for his father being a martial saint, any warrior from our Cherry Blossom Nation would have surely forced him to take his own life. Bodo Jie patted Tang Chen's shoulder confidently, asserting, you need not worry. This is our Cherry Blossom Nation. Regardless of whether he is a martial marquis or even a martial king, he cannot harm you here. You are now an apostle of the spirits, and they shall surely protect you. Despite Bodo Jie's confident words, Tang Chun, still haunted by his previous encounters with Hanyu, dared not step outside. With a light huff, Bodo Jie could no longer conceal her disdain and left the Goblin Academy's Spirit Society alone. She stepped into the open air, her gaze fixed upon the figure before her. Are you Hanyu? Bodo Jie regarded Hanyu with icy disdain, while he, taken aback, felt a jolt of surprise. This Professor Bodo was striking, revealing ample white skin, bountiful and generous, truly astonishing. Hanyu recalled that in the original storyline, this character also played a part, representing Dragon Summer Nation at the Goblin Academy, coming to the Cherry Blossom Nation for further studies, and sharing a brief romantic interlude with Bodo-jie. Initially, the protagonist harbored some animosity towards the Cherry Blossom Nation, but under Professor Bodo's influence, he gradually embraced their ideology. Ultimately, he incorporated the Cherry Blossom Nation into his own faction, banding together in the mid to late stages to combat the Dragon Summer Nation's demon-slaying haul. By that time, the entire human race on Blue Star had softened its hostility towards foreign races, as the human race had ascended to the pinnacle of existence. Yet, the demon-slaying haul continued to advocate for the complete eradication of all foreign races. The protagonist group led the other humans in vehement moral condemnation of the demon-slaying haul's actions, ultimately rallying the righteous protagonists and the oppressed foreign races to obliterate the haul, fostering unity among humans and foreign races. To protect the nearly extinct foreign races, the protagonist group, after establishing dominion over all realms, enacted various laws. Then came the second part of the Yuanwu continent, where the human race began to decline and foreign races started to rise, once again displacing the humans from their position as sovereigns of all realms. The protagonist of the second part led the humans in rebellion. Thus began a cycle anew. Contemplating the original storyline, Hanyu felt a surge of revulsion. Initially, he held a modicum of admiration for the straightforward and generous female teachers of the Cherry Blossom Nation. After all, he harbored a few grudges against the Cherry Blossom Nation, namely, music and animated series. These female teachers had made remarkable contributions to the third industry, and Hanyu certainly respected them as true elites. However, at this moment, as he gazed upon Professor Bodo, only disdain filled his heart. Even as a villain, he possessed his own preferences. He retained a measure of compassion for those from Dragon Summer Nation who shared a common cultural ideology. Yet, towards these traditional enemies of the Cherry Blossom Nation, only cruelty remained. He coldly regarded Bodo-jie, speaking in a chilling tone. "I give you 10 seconds to hand over Tang-chan, or I shall kill you." Bodo-jie was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Hanyu's audacity. The audacious Dragon Summer Nation individual dared to be so brazen within the territory of the Cherry Blossom Nation. "Should you dare to strike, regardless of your background, I shall undoubtedly slay you here. Your time is running out. 3, 2, 1, boom." The countdown concluded. Hanyu uttered no further words. The ground trembled with thunderous energy as all 4 of his S-class talents activated. He transformed into a shadowy demonic entity, enveloped in eerie blue inferno, and charged directly at Bodo-jie. That moment, as Hanyu revealed his might, Bodo-jie's heart quaked violently, her chest rising and falling as if tempestuous waves surged within her. Such overwhelming force. He is not merely a martial marquis, but a martial king. A profound fear surged through Bodo-jie, yet she swiftly suppressed it, immediately employing her strongest trump card, Divine Invocation. In any other circumstance, facing a martial king as a mere martial marquis might have meant certain death. Yet here, in the Cherry Blossom Nation, where spirits were ever present, communication with them was possible at any moment. "O Lord Green-Faced Spirit, your apostle requires your assistance. I offer the life essence of 10,000 as a sacrificial tribute. Please descend upon us, O Great One." Bodo-jie hurriedly uttered a series of incantations in the language of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Suddenly, within the Goblin Academy, a spirit society resembling a public restroom trembled, and the statue of the green-faced, fanged spirit glowed ominously, a dense black mist erupting forth to envelop Bodo-jie. "Ha ha ha, thank you, my lord. Once I vanquish this foe, I shall seek out offerings for you." Boom, boom, boom. With the potent spirit energy augmenting her, Bodo-jie transformed into a fearsome specter, her combat power soaring to the level of a king. Observing her in this form, Hanyu was filled with disgust. "How repulsive!" Bodo-jie, incensed, retorted, "You fool! Even as death approaches, you remain oblivious. Once I slay you, I shall hunt down the fishermen of your Dragon Summer Nation, offering 10,000 lives as tribute to my lord's spirit, fool." Hanyu merely uttered a single word, then activated his talent technique, the diamond-shattering fist, unleashing terrifying physical power towards Bodo-jie. Boom. Bodo-jie's spectral form was blasted open, yet she emitted a sinister laugh. "Idiot! My lord is a spirit. No matter how strong your physical attack, It poses no threat to me. Oh, is that so? Then let us see how you fare against this. Han Yu's eyes glinted with mockery as he unleashed the S-class talent technique of the Hellfire Demon Body, Purgatory, Ethereal Flame Incineration, boom, boom, boom. All of Han Yu's power surged into the Hellfire Demon Body. Even the magical armor derived from the sky-eating demon body began to fade. At that moment, he was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of ethereal blue flames. Subsequently, all the blue flames coalesced into a demonic dragon, rushing forth to envelop Bodo J's spectral form entirely. In that moment, as the hellfire engulfed her, Bodo J felt as though she had plunged into the fiery depths of hell, her body and spirit racked with excruciating pain. Heart-wrenching cries escaping her lips. Ah, how can you possess such power? Spare me, please, spare me, Bodo J wailed in agony. Yet Han Yu remained indifferent, merely snapping his fingers as the flames erupted once more, obliterating Bodo J's spectral form into a cloud of ash. Somewhere within the Goblin Academy, Tang Chen witnessed this scene and was utterly terrified, nearly wetting his pants. Han Yu is nothing short of a demon. How terrifying! It is simply too frightening. Chapter 42. The Feast of Death. The scene of Han Yu annihilating Bodo J was witnessed by numerous teachers and students of the Goblin Academy, who looked upon the figure suspended in the air with a mix of anger and fear. Meanwhile, numerous figures soared towards them, led by the minister of the martial arts department of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Nichuan Gangbin. He had mobilized all the celestial warriors and martial marquis of the Cherry Blossom Nation on Blue Star at once, only to arrive too late. How dare you kill a martial marquis of our Cherry Blossom Nation, you damned Dragon Summer Nation scoundrel! You must provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Nichuan Gangbin seethed with rage. His gaze toward Han Yu filled with murderous intent. Our people from Dragon Summer Nation have gone missing in your Cherry Blossom Nation. I merely sought to find him. Who would have known that Professor Bodo would misunderstand and attempt to attack me? In self-defense, I had no choice but to slay her. How does that sound for a reason? As a seasoned veteran, Nichuan Gangbin immediately sensed something amiss. Isn't this the same justification used years ago when the Cherry Blossom Nation invaded the Dragon Summer Nation? You fool! How dare you deceive me? I am not deceiving you. This is the truth. That person is named Tang Chun, and I have a blood feud with him. Han Yu replied nonchalantly, his expression earnest. Now I suspect he is in disguise among your Cherry Blossom Nation. I shall not spare him, and if I cannot find him, do not blame me. A smirk appeared at the corner of Han Yu's mouth. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Even the renowned Nichikawa Gongon felt a shiver run through his heart, as if he were being scrutinized by a malevolent demon. Baka. Regardless of the rationale you employ, you have committed an unforgivable crime. Nichikawa Gongon ceased to utter further words and promptly commanded all the heavenly warriors and martial ho to assemble. Dozens of martial ho from the Sakura Nation and hundreds of heavenly warriors formed an imposing array, emanating a chilling aura of ghostly energy. Each individual among them was a spirit practitioner. In fact, in contemporary Sakura Nation, nearly 99% of the populace were spirit practitioners. They led lives steeped in brutality, hunting sea beasts, drinking fresh blood, and consuming raw flesh, all to appease various deities with sacrifices of flesh and blood in exchange for formidable power. This was the prevailing martial path of Sakura Nation. They referred to themselves as ghost warriors, practicing the art of ghostly martial prowess. Although these ghost warriors venerated a myriad of deities, they were, after all spirits capable of resonating with one another. With dozens of martial ho at the forefront and hundreds of heavenly warriors in support, a ghostly formation was swiftly established. Wisps of soul fire flickered, and numerous phantoms flitted about, instilling a sense of dread at a mere glance. The helm. Nichikawa Gongon transformed into a fearsome specter enveloped in flames. Invoking the name of the Crimson Flame Deity, a particularly potent spirit immune to most fiery assaults. Damn those from Longxia Nation. Today, you shall cleanse your affront against the glorious Sakura Nation with your own blood. Nichikawa Gongon bellowed, brandishing an oversized katana and swinging it menacingly towards Han Yu. Heh, how amusing. Han Yu remained unperturbed, casually gesturing as the surrounding space trembled, and a colossal skeletal dragon swiftly emerged. This inferno dragon possessed its own secret realm, allowing it to effortlessly traverse into that mystical space. It had left a spatial anchor point on Han Yu. enabling him to summon it from the secret realm to fight on his behalf at will. At this moment, the Inferno Dragon had advanced further in strength, reaching the king level, having consumed the corpses of the martial Ho that Hanyu had defeated. After refining their remains, it absorbed their essence. Given that these were all elite life forms, the infusion of their remains was a tremendous boon for the Inferno Dragon. It was not a true demon but more akin to an undead creature. As most undead beings manifested in skeletal forms, with their powers rooted in their bones. The Inferno Dragon, possessing its own sacred-level remains and receiving high-quality bones from Hanyu, was growing at a pace that would not lag significantly behind Hanyu. Upon its emergence, it lunged toward Nichikawa Gangon's fiery specter, and a fierce battle ensued. As Nichikawa Gangon slashed down with his sword, waves of energy cascaded, leaving countless gashes on the Inferno Dragon's skeletal frame. It was evident that his katana was a weapon of considerable quality. Kakik. This is the executioner's blade left by the emperor, said to have claimed the lives of countless from your Longxia nation. Its power is truly formidable, isn't it? Nichikawa Gangon exclaimed with excitement. Hanyu merely scoffed, and with a thought, the Inferno Dragon returned to him, transforming into a suit of white bone armor and a white great halberd. This was Hanyu's true aim in subduing the Inferno Dragon. The sacred bone transformation, items and weapons infused with sacred power possess immense might, and the sacred bones themselves are no exception. While the flesh and blood left by the sacred beings may decay over time, the bones endure the test of time and remain immortal. Each sacred bone can be transformed into a weapon, with its form varying from individual to individual. This was Hanyu's first instance of transforming the Inferno Dragon into a weapon, and he had not anticipated that it would take the form of a magnificent white bone armor and a bone halberd. However, Hanyu relished grand and decisive battles, and this bone halberd suited him perfectly. Perhaps a true man should wield a great halberd. With the enhancement of the bone armor, Hanyu's combat prowess surged. With a casual sweep, the great halberd struck down, shattering the katana and the fiery specter's grasp into countless metallic shards that rained down upon the ground. It is worth noting that Hanyu's combat now reached the king level. For ordinary martial artists, a battle at the king level was akin to the devastation of a nuclear bomb. Each metallic shard flew for dozens of miles, crashing into towns and villages, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Countless screams erupted as many Sakura Nation citizens were torn apart by the residual force. Tens of thousands of malice points flooded into Hanyu's system account, leaving him momentarily stunned, and he swung the great halberd with even more fervor. Kakik. Enjoy this grand feast of death, you wretched beings. Chapter 43. One punch to obliterate the protagonist. Tang Chun, protagonist's father, descends. Hanyu, wielding the great halberd, unleashed a whirlwind of energy with each swing, uprooting trees and shattering houses, while citizens of Sakura Nation were reduced to mere blood mist. Hanyu was aware that Tang Chin's presence lingered below, and thus, he held nothing back. For the islanders of this region, the full force of a king was akin to a nuclear bomb razing the earth. Wherever Hanyu passed, devastation ruled. As far as the eye could see, everything lay in ruins, in the midst of the slaughter. The malignant intent of countless souls erupted in their final moments, yielding bountiful rewards for Hanyu. Ding! Your malice points have reached 100 million. After effortlessly surpassing the 100 million mark, the influx continued unabated. Hanyu felt a twinge of regret, for despite the apparent lack of survivors in the area, Tang Chin's name remained unblemished on the system panel. Could it be that this fellow was not present in this vicinity? Hanyu mused, lamenting the situation. It seemed that Tang Chun must have departed early. In that case, I shall take my leave as well. With that, Hanyu vanished from this space. Shortly thereafter, from the debris of a ruin, a figure struggled to emerge. Damn it, demon! This Hanyu has gone too far. No, I must escape Sakura Nation at once. No, I should immediately flee Blue Star. Tang Chun had long contemplated leaving Blue Star, but venturing to other stars posed perilous risks for ordinary martial artists. Initially, he had intended to bide his time. Yet Hanyu had granted him no such opportunity, now that he had acquired the ghostly lineage. His self-preservation abilities were significantly enhanced, allowing him to escape to the realm of the demon race. Since the human race cannot protect me, Tang Chun, allowing this Hanyu to run rampant, I shall seek refuge with the demon race. Tang Chun seethed with rage, cursing under his breath. However, In the next moment, he turned to find a figure quietly observing him, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. "I knew you hadn't left." Surprised? Delighted? Han Yu declared as he reached out with a massive hand, lunging toward Tang Chun. "Today, I shall see how you can escape death." At present, Tang Chun was merely an Earth-level martial artist, while Han Yu had ascended to the rank of king. The probability of survival for an Earth-level martial artist against a king was a staggering 99% in favor of death. Han Yu was eager to discover how far the heavens would go to protect him. Crack! Just as Han Yu was about to touch Tang Chen's body, a thunderous sound of shattering space erupted. A rift appeared in the air, revealing an abyss of darkness. Within that void, a pair of eyes watched Han Yu intently, and a voice suddenly resonated. "I shall see who dares to harm my son." Following this declaration, a torrent of divine might surged forth, crashing down upon Han Yu. This was Tang Chen's father, Tang Hao, who had located his son's spatial coordinates and forcefully rent the fabric of space. However, as soon as he tore open the space, he was met with waves of divine might that suppressed him, rendering him incapable of crossing the void. This was the handiwork of the martial saints of the human race. Yet even so, a trace of divine might still surge toward Han Yu. For the martial saints, each thread of divine power was but a mere hair's breadth, yet for Han Yu, a martial king, it bore the weight of a mountain. Boom. For an ordinary martial king, this overwhelming divine might could easily obliterate them in an instant. However, Han Yu was different. Ding. You are currently enduring the pressure of a saint. Secondary effect transfer activated. Estimated minimum consumption: 1 million malice points per second. Ding! The wrath of the saint leaves countless corpses in its wake. The fury of a saint is a calamity for all living beings. You have entered a low point in your life, teetering on the brink of obliteration by divine might. However, while this divine might is tyrannical, if you can withstand it, it serves as a form of trial. You are undergoing the deathly baptism of divine might. Ding! Under the immersion of divine might, your kingly essence has grown even stronger. You have broken through to the 4-star king level. Ding! You have broken through to the 5-star king level. Han Yu touched the moisture at the corner of his mouth, not blood, but saliva. He was deeply troubled about how to expend this malicious energy when, in a fateful moment, he attacked the protagonist and inadvertently triggered the descent of an NPC. Truly, the protagonist was exceptional. Every time he faced imminent death, a turn of events would ensue. In the past, he would have had no choice but to accept his fate, but alas, in this life, he too had gained extraordinary abilities. With this thought in mind, he cast a fierce glare at Tang Hao, who stood beyond the spatial rift. Even though the latter was a sage, he remained unfazed. "So, it's Tang Hao, is it? Today, I shall slay your son. What will you do about it? Even Jesus cannot intervene. Mark my words." With a thunderous roar, Han Yu bore down upon Tang Hao's sacred pressure and charged towards Tang Chun, delivering a powerful blow to his head. With a resounding crash, Tang Chen's skull shattered like a watermelon, splattering red and white across the ground. A headless corpse stood motionless, while Tang Hao, engaged in combat with other sages, let out a wail of despair. "No, you beast. How dare you kill my son? I will annihilate your entire family. I will obliterate your entire lineage." Tang Hao descended into madness, while Han Yu's malicious energy surged uncontrollably. Ding! You have received a killing intent from Tang Hao. 9,990,000. Hatred. 9,990,000. Good heavens, a big catch. Han Yu felt as though his breath were being stifled. In mere seconds, the malice he garnered from Tang Hao had exceeded 1 billion. 1 billion. A sum that could never be exhausted in a lifetime. He needed to find a hefty target to exploit, a direct windfall. Seeing Tang Hao's furious demeanor, Han Yu scoffed. "Come on then, if you have the guts, step inside and try to kill me." Gazing at the enormous crimson eyes in the void, Han Yu mocked without a hint of concern, while Tang Hao was already driven to the brink of insanity. He had expended countless means to pinpoint Tang Chen's location, believing he could rescue his son, only to witness him being brutally slain before his very eyes, and the instigator of this outrage continued to provoke him. Utterly despicable. "Go! Kill him! Kill him!" In a fit of rage, Tang Hao unleashed a torrent of monstrous beasts from the spatial rift, each a king-level demon, referred to as demon kings. The foremost among them had already attained the emperor level. Dozens of demon beasts, their ferocity palpable, charged towards Han Yu with alarming speed. Yet Han Yu showed no sign of trepidation. He glanced at his system panel, a manic grin spreading across his face. Ding! You have broken through to Martial King 8 stars. Ding! You have broken through to Martial King 9 stars. Ding! The true essence of Martial King within you is transitioning towards Martial Emperor. You are on the verge of breaking through to Martial Emperor. Chapter 44. The Bone-Chilling Slaughter. As the blue star underwent its transformation, the martial saints within the human race's sanctum were embroiled in fervent discussion. Star Chess Sage, what transpired? Did you not promptly sever the connection between the King's Trial Tower and Han Yu? One sage lamented. The King's Trial Tower is a mysterious realm in the universe. Whenever a monarch is born among the myriad beings, they gain the qualification to enter the King's Trial Tower. Those who obtain the crown enhancement within the tower possess overwhelming dominance over those who do not during combat. The greater the number of crowns acquired, the more benefits one receives, and the higher their privileges within the King's Trial Tower. This is one reason why monarchs cannot remain on the Blue Star, not only due to their immense power posing a threat to the indigenous human race, but also because they might serve as beacons for other races to locate the Blue Star. Faced with the complaints of the other sages, Star Chess Sage furrowed his brow. No. I immediately severed the connection between Han Yu and Forced with the King's Trial Tower. They should not have received any notifications. Therefore, the reason the enemy located the Blue Star's coordinates was not because of the King's Trial Tower, but due to some other means. Upon hearing this, all the sages fell into contemplation. Relying on alternative methods to discover the Blue Star's coordinates is far more challenging than utilizing the King's Trial Tower. Enough. This is not the time for such deliberations. Finding a solution to the problem is key. I have already mobilized the nearest monarchs from the Star Realm for support, but who knows how many humans those alien monarchs will slaughter during their return. Heavenly Machine Sage, quickly summon your heavenly machines to investigate the latest news. All eyes turned to Heavenly Machine Sage. His heavenly machines commanded various secret arts, capable of transmitting messages across vast distances with remarkable stability. Yes, I am already investigating, Heavenly Machine Sage nodded, fully aware of what needed to be done in a timely manner. After a brief moment, Heavenly Machine Sage's brow furrowed, and he exclaimed in astonishment, the one who tore open the space to allow the alien powerhouses to enter the Blue Star is not an alien sage, but Tang Hao. Upon this revelation, the sages were taken aback, some with anger flickering in their eyes, while others remained stoically composed, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Tang Hao had expended his own power to tear through the endless space. Undoubtedly for the sake of his son. The martial saint Bai Yujia slowly spoke, and Heavenly Machine Sage nodded in agreement. Bai Yujia then smiled and continued, since he came solely for Tang Chun. After taking him, he likely won't pose any further threat to the Blue Star. Heavenly Machine Sage glanced at Bai Yujia and then at Han Xiaotian, his expression turning complex as he spoke slowly. Tang Chen is likely dead. The heavenly machines reported that he was killed by Han Yu with a single blow to the head. It is highly probable that he is indeed dead. Upon hearing this, the sages shuddered, some even displaying signs of fear. They were well aware of Tang Hao's terrifying nature. It was known that he could slaughter martial saints even at the martial emperor level. After becoming a martial saint, he had fought several renowned demon saints single-handedly, earning a significant position among the human race. Now that Han Yu had killed his only offspring, chaos was surely imminent. An enraged foreign martial saint exclaimed, "This Han Yu is far too reckless, daring to slay the only son of martial Saint Haotian. For years, he has been guiding the demon race to ally with us humans, providing us with a stable period for development. His contributions are immense." Many martial saints echoed in agreement, some casting sidelong glances at Han Xiaotian, stating coolly, "Enough. Han Yu is likely already subdued by martial Saint Haotian. Discussing this is futile. We must find a way to quell martial Saint Haotian's wrath." Upon hearing the foreign martial saint's words, Heavenly Machine Sage cleared his throat and interjected, If I may, the heavenly machines have reported that Han Yu is not dead. He should currently be engaged in battle with the invading alien powerhouses." This statement took the sages by surprise, and some voiced their skepticism. How can that be? Tang Hao is a martial saint. Even a fraction of his martial saint pressure could overwhelm a martial emperor, let alone a newly ascended martial king. Are you certain of your information? Heavenly Machine Sage frowned at the doubt expressed by the martial saint. You should not question the authenticity of my intelligence. Seeing the cold glare from Heavenly Machine Sage, the martial saint hesitated, immediately apologizing profusely. Though Heavenly Machine Sage was not adept in combat, none dared provoke him. For he held countless secrets. Should any be revealed, even a martial saint would find it unbearable. Very well, Heavenly Machine Sage, we will trouble you to continue gathering intelligence. Heavenly Machine Sage snorted coldly, ceasing further discussion, and resumed employing secret arts to communicate across endless space with his heavenly machines. As he received a barrage of messages, his breathing grew rapid, and astonishment filled his eyes. As a sage, such displays of emotion were rare. Yet today, due to one individual, his astonishment only deepened with each passing moment. Terrifying. This individual's rate of advancement was simply too astonishing. Heavenly Machine Sage swallowed hard. Hearing his exclamation, the other sages frowned, unsure of what he was hinting at. Heavenly Machine Sage, what news have you received? Please share it with us, a martial saint urged anxiously. Never mind, see for yourselves. Heavenly Machine Sage waved his hand, condensing his holy power into an image. This time, not only was there an image, but also sound eye in the scene. A figure clad in bone armor, wielding a massive bone spear, stood defiantly in the sky, pointing towards the abyss-like spatial rift. Emerging from the rift were colossal figures, each a ferocious demon king. The three at the forefront were renowned demon emperors. As the sages beheld the appearance of these demon kings and sensed their auras, they gasped in astonishment. These demon kings were seasoned rulers who had received enhancements from the king's trial tower. Each possessed at least one crown, while the three demon emperors boasted 3 crowns, marking them as formidable foes. This time, Hanyu was likely doomed. He had only just entered the king level and had never undergone the trials of the king's trial tower. In terms of strength and foundation, he was incomparable to these seasoned rulers. The sages exchanged opinions, their outlook on Hanyu increasingly grim. As they conversed, several demon kings had already pounced near Hanyu, unleashing a variety of bloodline techniques that enveloped him in a torrent of chaos. With violent roars, fire and water clashed, metal and wood intertwined, and an array of dazzling demon techniques surged forth. Wielding the power to annihilate all the sages believed that under such relentless assaults, Hanyu would be instantly obliterated. Yet, to their utter astonishment, a pale figure tore through all the bloodline techniques, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming true essence. With a sudden sweep of the formidable halberd in his grasp, countless white bones ablaze with eerie blue flames filled the surrounding space, piercing through the bodies of several demon kings and reducing them to mere crimson mist with a single casual motion. This technique was the innate skill derived from the infernal fire dragon's transformation, a synthesis of all its formidable powers. The Bone-Quaking Kill, Chapter 45. You shall all perish today. The Bone-Quaking Kill obliterated multiple crowned demon kings in an instant, leaving all the martial saints of the Holy Hall utterly astounded. What is happening? Is this young man not merely a novice in the martial king realm? To annihilate so many crowned demon kings with a single strike, can this truly be called a newly ascended martial king? Meanwhile, behind the rift in space, Tang Hao's blood-red eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Why has this fellow's aura surged so dramatically? He has now reached the pinnacle of the martial king realm. Although the demon kings he had slain were not at their peak, under the enhancement of their crowns, their combat prowess was certainly not to be underestimated. Yet, they could not withstand a single strike from Hanyu and were annihilated en masse. The sheer terror of this fellow's combat strength at the same level was simply staggering. Wind Eagle Demon Emperor, Fire Rhinoceros Demon Emperor, Water Python Demon Emperor, what are you waiting for? Hurry and join forces to slay this fiend. Tang Hao coldly commanded. It was only then that the demon emperors snapped back to reality. They had previously overestimated their own status, believing that the demon kings would suffice to eliminate that human. Little did they expect that with just one strike, the demon kings had been decimated. Seeing this, the 3 demon emperors were momentarily taken aback. They could not sense any aura of the trial crown emanating from Hanyu. To eradicate several crown kings without relying on the trial crown, this level of combat prowess was enough to instill fear even in the hearts of the former Triple Crown kings. After all, the trial crown, even if it were just a single crown, would amplify one's strength by at least double. Before they had their crowns, they certainly could not have achieved the level of Hanyu. After being admonished by the martial saint of the celestial realm, the three demon emperors ceased their hesitations and immediately joined the fray against Hanyu. The fire rhinoceros demon emperor was the first to strike, unleashing torrents of flames that enveloped Hanyu, the searing heat spreading so intensely that even gold and iron would melt and evaporate upon contact. Heh, a monarch? I find that rather laughable, Hanyu scoffed. Possessing the S-rank infernal fire body, he was immune to most of the flame's power. Coupled with other S-rank innate abilities, Hanyu's physical form had become remarkably formidable, rendering such flames inconsequential to him. He wielded the bone halberd and charged towards the fire rhinoceros demon emperor. The fire rhinoceros demon emperor was taken aback, astonished that this individual could withstand his bloodline technique. Instantly, he unleashed the full power of the trial crown, three crown illusions manifesting and merging into one, amplifying the power of his flames. Although Hanyu had managed to advance against the flames, at that moment, as the three trial crowns unleashed their might, he found himself unable to proceed any further. The intense heat engulfed him, forcing him to activate all his innate abilities to resist. A mere uncrowned king dares to compare himself to this emperor? Preposterous! The fire rhinoceros demon emperor coldly chuckled at this sight, yet he felt it was still insufficient. Thus, he bellowed, "Wind Eagle Demon Emperor, I implore you to lend your winds to stoke the flames and refine this wretch." Upon hearing this, the Wind Eagle Demon Emperor immediately employed his bloodline technique, conjuring fierce winds that surged forth, creating towering tornadoes that rushed towards Hanyu. The raging winds twisted and pulled at Hanyu, leaving him disoriented and unable to discern direction. The flames from the fire rhinoceros demon emperor merged with the tempest, forming fire tornadoes that incessantly tore at Hanyu's flesh while simultaneously incinerating his body. The boundary established by the two demon emperors had taken form, creating two enclosed spaces from which Hanyu could not escape unless he could break through their barrier. However, the monarch's boundary was a nascent form of an imperial domain. And in his current state, Hanyu was utterly incapable of shattering it. At this moment, the white bone armor formed by the infernal fire dragon glowed a fiery red, seemingly on the verge of exploding, and any increase in temperature would lead to its melting. Although the infernal fire dragon's transformation was of a sacred artifact level, Hanyu's current strength was insufficient to unleash its full might. Thus, should he encounter an attack that far exceeded his limits, both the white bone armor and the bone halberd would revert to their original forms. After all, the power sustaining its transformation into a sacred artifact was still reliant on Hanyu's own strength. Seeing the Wind Eagle Demon Emperor and the Fire Rhinoceros Demon Emperor collaborating to subdue Hanyu, it appeared as though he had become akin to the Sun Wukong trapped in the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Old Lord. Utterly bereft of any means to resist, the Water Python Demon Emperor, witnessing this, felt a pang of discomfort, for it had yet to display its prowess, and now Hanyu had already collapsed. Did this not make it seem somewhat ineffectual? Yet it dared not attack recklessly, for the conflict between water and fire meant that its involvement could inadvertently bolster Hanyu's. The Water Python Demon Emperor pondered this. Hanyu, under the relentless assault of flames and winds, experienced a rapid surge in growth. Under the continuous onslaught of enemies, your true intent's honing speed has significantly increased. Beep! The breakthrough progress to the Monarch Realm has reached 80. Beep! The breakthrough progress to the Monarch Realm has reached 100. Beep! You have successfully broken through to become a martial monarch, and you now command the monarch's boundary. Boom, boom, boom. As the system notification resonated, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within Hanyu. The so-called boundary was a nascent form of a domain constructed from the might of the martial marquis and the true intent of the martial king. Within this space, the monarch was the sole ruler. To engage in battle against an enemy possessing a boundary, one condition prevailed: to counter with one's own boundary. Otherwise, within the boundary, the enemy could continuously draw upon the power of heaven and earth, maintaining their combat strength at peak levels, while oneself would inevitably decline over time, drawing ever closer to defeat. Of course, Hanyu had no such concerns, as all negative effects he suffered would be swiftly transferred, keeping him in a state of peak condition. Originally, the Wind Eagle and Fire Rhinoceros Demon Emperors felt quite pleased with themselves for having ensnared Hanyu, relishing the thought of the rewards they would receive from the celestial martial saint upon his demise. The current celestial martial saint held a high status among the demon race, and even the slightest reward would send them into ecstatic rapture. However, before the two demon emperors could revel in their victory for long, they suddenly felt their boundary space beginning to tremble. What is happening? No, this is the aura of another boundary. Who is initiating a boundary? Both demon emperors turned their gazes toward the water python demon emperor, who was momentarily taken aback and immediately shook its head. I do not know. It was not me. A chill ran through the hearts of the two demon emperors as they suddenly considered a possibility. Could it be that this human has broken through amid the battle? This is utterly absurd. Yet, they soon reconsidered. Even if he had become a monarch, he would merely be a newly ascended monarch. They were both three-crowned monarchs, bolstered by the power of 3 trial crowns, and they would still be able to crush this human. However, before their thoughts could settle, their boundary began to shake violently, followed by ominous cracking sounds as spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread. A figure clad in white bone armor, with dark lightning wings sprouting from its back and surrounded by eerie blue flames, charged towards the two demon emperors, exuding an aura of malevolence. How is this possible? We are 3 crowned monarchs. How can he breach our boundary? The two demon emperors exclaimed in shock. With a sudden swing of the bone halberd, Han Yu pierced through the nearest fire rhinoceros demon emperor, countless bone spikes erupting from within and shattering its body into a mist of blood. The crimson fluid stained his white bone armor, akin to vibrant flowers blooming upon it. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed throughout the surroundings. I said, a demon emperor? Merely that. You all shall die today. Chapter 46. Unwarranted calamity? No, it is my intent. Han Yu enunciated each word, directing the bone halberd towards the remaining 2 demon emperors. With a mere casual swing, a veritable forest of white bones occupied vast swathes of the sky, and demon kings fell one after another. Han Yu's devouring heaven demon art activated, consuming the deathly aura of his foes. The skeletal remains of the slain demon kings were refined and absorbed by the infernal fire dragon, gradually forming an exquisitely crafted throne of bones in midair. Each demon king's demise contributed to the construction of the bone throne, amplifying its ominous presence. The remaining 2 demon emperors stumbled as they sought to flee through the rift in space, yet before they could reach it, the sound of thunder erupted. Subsequently, their bodies were pierced by countless bones, meeting the same fate as the fire rhinoceros demon emperor. Han Yu stood proudly in the void, locking eyes with Tang Hao's blood-red gaze, filled with derision. Is this your method, martial saint? Heh, I find it rather unimpressive. A loser remains a loser. Even with the sacrifice of a deceased wife to ascend to martial saint, he ultimately remains worthless. Upon hearing these words, Tang Hao's blood-red eyes flared with rage, wishing he could immediately breach the barrier of the blue star and strike Han Yu down with a single palm. However, the world of Blue Star had been sealed off by the assembly of saints. Teoter, open a breach and send in those demon kings and emperors, was already the limit of his power. At this moment, he was utterly powerless, left only with impotent fury as he spat in rage. Han Yu, if you have the ability, remain in the blue S as these words escaped his lips. Tang Hao's malice towards Han Yu surged uncontrollably. Observing the ever-increasing value of hostility accumulating, a smirk crept upon Han Yu's lips. Very well, I shall await you. Tang Hao spat fiercely, and thereafter, regardless of Han Yu's provocations, he chose to remain silent. He allowed the rift in space to gradually mend, restoring tranquility to this realm once more. Watching Tang Hao depart, Han Yu felt a tinge of regret. Opportunities to exploit the resources of the saintly level were scarce. Casting a glance at the system interface, he noted that his ascension to the monarch realm had consumed tens of billions of malice points, leaving him with less than 10 billion in reserves. Alas, earnings come swiftly, yet expenditures follow suit. One must strive harder. Before Han Yu could fully ponder this, the system interface began to bombard him with notifications. You have received malice points 1 from a citizen of Sakura Nation XXXX. A flurry of notifications flooded in, with hundreds of thousands arriving within a mere second, leaving Han Yu momentarily stunned. Not understanding the cause, a glance upwards revealed numerous warriors from Sakura Nation in the distant sky, brandishing firearms and capturing footage of the unfolding events. Videos of Han Yu's fierce battle against the Demon King circulated, Countless citizens of Sakura Nation became aware of the situation. Witnessing Han Yu's relentless assault, reducing their towns to rubble and orchestrating calamities, the citizens were incensed, wishing nothing more than for him to be vanquished by the very beasts he battled. Unbeknownst to them, their growing hatred for Han Yu only served to fuel his ascent. With hundreds of millions in Sakura Nation harboring malice towards him, the influx of points was staggering. While Tang Hao's hostility was significant in singular instances, the sheer number of Sakura citizens, each contributing smaller amounts, proved to be overwhelming. There were indeed hundreds of millions of Sakura citizens on Blue Star. Even if just a fraction harbored a few points of malice, it would amount to billions. However, Han Yu had underestimated the depth of their animosity. Mere minutes after the video was released, his malice points had surged past 100 billion. By the heavens, this is exhilarating. Han Yu reveled in this newfound fortune, yet soon shifted to introspection. It seemed that his previous actions had been too understated, resulting in a meager accumulation of malice points, thus hindering his cultivation speed. Moving forward, he resolved to adopt a more ostentatious approach. While Han Yu contemplated his strategy, figures began to appear from the distant sky. Radiating a royal aura, they were the rulers from various nations who had returned from other realms. Baka, how dare they invade our Sakura Nation's territory? Those damned demon tribes are truly audacious. A ruler from Sakura Nation seethed. Their alliance with the Ghost Tribe typically ensuring cordial relations with demon kin in other worlds. The choice to invade Blue Star, particularly targeting the heart of Sakura Nation, was indeed intolerable. Why not invade neighboring Longxia Nation? After all, the reports indicated that the demon incursion was instigated by the people of Longxia. Feng Daochuan thought. Incensed, a group of rulers arrived at the battlefield, sensing the remnants of a fierce struggle. Though it appeared to have concluded, the battle has ceased? Have those demons retreated? One ruler pondered aloud. Wasn't it said that the martial Saint Haoyan dispatched these demons to retrieve his son Tang Qian? Surely, they must have succeeded in their mission. Alas, what a false alarm! I feared Blue Star was destined for ruin, yet even Sakura Nation remains intact. A martial king chuckled. Baka, what do you mean? Are you displeased to see our Sakura Nation still standing? Feng Daochuan glared at the ruler, who merely laughed before changing the subject. All right, since the matter has concluded, let us hasten our departure from Blue Star. I must return to my resource star where battles are intensifying. We cannot linger for too long. As frontline rulers, they were all quite occupied. At that moment, an unfamiliar royal presence emerged within their perception, astonishing everyone. That is, Han Yu. He is still alive. The assembled rulers had received intel regarding Han Yu and Tang Chun. Instantly recognizing the youth clad in a crimson blood robe, they were momentarily taken aback. According to their information, Han Yu had pursued Tang Chun to Sakura Nation, and if the situation had resolved, how could he possibly still be alive? Had the martial Saint Haoyan shown him mercy? Doubt clouded many minds, yet Feng Daochuan's fury ignited. Baka, how dare you survive, bringing unwarranted calamity upon our Sakura Nation? You do not deserve to live. Feng Daochuan's gaze bore into Han Yu. In this clash, at least several million local residents had been affected, with numerous towns rendered lifeless, inciting Feng Daochuan's outrage. You claim I have caused your unwarranted disaster? Have you lost your wits? Han Yu furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Feng Daochuan scoffed, malice swirling in his eyes. Do you dare to quibble? Do you believe your actions can escape the scrutiny of the saints? Yet Han Yu shook his head, hastily clarifying, what I meant was, they did not suffer from an unwarranted disaster. Rather, I orchestrated this with intent, purpose, and organization to eliminate them. Do you comprehend? Chapter 47. The King Summons. Upon hearing this declaration, every martial king felt a jolt within, gazing incredulously at Han Yu. They had heard tales of his arrogance, but never had they anticipated such audacity. Feng Daochuan was particularly shaken. He had always believed that the Sakura people were the most ruthless of tribes. Yet upon encountering Han Yu, he realized that in comparison to this demon, he was but a novice. The Sakura Nation killed with pretense, cloaked in noble justifications, too fearful to admit their true nature. Han Yu, however, was unrepentant, boldly proclaiming his intentions without reservation. In that moment, a feeling of jealousy welled within Feng Daochuan. He too desired to embody such fearlessness, yet dared not. Contemplating this, he spat, You butcher deserve to be torn to shreds. You must stand trial before the human tribunal and atone for the losses suffered by our Sakura nation. I'll thank your mother for that." Hanyu retorted, losing interest in further discourse with the man. A surge of lightning erupted beneath his feet as he charged towards Feng Daochuan. The latter sneered at Hanyu's approach. "You arrogant little brat. I am the Crown King. Do you think that just because you have broken through to the Martial King realm, you can compare yourself to me?" Feng Daochuan unleashed his full power, two crowns swirling above him before merging into one. His aura skyrocketing. "Crown King? Ha! I indeed just dispatched a significant number of foes. Who do you think you are?" Boom. Hanyu's energy surged as he unleashed his realm, ensnaring Feng Daochuan within. Boom. The surrounding space transformed into Hanyu's domain. With a mere punch, the energies of the cosmos converged, crashing down upon Feng Daochuan. The smile on Feng Daochuan's face froze, terror flooding his eyes. The moment Hanyu expanded his realm, panic set in. His opponent was not merely a martial king, but a martial emperor. Damn it. The intel from the celestial mechanism stated he was a newly ascended martial king. Is this what you call a newly ascended martial king? Feng Daochuan lamented inwardly, but it was too late. Hanyu's punch had already arrived. Boom. Feng Daochuan's entire being was obliterated, dissipating into a cloud of blood mist. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining rulers trembled, swiftly grasping a critical truth. Hanyu's survival was not due to the martial Saint Haoyan's mercy, but rather that the latter was utterly incapable of killing him. Such a terrifying existence, and Feng Daochuan had dared to provoke him, truly courting death. Every martial king regarded Hanyu with trepidation, fearful that he might turn his wrath upon them as well. Yet Hanyu merely cast a scornful glance their way, uttering two words, "Insects." With this proclamation, the martial kings felt their pride wounded. Longing to retaliate and prove their might, to assert that they were not mere insects, however, the grim fate of Feng Daochuan silenced them. Even those who harbored resentment against Hanyu only dared to curse silently in their hearts. Too intimidated to act. After addressing these individuals, Hanyu glanced at the system interface. Ding! You have received malice points 990,000 from Martial King Tom Hansen. Ding! You have received malice points 990,000 from Martial King John Daniel. These individuals, among the foreign martial kings present, were visibly perturbed by their own animosity towards him. A smirk crept upon Hanyu's lips. "Some among you harbor ill intentions? You wish to kill me?" Upon hearing this, every martial king experienced a moment of shock, and many displayed fleeting expressions of guilt, though they quickly suppressed it. Indeed, among them were numerous who wished nothing more than to eliminate Hanyu on the spot. Each for their own reasons. Firstly, many were foreign martial kings who despised the emergence of such a prodigy from Longxia nation. Secondly, Hanyu's arrogance had drawn considerable enmity. Had any of these individuals possessed the strength to slay Hanyu, they would not have hesitated. Yet for now, they could only stew in their thoughts. They regarded Hanyu's words with disdain. What of wanting to kill you? Is it wrong to wish for your demise? I merely think it. So what? Unfortunate for them, Hanyu could indeed perceive their thoughts. Thus, he began to tally the malice collected by the system, preparing for the reckoning. Next, those whose names I have not called. Step aside. Tom Hansen, John de Niud. As the names were read, the body of the martial king trembled, an ominous thought surging in his mind. Could it be that this lad intends to boom before the thought could fully form? Hanyu had completed the roll call, and in that very instant, he unleashed his full combat power, instantly activating his S-level talents. No. Damn it. How dare you, executioner, lay a hand on us. I am a martial king of the human race. I have shed blood for humanity and made significant contributions. How can you dare to kill me? Great saints above, please come to our aid. Hanyu, like a tiger among a flock of sheep, charged into the ranks of the martial kings who had come to assist, commencing a ruthless slaughter. Sensing Hanyu's murderous intent, the hostility from these individuals surged, with each martial king contributing millions of hostility points to Hanyu. Those who seek to kill shall inevitably be killed. Hanyu is no delicate protagonist. He possesses ample means and strength to deal with these enemies. As he rampaged, the Great Hall of Saints was already shaken by the news relayed back. No one expected that Hanyu could achieve a breakthrough in the midst of battle. Having just attained the rank of martial king, He had now ascended to martial emperor. Is this even reasonable? Every one of them had become a martial saint, each a peerless genius of their generation. Yet how could anyone possibly break through a major realm in such a short time? This child's speed of breaking through is simply terrifying. I see the potential of a great saint in him. Heh. As the saying goes, a child prodigy may not become a great man. I see his rapid growth is merely a consumption of future potential. At most, he can only reach the realm of emperor. Indeed, and this child acts with such abandon, his murderous nature is excessive. His growth may not bode well for our human race. The opinions of the saints regarding Han Yu were mixed. Even knowing that Han Xiaotian was Han Yu's grandfather, they expressed their thoughts candidly without any concealment. For they were well aware of Han Xiaotian's character. He always addressed matters as they were, and would not blame them for this. As they debated, the Saint of Heavenly Mechanisms received the latest news from the envoy of Heavenly Mechanisms, and was taken aback. Oh no, Han Yu has begun killing again. More than half of the martial kings sent to aid Blue Star have been slain. Chapter 48. Let us turn the heavens upside down. Upon hearing this news, the saints were once again shaken. When they learned that among the slain martial kings were those from their own realms, many martial saints displayed expressions of fury. Xiaotian, martial saint, is your descendant truly so reckless? Those martial kings are the backbone of our Blue Star human race. How can he slay them at will? Many began to lash out at Han Xiaotian, for the death of a martial king is no trivial matter. For any resource star, a martial king is an indispensable force. Currently, the Blue Star human race occupies only a few thousand resource stars, with an average of no more than 2 martial kings stationed at each. This return saw over 100 martial kings. Yet more than half were slain by Han Yu, a loss that cannot be understated. Even Han Xiaotian, upon hearing this news, felt a ripple of disturbance in his calm gaze. He inwardly lamented, "This grandson truly is a handful. All this turmoil, and I am the one cleaning up after him. I never anticipated that this mess would only grow larger. Damn it, when will it end?" Han Xiaotian silently complained, yet maintained his composure. As the chief martial saint, he must uphold his dignity. He then spoke slowly. He is still young and doesn't understand. He will grow up eventually. You, esteemed martial saints, should not hold the actions of a child against him. Upon hearing this, many martial saints flushed with indignation, their faces reddening like boiled lobsters. How can you say such things akin to a parent indulging a misbehaving child? Xiaotian, martial saint, Han Yu has indiscriminately slain so many of our martial kings. If this matter is not thoroughly investigated, it will surely chill the hearts of other warriors of the human race. Han Xiaotian nodded. Indeed, it should be thoroughly investigated. Very well, I shall go and scold him. Upon this declaration, the martial saints felt their faces twitch. Could you not be so blatantly protective? Just as the group of martial saints was about to voice their grievances, Han Xiaotian casually waved his hand, causing the space before him to ripple, revealing a spatial prism before the saints. The term Fallen Divine Technique flashed in the minds of all martial saints, causing their hearts to shudder. They were all peak powerhouses. Endowed with S-level talents from the outset, the skills developed from S-level talents were known as divine techniques. Many of the martial saints had long since evolved their S-level talents to SS level, with skills at this tier called super divine techniques. The even higher SS level talents developed skills named Fallen Divine Techniques. Han Xiaotian, merely a projection, could effortlessly summon a spatial prism, broadcasting images from countless light years away. Only the Fallen Divine Technique could achieve such a feat. It appears the rumors were true. This individual has indeed developed his talent to SS level, an utterly terrifying prospect. When Han Xiaotian's talent reached the super divine level, he could already crush the remaining 35 saints, and now that he has entered the realm of Fallen Divine Techniques, his power will be even more formidable. With this in mind, the remaining martial saints who had intended to speak fell silent. In this world, strength is the only currency of authority. Within the spatial prism, a youth clad in a crimson blood robe appeared, surrounded by a menacing aura, with countless martial king corpses floating in the air, being consumed and fused by a skeletal dragon wreathed in ghostly blue flames. Not long after, Han Yu's aura advanced once more. A martial saint exclaimed, he should now have reached the Martial Emperor 3rd star. He will soon break through to Martial Emperor 4th star. The saints were once again astonished by Han Yu's rapid progression. Yet, Han Yu himself felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had deliberately held back, allowing those foreign martial kings to attack him with various methods to hone his strength. The diverse talents of these martial kings had indeed provided him with substantial training. However, he found it frustrating that it had taken him considerable time to reach Martial Emperor Third Star. Blue Star felt too stable. It was not suitable for him. He needed to venture to more perilous places for some genuine excitement. Just as Han Yu was contemplating this, the space before him began to distort, forming a massive mirror that revealed imposing figures. Among the remaining martial kings who had not been slain by Han Yu, upon seeing the figures within the spatial prism, they immediately felt a stirring in their hearts and called out in unison. Salutations, esteemed martial saints. The martial saints are indeed the pillars of the Blue Star human race. For hundreds of years of spiritual revival, without their protection, they would have long been devoured by the powerful alien races. Han Yu, upon seeing those martial saints, did not bow. He held no great reverence for these so-called martial saints. As the saying goes, a general's success is built on countless bones. Having read the original novels, he understood that these exalted martial saints, in many respects, were no different from ordinary people. The absurdities they committed, if revealed, would shatter their grandiose images. The reason the Blue Star human race has endured to this day is primarily due to the vast populace. Most of these individuals are merely fortunate bystanders thrust into the spotlight of the times. The true heroes who bled for the human race have long since perished in the struggle against the alien races. Observing Han Yu's lack of reverence, a martial saint could not hold back and let out a cold snort. Such arrogance! How dare you show such lack of respect towards the saints? You may disregard us, but Martial Saint Xiaotian is your grandfather. How can you treat him with such disdain? Hearing these words, the other martial saints couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This fellow's rhetoric is truly impressive. This statement directly juxtaposed Martial Saint Xiaotian with the assembly of saints, placing the grandfather and grandson in opposition. The voice transmitted through the spatial prism reached Blue Star, and all the saints turned to Han Yu, eager to see how he would respond. Han Yu, upon hearing the words, merely scoffed. What are you? What does it matter if I do not respect you? How dare you drag my grandfather into this? Do you even question if you are worthy? If you expect me, Han Yu, to bow to you, do you believe you are worthy? Upon uttering this, the remaining martial kings were nearly petrified, too fearful to gaze upon the expressions of the saints within the spatial prism. Their understanding of Han Yu's audacity had reached new heights. This statement infuriated many martial saints. As dignified saints, they had never been so openly disdained. Han Yu's system prompted a surge of hostility points, accumulating at an alarming rate, numbering in the billions every second. It was truly daunting. Seeing this, Han Yu couldn't help but smirk. At long last, he had the opportunity to reap the rewards from these saints, and he would not let it slip by. He feared no repercussions for offending these exalted beings, for according to Han Yu's plans, he would inevitably clash with them in the future. Therefore, offending them early would only yield more hostility points. Many of these martial saints had deep ties with the alien races and would undoubtedly become obstacles for Han Yu. Those not of my kind, their hearts must be different. Thus, in Han Yu's strategy, the alien races must be exterminated. As long as they exist, they will always be a threat. Unless they are eradicated, Han Yu cannot find peace. Should these martial saints seek to impede Han Yu, they too must perish. After all, Han Yu's resolve is to slay the gods and bring about chaos. Chapter 49. Defending Thunder Star, the Thunder Clan's assault. Outrageous, utterly outrageous. This child is simply excessively arrogant. How dare he? I have lived for so long and have never encountered such an audacious individual. Han Yu's remarks had incited the ire of many martial saints. Even Han Xiaotian cast a serious glance at his grandson, inwardly acknowledging the impressive audacity of this youth, who seemed far more arrogant than his own grandfather. Goodness, if one were unaware, they might mistakenly believe your cultivation level rivals my own, he thought to himself. Bemused, with many sons and even more grandsons, Han Yu had initially held little significance, hardly deserving the personal attention of a martial saint of his stature. However, not long ago, intelligence from within the Han family had informed him of Han Yu's remarkable progress in cultivation, leaving Han Xiaotian genuinely astonished. Although the actions of Han Yu appeared condemnable to outsiders, Han Xiaotian possessed his own set of evaluation criteria. In his view, Han Yu had neither harmed the innocent nor taken lives unjustly. Those slain by his grandson had, in varying degrees, brought their fates upon themselves, particularly the foreign students from the Zhou continent, who had, for years, parasitically entrenched themselves across the Dragon Summer Nation. Given Han Xiaoyan's esteemed position as the foremost martial saint of humanity, he found it inappropriate to take direct action against them, as he was bound to advocate for unity among the human race. Nevertheless, true to his nature, he had long yearned to eradicate this pestilence. Unable to act himself, he felt compelled to protect Han Yu as he undertook this task. Yet, Han Xiaotian had not anticipated that this young man would only escalate the situation, audaciously criticizing the most powerful organization of humanity. The Hall of Saints IT was indeed a brazen act. However, what could he do? After all, he was his own grandson, and he had to indulge him. Yet, Han Yu's criticisms were refreshingly cathartic. Ordinarily, Han Xiaotian would not bother addressing these martial saints, allowing them to perceive him as easygoing. Had it not been for the necessity of securing sufficient time for the growth of humanity, he would have long since toppled the entire Hall of Saints. Han Yu's denunciation served as a form of vindication for him, Han Xiaotian mused. However, when he spoke, his tone was grave. Han Yu, my boy, you have gone too far. These individuals are, after all, your seniors. How can you be so disrespectful? Now, tell me, how do you intend to handle this situation? Han Xiaotian directly posed the question to Han Yu, determined that this grandson, who frequently relied on him to clean up his messes, should face some challenges of his own today. Just as Han Yu was about to respond, a foreign martial saint interjected with discontent. Martial Saint Xiaotian, this matter is of great significance. How can it be left to his own discretion? The martial kings he has slain have diligently defended their respective planets for years, resisting foreign invasions and making extraordinary contributions to humanity. What has Han Yu contributed to warrant such trivialization of this grave situation? Upon hearing the words of this martial saint, Han Yu merely smiled faintly. How about this? I shall take over the planets defended by those martial kings and bear the burden of their suffering. What do you think? The suggestion left the Hall of Saints momentarily speechless. While the notion of guarding resource planets might seem arduous, it was indeed a grueling task primarily for the lower-tier warriors. For the martial kings, as long as they were not engaged in a full-scale war with foreign races, the dangers were minimal. The laborious tasks of resource extraction and battling indigenous creatures were typically relegated to the lower-tier warriors, who, in turn, were compensated with a portion of the resources they harvested. Han Yu's audacious proposal to single-handedly guard numerous resource planets was tantamount to a brazen attempt to reap the benefits while shouldering the responsibilities. Naturally, those martial saints who harbored grievances against Han Yu were unwilling to accept this, ready to voice their objections. However, one martial saint communicated discreetly, why not let him guard those resource planets? Given the relationships you all have with the foreign races, you could easily send reinforcements to invade those planets. If he fails to hold them, leading to significant losses for humanity, I doubt Martial Saint Xiaotian would be willing to risk his reputation to protect him. Upon hearing this, the other martial saints nodded in agreement, signaling their tacit approval. Observing their lack of opposition, Han Xiaotian quickly deduced their intentions and couldn't help but smirk. He turned to Han Yu, his voice low and serious. Han Yu, do you comprehend the dangers involved? Han Yu nodded. Of course. Very well. Since no one opposes, you shall be entrusted with the guardianship of those dozens of resource planets. The Hall of Saints reached a consensus, granting Han Yu an official commission, empowering him as the guardian of numerous resource planets. He now possessed the authority to freely utilize the teleportation arrays to traverse various planets and command the human legions stationed on each celestial body to fight on his behalf. Days later, on Thunderbolt Star, a planet perpetually shrouded in storm clouds and inhabited by numerous thunder beasts, it had originally been occupied by the Thunder tribe of the foreign races. However, during the Great War among humans, the Thunder tribe had been forced to retreat, relinquishing control of this thunder-associated planet. Presently, the Blue Star humans were unequivocally the dominant race in this corner of the universe. The Thunder tribe had once basked in glory, but now they were mere shadows of their former selves. Thunderbolt Star was their ancestral home, holding significance and value far beyond the planets they currently inhabited. The humiliation of having their mother star seized by humanity was etched into the memory of every Thunder tribe member. each yearning for the day when they could retaliate and reclaim Thunderbolt's star from the humans. Yet, currently, the Thunder Tribe could muster only 3 saints, rendering them incapable of competing with humanity and forcing them to bide their time in silence. However, the moment Han Yu took residence on Thunderbolt Star, a figure entered the Thunder Tribe's sacred ground, Thunder Saint Mountain, engaging in lengthy discussions with the 3 Thunder Saints. Soon after, a singular message emanated from Thunder Saint Mountain. Transmitted across ranks, the Thunder Tribe would launch a counteroffensive against Thunderbolt Star. In a high-level meeting of the Thunder Tribe, numerous Thunder Emperors debated the implications of this counteroffensive. Could this be a scheme by humanity to lure us into a trap, potentially leading to the annihilation of our young elites? Impossible. Since it is a decree from the Saints, they must have established some guarantees. We can proceed with confidence. Indeed, it is rather amusing. Humanity is yet to secure their position as the Lord of all realms, and they are already contemplating infighting. How laughable, among all races, which has not faced the same fate. Once seated in power, the greatest adversary becomes oneself. Did we not experience this ourselves? After concluding their deliberations, the Thunder Emperors began mobilizing the elite forces of the Thunder Tribe. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures burst forth from Thunder Saint Mountain. Each appearance summoned tempestuous clouds, as if the very heavens were about to rupture. Focused and determined, they harnessed their powers, successfully folding and tearing apart the fabric of space, creating a colossal rift before the elite forces of the Thunder Tribe. One by one, the Thunder Tribe elites stepped through the rift, filled with an unstoppable momentum. This time, a total of 100,000 elite Thunder Tribe warriors set forth, including 1 Thunder Emperor, 10 Thunder Monarchs, and over 100 Thunder Kings. Were it not for the immense energy expenditure required for spatial traversal, they could have transported even more. With spirits high, the Thunder Tribe was resolute in their mission to seize Thunderbolt Star and make humanity pay dearly for their transgressions. However, upon their arrival at Thunderbolt Star, they were met not by the human garrison, but by a solitary figure clad in a crimson robe, the young Han Yu. Chapter 50. Entering the Tower of Trials, 1 strike to annihilate 10 kings. Before Han Yu even set foot on Thunderbolt Star, he had received messages from numerous powerful individuals within the Han family. Upon learning of his rapid cultivation progress, having reached the martial emperor realm at such a young age, all the high-ranking members of the Han family were astounded. When news spread of Han Yu's discussions to independently guard dozens of resource planets, they all felt compelled to act, eager to dispatch Han family warriors to alleviate his burdens. Yet, without exception, Han Yu rejected their offers. The reason was simple. Each Han family warrior was tasked with guarding the resource planets of the Dragon Summer Nation. If they departed, it would undoubtedly result in significant losses should any complications arise on those planets. Receiving Han Yu's refusal, the concerned high-ranking members of the Han family worried about his ability to manage the situation across the resource planets. They understood all too well the exhausting nature of guarding these celestial bodies, requiring constant vigilance against disruptive indigenous creatures. The high-ranking members of the Han family engaged in fervent discussions within their interstellar chat group. With Xiao Yu guarding so many resource planets alone, there is bound to be trouble. Given the nature of those foreign martial saints, they will certainly create some disturbances. Indeed, these foreign individuals have long entangled themselves with the foreign races, creating insatiable interests, and the complicity of those martial saints is not to be underestimated. After their deliberations, the high-ranking members of the Han family initially sought alternative means to assist Han Yu, only to be stopped by Martial Saint Han Shaotian. Observing his family's patriarch speak, the high-ranking members felt reassured. With their esteemed patriarch present, they believed that the foreign martial saints would not dare to cause any mischief in a distant expanse of space beyond Thunderbolt Star. One of Han Shaotian's avatars sat in meditation, his gaze penetrating through the vastness to observe Han Yu's figure. This grandson of mine has indeed stirred the Thunder Tribe, and yet he remains utterly unfazed. I am eager to see how he resolves this. Will he be beaten into submission? This avatar of Han Shaotian had already reached the level of Martial Emperor, confident in his ability to ensure Han Yu's safety. However, he chose not to reveal himself just yet, opting to wait until Han Yu was sufficiently pressured by the Thunder Tribe warriors before intervening. After all, this grandson's methods were excessively domineering. Had it not been for his protection, he would have met his demise countless times already. Such a temperament was detrimental and required guidance. Thus, Han Xiaotian contemplated. What he remained unaware of was that Han Yu, having undergone 9 reincarnations, was precisely cognizant of his temperament, which emboldened him to act with such arrogance. It was likely that those individuals would soon reach out to foreign races to launch an assault on Thunderstorm Star. Given the formidable strength of those martial saints, should they take matters seriously? The most powerful beings from the foreign races that infiltrated Thunderstorm Star might very well reach the Emperor level. Han Yu was acutely aware of the nature of the human race's holy temples. If they were to collaborate internally and externally, they could undoubtedly facilitate the arrival of Emperor-level foreign entities. With Han Yu's current capabilities, he was invincible against the royal level, yet against the Emperor level, he would find himself perilously outmatched. Although the system was advantageous, it could not render Han Yu invincible outright. Should he endure attacks far beyond his capacity, it was likely he would meet his demise. Despite his rapid ascension, he still advanced step by step, and he dared not confront an Emperor level head-on at this juncture. The sole method available for him to swiftly enhance his strength was to enter the Tower of Trials. A glimmer of hope flickered in Han Yu's gaze. The Tower of Trials was a cosmic-level mysterious venue featured in the original narrative. Once one entered, their cultivation would be suppressed to the royal level, and the adversaries faced would also be of the royal tier. The more enemies one vanquished, the more crowns they would earn. To defeat 10 opponents would yield 1 crown. To defeat 100 would yield 2. Following this pattern, in the original storyline, the individual who accumulated the most crowns in the Tower of Trials achieved 9, earning the title of 9-Crown King. This individual was undoubtedly the protagonist Tang Chun. However, he too progressed gradually, reaching the martial emperor realm before successfully accumulating 9 crowns. It is worth noting that to accumulate 9 crowns, one must triumph over a staggering 1 billion royal-level foes, an almost unimaginable feat. Yet, the protagonist Tang Chen accomplished it. His combat prowess at the same level had become legendary. Now, at the martial emperor realm, Han Yu pondered how many crowns he could possibly accumulate. Intrigued, he began to communicate with the Tower of Trials. And suddenly, his vision shifted, revealing a towering edifice amidst the vast cosmos. Each level of the tower was akin to a world of immense breadth, brimming with boundless mysteries. With a hum, Han Yu's figure vanished from Thunderstorm Star. And Han Xiaotian, who had been observing him, narrowed his eyes. I knew this kid would enter the Tower of Trials. I wonder how many crowns he will manage to acquire. Given that he previously defeated a 3-crowned emperor, he should be able to earn at least 4 crowns. If he were to hone his skills for a bit longer, accumulating 6 crowns would be effortless. Should he achieve the status of martial saint, perhaps he could break through his limitations and secure 7 crowns. Han Xiaotian mused, a flicker of hope rising within him. He currently held the record for the highest number of crowns in the Tower of Trials, which stood at 7. Other saints had merely managed SIX. As the primary antagonist of the original narrative, Han Xiaotian's early demeanor was exceedingly imposing. Unfortunately, this record was gradually shattered by the protagonist's friends and family in the original storyline. His father and friends effortlessly garnered 8 crowns, completely overshadowing Han Xiaotian. The moment Han Yu vanished from Thunderstorm Star, other martial saints began receiving news. They had surmised that Han Yu would enter the Tower of Trials. Hence their lack of surprise. An emperor who ascends rapidly through dubious means would likely max out at 4 crowns. Even if he received an additional 5 crowns, it would be impossible for him to triumph over an emperor-level entity. They were acutely aware of the vast chasm separating the emperor and royal levels, especially considering that the elite forces preparing to invade Thunderstorm Star were all crowned, with at least 4 crowns each. The leader among them, the Thunder Emperor, had amassed a full 5 crowns. A 5-crowned emperor was already among the elite of the myriad races, with a substantial chance of reaching the saint level in the future. Tasking him with slaying a royal-level opponent would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. While these martial saints brimmed with confidence, convinced they could eliminate Han Yu, he had already arrived in a boundless void. Trialist, welcome to the Tower of Trials. We are currently selecting suitable opponents based on your talents. A grand, reverberating voice echoed as Han Yu squinted, gazing into the space ahead. Soon, the space quaked, and 10 figures materialized before him. Among them were ferocious beasts and humanoid entities, yet their eyes bore no trace of sentience, resembling mere animated corpses. Han Yu recognized that these were adversaries conjured by the Tower of Trials. a cosmic treasure that played an indispensable role throughout the original narrative, even in the fifth installment, the rebirth of the Divine King in the Yuanwu continent. At that moment, he resolved to refine this treasure ahead of time. Severing the roots of those protagonists, Han Yu thought as the 10 royal-level figures advanced towards him. Indifferently, he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of royal intent, uttering a single word. Annihilate, boom. In an instant, all 10 royal-level foes were obliterated, reduced to mere pools of blood mist. With one strike, he annihilated 10 royals. Chapter 51. Countless royal levels, 6 crown trial. Although Han Yu's cultivation was currently suppressed to the royal level, endowed with several S-tier talents, he was capable of dispatching average royal-level foes with a single blow. After the demise of these 10 royal figures, a voice resonated through the vast space, echoing across the mountains and lakes within the trial space. First round of trials passed, time taken, 1 second, historical ranking, first. Awarded 1 Emperor Crown. Wearing the Emperor Crown will conclude the trial. After a countdown of 1 minute, the second round of trials will commence. As the voice reverberated, a resplendent golden crown floated in the air. Gazing at the immense power emanating from it, Han Yu couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. An Emperor Crown? Goodness, I'm starting off with a high-tier reward? Han Yu knew that the Tower of Trials typically conferred crowns upon trialists. These crowns greatly enhanced a royal's strength, but offered significantly less benefit to an emperor, unless one continuously entered the Tower of Trials to engage in challenges. Defeating foes would yield points that could be used to strengthen the crown, upgrading it to a diadem and eventually to an Emperor Crown. The Emperor Crown's enhancement effect for Emperor-level beings was indeed formidable. It was said that possessing 5 Emperor Crowns would enable one to contend against a saint, and of course, the prerequisite was that the saint did not employ crowns for enhancement. In summary, acquiring an Emperor Crown required substantial effort. It was almost unheard of for someone like Han Yu to gain an Emperor Crown simply through trials. Even the original protagonist ascended from a royal crown to an Emperor Crown, and finally to a Saint Crown. Indeed, it was spot on. Han Yu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. His gaze shifted forward, where 100 royal-level beings were already eyeing him hungrily, poised to surge forth the moment the countdown concluded. Ready to tear him asunder. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. The second round of trials begins. Roar. 100 alien creatures charged at Han Yu. Perhaps due to the multitude of talents he possessed, these creatures each exhibited unique traits. Some were demonic beasts shrouded in malevolent energy, others were fiery beasts ablaze, and yet others were immensely powerful brutes. This was the hallmark of the Tower of Trials. Its purpose was not to slay the trialist but to temper them. Thus, the adversaries it generated were of a similar type as the trialist, ensuring the most effective honing experience. Should the trialist grow in combat, their prowess would likely ascend to new heights. Each royal being or any creature above the royal level across the myriad realms had but one opportunity a year to enter the Tower of Trials. Death within did not equate to true demise, yet the sensation of dying was strikingly vivid. Therefore, trial beings were almost fearless, recklessly unleashing their combat potential. Facing this 100-strong assembly of royal beings, Han Yu similarly waved his hand. Unleashing a torrent of diverse talent-fueled power, the hellfire of the abyss and the dark thunder enveloped the 100 royal beings once more. Han Yu did not even unleash his full combat strength. With just a slight effort, he had already reached the limits of what these royal beings could withstand. This trial concluded at a rapid pace, taking merely 10 seconds, securing him another Emperor Crown in the historical rankings. Shaking his head, Han Yu addressed the void. Such a trivial challenge is simply a waste of time and yields no real honing effect. Why not combine several rounds of trials? I'll say a number. 1 million. Han Yu boldly raised the stakes, intending to amplify the intensity. 1 million royal beings would directly equate to the level of accumulating 6 crowns. Only those who reached the pinnacle of the Emperor level were qualified to undertake such a challenge. Though everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the royal level as their cultivation improved, so too would their overall strength. An emperor suppressed to the royal level would undoubtedly be far more formidable than a genuine royal being. It was akin to playing a game. With the same equipment and attributes, an experienced player would invariably outperform a novice, potentially dominating effortlessly. Currently, Han Yu, in terms of combat experience, was far behind those lower-level beings. And even those seasoned royals surpassed him. His victories were primarily due to attribute superiority and reckless tactics. Unlike other combatants who strategize to conserve energy, seeking maximum gains with minimal costs, such considerations were far from Han Yu's mind. He activated his berserk state, trading wounds for wounds, engaging in direct confrontations, confident that any side effects he incurred would be transferred, while those of his enemies would not. This approach was the cleanest, most efficient way to proceed. Han Yu now contemplated that facing 1,000 or 1,800 royal-level adversaries posed no pressure to him. He might as well ramp up the intensity. Initially, he merely spoke casually and did not expect the Tower of Trials to comply. To his astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, a response from the Tower of Trials echoed back. The needs of the trial taker have been detected. Due to your outstanding performance in the previous 2 rounds, you possess such privileges. A low hum resonated as the voice of the Tower of Trials echoed through the vast expanse. In this boundless space, the silhouettes of countless sovereign beings began to materialize. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. A million colossal entities floated in the air or descended to the ground, making the expansive trial space appear rather crowded, a truly spectacular sight. The convergence of 1,000,000 sovereign beings created an overwhelming visual impact, many of whom were massive in size, resembling small mountains. Their formidable presence surged, crafting an atmosphere of immense power. In the regions occupied by lightning attribute beasts, thunder roared, and dark storm clouds coalesced in the sky. The crackling sounds incessant as bolts of lightning flickered, nurturing a vast reservoir of energy. The area dominated by magical beasts exhibited a similar spectacle, with ominous black clouds rolling and a palpable aura of malevolence surging forth. The true essence of these sovereign beings had even nurtured several colossal imperial realms, capable of continuously replenishing the energy expenditure of these beings and suppressing Han Yu. This exemplifies the genuine difficulty of the trial. The stronger the combat power of the trial taker at the same level, the more finite their own strength becomes. Perhaps in the outside world, each sovereign could single-handedly obliterate billions of lives on a resource planet, for they possess the imperial realm, drawing energy ceaselessly from the heavens and the earth. Yet even a sovereign, if their cultivation is not restrained and they are cast into the Tower of Trials amidst 1,000,000 sovereign beings, would find no hope of survival. Thus, it becomes evident just how terrifying it is to possess the blessing of 6 crowns. Even Han Yu felt an immense pressure, yet he remained unfazed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, only battles of this caliber can truly pique my interest. Han Yu's lips curled into a grin as all his S-grade talents surged to life, eagerly awaiting the end of the countdown to charge into the throng of 1,000,000 foes. Like a solitary boat plunging into an endless ocean, it was initially thought he would sink without a trace. Yet he instead stirred up a tempest. Chapter 52. S-grade talents, all ascended to S-grade. The terror of 1,000,000 sovereign beings is beyond words. Even their casual strikes resemble nuclear explosions. 1,000,000 nuclear bombs detonating, sufficient to annihilate any star. Continuous assaults rained down upon Han Yu, and his malice value began to deplete at an alarming rate. Ding! You are experiencing the siege of 1,000,000 sovereign beings, countless agonies engulfing your mind and body, thunder punishment, fire refinement, body rending. The blood of your enemies splatters upon you, as if bathing you, your combat power continually escalating, your talents evolving. Ding! Under the baptism of countless thunder punishments, your S-grade talent, the dual wings of profound thunder, has evolved into the SS-grade divine wings of thunder, allowing your every move to summon thunder from the heavens. Ding! Your S-grade Hellfire Demon Body has evolved into the SS-grade Sky-Burning Demon Body after enduring countless flames, making you the sovereign of all fires, capable of incinerating the firmament and melting space itself. Ding! Your S-grade Devouring Demon Body has ascended to the SS-grade Gluttonous Demon Body under the nurturing of countless deathly auras, significantly enhancing your devouring ability, allowing even stars to become your sustenance. Ding! Your S-grade Copper Skin and Iron Bones have transformed into the SS-grade Diamond Divine Body through the tempering of innumerable attacks, greatly enhancing your physical strength and defensive capabilities to an unfathomable degree, enabling you to shatter mountains with a single punch and shake the very heavens. All of Han Yu's S-grade talents have ascended to SS-grade, and even the previously dormant Martial General's might, true intent of the Martial King and Martial Emperor realm have been fully restored. Although his cultivation has not advanced, his combat power has surpassed the ordinary, reaching an unimaginable level. Correspondingly, his malice value has nearly run dry. In the vast expanse, the corpses of various alien beings have piled into small mountains, blood flowing like rivers. Han Yu stands amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, his blood-stained attire rendered even more crimson. With a wave of his hand, the sky-burning demon flames surged forth, an upgraded version of the infernal ghost fire. Countless flesh and blood were evaporated and incinerated, the numerous corpses refined and subsequently merged into the body of the infernal fire dragon beside him, causing this skeletal dragon to grow even larger, its length now reaching thousands of feet, resembling a wandering star. Congratulations, you have completed 6 rounds of trials, achieving a historical ranking of first place. You have received the blessing of 6 imperial crowns. Would you like to continue the trials? No, Han Yu's malice value has already been nearly depleted. He cannot afford to take further risks. Without the system to alleviate his negative effects, enduring for so long would be impossible. How wonderful it is to have a cheat. A smile crept across Han Yu's lips. The 6 imperial crowns spun and descended onto his head, merging into a crown adorned with 6 orbs, each containing boundless energy and exuding terrifying imperial might. The 6-orb imperial crown, an imperial-grade adornment capable of slaying saints. With a thought, the imperial crown gradually vanished, and he returned to Thunder Star, the outside world. Only 2.5 days had passed. Upon witnessing Han Yu's appearance, the ever-watchful Han Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback. He emerged so quickly. It seems this time yielded little result. A look of regret crossed Han Xiaotian's face. Back when he first entered the Tower of Trials, he only gained the blessing of 3 crowns after battling for 3 days and nights. It is worth noting that the trial of 3 crowns involved a full 1,000 sovereign beings. To triumph over them, one must adeptly utilize the various terrains within the trial space and draw strength from their own talents, engaging in a protracted battle that tests both mental acuity and endurance. Han Yu's swift emergence suggests he has at most attained the status of a 3-crown king, and that is under the most optimistic circumstances. It appears this lad has advanced too quickly, his foundation still lacking solidity. Once again, I will have to clean up after him during this invasion by the Thunder Clan, Han Xiaotian reflected, preparing to strike when Han Yu is gravely injured by the Thunder Clan. Having returned to Thunder Star, Han Yu took a moment to bathe and rest, then issued orders for all the garrison forces of Thunder Star to return in preparation for the impending invasion of alien races. He then settled in to await developments in the realm of the Thunder Clan. Tearing apart space is a monumental task. Even saints must expend considerable effort. Fortunately, the human saints provided a breakthrough point, revealing a flaw in the space of Thunder Star to the Thunder Clan's saints. Otherwise, under the sanctified pressure exerted by human saints, it would require significant strength for them to tear apart space. Boom! Fortunately, the space was ultimately breached by 3 Thunder Clan saints, who floated in a triangular formation, pulling apart the space like a curtain. As all Thunder Clan warriors beheld the opening of the spatial rift. Experiencing the long-lost essence of their homeland, they were filled with an uncontainable excitement. Warriors, follow this emperor into battle and reclaim our mother star. The foremost leader of the Thunder Clan, the Crimson Thunder Battle Emperor, suddenly spoke, his voice resounding like thunder across vast distances. Grasping a crimson lightning spear, he charged boldly into the rift point. 100,000 elite Thunder Clan warriors transformed into bolts of lightning, surging into the spatial rift. Arriving at Thunder Star, the Thunder Clan, birthed amidst the thunder of heaven and earth, comprised both humanoid and beast forms, their bodies crackling with lightning, their skin adorned with vibrant lightning patterns, appearing exceedingly arcane. As 100,000 elite Thunder Clan warriors descended, they bore an overwhelming aura, akin to celestial soldiers, imposing upon the other human warriors on Thunder Star. As all elite Thunder Clan warriors arrived, poised to commence their slaughter of humanity and destroy the human-established teleportation formations, they found themselves confronted by a youth clad in a crimson blood-stained shirt, standing defiantly in their path. All the Thunder Clan elites were momentarily stunned at the sight, while the strong from the various garrison forces of Thunder Star were equally taken aback. In recent days, the garrison forces had been rife with anxiety, having received news from various sources that a large-scale invasion by alien races was imminent. Those with power and influence had long been reassigned to other resource stars for service. Those remaining were ordinary warriors from various nations, unable to flee and forced to await the alien incursion. Everyone knew they had become pawns in the high-stakes game of their superiors, and Hanyu was the root cause of this predicament. Yet, to their astonishment, this culprit had not fled at the first sign of the Thunder Clan's invasion. Instead, he stood defiantly in front of them, unbeknownst to when he had taken position. "You are Hanyu?" The Crimson Thunder Battle Emperor looked down upon Hanyu with disdain. Their mission upon arriving at Thunder Star was not only to reclaim it, but also to eliminate Hanyu. This was a transaction between the human saints and the Thunder Clan saints. Sensing the martial emperor's aura surrounding Hanyu, the Crimson Thunder Battle Emperor scoffed derisively. A mere sovereign, this emperor could extinguish with a mere flick of his finger. Chapter 53. 1 against 10,000, the advantage is mine. High above, Hanyu stood alone against 10,000 elite Thunder Clan warriors, appearing minuscule, yet he remained entirely unfazed. "Is this all the reinforcements you could muster?" Hanyu spoke with a tone laced with contempt to the ears of the Thunder Clan. His words were exceedingly grating. "Impudent," the Crimson Thunder Battle Emperor bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder across tens of thousands of miles of empty space. "It seems you truly are as arrogant as the rumors suggest. No wonder the human race cannot tolerate you," he chuckled. The Crimson Thunder Battle Emperor did not attempt to conceal his collusion with the internal factions of the human race. This revelation, if it could incite discord within humanity, would be advantageous for other races. The growth rate of the human race is astonishingly rapid, in merely a few hundred years since the resurgence of spiritual energy throughout the universe. They have ascended to the pinnacle of all realms, a phenomenon that is utterly unfathomable. Consequently, for the myriad races of the current universe, the annihilation of the human race has become a collective aspiration. Just as a whale falls and life flourishes, only when the human race is toppled from its position as the sovereign of the myriad worlds can other races have the right to rise. Initially, one might have assumed that those capable of devising schemes against the saints would possess formidable strength. However, it turned out to be quite inconspicuous. The Crimson Thunder War Emperor scoffed, remarking that such an entity was hardly worth his effort. Merely uttering casually, "Who among you will take action to eliminate this boy?" "I shall," declared a sovereign enveloped in violet lightning, who then charged towards Hanyu without hesitation. This sovereign harbored no intentions of underestimating his opponent. Upon engaging, he unleashed his full might, fully activating his S-class lightning bloodline, and manifested his realm of lightning. Countless bolts of purple lightning surged forth, enveloping Hanyu entirely. "Do not concern yourselves with this child. The entire army should disperse and destroy the human transmission arrays." The Crimson Thunder War Emperor held Hanyu in utter disregard, for to him, the primary objective was to seize Thunderbolt Star. As long as the transmission arrays of the human race were destroyed, the Thunder Clan saints could then find ways to relocate Thunderbolt Star, making it exceedingly difficult for the human race to locate it again amidst the vast cosmos. Every star that harbors intelligent life is incomparable to ordinary stars. The former can be deemed a world, while the latter, regardless of their abundant energy, can only be referred to as celestial bodies. This is precisely why the Thunder Clan seeks to reclaim Thunderbolt Star. Each star that can be classified as a resource star is, in itself, a distinct alien world. Just as the Thunder Clan's forces were about to disperse, a resounding explosion echoed all around, catching the attention of all from the space filled with violet lightning. A sinister dark creature suddenly emerged, shattering the seemingly impervious realm of the sovereign like fragile glass. Leaving the Thunder Clan sovereign in shock, he immediately cried out in the language of the Thunder Clan, "Lord Thunder Emperor, save me, boom." No sooner had he spoken than the Thunder Sovereign was torn apart, disintegrating into countless bolts of energy. The surging demonic aura completely consumed him, leaving not a trace behind. Indeed, quite delectable, a chilling voice emanated from within the creature, as Hanyu expressed satisfaction with the Thunder Sovereign's form. After devouring this entity, Hanyu could distinctly sense that his SS-level Thunder Godwings and the lightning power within him had both grown more potent. One could not help but wonder if annihilating all these beings would elevate his Thunder Godwings to SS level. A surge of intense anticipation welled up within Hanyu, while the elite members of the Thunder Clan, witnessing this scene, could no longer maintain their composure. "Despicable! How dare you kill my Thunder kin before my very eyes? You seek death!" The Crimson Thunder War Emperor bellowed furiously, brandishing his spear towards Hanyu, his voice frigid. Remember, the one who shall kill you is called the Crimson Thunder War Emperor." As he spoke, 5 phantom crowns appeared above the Crimson Thunder War Emperor's head, merging into one, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Crimson lightning surged forth, rapidly expanding to cover a 1,000-mile radius, creating an entirely new realm. This was the Imperial Domain. Marquis level exudes might, King level embodies true intent, Sovereign level forges the realm. Yet the Imperial level signifies the creation of a domain, while the Saint level manifests a true body. It is a gradual process. A sovereign's realm appears so fragile in the presence of a king's domain. The moment the Crimson Thunder War Emperor's domain unfurled, even all the members of the Thunder clan felt utterly suppressed, unable to entertain any thoughts of resistance. From the outside, this space had transformed into a realm of crimson flames and thunder, rendering it impossible to discern any scenery. In the cosmic void outside Thunderbolt Star, Han Xiaoyan's avatar, witnessing this spectacle, could no longer remain seated. He took a decisive step forward, traversing tens of thousands of miles, ready to shatter this imperial domain. These beings are indeed intriguing. They have dispatched a 5-crowned Thunder Emperor. With the combat prowess of my saintly avatar, it seems I must pay a heavy price to eliminate him. Such were Han Xiaoyan's thoughts, feeling a pang of regret. A saintly avatar is not something to be taken lightly. Nurturing one requires substantial energy and resources. Typically, a saint possesses only 2 or 3 avatars, while Han Xiaoyan's situation is somewhat better, yet he possesses only 10 of such avatars. Just as Han Xiaoyan's avatar was about to move, 3 resounding shouts echoed from the spatial rift. "Ha ha ha, Han Xiaotian, you truly have an avatar descend." They did not speak falsely. 3 pairs of eyes, crackling with lightning, glimmered from the other side of the rift, fixating intently upon Han Xiaoyan's avatar. Subsequently, 3 divine presences surged forth, directly suppressing Han Xiaoyan's avatar. "What?" Han Xiaoyan's avatar trembled. "How can you still have the strength to act? Every resource star has been fortified by the saints of the human race with formidable barriers, and the 3 Thunder Clan saints must have reached their limits in maintaining the spatial rift. How could they possibly have the power to confront him? Ha ha ha, take a look for yourself. Are the barriers established by your human saints still intact?" Han Xiaotian furrowed his brow, his gaze traversing countless miles as he surveyed the transmission arrays. Each transmission array serves as a spatial anchor point, allowing the human race to teleport from the other side, also serving as the foundation for the saints' formations. However, at this moment, the transmission points appeared seemingly unscathed on the surface, yet every single spatial anchor had already been compromised, falling into an unstable state. Damn it! Although Han Xiaotian did not possess talents in spatial martial arts, the foreign saints' hints had allowed him to discern some clues. It seemed that those alien martial saints had orchestrated the sabotage of the transmission points before transferring control of Thunderbolt Star, ensuring they remained on the verge of collapse. Now that the 2 armies were clashing, the 3 Thunder Clan saints could easily cause them to shatter, leading to the destruction of the formations. "You wretched scoundrels, I never imagined you would stoop to such depths." Han Xiaotian was well aware that their actions were not merely aimed at Han Yu, but at him. They had already calculated that Han Xiaotian would dispatch a saintly avatar to protect Han Yu. Hence their intent to eliminate this avatar. These foreign martial saints were unconcerned about exposure, for the memories of avatars and their main bodies would only merge upon encountering each other. Therefore, should Han Xiaoyan's avatar perish on Thunderbolt Star, they could remain unperturbed. Humph, a bunch of fools. It seems I have been far too lenient with you all these years, allowing you to forget my bloody methods from back in the day. If my avatar and my grandson were to perish here, you would undoubtedly face a most tragic end. Such were the thoughts of Han Xiaoyan's avatar, acutely aware of his true nature. The actions of those martial saints had crossed his bottom line. For years, they had colluded with foreign races, striving to bolster their own power, and Han Xiaotian had turned a blind eye. After all, the human race still needed the collective guardianship of the saints to deter other alien races. Yet now, these rascals had set their sights upon him, which was utterly intolerable. Seeing Han Xiaotian silent, the 3 Thunder Clan saints erupted into laughter. "Han Xiaotian, perhaps you did not foresee that the targets of your fellow human saints would be you. Did you? Ha ha ha, while we cannot kill your main body, eliminating one of your avatars shall suffice as a form of retribution. When you expelled our Thunder Clan from Thunderbolt Star years ago, did you ever anticipate today's outcome? The three Thunder Clan saints harbored deep-seated grievances against Han Xiaotian, clearly having suffered significant losses at his hands in the past. Now, witnessing one of his avatars firmly under their control, they felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Despite the intense fury within Han Xiaotian, he remained silent, fully aware that any words of anger would only serve as fodder for their amusement. While Han Xiaotian brooded in silence, the Thunder Clan saints seized the opportunity to vent their frustrations, seeking to express the pent-up indignation they had harbored for years. "Do not fret, Han Xiaotian. We will not immediately execute you. We intend to let you witness the scene of your grandson being torn to shreds." Even if Han Xiaotian was merely an avatar, they eagerly anticipated the moment his defenses would crumble. Upon hearing the words of the three Thunder Clan saints, Han Xiaotian's heart surged with murderous intent. Regrettably, his avatar was only at the imperial level. Faced with the oppressive might of three saint-level presences, he could only await his fate. Just as the three Thunder Clan saints reveled in their triumph, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from within the realm of crimson lightning unleashed by the Crimson Thunder War Emperor. 6 beams of light soaring into the sky, directly tearing 6 gashes into the imperial domain. Through those 6 openings, the three Thunder Clan saints and Han Xiaotian glimpsed the scene within the domain. They beheld 6 imperial crowns floating mid-air, slowly rotating. Beneath the crowns stood a youth clad in a crimson blood robe, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the 100,000 elite members of the Thunder Clan opposite him, his eyes filled with disdain. 6 crowns. He has actually attained 6 crowns of sovereignty. One of the Thunder Clan saints gasped in astonishment. It was well known that as a Thunder Clan saint, he himself had only just acquired 6 crowns. Yet what shocked the three Thunder Clan saints even more was the boundless imperial might radiating from those 6 crowns. This terrifying imperial might caused even the Crimson Thunder War Emperor to shudder. He understood all too well what that meant. The 6 crowns represented imperial-level power, a total of 6 imperial crowns. It is worth noting that the Crimson Thunder War Emperor had gained fame over the years and possessed 5 crowns, qualifying him for sainthood. However, among those 5 crowns, only 2 had ascended to imperial crowns, while the remaining 3 remained at the crown level. The 6 imperial crowns, bestowing unparalleled might, evoke an unimaginable terror. A profound jealousy surged within him as he beheld Han Yu, who merely stood at the royal tier. Unable to fathom how the opponent could attain such heights, Tio have mastered 6 imperial crowns at the royal level. What might he achieve upon ascending to the imperial rank, or even the saintly level? Surely, he would wield 9 saintly crowns. The Crimson Thunder War Emperor quelled the tremors within his heart, directing his battle spear towards Han Yu, as the tempestuous forces of thunder and fire surged relentlessly within the imperial realm, coalescing upon his very form. What of the 6 imperial crowns? Merely the domain of a monarch. This emperor is eager to witness whether you can indeed turn the tides. The Crimson Thunder War Emperor charged at Han Yu, his spear of thunder and flame seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Without uttering a word, Han Yu waved his hand casually, unleashing the full potential of all his S-level talents. The devouring demon body transformed into a pitch-black armor, enveloping his figure, while the blazing demon body erupted into rolling flames, wrapping around his exterior. His thunderous divine wings unfurled behind him, a pair of wings forged from lightning flickering with power, unleashing a cacophony of thunder. Finally, the sacred artifact embodied by the infernal dragon manifested as a skeletal armor, completely shrouding him, leaving only a pair of obsidian eyes visible. Grasping the skeletal great halberd, Han Yu radiated an overwhelming aura, each movement causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Yet this was merely the beginning. The 6 imperial crowns fused into one, forming the 6 bejeweled imperial crowns. An inexhaustible energy clashed through Han Yu's limbs and bones. Though his cultivation was merely at the royal level, this combat prowess was sufficient to annihilate any imperial-level foe. The skeletal great halberd and the crimson spear collided mid-air, the once mighty crimson lightning instantly extinguished, cracks appearing upon the spear's surface before it shattered into countless fragments. The skeletal great halberd pierced through the Crimson Thunder War Emperor's form, a myriad of forces ravaging his body. Death, with a thunderous roar. The skeletal fragments morphed into a forest, violently tearing apart the Crimson Thunder War Emperor's body, causing the entire imperial realm to erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. all the elite of the Thunder Clan. Witnessing this scene, were gripped by sheer terror, their gazes towards Hanyu akin to that of gazing upon a hellish demon. Even the 3 pairs of thunderous eyes within the spatial rift blinked in disbelief, their expressions laden with shock. How can this be? How can this be? The 3 Thunder Clan saints trembled in unison. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoyan's avatar, initially filled with astonishment, soon succumbed to an uncontrollable ecstasy. Excellent! My grandson Hanyu possesses the bearing of a great saint, nay, the essence of a deity. Han Xiaotian never anticipated that within mere days of entering the Tower of Kings, Hanyu would gain the augmentation of 6 crowns, and not just any crowns, but 6 imperial ones. Such an achievement, even for him as the foremost saint among myriad races, was beyond imagination. Even witnessing it firsthand, Han Xiaotian felt a surreal sensation. 6 crowns, all imperial. How could this feat be accomplished? His queries remained unanswered as the 3 Thunder Clan saints reached a unanimous conclusion. He must die. One Han Xiaotian has already stifled our myriad races. This youth surpasses him by 1,000-fold. Should he ascend to the saintly level, our races shall never rise again. In an instant, the 3 saints forged an unspoken bond, forcibly expending their power to break through the saintly barrier. Though the barrier appeared akin to a fishing net with gaping holes, it still constrained the strength of the 3 saints, preventing them from unleashing their full might. Otherwise, they could easily eradicate Hanyu in an instant. Yet, despite being bound by the saintly barrier, the explosive force of the 3 saints was utterly terrifying. Han Xiaotian felt the overwhelming killing intent and shouted, "Little you, quickly! The teleportation array remains intact. Escape this place at once. This saint shall cover your retreat." Before Han Xiaotian could finish, Hanyu, donned in skeletal armor, stepped forward to shield him. An icy voice echoed, "No need. I wish to see how they plan to kill me, you foolish child. You are but a royal. Even if they cannot exert their full power, they are still saints. Depart now," Han Xiaotian urged in a panic. Yet Hanyu remained unfazed, articulating each word with conviction. "Grandfather, perhaps you have heard that emperors can slay saints, but now I shall inform you. Royals can slay saints as well." Chapter 55. The true form of the saint, shattered. Emperors can slay saints. Royals can slay saints. These words reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, causing every being that heard them, be they of the human or Thunder Clans, to tremble profoundly. Even the 3 Thunder Clan saints, poised to ambush Hanyu within the confines of the saintly barrier, were momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by shock. Indeed, Hanyu's displayed combat prowess was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to theirs. If Hanyu were at the pinnacle of the imperial level, they might feel apprehensive. However, he was merely a royal. And despite the augmentation of 6 imperial crowns, what could he possibly do against them? At that moment, the 3 Thunder Clan saints resembled great sharks stirring tumultuous waves in the ocean, while Hanyu was but a fisherman in a small boat, incapable of withstanding their residual power yet foolishly attempting to strike back with his harpoon. It was utterly ludicrous. Ha ha ha, a royal can slay a saint. How absurd. Come, let me see how you plan to slay me. One Thunder Clan saint roared, his form emerging from the rift, half of his true body colossal as a star, countless bolts of lightning entwined around it, presenting an appearance akin to a deity. This was the true form of the saint. Beings of the saintly level were the closest to divinity, and their true forms were indistinguishable from gods in the eyes of ordinary beings. The overwhelming saintly might surged, causing the entire thunder star to tremble, as countless beings succumbed to the pressure, prostrating themselves in submission. Even Han Xiaoyan's avatar, overwhelmed by the proximity to the saintly might, appeared on the verge of collapse, struggling to endure. "Little you, do not be reckless. Flee now," Han Xiaotian urged without looking back. Damn it, these old geezers. A dignified saint would dare to act so recklessly against a junior. "Let my true self know. I shall annihilate your Thunder Clan," Han Xiaotian threatened, but a Thunder Clan saint merely scoffed in reply. "If you dare to annihilate my Thunder Clan, can you withstand the wrath of the Myriad Races Alliance? Your human race is already a target. Any attempt to eradicate any clan will be the trigger for a collective onslaught. Ha ha ha. Even if we were to kill your grandson today and destroy your avatar, your true self would be powerless to retaliate. the three Thunder Clan saints laughed with abandon. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoyan's expression hardened. He realized that he had been too low-key for many years. After a few decades of silence, he had been forgotten by the myriad races. Clearly, he had not been ruthless enough. Since you seek your own demise, await your fate. Once my true self learns of what transpired here, whether it be your Thunder Clan or those from the human race involved in this matter, they shall all perish, little you. This time, I underestimated humanity. I owe you an apology. Han Xiaoyan's avatar lamented. But after a long silence with no response, he turned to look back, and his entire being shuddered. His avatar, under the oppressive force of countless thunderous saints, found itself unable to move, on the brink of being crushed. Yet Hanyu, he remained unharmed, merely closing his eyes slightly, appearing to revel in the moment. What on earth? Is my grandson a masochist? No, this child's aura is on the rise. In Han Xiaoyan's perception, Han Yu's cultivation aura was steadily climbing, advancing towards the pinnacle of the martial emperor level. However, unbeknownst to him, Han Yu's true strength was not derived from his cultivation, but from his thunderous talents, surrounded by the saintly might of thunder. Capable of inflicting excruciating agony upon any imperial-level being, Han Yu merely absorbed it as nourishment. The malice value, once dwindling, surged back to over 100 billion after slaying the Crimson Thunder War Emperor and provoking the three Thunder Saints. And it continued to escalate. The intense killing intent from the three saints was akin to a bountiful feast presented before Han Yu, ripe for the taking. If he did not drain them dry today, he would surely chastise himself upon waking in the middle of the night. Boom. Countless bolts of saintly thunder tempered his body, yet the rate of increase in malice value could not keep pace with its consumption. Han Yu furrowed his brow, gazing disdainfully at the three Thunder Clan saints. Are you not saints? Is this all you can muster? Upon hearing this, the three Thunder Saints finally realized that Han Yu appeared unscathed. His aura undiminished, even stronger than before. How could this be? Is he immune to our saintly thunder? No wonder he is so arrogant. Damn it. If not for this saintly barrier restraining us, I could crush him with a single slap. At this moment, though the three saints were akin to three great sharks against a solitary fisherman, they remained ensnared by the fishing net. Even in its tattered state, it still prevented them from unleashing their full might, compelling them to feebly thrash about, generating mere waves to assault the fisherman's small boat. They had anticipated that the fisherman would soon be overwhelmed by the tumult, yet unexpectedly, he not only thrived but seemed to revel in the challenge, continuously provoking them from a distance. How outrageous! Annihilate the sole Thunder Saint. We shall hold the saintly barrier. You go and slay him. The two saints directed their gaze towards one of their own. The annihilate sole Thunder Saint, whose form was shrouded in dark thunder. Upon hearing their command, he responded immediately, very well. Hold steady for me. Grant me 10 breaths of time, and I shall surely extinguish this child. The soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint cast a murderous gaze toward Han Yu, while the other two Thunder Saints immediately activated their sacred powers to uphold the sacred might formation. The soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint felt an immense sense of relief as the oppressive feeling of restraint dissipated. Without uttering a word, he plunged his half-formed true body into the Thunder Star, launching a fierce strike toward Han Yu. A pair of pitch-black, thunderous hands descended like a storm, bearing down on Han Yu with terrifying force. Should this strike connect, given Han Yu's current strength, his physical form would undoubtedly be obliterated. This was the might of a saint, and even with the enhancement of 6 imperial orbs, Han Yu would find it impossible to withstand. Yet, Han Yu exhibited no sign of panic, merely whispering silently within his heart. System, side effects, instant detonation. Initially, Han Yu's side effect system possessed both delayed and instantaneous feedback capabilities, but as he accumulated more malevolent energy, it had acquired additional functionalities. One such function allowed for the instantaneous detonation of all delayed feedback side effects. Having already endured the considerable negative effects from the three Thunder Saints' assault, Han Yu had long since returned these adverse effects back to their origin. However, he had opted for delayed feedback, intending to unleash a massive counterattack. In the current urgent situation, this ticking time bomb had not yet reached its maximum potential, but its detonation at this moment would still significantly impact the Thunder Saint. Boom. With a single thought from Han Yu, The once ferocious soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint shuddered, feeling a profound discomfort erupt within his body. While this discomfort might not be fatal for a saint, it could severely disrupt combat. It was akin to a person suffering from severe diarrhea. Though not lethal, no one could fight while grappling with such an affliction. Crackle! The soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint let out a wail of despair as the gathered thunderous hands shattered instantly, while arcs of electricity crackled violently from his true body. This scene left the other two saints in utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, a flash of white light flickered, and an enormous white bone spear, magnified to a colossal size, pierced through the true body of the soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint. Countless bone spikes erupted from within, impaling his true form like a punctured ball, followed by a deafening explosion. The soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint's true body was torn asunder, an overwhelming surge of energy sweeping across a significant portion of the Thunder Star, unleashing a tempest of thunder, while countless thunder beasts were obliterated into blood mist. The true body of the saint was shattered. Chapter 56. Breakthrough to Martial Emperor. Ah, my true body! The soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint's anguished cries echoed. The pain of his true form's destruction was indescribable. Even a saint could hardly bear it. It could be said that the severing of his sacred body cost the saint half his life. The remaining two Thunder Saints gazed at Han Yu in terror, their minds swirling with questions about how he had accomplished such a feat. Soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint, what has happened? Why did such a significant flaw appear? One Thunder Saint demanded, having just witnessed that if not for the brief opening created by the soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint, his attack would have held firm, and Han Yu would not have severed his avatar. How should I know? It must be that a saint has cursed me, damn it, who seeks to harm me. What? A curse attack? To cast a curse upon you silently, it must be of the saint level. Damn it, could this be a trap set by the human saints to lead us to our doom? One Thunder Saint remarked, causing the other two to feel a chill of dread. Retreat. The two saints, whose true bodies remained unharmed, immediately withdrew to the Thunder Clan's realm, leaving behind the soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint. Initially, the three saints had struggled to uphold the sacred might formation, and now, with two fleeing, the soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint felt as though the heavens were collapsing around him. Boom, boom, boom. The sacred might left behind by the 36 human saints bore down upon him, and in his already weakened state, he was sent reeling, his body cracking. Those two scoundrels, they made me the vanguard and abandoned me to flee alone. They shall pay dearly. The soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint seethed with rage, while at that moment, Han Yu sensed an opportunity. Without hesitation, he swung the bone spear with fervor, relentlessly striking at the soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint's true body. A myriad of SS-level talents erupted forth, manifesting an array of extraordinary abilities: Diamond Shatter, Devouring Sky, Heavenly Thunder Annihilation. Various talents surged forth, charging toward the soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint's true body. At this moment, the soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint resembled a great shark ensnared in a fishing net, while Han Yu wielded his spear like a harpoon, determined to pierce him to the core. Regardless of the saint's wails or pleas for mercy, Han Yu remained resolute and unyielding. Boom, boom, boom. After an indeterminate amount of time, even Han Yu began to feel a weariness of spirit. Yet the true body of the soul-extinguishing Thunder Saint ultimately crumbled. The manifestation of the devouring beast opened its maw, consuming all surrounding energies. Boom, boom, boom. Having reached the pinnacle of Emperor rank, Han Yu's cultivation began to ascend once more. Ding! You have devoured the essence of the Thunder Saint. Countless bolts of thunder cleanse your physical form, honing your intent, culminating in the perfect realization of your will. You have attained domain power, and your cultivation has broken through to Martial Emperor. What a pity, the heavenly thunder god wings still fell short. It seems that ascending to the level of fallen god is not a simple task. Han Yu mused, recalling his arduous battles against countless thunder beasts within the Tower of Trials, from which he barely gleaned enough thunderous essence to reach the super god level. To elevate his thunder-based talent to the fallen god level, it would likely require the subjugation of the entire Thunder Clan. Han Yu contemplated this, recognizing that day would not be too far off. However, his immediate concern was not to conquer the Thunder Clan, but to seek out trouble with the myriad human saints and extract another wave of malevolent energy. Nevertheless, this would necessitate the assistance of his esteemed father. Upon this realization, Han Yu turned to see Han Xiaotian staring at him in disbelief, as if gazing upon a monstrous entity. Han Xiaotian was a saint, the foremost among the human race, the preeminent saint of all clans. Yet witnessing Han Yu slay a saint in the form of an emperor, even with the advantage of time and place, left him profoundly shaken. "You, my boy, are truly a prodigy," Han Xiaotian praised sincerely. But Han Yu remained indifferent. What does being a prodigy mean? A protagonist can achieve divinity and ascend to the throne of God. Having already vanquished the protagonist, if he cannot ascend as a god, then he is nothing. Yet, he mused, the time until the ancient gods awaken is likely still far off. He wondered if the protagonist's demise would prompt an earlier revival. Han Yu recalled the trajectory of the original plot. The awakening of the ancient gods occurred when the protagonist attained the emperor level, at which point ancient god ruins appeared throughout the myriad worlds, allowing individuals to acquire ancient god legacies and become favored by the gods. During this period, numerous talents emerged among the various clans, subsequently becoming adversaries to the protagonist. The protagonist swept through the myriad favored ones, ultimately ascending to the throne of God. After exchanging a few words with Han Xiaotian, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Han Xiaotian's eyes as he spoke coldly, "Come, my grandson, let us go slay some foes. No, let us eradicate saints." With a commanding tone, Han Xiaotian led Han Yu away from the Thunder Star and toward the human Imperial Star. The human Imperial Star, the most significant celestial body aside from the Mother Star, was accessible only to those of noble rank among the human race. In this region lay the assembly of the human saints, where countless resources flowed in from other stars, drawing all the human prodigies together. Initially, Han Xiaotian had intended for Han Yu to come to the Imperial Star for a period of reflection after departing the Mother Star. But who could have anticipated that Han Yu would choose instead to guard numerous resource stars and achieve the astonishing feat of slaying a saint as an emperor? The moment Han Xiaotian's avatar arrived at the Imperial Star, it instantly connected with the avatar of the saints present in the sacred hall, merging their memories. Boom. Within the previously tranquil sacred hall, the human saints were preoccupied with their own affairs, while their avatars busied themselves across the cosmos. Han Xiaotian opened his eyes, casting a cold glance over the gathered saints, and the usually taciturn figure uttered a single command. "All of you, summon your true bodies to converge at the site of the divine miracle." Upon hearing this, all the saints' avatars momentarily froze. Summoning their true bodies to the site of the divine miracle signaled an impending catastrophe. The last time the saints converged at the site of the divine miracle, it was to encircle a foreign clan. Could it be that they were to initiate another extermination war? Some martial saints were puzzled, while others understood. Realizing why Han Xiaotian was enraged, it seemed that Han Xiaotian had learned of Han Yu's demise at the Thunder Star, and his call to assemble the saints was a declaration of vengeance against the Thunder Clan. The few foreign martial saints who had participated in this affair thought as much, yet they remained unaware that Han Xiaotian intended to annihilate them instead. Chapter 57. Han Yu is not dead. The few saints who had orchestrated this matter believed they understood Han Xiaotian's intentions and, naturally, refused to cooperate. Thus, they began to voice their dissent. "Xiaotian martial saint, our true bodies are currently traversing the myriad worlds. How can we summon them to the site of the divine miracle without any explanation? Is that not lacking in credibility?" One martial saint from the Cherry Blossom Nation spoke up. Han Xiaotian glared icily at him. Although he was unaware of the specifics involving the Thunder Clan's assault on the Thunder Star and the individuals responsible for sabotaging the teleportation array, he was certain that the martial saint from the Cherry Blossom Nation was involved. The reason was simple. Whenever a situation benefited the Dragon Summer Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation would oppose it, and whenever something harmful arose, they would be the first to support it. In the present day, the Dragongxia Kingdom still harbors numerous pawns left by the Sakura Nation, which has never relinquished its ambition to invade. Despite having secured ample territory on other resource planets, their native land remains scarce. Yet, it is the cradle of prodigies, where every resource could serve as an indispensable stepping stone for a rising star. Upon hearing the dissent from a martial sage of the Sakura Nation, Han Xiaotian coldly retorted, "Send your true form to the land of miracles, and you shall comprehend my intentions. Should you utter another word of nonsense, I will annihilate your avatar." At this proclamation, the martial sage of the Sakura nation displayed not fear but rather a mocking demeanor. Han Xiaotian, how noble do you believe yourself to be? Do you think you can compel us to follow you merely by wielding your authority as the chief martial sage? Do not presume I am unaware of your true motives. The Thunder Star has likely been reclaimed by the Thunder Clan, and your arrogant grandson has probably already fallen. You intend to incite a genocide against our race, expending the resources of humanity for your selfish desires. Do you think we will acquiesce? The martial sage of the Sakura nation remained unfazed by Han Xiaotian's threats, convinced that his opponent would not dare to act against him, nor could he extinguish this avatar. After decades of trials, he had forged a deep bond with the Ghost Clan, and he was no longer the individual he once was. Perhaps Han Xiaotian was formidable, yet he was not weak. As the martial sage of the Sakura nation, even if he could not defeat Han Xiaotian, he was certain that his life was not in jeopardy. Just as the martial sage concluded his remarks, several foreign martial sages chimed in, "Ha ha ha, we are all of the human race. There is no need for such hostility." The words of the ghost martial sage carry weight. If your aim is merely vengeance for your offspring, you could easily deploy your Han family army. With your strength, annihilating a single Thunder Clan should pose no challenge. Indeed, the myriad races have enjoyed peace for merely a few decades. Should we instigate a genocide against our own kind? We may provoke a united front from other races. This is not a path we can tread. Witnessing the reactions of these martial sages, Han Xiaotian smiled. It appears that for these decades, I have indeed given you face. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you heed my words? The martial sage of the Sakura nation scoffed. Ridiculous. Han Xiaotian, do you truly believe the Hall of Saints is your personal fiefdom? That we, the martial sages of humanity, are your subordinates? You must understand that the title of Chief Martial Sage is a privilege bestowed by the Hall of Saints. If the other martial sages do not recognize you, then your title is as good as meaningless. A murderous intent surged in Han Xiaotian's gaze as he coldly regarded the martial sage of the Sakura nation. So, you intend to defy the Hall of Saints? According to the laws of the Hall, your actions resemble treachery against humanity, and the fate of those who betray their race is singular: death. The martial sage of the Sakura nation, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, looked at Han Xiaotian with disdain. Are you threatening to kill me? Ha! How laughable! Do you believe I am still the same as before? Do you think you can suppress me at will, while you have secluded yourself for years? We have learned many divine techniques from the myriad races. Should you dare to make a move, it will be the moment you, Han Xiaotian, descend from your pedestal. As the martial sage spoke, several foreign martial sages eyed Han Xiaotian with predatory intent. The remaining neutral martial sages, perceiving the escalating tension, began to mediate. Everyone, we are all part of the human race. There is no need for such discord. Let us set this matter aside for now. Indeed, although our race has become the foremost among all, we must not underestimate the sages of the other races. Peace is paramount. Currently, the Hall of Saints is primarily divided into 3 factions. Each has distinct martial philosophies, one led by Han Xiaotian, the conservative faction advocating for the development of human potential based on their own martial theories, another represented by the Sakura nation, the United States, and others, the integration faction, promoting deep fusion with foreign races and learning their cultivation methods. And lastly, the neutral faction, which adopts a bit of everything. The schisms within the Hall's upper echelons have resonated throughout humanity. Over these decades, the integration faction has gained considerable strength, with many no longer resembling humans, but rather foreign entities. For instance, the practitioners of the Sakura nation have embraced the path of ghostly cultivation, evolving into half-human, half-ghost beings. Likewise, the warriors of the Mo continent have even begun to intermingle with various exotic beasts, producing many half-human, half-beast hybrids. It must be said, the measures taken by these integrationists have proven remarkably effective, empowering their nascent forces. According to statistical data, within the next decade, the number of sages among humanity is projected to experience a surge, potentially surpassing 100. However, it remains uncertain how many of these new sages will genuinely be of human descent. At this moment, within the Imperial Star, Han Yu and an avatar of Han Xiaotian traverse various locales. Observing the arrogant and overbearing talents of the integration faction, their expressions grim. Han Xiaotian recounted the events transpiring within the Hall of Saints to Han Yu and sighed. Little Yu, It seems that the time has come to contemplate a long-term strategy if we wish to eliminate those individuals. Nonetheless, I can't eradicate their avatars entirely and expel them from the hall. Upon hearing Han Xiaoyan's words, Han Yu smiled slightly. That is acceptable. However, I would prefer to take the lead on this matter. Han Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback. You wish to confront those avatars of the Hall of Saints? It is indeed possible, but you must understand that their avatars within the hall have reached the combat strength of newly promoted martial sages, considerably surpassing my own. Yes, that is precisely what I desire. Han Yu affirmed with a nod, and the two soared rapidly toward the Hall of Saints. By this time, the atmosphere within the hall had grown exceedingly tense. Han Xiaoyan's avatar had closed its eyes in silent contemplation, while several foreign martial sages grew increasingly emboldened, sensing that Han Xiaotian had softened. Indeed, as they had surmised, this individual no longer bore the audacity of his former self. Yet, before long, Han Xiaotian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. You have arrived. It is time for you to perish. The assembly of saints paused, uncertain of his meaning. At that moment, the gates of the Hall of Saints swung open, revealing two figures. Han Xiaoyan's avatar did not capture their attention, but the sight of the youth clad in a blood-red robe was striking. Han Yu. He has survived. How can this be? 3 martial sages of the Thunder Clan attacked him. How could a mere martial emperor escape unscathed? The martial sages who had witnessed the entire affair were perplexed, unable to fathom how Han Yu had eluded death. They had another question. If Han Yu was indeed alive, why would Han Xiaotian send their true forms to the Land of Miracles? Was it merely to eliminate the Thunder Clan? No, the Thunder Clan consisted of only 3 sages. There was no need to summon all the martial sages of humanity. Even the martial sages of Dragongxia could easily vanquish them. Thus, it became evident that Han Xiaoyan's objective was not the Thunder Clan, but rather their true forms. This individual aimed to cleanse the Hall of Saints of humanity. Realizing this, the martial sages were filled with indignation and wrath. The martial sage of the Sakura Nation fixed his gaze on Han Xiaotian, feigning ignorance. Han Xiaotian, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to incite infighting among our kind? Han Xiaotian remained silent, but Han Yu spoke coolly. Humanity, do you still consider yourselves human? Ha, especially you, a half-human, half-ghost abomination. Upon hearing this, the martial sage of the Sakura Nation erupted in fury, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. You little wretch, do you think you have the right to speak here? What are you even worth? Ha, I am worth more than you can imagine. Han Yu retorted, uninterested in engaging in fruitless dialogue with these sheep. He was not Han Xiaotian, who would waste words on them. When dealing with such individuals, strength is the most persuasive argument. With that, he unleashed all of his S-level talents, summoning the bone armor, and charged toward the martial sage of the Sakura Nation. No one anticipated that Han Yu would resort to violence so abruptly, especially within the Hall of Saints. His audacity once again redefined their perceptions. Previously, when Han Yu had mocked them from afar, they had dismissed him as nothing more than a loudmouth, akin to those who boast online yet cower in reality. Little did they know that Han Yu's arrogance online was merely a prelude to his even more brazen actions offline. You are far too conceited, a mere martial emperor. Wait, how have you ascended to martial sovereign so quickly? The martial sage of the Sakura Nation was taken aback by Han Yu's rapid advancement. Realizing that in just a few days, he had risen from martial emperor to martial sovereign, and what of it? I can still vanquish you, the martial sage declared, activating all the power of his avatar. His surroundings filled with a chilling aura as he transformed into a fearsome ghostly creature. This avatar has also venerated a ghostly deity. Today, you shall serve as a sacrifice. As the martial sage contemplated this, Han Yu had already closed the distance, the bone glaive igniting with the blazing flames of the underworld. This was an advanced variant of the infernal fire, possessing absolute suppressive power over the soul. Boom, boom, boom. The infernal fire rapidly engulfed the martial sage of the Sakura Nation, dissolving the ghostly aura that surrounded him amid his anguished cries. What in the world is this flame? How can it be so potent? The martial sage was astonished that Han Yu's flames could inflict such grievous harm upon his martial sage avatar. You lot, what are you waiting for? Join forces to eliminate this brat. Upon hearing the words of the martial sage from the land of cherry blossoms, The other foreign martial sages were momentarily taken aback, glancing at Han Xiaotian, who seemed disinclined to take action. Exchanging glances among themselves, they immediately summoned the full might of their avatars and surged towards Han Yu. The formidable power of several martial sage avatars was not to be underestimated. Their overwhelming sacred might swept through the surroundings. Fortunately, the Hall of Saints was itself a treasure, capable of withstanding the ferocity of their confrontation. Surrounded by several martial sages, Han Yu felt considerable pressure, yet it remained within tolerable limits. After his ascension to the martial emperor realm, his strength had risen significantly, even without employing the six-pearl imperial crown. He could contend with martial sage avatars thanks to his SS-level talents and the sacred artifact of the infernal fire dragon transformation. The martial sages were taken aback, for Han Yu appeared akin to an indomitable cockroach. Although their attacks could easily obliterate any martial emperor, he showed no signs of weakness, growing even more formidable as the battle progressed. Damn it, this kid is exceedingly sinister. Hey, you lot, stop being mere spectators. Han Xiaoyan's objective is to purge the Hall of Saints. Do you think he will spare you, given your differing ideologies? The martial sages who had initially taken action spoke again. Why not unite and eliminate both Han Xiaotian and this brat? In the future, the Hall of Saints shall not be subject to his whims, and the entire human race will be under our control. A few martial sages enticed the others, yet the remaining avatars hesitated. The martial sage from the land of cherry blossoms then revealed his trump card. Fear not for Han Xiaoyan's true form. I have struck a deal with martial sage Haoyan. He will lead the 12 sages of the demon race to assist us in exterminating Han Xiaotian and utterly vanquishing the Han family. If you choose the wrong side now, you shall bear the consequences. Some even went so far as to issue threats. After careful consideration, the martial sages aligned with the fusion faction ceased their hesitation and charged towards Han Yu. Thus, among the 36 human saints, a total of 15 were now besieging Han Yu. Even with just 15 martial sage avatars, the pressure was immensely terrifying, capable of effortlessly annihilating any peak martial emperor. Han Yu began to struggle under the strain and summoned the six-pearl imperial crown. As it shimmered and spun in the air, it merged into a singular entity, descending into Han Yu's being. Upon witnessing this six-pearl imperial crown, all the human martial sages were taken aback. What? The six-pearl imperial crown? What kind of monster is this fellow, to have acquired it in such a short span of time? Initially, the saints had dismissed Han Yu, despite his rapid growth. They had encountered many races with swift ascension. Countless foreign beings were born as sovereigns, yet only a scant few reached the sage realm. To those saints, a non-saint was inconsequential, regardless of whether they were born as an emperor. Over the past few centuries, how many prodigies had emerged among the human race, yet they remained stuck at the peak of martial emperor. With only a handful attaining the saintly level, however, Han Yu not only demonstrated astonishing growth, but also possessed formidable combat prowess, indicating a solid foundation of cultivation, devoid of the superficiality often seen in rapidly ascending prodigies. This child must be eliminated. Otherwise, if he becomes a saint, he will undoubtedly seek our demise. Indeed, should he attain sainthood, even our true forms might not stand a chance against him. The martial sage avatars were thrown into a panic, with some beginning to regret their involvement in the assault on Han Xiaotian. However, by this point, regret was futile. The dozen or so martial sage avatars could only unleash their full might upon Han Yu, who was engulfed by a myriad of martial techniques, unable to retaliate. This continued for a considerable duration, and as time passed, the anxiety among the saints grew, for this child seemed impervious to defeat. Moments later, Han Yu's voice echoed, causing the hearts of the saints to plummet. After so long, it is time for me to retaliate. With an explosive surge of power, Han Yu, who had been on the defensive, experienced a dramatic rise in momentum. His cultivation level, previously at 1 star of the martial emperor, began to ascend rapidly. In truth, while these individuals besieged Han Yu, his cultivation had been steadily increasing. To avoid dampening their enthusiasm for the assault, or allowing them to sense something amiss and escape prematurely, Han Yu had been suppressing his true power. The murderous intent and hatred from over a dozen martial sage avatars served as the perfect catalyst for Han Yu's ascension to the martial emperor realm. Ding! You have received malevolence 99.9 billion from the human race's saints. Countless malice points continued to accumulate rapidly. Ding! The sacred might of the martial sages constantly bombards your body before the saints. Even as a martial emperor, you feel remarkably fragile. This illustrates the true disparity between the sacred and imperial levels. Even their avatars pose a lethal threat, causing you to teeter on the brink of life and death. After countless brushes with mortality, your imperial domain becomes increasingly harmonious, and your cultivation begins to rise. Ding! You have reached 3 stars of the martial emperor. Ding! You have reached 9 stars of the martial emperor. Ding! You are currently breaking through to the martial sage realm. Enough. At the moment Han Yu reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, he no longer felt the need to feign weakness against these martial sage avatars. The attacks from these individuals had ceased to serve as a challenge for him. Rather than waste time on them, he deemed it more prudent to eliminate them all and seek retribution against their true forms. Thus, Han Yu unleashed his full combat prowess, his cultivation erupting in layers. The peak of martial emperor power was laid bare, as Han Yu's imperial domain expanded, enveloping all the martial sage avatars within. What? How can his imperial domain be so powerful, encompassing us all? The martial sage from the land of cherry blossoms felt a shock in his heart. It must be understood that even as mere avatars, they surpassed the imperial level in existence. A mere imperial domain should not possess the qualification to bind them. Before a martial emperor, it was merely a means of self-preservation. Yet now, Han Yu was capable of enveloping all of their martial sage avatars. A concept almost unfathomable. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor. One of the saints gasped, "Damn it, this child has been concealing his true strength. He is clearly at the peak of the martial emperor." Yet he pretended to be a newly ascended martial emperor. Regardless of whether he was a peak martial emperor or a newly ascended one, beneath the saintly level, they were all akin to ants. "No, no, no, he is different," the saints exclaimed in unison, and before they could finish their words, Han Yu unleashed his S-level talents, which, supported by his peak martial emperor cultivation, became even more terrifying. Not only did these talents manifest, but his infernal fire dragon transformation, complete with its skeletal armor and bone halberd, was now capable of unleashing all its power. The overwhelming imperial might clashed with the sacred might of the saints. And what was once a feeble imperial might beneath the sacred now surged past it, utterly overwhelming the saints. Die! The bone halberd lunged forward, piercing through one martial sage avatar, as countless bone spikes erupted, rendering its body a mass of destruction. The avatars within the Hall of Saints were distinct from ordinary avatars. While the latter might merely be formed from sacred energy, those within the hall were true entities of flesh and blood. Should the true forms of the human saints fall, these avatars could become new true forms, possessing boundless potential. Thus, when Han Yu slew this martial sage avatar, the benefits he reaped were no less than those gained from vanquishing the previous Thunder Clan sage. The surging death energy was absorbed by the devouring demon body, and over 100 billion points of malevolence were added to his tally. Excitement surged within Han Yu as a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. "Strip away!" With a wave of his hand, the skeletal remains of the martial sage avatar were immediately stripped away, revealing the bone throne behind him, into which the martial sage bones shrank and merged. Alternatively, the bone throne could no longer be termed as such. After Han Yu had slaughtered countless Thunder Clan powerhouses, including a Thunder Clan sage, it had transformed into a Bone Emperor throne, adorned with intertwining lightning and embedded with the bones of innumerable thunder beings. Signifying its ascension, the vitality of a sage is exceptionally resilient. Even after Han Yu shattered its flesh and stripped away its bones, a trace of the sage's spiritual essence lingered, wailing in agony atop the skeletal remains. Witnessing Han Yu forcibly separate a martial sage's remains before their eyes, the other saints recognized the peril they faced. Upon the throne, they beheld the countless corpses of Thunder Clan powerhouses. Although the physical composition of the Thunder Clan differed from that of the human race, they possessed bones that were considerably more durable than ordinary human bones. Their bodies were primarily composed of lightning, yet they retained skeletal structures capable of attracting the thunder of heaven and enduring for millions of years. In the world of the Thunder Clan, the Thunder Saint Mountain was constructed from the bones of countless thunder beings, incessantly bombarded by celestial lightning, refining the bodies of the surrounding thunder beings. Now, Han Yu's bone throne had assimilated over 100,000 Thunder Clan corpses, beginning to resemble the Thunder Saint Mountain, exuding an extraordinary might. However, what shocked the Saints even more was the implication behind it. They were aware that the Thunder Clan had dispatched 10,000 elite warriors to besiege the Thunder Star. Yet these 10,000 elites had all been transformed into countless corpses, now beneath Han Yu's dominion. Among them, there even lay the remains of a Thunder Clan sage, an utterly terrifying prospect. What manner of creature is this, who, before attaining saintly status, has already achieved the remarkable feat of vanquishing saints? Moreover, they can sense that this is not merely a projection of a saint, but the true essence of a saint. This individual is truly defying the heavens. Flee. The thoughts of the martial saint projections were singularly aligned. As they simultaneously surged towards the exit of the Grand Hall of Saints. The Grand Hall was vast and boundless, resembling a miniature world, where the attacks of Han Yu and the assembly of saints could obliterate stars without inflicting even a scratch upon it. At this moment, as the saints sought to escape, they beheld a terrifying figure blocking the entrance. Thinking to flee? Ha! Do you truly believe I, Han Xiaotian, am merely a decoration? With a surge of imposing might, Han Xiaotian caused the doors of the Grand Hall to slam shut, sealing them with his holy power. Escape was impossible unless they eliminated him. Just as Han Xiaotian prepared to unleash his full strength to eradicate these fleeing martial saint projections, Han Yu anxiously interjected, "Elder, hold your hand. They cannot escape. Do not take my kills." Han Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback, revealing a wry smile. This lad truly sees the martial saints as prey. Very well, I shall assume the role of a gatekeeper. Han Xiaotian refrained from delivering a lethal blow, instead forcing back the martial saint projections that were assaulting the Grand Hall's entrance. It was only at this moment that these martial saints comprehended that even without Han Yu, Han Xiaotian was not an opponent they could contend with. Despite the combined efforts of over a dozen martial saints, Han Xiaotian effortlessly neutralized their attacks with nonchalance. Was the disparity between martial saint projections truly so vast? Regret surfaced in the hearts of all the martial saint projections. Since escape was futile, they could only plead for mercy. Xiaotian martial saint, we are willing to serve you loyally. Please forgive us. Indeed, we are all of the human race, merely misled by the martial saint of the Cherry Blossom Nation. From this day forth, we would never harbor any ulterior motives, and we shall follow your lead. The martial saint projections clamored in agreement. Yet Han Xiaotian merely scoffed, a group of individuals incapable of discerning the situation, and they cannot even plead for mercy correctly. Upon hearing Han Xiaotian's words, the assembly of saints suddenly realized, and promptly turned to Han Yu with respect. Young friend Han Yu, we are willing to submit. Please spare us. Han Yu nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as he replied, I, Han Yu, am not one to revel in slaughter. I shall not hold this against you. Upon hearing this, the assembly of saints felt a surge of joyit. Seemed that Han Yu still held some trepidation towards their true forms, prioritizing the greater good of the human race and not wishing to completely sever ties. However, in the next moment, Han Yu's tone shifted. However, I do have a task that requires your assistance. I wonder how you all might feel about that. The assembly of saints fell silent, exchanging glances with one another. Han Yu gestured to the white bone throne behind him, a smile creeping onto his lips. I am on the verge of elevating this bone throne and require some saint-level remains as materials. Might I trouble you all to lend me your bones? Before his words had fully settled, a wave of murderous intent surged forth. Chapter 60. The War of All Races unfolds. The martial saint projections quickly grasped that Han Yu had never intended to spare them. Fools! If we perish, our true forms will not let you off lightly. Once our true forms learn of this, chaos will surely ensue among the human race, and your Han family will face annihilation. As will your Longxia kingdom. One by one, the martial saint projections began to threaten frantically, yet Han Yu remained undeterred, the great bone halberd sweeping violently, causing the entire Grand Hall to tremble incessantly. Strip, strip, strip. The bones of each martial saint projection were forcibly extracted, merging into the white bone throne, amplifying its ominous aura. Time passed, and eventually, the last of the martial saint projections was eradicated. Han Yu suppressed all his talents. As countless drops of saintly blood rained down, staining his crimson robes in a grotesque manner, The remaining saints exchanged glances, feeling a profound sense of dread unlike any they had experienced since becoming saints. The gazes directed at Hanyu were filled with deep apprehension, fearing that he might unleash his wrath and obliterate the entire grand hall. Fortunately, Hanyu was not so unhinged. These saints bore him no grudge and were not on his list for slaughter. These individuals have colluded with foreign races, conspiring against our human race's prodigies. Henceforth, I declare that they are no longer affiliated with the human race and are to be thoroughly expelled. The atmosphere remained tense for a moment before Han Xiaotian took the initiative to break the silence. The other martial saints remained silent, for they truly wished to avoid such a scene. As neutrals, they hoped for a stable environment. One of them, the Sage of Heavenly Secrets, sighed and spoke. Now that these individuals have severed ties with the Grand Hall of Saints, they will inevitably seek refuge with other foreign races. You all should promptly inform your true forms and guard the human race's defenses. The remaining saints exchanged glances, their eyes filled with concern. The human race now had only a handful of saints left, having fallen a tier from the first major clan. Should those expelled saints align with other foreign races, it would pose a significant threat to the human race. The once stable environment among the myriad races would likely plunge into turmoil once more, and the War of the Worlds would inevitably reignite. The fears of these saints were not unfounded. Shortly after the demise of these projections, the true forms of the saints, far beyond the cosmos, sensed a disturbance and erupted in fury. Han Xiaotian, I have devoted countless years to the human race. And you dare to slay my saintly projection and cast me out? You shall pay dearly for this. The martial saints fumed with rage, unhesitatingly contacting their deeply bound foreign allies to join forces with them. As saints, they occupied the pinnacle of existence in the cosmos, indifferent to the rise or fall of the human race. To these martial saints, as long as they could ascend to greater heights, the identity of their race mattered little. Much like the martial saint of the Cherry Blossom Nation, he had directly fled to the realm of the ghost race, his true form having already been half-human, half-ghost, and harboring a saint-level ghost within. Coupled with his own saintly power, his combat prowess was formidable. This was also one reason why he underestimated Han Xiaotian. He viewed Han Xiaotian's adherence to his own cultivation as an outdated notion. The inherent limitations of the human race's true forms were too low. Without leveraging the abilities of other foreign races, they could never hope to reach higher realms. Other martial saints shared this sentiment, advocating for the grand fusion of the cosmos rather than a strong sense of guardianship over the human race. This ideology aligned with that of the protagonist of the original narrative, and these individuals later became his trusted allies. Meanwhile, the conservative faction led by Han Xiaotian either faced defection or execution, with Han Xiaotian ultimately becoming the final antagonist. Thus, many martial saints intertwined with the interests of the demon race sought out Tang Hao. When Tang Hao learned of the chaos within the Grand Hall of Saints, he was overjoyed. Excellent! My son Tang Chen's vengeance can be avenged today. Contact the Ghost Race, the Thunder Race, and other major clans to prepare for a full-scale counterattack. Tang Hao had anticipated that he would need to wait several decades or even hundreds of years to avenge his son. Yet the opportunity had arrived so swiftly, with the human race in a weakened state. Leading the demon race and various foreign factions in a counteroffensive, he could utterly annihilate the Han family and perhaps even unify the myriad worlds, ushering in an era of peace. Han Xiaotian, you have birthed a remarkable grandson. The current cosmic chaos is all thanks to him. Tang Hao thought to himself, a cold smirk gracing his features, as the various foreign races gathered their forces upon receiving word of the human race's internal strife. Preparing to assault the human defenses, the human race also received the news. The Sage of Heavenly Secrets conveyed the message to Han Xiaotian, who remained unfazed, promptly issuing orders for the human defense forces stationed at various resource stars to prepare. Time flew by, and as Tang Hao led nearly 50 foreign saints across the cosmic void to reach the first line of defense of the human race, the Grand War of the Myriad Races had officially commenced. Chapter 61. The War of All Races, the Battlefield of Stars. Han Yu arrives in the vast cosmic void. Dozens of saints faced off against one another, refraining from engaging in battle upon their first encounter. On the side of the human race stood Han Xiaotian, while on the opposing side was Tang Hao. As per customary protocol, saints would duel against saints, while those beneath the saintly rank would engage in their own battles. How about it? Tang Hao gazed disdainfully at Han Xiaotian, who remained composed and nodded, showing no objection. As saint-level powers, they understood well that should they engage, they could effortlessly annihilate any resource star. Each resource star was an independent world, capable of nurturing intelligent life, and held immense significance for saint-level beings. If a saint were to attack beings beneath their rank, they could, given enough time, obliterate the myriad races of the cosmos. Therefore, during the War of All Races, it was an unwritten rule that saints would confront saints. Upon reaching a consensus, both sides ceased their verbal exchanges. With a command from their respective saints, spatial rifts opened, allowing elite forces from each race to descend upon lifeless stars, igniting fierce battles. This was a common mode of warfare in the War of All Races, as neither side wished to engage in direct conflict on resource stars. After all, such high-stakes warfare would be detrimental to those stellar worlds. And neither party desired to find themselves amidst a devastated landscape once the war concluded. Thus, these surrounding lifeless stars became the optimal battleground. As long as the enemy is completely annihilated, one can traverse through their spatial rifts and enter their realm. The beings participating in this grand battle possess powers that commence at the celestial level. Only at this tier can one hope to survive in the treacherous, lifeless stars. On the side of humanity, the number of celestial warriors exceeds 5 million, while the alien races boast an even greater number of celestial beings, totaling already 10 million. Furthermore, this is not their full strength. After all, their coalition is not particularly stable, and they cannot afford to deploy their entire force in this assault against humanity. In the fierce clashes across several lifeless stars, the terrifying fluctuations of battle reverberate for thousands of miles. The surfaces of the stars torn asunder, with magma surging like rivers, creating a truly spectacular sight. The multitude of saints from both sides refrains from engaging directly in combat, instead observing the celestial battlegrounds as if they were mere ants in a death struggle, watching the lives extinguished before their eyes with little sympathy. The combat prowess of humanity should not be underestimated. An alien martial saint, surveying the battlefield, could not help but express his astonishment, despite humanity's lesser numbers. It was unexpected that they would dominate the various battlefronts against the alien races, with human warriors, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, facing foes several times their number and still maintaining an advantage. However, despite their musings, these alien saints showed no signs of concern, their gazes fixed instead on the dozen or so human saints who had turned traitor. These saints no longer concealed their intentions. As the martial saint from the Sakura nation cast a scornful glance at Han Xiaotian, scoffing, Han Xiaotian, did you not expel us from humanity? Today, let us show you just how fragile the human sanctum is without our support, without us. The sanctuary of humanity is nothing. With that, the martial saint from the Sakura nation conveyed his thoughts through the sacred power, and in a mere breath, his voice echoed across the various star battlegrounds. My warriors of the Sakura nation, if we do not rise up now, when will we? On the battlefield, the warriors of the Sakura nation exchanged glances, summoning the souls of their ghostly kin from within, beginning to turn against their human counterparts. No need for further concealment, esteemed martial saints. Let your warriors join the fray. The Sakura nation's martial saint directed his gaze towards the exiled human martial saints, and all nodded in agreement, using sacred power to transmit their intentions, resonating throughout the starry fields. Thus, hundreds of thousands of human warriors directly rebelled, causing the side that had previously held the advantage to suddenly find themselves in a dire predicament. Damn it, a bunch of beasts. Thankfully, we were prepared. Otherwise, we would have been ambushed and gravely wounded. Countless human warriors cursed furiously. Before the battle had even commenced, they had been warned to be wary of these martial artists. And it seemed that their warnings had proven prophetic, as these traitors indeed harbored intentions to completely betray humanity. Witnessing humanity's sudden decline, the exiled martial saints reveled in their triumph, relishing the discomfort etched upon the faces of the human martial saints. Yet, when they looked towards the chief martial saint Han Xiaotian, they found no sign of distress upon his visage. Han Xiaotian, do you see this? This is all you're doing, along with your wretched grandson. Had we not been expelled, humanity could have enjoyed several more centuries of peace. The Sakura nation's martial saint cackled with glee. Han Xiaotian, however, merely smiled faintly. Do not be hasty. The war has only just begun. Why the panic? At his calm demeanor, all the saints were momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to where his confidence stemmed from. Currently, be it at the saint level or below, humanity was at a distinct disadvantage. Was he truly not engaging in mere theatrics? The saints were filled with doubt, and the Sakura Nation's martial saint sneered, Han Xiaotian, what charade are you still maintaining? If you are willing to apologize and surrender your grandson to us for his transgressions, we may yet spare your life. Han Xiaotian merely cast a dismissive glance at the Sakura Nation's martial saint, saying nothing, his eyes filled with disdain. This enraged the Sakura Nation's martial saint, yet he suppressed his fury. Redirecting his gaze towards the other human martial saints in the starry expanse, particularly those of neutral stance. Esteemed ones, I trust you do not wish to witness the annihilation of your kin? We are willing to accept you. If you abandon the darkness and cease aiding Han Xiaotian in his tyranny, we can reconstruct a new human alliance, nay, a new alliance of myriad races. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaotian could not help but chuckled, an alliance of myriad races? You mean to divide the spoils belonging to the valiant ancestors of humanity among the alien races, thereby fabricating a false facade of peace among myriad races? The majority of the worlds in this universe are under the dominion of humanity. If you do not promise to share these worlds with other races, how do you intend to rally this unruly rabble? The words of Han Xiaotian incited outrage among the saints. Those traitorous martial saints felt as though their spines had been pierced, while the alien saints sensed a profound contempt and disdain emanating from Han Xiaotian. When humanity rose to prominence, seizing many alien worlds, it was not through ideals of peace, but through sheer strength and the sacrifices of countless heroic ancestors. If those ancestors had not perished, humanity would undoubtedly not be reduced to a mere 30 saints today. Each of those fallen heroes was an extraordinary figure. Without their sacrifices, there would have been no fleeting glory for humanity across the myriad realms. Regrettably, the current saints of humanity were merely a collection of individuals enjoying the fruits of others' victories. Yet they sought to relinquish these hard-won spoils to showcase their magnanimity and so-called vision. It was utterly ludicrous. Regarding Han Xiaotian's cutting words, all the saints were unwilling to listen further, merely responding with cold laughter. Han Xiaotian, cease clinging to your ideals. In this universe, power reigns supreme. If you wish to preserve the survival of humanity, you must surrender and abandon your resistance. Abandon resistance? Ha! Han Xiaotian scoffed. That phrase should be directed towards you all. If you do not believe it, simply lower your heads and look. All the saints furrowed their brows. Standing high above the cosmos, they simultaneously gazed downward at the celestial battlefields, finding nothing amiss. Currently, humanity appeared akin to lost dogs, pursued by the alien races. Just as the saints' doubts began to surface, a strange figure emerged amidst one of the starry battlegrounds. Among the hundreds of thousands of beings, this figure stood out conspicuously. Clad in a crimson blood robe, his eyes radiated ferocity, and his mere presence seemed to render him the very center of the universe. Upon sighting this figure, many saints were filled with surprise, exclaiming in unison, Han Yu, Chapter 62. Esteemed ones, I kindly request that you all perish. The exiled human martial saints, upon seeing Han Yu, were consumed by a murderous intent. The memories of their split selves had fused with their true forms, and they all recognized that it was this individual who had slain their carefully cultivated avatars. Damnable brat, I shall kill you. The martial saint from the Sakura Nation was the most enraged, preparing to traverse billions of miles of starry expanse to annihilate Han Yu. However, just then, a cold snort echoed. Do you think I am non-existent? If you dare to lay a hand on those below the saint level, I shall be the first to obliterate you. At these words, the Sakura Nation's martial saint was taken aback, his form momentarily frozen. He could only cast a resentful glare at Han Yu, sneering, I thought this brat was something extraordinary. It turns out he is still beneath the saint level. Heh. While an imperial level can indeed slay our saint level avatars, our true forms are present now, and any one of us can easily crush him. The other martial saints nodded in agreement. Although their avatars had been slain by Han Yu, they were acutely aware of the disparity in power between an avatar and a true form, estimating the difference to be at least 100-fold. They did not consider Han Yu to be on the same level. Unless he could ascend to the saint level, he would forever remain an insignificant insect. Even if this insect managed to bite them, they would not believe it could triumph over them. Yet, these saints suddenly pondered a troubling thought. while Han Yu may not compare to them. He possessed lethal lethality against those below the saint level. If this fellow were to enter the battlefield, he would undoubtedly become a veritable meat grinder. With this in mind, several human martial saints swiftly conferred with the alien saints. Initially, the alien saints were somewhat skeptical, but after being persuaded by two from the Thunder Clan, their resolve began to waver. The two Thunder Clan saints had witnessed Han Yu's power, although they had been confined by the sacred Might Array at that time. Limiting their own abilities, it was nonetheless evident that Han Yu had accomplished what should have been impossible, slaying beings beneath the saint level. This memory remained vivid in their minds. Thus, the Assembly of Saints promptly issued commands for all elite alien warriors to converge upon the starry battlefield where Han Yu resided. At this moment, Han Yu's appearance caused the tense situation on the battlefield to momentarily stall. In this starry battleground, the human warriors numbered less than 100,000, while the aliens, bolstered by the traitorous humans, had nearly 500,000. Among the tens of thousands of celestial beings, there were more than a dozen Imperial-level warriors, and under their leadership, their momentum appeared formidable. Another human? His aura is impressive, having reached the pinnacle of the Imperial level. Interesting. One of the Imperial-level beings from the Ghost Clan bore a sinister grin. He too had reached the peak of the Imperial level and possessed 5 Imperial crowns. He was the strongest among the Imperial-level beings in this starry battlefield, capable of overpowering the Imperial-level warriors on humanity's side with absolute ease. Esteemed ones, leave him to me. You continue to hunt down those human slaves. The ghostly Imperial-level warrior extended his crimson tongue, licking his lips, appearing quite sinister. It belongs to the Ghoul clan within the demon race, possessing not only formidable demonic power capable of eroding the souls of its enemies, but also an exceptionally powerful physique. Among the demon race, the Ghoul clan is considered quite dominant, yet it remains exceedingly difficult to ascend to the pinnacle of power, achieving the status of an emperor. Among equals, they can effortlessly contend against multiple foes, which is precisely the source of this Ghoul emperor's confidence. Human slave, offer your delectable flesh and soul as a sacrifice to me. The Ghoul emperor soared towards Han Yu, unleashing his imperial domain. A malevolent aura enveloping the surroundings, completely shrouding Han Yu within it. Observing Han Yu ensnared in the Ghoul emperor's domain, the other alien races paid him no further mind, convinced that his demise was inevitable. Recently, within this stellar battlefield, a human emperor had already been consumed to a husk within the Ghoul emperor's domain, leaving no trace of soul behind. As the alien races contemplated this, a piercing scream erupted from within the Ghoul emperor's domain. Countless alien beings turned back, witnessing a scene they would never forget. From the pitch-black domain of the Ghoul emperor, a colossal white bone halberd suddenly erupted, towering into the clouds, with a massive Ghoul emperor's corpse hanging from its tip. This was the true form of the Ghoul emperor. At that moment, the Ghoul emperor struggled like prey at the tip of the white bone halberd, yet he could not break free from its oppressive force, green blood spraying forth, his eyes filled with terror. He never anticipated that his opponent would tear through his domain without even expanding their own, reducing him to such a state. This human is certainly not an emperor. How could one possess such terrifying combat prowess? Save me, please, save me. The Ghoul emperor pleaded to the other 9 alien emperors, who were taken aback but wasted no time in unleashing their full power. One by one, their domains unfurled, and imperial crowns crowned them as they charged towards Han Yu. The surrounding space trembled violently, and the other alien beings fled in haste, unwilling to linger in the area. The fierce battle involving so many emperors was a calamity for beings below the imperial level. They could only watch from a distance, too fearful to intervene. 10 alien emperors united to hunt down a single human emperor. The advantage was unmistakable. Human brat, perish. A blood demon emperor's blood sea domain surged towards Han Yu, who still did not expand his own domain, becoming engulfed by the tumultuous blood sea. Dissolve, your flesh and blood. The blood demon emperor was exhilarated. His blood sea domain was lethally effective against beings with flesh and blood. The human offered no resistance, and thus was submerged in his own blood sea, undoubtedly on the brink of death. However, the scene he envisioned did not unfold. The human submerged in the blood sea did not dissolve but sighed instead. Alas, it seems that attacks of the imperial level no longer affect me much. Since that is the case, you all shall be of no use to me. Everyone, please, go die. Chapter 63. This battlefield is under my control. Han Yu bellowed, and the white bone halberds swept through madly, stirring the Blood Demon Emperor's Blood Sea domain into chaos. With a resounding crash, the Blood Demon Emperor's body was shattered into countless pieces, raining down like hail and merging into the surging Blood Sea. All the emperors present trembled at this sight, utterly baffled as to why their opponent, without even expanding his domain, could unleash such overwhelming power. It was utterly absurd. They were emperors, seasoned ones at that, with imperial crowns enhancing their might, yet their adversary merely wielded a sacred artifact and was able to suppress them so thoroughly. It was incomprehensible. The alien emperors were filled with doubt, yet this was not the time for hesitation. Upon witnessing the Blood Demon Emperor's demise, the remaining emperors wasted no words, retracting their domains and fleeing in all directions. Yet at that moment, a cold voice rang out from behind them. Now you wish to escape? Ha! It's too late. Domain, expand, boom. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the emperors turned to see a black domain rushing towards them. This domain exuded an overwhelming aura, making even the emperors feel insignificantly small before it. The domain loomed like a primordial beast, completely engulfing all the fleeing alien emperors. Panic gripped their hearts as they gazed upon Han Yu, positioned at the very center of the domain, as if he were the most terrifying fiend in existence. They dared not hesitate and immediately began to channel their powers, desperately attempting to breach the domain's barriers. The thunderous sounds echoed continuously, yet all their combined strength crashed against the barriers like a drop in the ocean, stirring not a ripple. Damn it! Why is this domain so resilient? It far exceeds the scope of an imperial domain. Could it be a sacred domain? Quickly, everyone work together, expand your respective domains, and carve out an escape route. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it! Why is this fellow's domain so suppressive? My domain has shrunk by more than tenfold. Forget about that, just push through. Several imperial domains barely held together, converging as they crashed into Han Yu's domain barriers. However, the outcome remained unchanged. They still failed to stir any turbulence. The alien emperors were filled with dread. Despite being emperors themselves, they could not budge their opponent's domain even slightly. Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would never have believed it in previous encounters with other emperors. It felt as though two bubbles were pressing against each other. Neither could easily harm the other. Yet when several emperors united to bombard Han Yu's domain, it felt like those bubbles were crashing against a solid wall. Their own domains even showed signs of fracturing. Observing the futile attempts of the alien emperors, Han Yu made no move to intervene. He was curious to see just how strong his domain truly was, were it not for the intent to eliminate them and prevent their escape. Han Yu would have had no inclination to expand his domain. For him, a single halberd was enough to sweep aside all emperors. Witnessing the failed attempts of the alien emperors, Han Yu felt a twinge of pity for them. I am sorry, I offered you a chance, but alas, you proved inadequate. You can't blame me for that. Han Yu's voice echoed throughout the domain, resonating in the ears of all the emperors. Even though he spoke in the dragon summer language, the aliens understood him. For beings of such caliber, learning a language was remarkably simple. Even if they could not master it, simple memorization would suffice. Upon hearing this, the alien emperors panicked, kneeling and begging for mercy. Yet Han Yu remained deaf to their pleas, merely waving his hand and uttering a single word. Annihilate. Before the word had fully left his lips, thunder erupted within the domain, infernal flames spreading and swiftly engulfing the several emperors. Their corpses were refined and merged into the bone throne behind Han Yu. At that moment, the bone throne had already stepped into the sacred realm, continuously evolving towards an even higher state as the remains of powerful beings flowed into it. Han Yu's white bone halberd was similarly enhanced, including his bone armor, as they were all one entity. Even the blood-stained robe he wore, having soaked in the blood of countless strong beings, had transformed into a sacred artifact. Brimming with malevolent energy, effortlessly slaying several emperors, Han Yu did not retract his domain immediately. Instead, he controlled it to crush the hundreds of thousands of alien troops. At that moment, Han Yu's domain spanned thousands of miles, resembling a small star. For beings below the imperial level, it posed an overwhelming calamity. Even for sovereign-level beings, merely being grazed by the domain would shatter their bodies like glass. For those below sovereign level, They were utterly defenseless. Before the domain even approached them, the overwhelming aura emanating from it had already pulverized them. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of thousands of alien beings crumbled under the pressure, their bodies swiftly crushed into a torrential sea of blood, churning in the air. This scene astonished not only the thousands of elite humans on the stellar battlefield, but also stirred intense emotions among the myriad saints in the vast cosmos. The few expelled human saints, witnessing this spectacle, were tempted to defy the rules and intervene, seeking to suppress Han Yu entirely. They were acutely aware of Han Yu's prowess. Beneath the sacred level, none could rival him. Thus, they immediately rallied all the emperors from various battlefields to besiege Han Yu. Among the alien coalition forces attacking the humans, there were hundreds of emperors. Be cautious. Several saints temporarily summoned hundreds more emperors from their strongholds, amassing a total of 1,000 emperors. While Han Yu possessed the power to slay a saint's avatar, among the 1,000 participating emperors, over 100 possessed the capability to do so, even if they were inferior to Han Yu in one-on-one combat. Their sheer numbers were enough to create a qualitative change. Undoubtedly, with 1,000 emperors uniting, even any saint entering the fray would find it impossible to escape unscathed. Boom, boom, boom. Within the stellar battlefield where Han Yu resided, spatial rifts trembled violently as emperors surged forth, the rifts themselves straining to bear the relentless wave of powerful auras, showing signs of instability. 1,000 imperial beings descended upon this stellar battlefield. Yet they did not engage in any actions. The overwhelming pressure emanating from their assembly surged forth, saturating the entire star. The celestial body, which had been rotating gently, found itself rendered motionless by this formidable aura. The remaining tens of thousands of elite human warriors, who had been floating in the air, could only barely maintain their flight under such oppressive force. Those beneath the imperial rank instantly lost their ability to traverse the void. Plummeting like raindrops, their expressions filled with terror as they gazed upon the 1,000 alien emperors, akin to ants gazing up at a vast sky full of stars, that moment of palpable trepidation among the human elites. A blood-red figure streaked through the air. The instant he appeared, all imperial pressure dissipated entirely, and everyone felt a profound sense of relief. It was the Feather Emperor. A human warrior exclaimed with fervor. Recalling how Han Yu had single-handedly vanquished all alien foes, a scene etched indelibly into their souls. The title Feather Emperor was bestowed, though its origin remains unknown. It was embraced by all. Han Yu stood proudly in the void, facing the 1,000 imperial beings, exuding an aura that was by no means diminished. Sensing the overwhelming presence of the imperial ranks, a slight smile graced his lips. Indeed, this was beginning to feel quite interesting. Han Yu's voice resonated throughout the expanse. All human warriors, retreat from this place. This battlefield shall be mine to command. Upon hearing Han Yu's proclamation, a wave of excitement surged through the warriors on the starry battlefield, as it was evident that the Feather Emperor intended to confront the 1,000 alien emperors alone. Merely envisioning such a spectacle filled their hearts with fervor. Alas, their own strength rendered them incapable of even being mere spectators. The recent clash between the Feather Emperor and several alien emperors had nearly cost many their lives. Had it not been for Han Yu's protective intent, tens of thousands of human warriors would have likely perished. Thus, they dared not hesitate and swiftly retreated through the spatial rifts back to their own starry realm. However, a few audacious individuals among the human monarchs lingered, caught in the spatial rift, eager to witness the unfolding events. This was a moment destined to be immortalized in human history. The Feather Emperor's battle against the 1,000 alien emperors. They could not participate, but to miss witnessing it would surely be a lifelong regret. The monarchs possessed remarkable vision, able to perceive scenes from thousands of miles away. They beheld Han Yu clad in a crimson blood robe, confidently standing against the 1,000 alien emperors, his momentum not faltering in the slightest. In fact, it seemed to surpass theirs. The 1,000 emperors, instead of launching an immediate attack, regarded Han Yu with solemn expressions, aware of the Slayer's prowess as recounted by the sages. To have single-handedly eradicated over a dozen martial saints' avatars was an achievement that inspired no sense of underestimation among them. Esteemed ones, I am the ThunderClan's Zonglei Battle Emperor. I have ascended 5 of the 6 crowns to the saintly tier. I implore you to heed my command and join forces against this foe. A thunderclad emperor among the alien ranks suddenly spoke, his voice echoing through the assembly of emperors. At his words, all present were struck with astonishment. The Thunder Clan was renowned for its formidable individual combat strength, and the Zhonglei Battle Emperor, possessing 5 saintly crowns, was a force to be reckoned with. Should he transform the final imperial crown into a saintly one, he would effortlessly ascend to the saintly rank, a pinnacle of martial prowess. After all, those of the saintly tier typically possessed only 6 saintly crowns, many of whom only attained this status after their ascension. Yet, Zhonglei Battle Emperor had reached such heights without yet achieving sainthood. His ambitions were glaringly evident. Common emperors, possessing but a single saintly crown, were often eager to ascend to the saintly rank, their vision limited to that tier. However, Zhonglei Battle Emperor, with 5 saintly crowns, restrained his impulse, choosing instead to solidify his foundation at the imperial level. His aspirations clearly soared beyond mere sainthood. The other emperors regarded Zhonglei Battle Emperor with newfound respect, astonished by the hidden talents of the universe. Yet their astonishment did not end there. As Zhonglei Battle Emperor spoke, several other emperors followed suit. I am the Blood Demon Clan's Yushui Battle Emperor, and I have transformed 4 of my 6 crowns into saintly ones. I am willing to heed Zhonglei Battle Emperor's command. I am the Ghost Clan's Wooing Battle Emperor, also possessing 4 saintly crowns, and am ready to follow orders. I am from the Wood Demon Clan. I am from the Ice Demon Clan. Dozens of emperors voiced their allegiance, each possessing 6 crowns, with at least half already elevated to the saintly tier. Each one was, without a doubt, an unrivaled prodigy in the cosmic realms. Had they chosen to pursue the saintly tier, they would have a 90% chance of achieving it with ease. With Zhonglei Battle Emperor setting the precedent, the remaining emperors laid aside their pride and expressed their willingness to follow his lead. At that moment, the 1,000 emperors united in purpose, their previously scattered energies converging silently. They had yet to take any action, yet the amassed imperial aura was terrifying, sweeping across the battlefield, causing the very star beneath them to tremble violently and begin to fracture. The might of 1,000 emperors was truly formidable. The observing human monarchs quaked at this sight, their eyes filled with dread. In the face of these alien emperors, even they felt as insignificant as mere dust. Could the Feather Emperor truly withstand this onslaught? Doubts filled their hearts. The monarchs turned their gaze to Han Yu, who remained steadfast beneath the weight of the 1,000 emperors, his demeanor unflinching and devoid of panic. Rather, exuding excitement. Good, good, good. Han Yu clapped his hands, repeating the word thrice. He was elated, for the stronger the enemy, the greater his anticipation to dismantle them. Zhonglei Battle Emperor paid no heed to Han Yu. Having gained the recognition of the other emperors, he wasted no time and bellowed, "All emperors, heed my call. Summon your crowns to suppress this foe." Boom, boom, boom. 6 crowns appeared above Zhonglei Battle Emperor's head, 5 of which radiated with the brilliance of the sun, exuding boundless saintly might. "Obey! Obey! Obey!" One by one, the emperors shouted in unison, their crowns floating above them like stars, illuminating the battlefield with intense light. The 1,000 emperors possessed over 5,000 crowns in total. The starry battlefield, already strained by the pressure, shattered into countless fragments beneath the brilliance of the 5,000 crowns. In the vast universe, the convergence of over 5,000 crowns shone with a radiance rivaling that of a star. Under the myriad beams of light, Han Yu appeared as a moth drawn to a blazing fire. Witnessing this spectacle, the alien emperors were struck with a profound shock, their wariness of Han Yu dissipating, leaving only an unshakable confidence. This youth must be eliminated. Han Yu gazed at the 5,000 crowns, a broader smile gracing his face as he casually declared, "Crowns, you say? I possess them too." Boom, boom, boom. Crowns erupted above Han Yu's head, an inexhaustible radiance bursting forth. Upon witnessing the number and quality of his crowns, all the alien emperors were filled with astonishment. There were 9 crowns. Moreover, all were saintly crowns. The 9th chapter, Esteemed Ones, Safe Travels. 9 saintly crowns, each at the saintly tier. Despite witnessing it with their own eyes, the alien emperors could scarcely believe it. How could this be? Hadn't the sages claimed he possessed only 6 imperial crowns? Why were there 9 saintly crowns? Impossible. It must be an illusion. Indeed, there was only one opportunity each year to enter the Tower of Trials. This individual had only recently entered once. No matter his capabilities, it was unfathomable that he could have acquired 3 additional crowns and elevated imperial crowns to saintly ones within such a short span. The alien emperors murmured among themselves, many convinced it was merely an illusion conjured by their opponent. Yet the leading battle emperors felt their hearts race. As the best of the best, they understood that anything was possible in the world. Ordinary beings could indeed enter the Tower of Trials only once a year, but there was an exception. If someone broke a record within the tower, they could gain additional entries each year. They were aware of the human's remarkable rise and recognized that his speed rivaled the legendary beings of ancient tales. Perhaps this individual truly had acquired 9 crowns and elevated them all to the saintly tier. Indeed, as these emperors surmised, Han Yu had shattered multiple records within the Tower of Trials, allowing him to enter it numerous times each year. During the past few days, he had been honing his skills within the tower. After annihilating over a dozen martial saints avatars, his accumulation of malice points allowed him to conquer the 9 trials, earning 9 crowns. Furthermore, he utilized the tower's points to elevate these crowns to the saintly tier. For Han Yu, it was a straightforward task, simply a matter of relentless slaughter. The enhancement of 9 saintly crowns was tremendously formidable. With his already robust combat foundation and such support, he faced the 1,000 emperors without an ounce of trepidation. Regrettably, despite possessing several remarkable talents, I am but a step away from ascending to the SSS rank. Nonetheless, with my current combat prowess, I am more than capable of handling everything that comes my way. Han Yu's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the 1,000 Imperial-level beings before him, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. The Imperial-level leaders, spearheaded by the Zhonglei War Emperor, sensed the dire situation. Regardless of whether Han Yu's 9 crowns were genuine or not, they could no longer afford to delay, lest their morale wane. Without hesitation, the Zhonglei War Emperor bellowed, unleashing a torrent of thunder. Attack! The domains of the Imperial-level beings cascaded down like meteors, hurtling towards Han Yu with ferocity. However, Han Yu did not underestimate them. He unleashed his full combat strength. Boom! His domain erupted forth, amplified by the 9 holy crowns, becoming an immense force, far exceeding the typical Imperial-level domains by 100-fold. Bang, 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 bang. Each Imperial-level domain collided against the barrier of Han Yu's domain, situated at the center of their own domains, exerting their domain power in a frenzied assault. This scene was nothing short of spectacular, even causing the numerous saints in the ethereal void to gasp in astonishment. And no matter how powerful this young man's domain might be, it could not possibly withstand the onslaught of 1,000 Imperial-level domains. Surely, it would not hold for long, a saint remarked. The larger the domain, the greater the consumption. In a prolonged battle, even saints would struggle to withstand 1,000 Imperials encircling them, let alone mere Imperial-level beings. Another saint chimed in agreement. However, scarcely had their words left their lips when Han Yu's domain quivered, and the domains that had struck its surface began to penetrate within. This is bad. He intends to draw us into his domain. Retreat quickly and refrain from close-range domain collisions. We must utilize long-range tactics, the Zhonglei War Emperor commanded. Yet, before the other Imperials could comply, Han Yu's domain expanded once more, swallowing the nearby domains whole. What? He can still increase the range of his domain? Caught off guard, half of the 1,000 Imperial-level domains were unexpectedly consumed. The Zhonglei War Emperor was taken aback, but he swiftly regained his composure and spoke somberly. Do not worry. The larger the domain, the more dispersed its power becomes. We can cooperate with the Imperials inside to swiftly breach this human's domain. The Zhonglei War Emperor's vision was optimistic. But reality proved harsh. They soon discovered that, regardless of their attacks, this human's domain showed no signs of yielding. Even when all the Imperials combined their might to strike a single point, causing the barrier there to tremble violently, it would merely revert to its original state moments later. Han Yu observed the foreign Imperial beings assaulting his domain with calm detachment, showing no inclination to impede them. The myriad attributes wielded by these Imperials, upon striking Han Yu's domain, were being wildly converted into power by him. The previously stalled progress towards his breakthrough to the saint level began to surge rapidly. Ding! You have been struck by the domain power of countless foreign beings. The convergence of various attributes has propelled your Imperial domain towards a rapid transformation into a saintly domain. Your progress towards a saint-level breakthrough has reached 60. Your progress towards a saint-level breakthrough has reached 80. Your progress towards a saint-level breakthrough has reached 100. Ding! An endless torrent of saintly power courses through your body. You have successfully mastered the formidable might of the saintly path. And you have become a martial saint. The trials within the Tower of Kings could only enhance Han Yu's combat strength. It was the external assaults that transformed into the driving force for his cultivation. Han Yu initially thought he would need to battle a saintly entity to shatter the barrier to the martial emperor realm, but the emergence of these 1,000 imperial beings inadvertently saved him considerable effort. The moment Han Yu broke through to the saint level, the 1,000 foreign imperial beings were left in a state of shock. Why did this human, under siege, only grow stronger, ultimately breaking through to the saint level? Was this reasonable? Was this normal? Doubt filled the hearts of the imperial beings, while Han Yu's voice, imbued with the essence of saintly power, echoed in their ears. Thank you, esteemed ones. As a token of my gratitude, I shall grant you a more comfortable death. Upon hearing this, the foreign imperial beings were gripped by terror. In the next instant, Han Yu's domain trembled violently, and boundless saintly power surged forth. The imperial domains shattered like bubbles, leaving the imperial beings aghast and utterly helpless. Annihilate. At Han Yu's command, the bodies of hundreds of imperial-level beings burst apart, their bones drawn away like white meteors, merging into Han Yu's skeletal throne. Han Yu sat upon the throne, requiring no effort. With merely a thought, all the Imperials were rendered powerless. This is terrible. We must flee. This person has broken through to the saint level. The Zhonglei War Emperor sensed the overwhelming saintly power emanating from Han Yu's domain and exclaimed, preparing to withdraw his domain and escape into the distance. But just then, a sharp voice rang out, I'm afraid it's too late. Farewell, everyone. Han Yu's domain expanded once more, akin to an enlarging black hole, consuming the imperial beings outside once again. Witnessing this, the foreign saints in the starry sky finally came to their senses, exclaiming in alarm, Human child, cease this at once. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of foreign saints transformed into streaks of light, traversing billions of miles of starry expanse, racing towards Han Yu. Like radiant suns, they bore an unmatched might as they charged towards Han Yu's domain. Chapter 66. Yesterday I severed your clone. Today, I will strike down your true form. Bang, 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 bang. Each saint-level being that crashed against Han Yu's domain sent tremors rippling through the fabric of space, unleashing a multitude of cosmic storms that swept up numerous stars, shattering them into countless meteor fragments. You insolent fools, do you think this saint does not exist? Han Xiaotian growled coldly as he soared toward Han Yu, only to be intercepted by the remaining foreign martial saints. Leading the charge was Tang Hao, who coldly regarded Han Xiaotian and said, Your opponent is me, boom. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal saintly avatar, towering hundreds of thousands of miles high, began to ascend, its overwhelming saintly aura radiating outward. Tang Hao's saintly avatar wielded a sacred hammer, crashing down upon Han Xiaotian with ferocity. Hemph! Han Xiaotian scoffed, summoning forth his own saintly avatar, a ferocious beast ablaze with golden flames. SS-level transformation talent, Golden Flame Swan and Eye. Han Xiaotian commanded his saintly avatar, charging towards Tang Hao, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, while the other saints kept their distance. Each clash between them unleashed a residual force capable of obliterating a star in an instant. Could it be that the talent of the Haotian martial saint has also ascended to the fallen god level? A saint exclaimed, Of course. If not, how could the Haotian martial saint unify all the demon races with a human form? He must possess absolute strength. Enough chatter. Let us hold off these human saints. Once they eliminate that human child, we shall join forces to eradicate Han Xiaotian. The saints from both sides took action, unleashing their saintly avatars, each one immensely powerful. They battled amidst the vastness of the cosmos, the residual forces shattering stars into fragments, creating a sea of shattered celestial bodies. Countless star fragments floated about, stirring up cosmic storms that scattered throughout the universe. Unbeknownst to the saints, in a mysterious and profound location within this vast universe, ruins of ancient structures lay scattered about. Even the dilapidated edifices towered like mountains, hinting at the former glory of this place. This was the land of miracles, said to be the abode of deities, with countless legacies left behind by divine beings. However, over the years, the saints of various races had explored this site numerous times, uncovering no traces of divine legacies, only sensing remnants of divine essence from the crumbling ruins. Yet, with each clash of the saints in the distant void, it was as if stones were cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that resonated throughout the land of miracles. This unique cosmic frequency caused the entire site to tremble, as beams of divine light erupted from the ruins, revealing a suspended teleportation array. On the other side of the array lay an expansive realm, filled with countless divine statues, each radiating boundless divine power. The eyes of these statues gleamed with brilliance, and threads of divine energy surged outward, swiftly spreading across the universe. All beings touched by this divine power heard a voice echoing in their minds, resonant with authority. The land of miracles has been activated. Beings from all realms may come here to undergo divine trials and receive the legacies of the deities. Upon hearing this proclamation, the saints, who had been locked in fierce combat, were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Is there truly a divine legacy in the land of miracles? I heard it too. The voice carries the weight of divine authority. It cannot be mistaken. Damn it, we must swiftly conclude this battle and rush to the land of miracles. Otherwise, we risk being outpaced by saints from other races. Initially, the primary goal of these saint-level beings had been to annihilate the human race and seize their resources. Yet, with the activation of the land of miracles, which held the potential for divinity, the importance of the human side seemed to diminish. However, given that the war had already begun, and having suffered significant losses, it would be too great a loss not to inflict some damage upon the humans. The assembly of saints besieging Han Yu shared a common thought. They were all exiles from the human race, and their profound hatred for Han Yu compelled them to swiftly suppress their urge to rush towards the realm of miracles. Do not hold back. Give it your all to annihilate this child and cleanse the humiliation of our avatar's destruction. Then we shall hasten to the realm of miracles. Excellent. All the saints unleashed their full combat prowess, awakening their sacred true forms, each resembling colossal stars. Die. Over a dozen sacred true forms struck against Han Yu's domain, causing the barriers of that domain to tremble violently. The Imperial-level prodigies trapped within felt the external turmoil and were filled with exhilaration. The saints have come to rescue us, an Imperial-level exclaimed. Fortunately, we have those few battle emperors. Had they not forcibly broken through their cultivation to temporarily reach the sacred level, we would certainly have perished. Hundreds of Imperial-level beings gazed at the several alien battle emperors blocking their path, each of whom possessed a sacred crown. The moment they were drawn into Han Yu's domain, they dared not hesitate and immediately chose to expend their potential to forcefully break through to the sacred level. These battle emperors had long accumulated their strength, and their chances of becoming sacred were already significant. Now, disregarding everything, half of them managed to break through. With the support of sacred might, they could barely withstand Han Yu's onslaught. At this moment, Han Yu sat upon the skeletal throne, positioned at the very center of the domain, observing the Imperial-level beings stubbornly resisting with a playful smile. He had intended to exterminate them all the moment he drew them into his domain. Yet, unexpectedly, they managed to break through during the confrontation. This was undoubtedly fortuitous for Han Yu. He did not even attempt to interrupt them. After all, for him, killing a sacred being yielded far greater rewards than slaying an Imperial level. Splendid. With the saint's assistance, we shall surely escape, and no matter how formidable he is, he cannot possibly contend with a saint. Indeed, after all, he has only just broken through to the sacred level. His mastery of sacred might is certainly not as profound as that of seasoned sacred beings. The battle emperor Tsang Lei, who had already reached the sacred level, displayed a joyful expression. However, before they could revel in their triumph, they saw Han Yu rise from the skeletal throne. Stretching lazily, a fierce glint erupted in his eyes. Now that true saints have arrived, your roles as sharpening stones have become redundant. Annihilate. Before the words faded, the power of the entire sacred domain erupted abruptly. Regardless of whether they were the newly ascended sacred-level prodigies or the ordinary Imperial-level beings, they were swept away by Han Yu's sacred might, exploding into clouds of blood mist. Even in their dying moments, they could not comprehend why Han Yu was so overwhelmingly powerful. Han Yu paid no mind to the fallen Imperial-level beings. To him, they were merely insignificant minions. His gaze pierced through the barriers of his domain, setting upon the more than a dozen genuine sacred beings, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Now, this is the true feast. Han Yu withdrew his domain and faced the group of sacred beings. Upon seeing Han Yu's true form, they were instantly consumed by rage. Han Yu, you shall pay with your life for the destruction of our avatars. The martial saint of the Cherry Blossom Nation led the charge, his entire being emanating a chilling aura, transforming into an unfathomably large specter with a terrifying visage. Yet, Han Yu merely scoffed, his voice booming. You, neither human nor ghost, old cur. What of slaying your avatar? I severed your avatar yesterday. Today, I shall annihilate your true form, die. As Chapter 67 unfolds, Han Yu transformed into a giant clad in skeletal armor, wielding a colossal skeletal halberd that struck towards the martial saint of the Cherry Blossom Nation's sacred true form. The two clashed in the void of the universe, unleashing boundless sacred might, causing countless stars in the surrounding cosmos to shatter into dust in an instant. Countless cosmic debris was swept away by the stellar tempest, crashing in all directions. The denizens of nearby minor worlds were caught in the crossfire, with every piece of cosmic debris weighing down upon them like mountains. The once vibrant worlds were instantaneously transformed into desolate wastelands. The brutal law of the universe, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, was vividly manifested in that moment. As the celestial beings clashed, the mortals bore the brunt of the calamity. The conflict between saints wrought unwarranted suffering upon these beings. However, no one cared for the lives of those in the minor worlds. The alien martial saints were indifferent, and so was Han Yu. At this moment, the martial saints were more concerned with the source of Han Yu's overwhelming strength. Damn it, wasn't this brat just a recent breakthrough to the sacred level? How can he contend evenly with me? The martial saint of the Cherry Blossom Nation ground his teeth in frustration, while the other martial saints stood in stunned silence. They initially believed that the martial saint could swiftly suppress Han Yu. Yet it appeared that not only could they not do so, but they were also increasingly falling behind. This child is indeed a prodigy. Upon entering the martial saint realm, he exhibits peak combat prowess. His individual strength is likely very close to that of the vast sky martial saint. Enough of this chatter. After all, he has obtained 9 sacred crowns. Let us swiftly eliminate him, one by one. The sacred beings launched their assaults, commanding their sacred true forms to jointly attack Han Yu. It must be said, these martial saints were formidable, originally holding the upper hand against the martial saint of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Han Yu was instantly suppressed. Surrounded by over a dozen martial saints, he found it nearly impossible to retaliate. Han Yu, your legendary life comes to an end here. We will first eliminate you, then proceed to eradicate Han Xiaotian, and finally wipe out your entire Han family, leaving not a single soul behind. These martial saints sought to kill not only physically but also to strike at Han Yu's very essence. His destruction of their avatars was akin to severing part of their potential. It was tantamount to obstructing their paths. This enmity was irreconcilable. Even if Han Yu had merely slain their descendants, they would not have been as incensed. Yet he had chosen to obliterate their avatars, which was utterly detestable. Should Han Yu perish without struggle, their resentment would remain unresolved. Fear not, everyone. This saint shall employ the secret techniques of the ghost race to extract his soul, refining him into a ghostly slave, eternally tormenting him while he witnesses the demise of his entire kin. Only then can our hearts find peace. The martial saint of the Cherry Blossom Nation grinned menacingly, prompting the other martial saints to laugh in satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Only in this way can this saint find reassurance. Hee. Once we have dealt with the entire Han family, we shall venture to that realm of miracles to seek the path to divinity. A group of martial saints began to envision their joyous future, yet they failed to notice that despite being oppressed, Han Yu appeared to be on the brink of death, his sacred true form seemingly on the verge of collapse. Yet he had suffered no actual damage. After a lengthy battle, one of the saints finally sensed something amiss. This fellow is suspicious. Why does he always appear on the brink of death? Do you not find this scene somewhat familiar? The other martial saints were jolted into realization, memories flooding their minds. Memories transmitted from their avatars upon their demise. In that instance, Han Yu had been besieged by them but had not been killed. Instead, he had harnessed their power to sharpen himself. Damn it, this fellow is indeed peculiar. What kind of talent does he possess? Could it be that he absorbs all attacks to grow stronger? How can such a talent exist? Even if it did, there should be a limit. We have attacked him for so long. Surely he must be reaching saturation. Enough of this nonsense. I have a foreboding feeling. Let us retreat. Before one martial saint could finish speaking, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, fleeing into the distant void. Why are you running? He is on the verge of death. Leaving now would be a waste of our efforts. What a coward. We shall continue. No, something is indeed off. We must leave. As the martial saints continued their assault, they realized that something was indeed amiss. Han Yu had remained on the defensive without any intention to attack. Even when one martial saint revealed a flaw, Han Yu feigned ignorance. They finally comprehended that they had been used as mere sharpening stones. What kind of monster is this? Each martial saint felt a sense of impending doom. And they began to flee. Yet, in that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Everyone, it is too late to think of escaping now. I thank you all for sharpening my sacred true form. Now, behold the fruits of your labor. As Han Yu's words trailed off, several substantial and solid figures suddenly materialized beside him, each of his talents crystallizing into a sacred true form. The so-called sacred true form is the crystallization formed by a saint based on their inherent talents. By fusing the might of the martial general, the essence of the king, the realm of the emperor, and the domain of the sovereign, one could possess boundless power. Han Yu's rapid ascension left him little time to refine his sacred true form. However, just moments ago, he had completed this process with the aid of the more than a dozen martial saints. As the martial saints turned to look back, they saw those sacred true forms pursuing them. Each of these forms bore distinct manifestations. Point one was a fierce golden-skinned giant, muscles rippling and radiating brilliant golden light, embodying the might of physical prowess, capable of effortlessly shattering stars with a single punch. Another was a demonic glutton, with purple-black patterns emerging from its body, eyes resembling an abyss, exuding an overwhelming terror of devouring everything. One was the Thunderfire Demon Dragon, its body entwined not only with the blazing infernal fire, but also with the boundless power of black thunder. The two formidable elemental forces merging in an exquisitely perfect union. While an ordinary saint could condense but a single true body of the sacred path, Han Yu, however, had managed to consolidate three. Those fleeing saints were at a loss for words. They fled in a frenzy, and the first to escape, a martial saint, had already seized the opportunity to tear open a spatial rift, vanishing without a trace. The remaining martial saints sought to do the same, yet Han Yu would not afford them the luxury of time. The three true bodies of the sacred path pursued relentlessly, unleashing a terrifying might that shattered the newly opened spatial rift. The saints, filled with horror, had yet to react before the three true bodies descended upon them, obliterating their own sacred path embodiments. Though they too were embodiments of the sacred path, compared to Han Yu's, these martial saints were utterly feeble. No, Han Yu, spare me. We are all of the human race. Let me go, and I shall contribute to our kind. Yes, yes, with the arrival of the land of miracles, should we humans lose too many saints, the opportunities will all be seized by other races, and we shall suffer greatly. Spare our lives, and we shall willingly submit to you. The saints pleaded as they fled, unable to fathom how the situation had so swiftly reversed. Oh, do not run, and I shall let you go. Han Yu replied with a smile. Really? You do not trust me, yet expect me to believe you. If you swear an oath of the sacred path, and should you deceive us, you shall be beset by 100 calamities, suffering a fate worse than death, and fall into the 18 layers of hell, never to be reborn. Very well, I swear, should I deceive you. Then, Han Yu unleashed a torrent of venomous oaths, more severe than those of several saints, articulating every conceivable negative consequence. This was no ordinary vow but a sacred path oath. The saints, having begun to resonate with the heavenly way, would face dire repercussions if they breached it. Observing the fluctuations of Han Yu's sacred path power, the saints, realizing he was not engaging in trickery, hesitated and ceased their flight. Though their hearts were fraught with anxiety, they remained convinced that Han Yu would not jeopardize his own future merely to eliminate them. After I have sworn so many oaths, do you still not approach? Do you not trust my character? Han Yu's gaze turned icy. The martial saints exchanged glances, finding it unwise to say more, and flew toward him. These individuals were seasoned martial saints. If they insisted on scattering, it would pose a challenge for Hanyu to eliminate them all. As they neared Hanyu, the latter suddenly broke into a smile. "I apologize, but I was actually deceiving you." Before the words had fully left his lips, an overwhelming killing intent erupted. Chapter 68. Is this lad still human? Hanyu's sacred path domain suddenly expanded, enveloping the group of saints entirely. Now it was a matter of closing the door on the dog, and none could escape. "Hanyu, have you lost your mind? You have sworn such venomous oaths. Do you not fear the backlash of the heavenly way?" A martial saint bellowed. "Heh, backlash from the heavenly way. What I have done is the heavenly way itself. Let it come and retaliate against me." Witnessing Hanyu's obstinacy, the saints were filled with regret. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would have fled with all their might. Had they done so, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Who could have anticipated Hanyu's sheer madness, daring to defy the sacred path oath? A veritable lunatic, without a doubt. "Hanyu, may you die a wretched death. The backlash of your oath shall ensure you do not live long. We shall await you on the road to the underworld." In their final moments, these martial saints could not refrain from uttering various vile curses. Yet Hanyu remained undeterred, wielding his bone-great halberd, slaughtering each martial saint without a hint of fear, even relishing in their cries of despair and curses. They are truly good people, even in death. They bless me. Having dispatched all the martial saints, Hanyu was left with only a cunning fish that slipped through the net. Meanwhile, on another battlefield among the stars, Tang Hao and Han Xiaotian were locked in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. "Han Xiaotian, you once incited the extermination hall to hunt me down, leading to the demise of my wife and the scattering of my children. Now, my cultivation is what it is because of you." Tang Hao swung his massive hammer, unleashing his newly acquired meteoric hammer technique, causing Han Xiaotian's golden flame lion form to shatter as it collided with one star after another. "I, Tang Hao, shall annihilate your entire clan, making you taste the bitterness of losing family." Hearing Tang Hao's threat, Han Xiaotian scoffed. "A traitor who colludes with the demon race dares to bark here. I now regret not having wiped out your Tang family entirely back then, leaving you as a scourge." Tang Hao, incensed by Han Xiaotian's obstinacy, retorted, "What do you mean colluding with the demon race? In this universe, all beings are equal. What of the demon race? Just as there are good and bad among humans, so too among demons. I, Tang Hao, have unified the demon race, fostering joint development, achieving unprecedented merit. Had it not been for your meddling, the universe would now be ushering in an era of peace." As Tang Hao spoke, his blood surged. He perceived himself as a pioneering figure, while Han Xiaotian represented the narrow-minded conservative. Han Xiaotian was too limited in perspective, solely fixated on the stability of humanity and the interests of the Longsha kingdom. Unable to share his vision for the well-being of all races, such a mindset deserved 1,000 deaths. Han Xiaotian laughed coldly at Tang Hao's words. "Your so-called peace and prosperity merely involves returning the world occupied by humanity back to the other races. Does it not? How many valiant ancestors fought against countless foreign races to claim these worlds for humanity? And you, so magnanimous, would give them away as gifts. Your notion of peace is but a facade, a guise for the human race to bleed and suffer, trading flesh and blood for your so-called stability among the races." Han Xiaotian's derision only fueled Tang Hao's indignation further. "And what of it? Those star worlds rightfully belong to those foreign races. Is it not just that we return them? Once, those foreign races invaded humanity, and now that we are stronger, we invade them. What difference does that make?" Tang Hao argued passionately, while Han Xiaotian sighed in resignation. "Enough, Tang Hao. I have no desire to waste words with you. Let us continue to fight. Only one of us shall survive today. Ha, the one who dies shall surely be you." The two resumed their fierce combat, ignoring all else. Just as they battled fiercely, a voice suddenly echoed through the starry expanse. "You two are making quite the racket. I'm unsure whether or not to intervene." Upon hearing this voice, both were taken aback and turned to see a figure clad in a crimson blood shirt, soaring through the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. "Hanyu, how are you not dead?" Tang Hao's eyes widened, his sacred path embodiment vibrating furiously. Unable to comprehend Han Yu's presence in his heart, Though Han Yu was the one responsible for his son Tang Chen's death, his hatred was still directed primarily at Han Xiaotian. Tang Hao understood that had it not been for Han Xiaotian's backing, Han Yu would never have dared to act so brazenly. A dozen martial saints surrounded and attacked Han Yu. Logically, he should have perished. How then does he stand before me now? What were those fools doing, allowing him to escape? Heh, do you think that by coming here, Han Xiaotian can protect you? He is already struggling to save himself. Your arrival is merely a self-entrapment. As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, Han Yu let out a cold laugh. Those fools? Are you referring to them? With a casual wave, a throne of bones manifested behind him, the top adorned with a circle of pure white skulls, each radiating boundless sanctity. The sight of this throne, constructed from the bones of saints, sent a chill down the spine of anyone who beheld it. As Tang Hao and Han Xiaotian sensed the familiar auras of the slain saints, they were both struck with disbelief. The martial saints who had besieged Han Yu had all been killed. Both peak saints, each possessing the divine level talent of the meteoric class, were utterly aghast, questioning their very existence. Is this lad still human? Chapter 69. Today, I shall slay you. Even the heavenly way cannot save you. This brat has a certain sinister quality. Had he not been my grandson, I might have felt a twinge of fear. Han Xiaotian mused, observing Han Yu's menacing demeanor. Damn it, what secret do you possess that allows you to ascend to the pinnacle of this universe in such a short time? Tang Hao's gaze remained fixed on Han Yu, a torrent of emotions swirling within. Han Yu's journey had been nothing short of extraordinary. Once, Tang Hao had viewed him as nothing more than an ant, with only Han Xiaotian posing a genuine threat. Yet now, the situation had shifted. Han Yu's combat prowess was now comparable to his own. If he remained, he would surely be caught between this grandfather-grandson duo. With danger looming ever closer in light of this, Tang Hao resolved to flee to the land of miracles, seeking divine opportunities. With his innate talents, he was certain to acquire a divine legacy, and when he returned, it would be far easier to eliminate them. Contemplating this, he cast a cold glance at Han Xiaotian and Han Yu, snorting disdainfully. Today, this Holy One has chosen to spare you, but should we meet again, it will surely end in a battle to the death. Having spoken, Tang Hao tore open a rift in space, preparing to depart. Fleeing is one thing, yet you truly possess a flair for preserving your dignity. Han Yu scoffed, as the mighty force of the sacred path surged forth, shattering the space rift with ease. Presumptuous. Tang Hao glared coldly at Han Yu, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Though you truly believe this Holy One fears you? Even if you and your grandfather join forces, should I fight with all my might, one of you shall undoubtedly perish here today. Ha! You overestimate yourself. It is more than sufficient for me to deal with you. Old dog alone. Han Yu replied with an air of indifference, dismissing Tang Hao entirely, which incited the latter's fury. Arrogance. Do you dare equate this Holy One with those worthless beings? Indeed, in my eyes, you are no different from them. Han Yu's words ignited a raging fire within Tang Hao, his eyes turning a deep crimson, almost materializing into substance. Observing the malicious value on the system panel rapidly increasing, Han Yu felt elated. Surprised at how explosively Tang Hao reacted. The last time he had killed Tang Chun before his very eyes, he hadn't accrued nearly as much malicious value. Perhaps the previous encounter was diminished by the spatial barrier. It appears this malicious value is not an abstract concept, but rather a form of special energy. Han Yu contemplated, realizing that his system acts as a unique energy collector. Each time he endures various negative stimuli, he can expend that energy to enhance his cultivation. Such a notion seemed quite scientific. Indeed, in Han Yu's mind, Tang Hao had now surpassed Han Xiaotian as his most loathed adversary. The thought of the grandfather and grandson duo, one having slain his wife and the other his son, sent him spiraling into a whirlwind of fury and a fit of rage. He made his decision, turning to flee without further ado. Tang Hao did not believe that Han Yu and his companion would engage him in a fair duel. Even if it began as one-on-one, once one of them gained the upper hand, the other would inevitably intervene, leaving him at a significant disadvantage. The best course of action was to distance himself. A gentleman's vengeance is best served after a decade, and having waited this long, he could afford a few more years. Old man, block his path, Han Yu commanded, his voice resolute. Han Xiaotian hesitated for a moment before tearing open a rift in space and positioning himself in the vast starry expanse before Tang Hao, abruptly obstructing his escape. Damn it! I knew you despicable grandfather and grandson duo could not engage in a fair fight. Tang Hao glared at Han Yu, who merely chuckled in response. I had initially intended to engage you alone, but since you find that unpalatable, let us join forces. Old man, let us strike together and eliminate him. Very well. Han Xiaotian grinned, and together with Han Yu, they launched a relentless assault on Tang Hao's sacred body. All three of Han Yu's sacred bodies, Furious Glutton, Demon Pattern Tangle, and Thunderfire Demon Dragon, converged to blockade the three directions, while Han Xiaotian's Golden Flame Beast blocked the final avenue, unleashing frenzied attacks. Tang Hao's martial saint body was rendered powerless. Unable to retaliate, only able to voice his grievances. You two are utterly despicable. Have the courage to engage in a fair and just battle. I have already granted you an opportunity. Your ineptitude is no one's fault but your own. Han Yu continued to taunt, prompting Tang Hao to unleash his impotent rage, further providing Han Yu with malicious value. As Tang Hao's sacred body neared collapse, moments away from annihilation, Han Yu's thoughts shifted. If the protagonist meets his demise, slaying this fellow should not be as arduous as vanquishing Tang Chun, right? No sooner had he entertained this thought than a resounding explosion erupted across the vast cosmos. In the vacuum of space, where no air existed, this explosive sound traveled via a unique energy medium, surpassing the speed of sound by countless magnitudes. Is that divine power? Han Yu mused, gazing towards the source of the eruption deep within the cosmos, where a radiant beam of divine light shot forth, piercing through Han Xiaotian's sacred body and enveloping Tang Hao'in. The next moment, Tang Hao's figure, accompanied by the luminous passage created by the divine light, began to retreat into the distance. Han Xiaotian surged forward, launching an attack against the divine light passage, but instead of inflicting harm upon the divine energy beam, he was sent flying thousands of miles, crashing into a desolate star. Witnessing this, Han Yu's heart sank. Is this madness? Could it be that with the protagonist's demise, his father becomes the new protagonist? He was greatly displeased, cursing aloud. Damn the heavenly path. One day I shall surely overturn you. Within the luminous passage, the battered Tang Hao wore a look of elation, realizing he was about to escape death, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! This Holy One knew I could not fall so easily. Even heaven favors me. Ha ha ha! I understand now. This is the fabled destiny that favors me. I am the chosen one. He cast a scornful gaze at Han Yu, his eyes brimming with derision. Han Yu, destiny is now on my side. Who dares to slay me? Who can slay me? The chosen one. Ha! The last one who bore that title fell before you. Han Yu replied with a cold smile, gradually firming his resolve. Today, I shall kill you. Even the heavenly path cannot thwart me. As he spoke, he glanced at the system panel. Current remaining malicious value, 10 trillion. The slaughter of so many martial saints had yielded him an astonishing return. With this in mind, Han Yu ceased his prattling. Ignite my life, my soul, my path. Upon witnessing the peculiar energy radiating from Han Yu, Han Xiaotian's heart jolted, and he cried out in alarm. Xiao Yu, no. You cannot. Are you willing to sacrifice your life? As an established martial saint, he was acutely aware of Han Yu's intentions. This was a final, desperate strike made only by a saint willing to expend everything. Should this technique be executed, the saint would be condemned to eternal oblivion, as even those saints who perished would not resort to such a method. For even in death, there remains the cycle of reincarnation, especially with the means left behind by those saints. Even if slain, they could be reborn among their descendants. However, invoking this forbidden technique would lead to complete annihilation. Tang Hao, too, witnessed Han Yu's actions, and a wave of horror washed over him. Madness. This fellow must be insane. Our enmity is but a lifetime's grievance. Why must he risk the next life as well? Chapter 70. A mortal slays a god. Not an impossible feat. Han Yu burned through all his cultivation and lifespan. His combat prowess skyrocketing, he transformed into a giant, clad in bone armor, wielding a massive bone spear, and struck fiercely at the divine energy pillar. Boom. The once indestructible divine energy pillar shattered into myriad fragments under Han Yu's desperate strike. In the moment the divine energy pillar fractured, a furious roar echoed through the vast cosmos. Insect-like mortals, you dare defy the divine? Bold indeed. The voice, accompanied by divine power, reverberated throughout the universe, heard by many beings. It was the roar of a deity. I am Poseidon, the sea god. This individual is the one chosen by me. Should he sustain even the slightest injury, on the day of my revival, I shall undoubtedly annihilate you. Initially unsettled by the shattering of the divine energy pillar, Tang Hao was suddenly overjoyed upon hearing the sea goddess' words of protection. Do think that I, Tang Hao, have been favored by a deity. Today, I shall see how Han Yu dares to kill me. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Han Yu swung the bone spear toward him with ferocity. Simultaneously, Han Yu's laughter echoed. Regardless of whether you are the sea god or the water god, today I shall slay him. None shall stand in my way. Tang Hao was taken aback by Han Yu's fervor and summoned his martial saint body. Having been nourished by the divine energy pillar, he restored his peak condition. As his sacred body manifested, he swung a colossal hammer, preparing to clash with Han Yu. However, the bone spear, now infused with boundless power, shattered Tang Hao's martial saint body upon mere contact, reducing it to dust. No, sea god, save me! Tang Hao cried out, as Han Yu's bone spear loomed before him, and in the next moment, his physical form was obliterated. Han Yu grasped him, swiftly refining him. His bones became part of the bone holy seat, while his blood essence merged into Han Yu's crimson blood shirt. In the following instant, Poseidon's wrath reverberated throughout the universe once more. Insect-like mortal, you seek death. I shall certainly kill you and extract your soul, condemning you to eternal damnation. Very well, I await you. Ha! You are but a wretched deity clinging to life, yet you dare threaten me. Han Yu scoffed. Fear not. Whether you kill me or not, I shall come for you. A mortal slaying a god is not an impossibility. Upon hearing his words and sensing his audacious demeanor, the once untouchable sea god suddenly fell into silence. This mortal insect seems to know certain divine secrets. This fellow is far too peculiar. Through the residual divine power, Poseidon glimpsed some of Han Yu's actions and noted that even after employing the sacrificial technique, Han Yu appeared utterly unharmed, sending a tremor through his heart. This mortal is far too enigmatic. Poseidon resolved in his heart, determined not to allow this mortal to enter the realm of the divine. Should he receive the inheritance of other deities, it would spell disaster for himself. Fortunately, the divine will of this deity has recovered sooner, enabling the sealing of the entrance to the realm of miracles, thus restricting the access of mortals to this sacred place. In light of this, I shall revoke his qualification as a chosen one. The sea god chuckled coldly to himself. I am eager to see how you can consolidate divine essence without the legacy of our gods. When the day of my resurrection arrives, you shall comprehend the gravity of the sin of blasphemy against the divine. Meanwhile, Han Yu concluded his sacrificial secret technique and glanced at the system panel. Noting that the originally astronomical figure of 10 trillion malice points had dwindled significantly, however, due to his forceful slaying of Tang Hao, which had incited the murderous intent of Poseidon, the malice points had not merely diminished but surged to 30 trillion. Indeed, it appears I was overly cautious before. With this system at my disposal, while others may fear for their lives, I am not intimidated in the slightest. A slight smirk graced Han Yu's lips. It is somewhat regrettable, though, that none of the many oaths I swore previously have come to fruition. It seems the heavenly mandate does not heed my vows. As Han Yu pondered, Han Xiaotian flew over, surveying him carefully and finding no apparent issues, which left him momentarily stunned. Grandson, why do you appear so unfazed? You executed a sacrificial technique and yet seem as vigorous as ever. Could it be a case of miraculous revival? Han Yu's lips twitched. Old man, could you not wish for my well-being just a bit? Han Xiaotian laughed heartily. It seems you possess profound mysteries that I cannot fathom, but now that you have attracted the attention of that sea god, you must strategize wisely. When it comes to deities, Han Xiaotian's expression darkened with a palpable wariness. In no matter, they are merely a bunch of cowards. The truly formidable deities have long since perished. As a villain well versed in the original narrative, Han Yu was acutely aware of the background of these deities. Many years ago, a catastrophic calamity threatened to annihilate the world, and countless deities sacrificed themselves to thwart it. Yet, some, driven by a desire to survive, employed various means to preserve much of their power. Poseidon is one such deity, and indeed, most of the residual deities within the realm of miracles share this trait. During that apocalyptic event, they were, to varying degrees, merely coasting by, while the true deities who genuinely cared for the welfare of the world have already fallen, leaving these survivors to reap the fruits of victory, in the divine court established by the protagonists later on. They were granted significant positions. Upon hearing Han Yu's disdain for these deities, Han Xiaotian inferred that Han Yu must be privy to certain secrets, though he refrained from probing further and instead stated, "Regardless, he is still a deity. We can only contend with him by obtaining divine inheritance. Come, my grandson, let us venture into the realm of miracles and seek the truth." Han Yu nodded. "Indeed, we must go to the realm of miracles. While these deities have yet to awaken, we should destroy their statues directly, ensuring a permanent solution." A smile graced Han Yu's face. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, Han Xiaotian felt a shiver run down his spine. He had not anticipated his grandson to possess such audacity. The two tore through space, swiftly fleeing toward the realm of miracles, and after a considerable while, they finally beheld the expanse of the starry sea. At this moment, the realm of miracles was suffused with divine power, teeming with numerous alien warriors who dwelled there, relishing the baptism of divine energy. Among them were not only aliens but also humans, though not from Blue Star, but rather members of the Tang clan who had fully aligned with the demon race. Ever since Tang Hao conspired with the demon race and was hunted by the demon slaying hall, the Tang clan had fled to a resource-rich star occupied by foreign humans, with some even reaching the domain of the demon race. During this war among the races, a faction of the rebellious humans included members of the Tang clan, all of whom were ruthlessly slaughtered by Han Yu. Now, those members of the Tang clan who had joined the demon race glared at Han Yu and Han Xiaotian with fiery eyes. Their hatred palpable. "Han Yu, having offended the deities, how dare you come here? Our elder, Tang Ao, has already been chosen by the deities and is undergoing trials within. The moment he emerges, it will be your time to pay for the sins against my Tang clan." A young man from the Tang clan bellowed, "In this realm of divine power, all strength was suppressed, rendering combat impossible. So even though he was merely at the emperor level, he felt no fear towards Han Yu and Han Xiaotian." "Enough of this noise!" Han Yu snorted coldly, charging straight into the ranks of the Tang clan, delivering a single punch that obliterated that individual into a mist of blood. Witnessing this scene, all beings from the myriad realms were struck with horror. "This human is utterly insane." Chapter 71. "I shall bear the infamy, wretched fool. This is the realm of miracles. Do you dare commit murder here? This is a profound disrespect to the deities." Among the remaining members of the Tang clan, some gnashed their teeth and shouted in anger, their eyes betraying an uncontainable fear as they gazed at Han Yu, who was still drenched in fresh blood. "This is just the beginning of the slaughter." A faint smile graced Han Yu's lips as he continued toward the ranks of the Tang clan. Seeing this, the Tang clan members panicked, and someone immediately shouted, "Do not fear him. Here, the divine power suppresses him. He is merely stronger in physical prowess. If we unite, we can surely slay him here." Upon hearing this, the others' eyes gleamed with determination, and even several aliens felt a surge of murderous intent. During this time, Han Yu's legendary exploits had spread among the various alien races, and as the elite of their respective clans, they were certainly aware of it. Not to mention that among the aliens gathered here, some had participated in the attack on the humans. Even those who had not were disinclined to see a powerful human prodigy emerge. The words of that Tang clan member had ignited the murderous intent of many. Han Yu glanced at the system panel, witnessing a frenzy of malice points accumulating from various alien races. Indeed, while their strength may have waned, even the legs of a mosquito are still meat. So let us eliminate them all. With this thought, Han Yu no longer hesitated, plunging into the ranks of the Tang clan and commencing a frenzied massacre. How can his physique be so robust? He is not even a true human. This fellow is a monster. He is no human. No wonder he attained sainthood in such a short time. A group of Tang clan members finally grasped the terror of Han Yu, coming to understand why he acted so brazenly. "Demon. He is nothing but a demon. You alien races, if you do not act to assist us, we will all be slaughtered by him." The Tang clan members scattered, Rushing into the ranks of the aliens, an alien prodigy scoffed, suddenly leaping into Han Yu's path. Humans are feeble. No matter how strong his physique, he cannot compare to our giant spirit race. Let me put an end to his legend. This giant spirit clan emperor, despite having his power suppressed, stood several hundred feet tall, resembling a walking mountain. His muscles were well-defined, veins coursing like serpents, and his skin gleamed with a golden hue, exuding an aura of strength. The giant spirit race is among the most powerful of the myriad clans, so in this realm where only physical strength could be utilized, they feared no rival. Die, human! The giant spirit warrior swung his fist, akin to a mountain, descending upon Han Yu with ferocity. Death! Han Yu neither dodged nor flinched, directly colliding with the attacked eye. In comparison to the giant spirit's physique, Han Yu appeared as a mere pebble against a hill. Everyone expected him to be obliterated in an instant. Yet, to their astonishment, Han Yu's form pierced through the giant spirit's fist, traveling along his arm and erupting from his shoulder, already drenched in golden blood. The giant spirit warrior's wails echoed, reverberating throughout the realm of miracles. Impossible! How can your physique be so powerful? I am a member of the giant spirit race. With eyes wide in disbelief, the giant spirit warrior gazed at Han Yu, who stood upon his shoulder, already launching a punch toward his head. That head, akin to a small room, exploded the next moment, transforming into a shower of golden blood mist that cascaded upon Han Yu's crimson attire, adding a touch of opulence to its edges. Human, you dare slay my giant spirit kin? All giant spirit warriors, heed my command. Eliminate this person. A giant spirit warrior, witnessing the scene, immediately roared in fury. And hundreds of elite giant spirit warriors charged toward Han Yu. As for the other clans, upon witnessing Han Yu single-handedly slay a member of the giant spirit race, they dared not act recklessly. Some wise ones chose to vacate the realm of miracles, seeking to avoid confrontation. It appears you giant spirits are tired of living. Han Yu scoffed, realizing that the humans had not had any conflicts with the giant spirit race for quite some time, leading him to believe they had finally learned their lesson. Originally, the giant spirit race was at the bottom of his extermination list, yet now they sought their own demise here. He could hardly be blamed. Let them all perish. Han Yu surged forth like a blood-red meteor, relentlessly crashing into the massive forms of the giant spirit warriors, none of whom could withstand his assault. Han Yu, possessing an array of transcendent abilities and having endured countless battles, had long established himself among the pinnacle of the universe's myriad races, showing no fear toward the giant spirits. They were merely here to meet their end. These fools believed they could deplete Han Yu through sheer numbers. Such delusions! Han Yu had no qualms about engaging in a war of attrition. After a prolonged clash, the ground was littered with the corpses of the giant spirit warriors, resembling small hills, leaving the remaining alien elites in a state of shock. All the elite warriors of the alien races gazed at Han Yu with a look of trepidation, secretly thinking to themselves, "We have not attacked. If we kill them, they cannot kill us." Han Yu regarded these elite warriors of the alien races, his voice chilling as he spoke. "I grant you the opportunity to flee. All aliens who remain here shall perish." Upon hearing these words, the elite warriors of the alien races felt a surge of panic within, daring not to utter a word, and immediately began to retreat towards the outer realms of the sacred site. As they moved further away from the divine gate, the oppressive force of divine power diminished, allowing their own strength to gradually restore. They were poised to escape into the vastness of the cosmos. However, none anticipated that as soon as they stepped beyond the confines of the sacred site, an inexorable surge of holy might would descend upon them. The group of elite warriors turned back to behold three terrifying embodiments of divine power swiftly approaching, launching an unexpected assault. "This is bad. We have been deceived. This human has no intention of letting us go. Quickly, retreat back to the sacred site. There, he cannot wield his divine power. Outside, we will only meet a swifter demise. That treacherous human truly deserves to die 1,000 deaths." All the alien warriors cursed vehemently, yet Han Yu merely scoffed. "Apologies, everyone, but it is already too late." As his words fell, a torrent of holy might erupted forth, rendering all the alien warriors no match for him in a single clash. Even the alien war emperor, upon unleashing his imperial domain, could not withstand a single strike from Han Yu's embodiment of divine power. shattering instantly. Witnessing Han Yu's actions, even Han Xiaotian could not help but gasp in astonishment. Little Yu, is it truly appropriate to deceive them in this manner? Moreover, as we are saints, it seems beneath our dignity to strike against those below the saint level. Upon hearing Han Xiaotian's remarks, Han Yu simply smiled faintly. I did not deceive them. I stated that those who remain in the sacred site shall die, but I never claimed that those who leave would be spared. Besides, my reputation was never stellar to begin with, so I care not for such things. If these alien elites are not eliminated now, once they enter the divine gate and obtain divine legacies, they will undoubtedly instigate further conflict. It is far better to eliminate them now and eradicate future threats. For the human race to thrive, we must eliminate the remaining myriad races as threats, ideally reducing them to mere protected species. To ensure the human race stands tall among all races, we must endure some hardship at the expense of these aliens. Let the blame fall upon me. I bear it willingly. Chapter 72. God, your era has concluded. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, Han Xiaotian's expression grew complex. He had not anticipated that his seemingly reckless grandson possessed such profound insights. Addressing the root of the issue with simplicity, this approach, while likely to invoke much bloodshed, was effective in its directness. However, such a method could only be wielded effectively by a prodigy like Han Yu. To challenge the myriad races single-handedly was a feat that even Han Xiaotian lacked the confidence to undertake. Yet, Han Yu possessed that capability, as his rate of growth was truly astonishing. Han Yu said no more, instead turning his gaze toward the enormous gate at the heart of the sacred site, surrounded by boundless divine energy. Let us proceed and see what awaits within. Han Yu flew toward the gate, with Han Xiaotian filled with anticipation, yearning for the power beyond the saint level, having lingered at the pinnacle of the saint level for many years. If he could seize an opportunity, ascending to the divine level would be well within reach. However, when Han Yu and Han Xiaotian arrived at the outer gate of the sacred site, they found themselves unable to enter, as if some force barred their passage. Wasn't it said that one could enter the sacred gate upon ascending to the saint level? Han Yu furrowed his brow. Puzzled. In the next moment, the reason became clear. A voice echoed from within the sacred gate, laced with disdain. Ants, I have declared that those who defile the divine cannot obtain any divine legacy. Not only you, but all of your kin shall forever be barred from entering the sacred gate. Depart at once. This was the voice of Poseidon, the sea god. Within the sacred gate, numerous alien saints had already entered. Seated beneath various divine statues, undergoing a myriad of divine trials. Under the towering statue of the sea god, Elder Tang Ao of the Tang family fought against sea beasts amidst tumultuous waves. Undergoing the sea god's trial, hearing the sea god's furious proclamation, a smile spread across his face. He had not anticipated that the sea god's decree could prevent the entire Han family from entering the sacred gate. This was truly fortuitous. As long as he could pass the trial, he would undoubtedly ascend to the divine level upon leaving. At that time, he would return to the human realm and annihilate the Han family, restoring the glory of the Tang clan. During this time, they had also learned of Tang Hao's demise, feeling despondent and fearing that the Han family would come to settle the score in the demon realm. Fortunately, with the opening of the sacred site, they had seized an opportunity. They absorbed divine energy outside the sacred gate, effortlessly ascending to the saint level and thus qualifying for entry. The divine had already informed them that upon successfully obtaining a legacy, they could easily ascend to the divine level and become a divine envoy. At that point, exterminating saints would be as simple as crushing an ant. Tang Ao understood that he was now the sole hope for the Tang family. If he could not rise, the Tang clan would be utterly extinguished. I must pass the trial. I must become divine. Tang Ao's resolve was unwavering, his eyes filled with fierce determination. Outside the sacred gate, upon hearing Poseidon's words, Han Yu let out a scoff. Who cares for your pitiful divine legacy? I intend to enter and confront you. With that, Han Yu began to unleash a frenzied assault on the sacred gate. Unfortunately, he lacked the power to contend with divine energy, rendering his efforts futile. The divine energy of the sacred gate was far denser than that of the previous divine energy pillar. After all, it condensed the power of numerous deities within the sacred site. Even in their dormant state, they were formidable. These deities had collectively forged the great gate, and now Poseidon had sealed it, preventing Han Yu's entry. If Han Yu were to utilize the sacrificial secret technique, he might inflict damage upon the gate, but that held little significance for him. He had better methods. Seeing Han Yu abandon his assault on the sacred gate, Poseidon erupted with laughter. Mortal ant, do you think you can open the sacred gate? It is akin to an insect trying to shake a tree. Utterly ridiculous. Old turtle, if you have the courage, open this gate. If not, cease your barking. Han Yu retorted coldly, though you think that because you deny me entry, I cannot deal with you? Upon hearing Han Yu's taunts, Poseidon was both furious and incensed, sneering, Ant, you will never comprehend the chasm that lies between gods and yourself. A mere creature like you can be crushed by any of my divine envoys. In my era, you lacked the qualification to converse with me. Do you understand? Without divine power, you, a mere mortal, think to challenge me. Such is the folly of dreams. Han Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling faintly. Poseidon, your era has ended. This sacred site was, after all, the path to divinity crafted by the ancient gods for mortal beings. Now that you have sealed the sacred gate, preventing our entrance, according to the laws of the ancient divine court, you ought to suffer severe punishment, ultimately facing annihilation of your soul. Poseidon's statue's eyes abruptly flashed, revealing a surge of murderous intent. It seems you indeed know some secrets of the gods. Heh, but what of it? The ancient divine court has long been destroyed. Even if I defy divine law, who can punish me? Poseidon laughed arrogantly. Seemingly exhilarated by his survival, while the once mighty figures of the divine court perished in the river of time. Only those who endure to the end are the victors. They are all failures. Han Yu directly departed from the sacred gate, leaving behind a few words. Do not forget, without the divine court, there remains the abyss of demons. When I refine the abyss of demons, I shall cast you into the 9 layers of hell, never to be reborn. Upon hearing Han Yu's proclamation, Poseidon felt a jolt within, his eyes blazing with fury. Very well. I shall see how you can refine the abyss of demons. A mere ant believes it can judge me. What audacity! In his fury, Poseidon's heart inexplicably trembled. If that individual truly succeeded in refining the 9 layers of hell and became the overlord of the abyss, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect. One must understand that in the ancient divine court, any deity who committed grave offenses was cast into the abyss, enduring various tortures. The abyss was a nightmare for any ancient deity. In this era, it is impossible for anyone to become the overlord of the abyss. Even becoming the ruler of a single layer of hell is utterly unattainable. However, he could not allow that mortal ant any hope. He must swiftly create some divine envoys. No, semi-divines would suffice. As long as he could produce a few semi-divines and send them forth, they would eliminate that ant. Chapter 73. Semi-divines besiege. With this thought, Poseidon hesitated no longer. He immediately channeled divine power, sending out a call across the cosmos. All beings of water and wind, come to the sacred site. I shall bestow upon you unparalleled might, granting you access to the divine realm. As the sound reverberated across the myriad realms, the aquatic and aerial beings who caught wind of the news were seized with exhilaration, promptly embarking on a perilous journey through the void towards the sacred land of miracles. Alas, these entities were all beneath the saintly rank, and now, those of saintly status had nearly all entered the realm of divine wonders, enduring trials beneath the statues of slumbering deities. Their pace was lamentably slow. Poseidon, having awaited for an extended period, utilized his divine abilities to survey the myriad realms and discovered that the water and wind beings traversed the vast starry expanse at a pace akin to that of a tortoise. Such were the pitiful mortals, Poseidon mused with genuine sentiment. Those not at the divine level were collectively referred to as mortals by these deities. Among the mortals, only the saintly rank warranted even a fleeting glance from the divine, allowing them to be taken as acolytes. Those who struggled to breach even the saintly rank were, in the eyes of these deities, mere insects, and even if billions perished, they would not warrant a second look. With lifespans measured in millennia, a deity could easily doze off and witness the passage of millennia, while a nearly extinct swarm of insects might once again burgeon into billions. Thus, the demise of these insects was of little concern to the divine. In light of this, Poseidon resolved to expend some divine power to guide these insects forth. Fortunately, this god had awakened relatively early, and the divine power reserves in this locale were abundant. with no other deities contending for it. Had those other beings awakened first, this god would have never squandered divine energy on such insignificant insects. Contemplating this, Poseidon once more unleashed his divine abilities, transforming into countless beams of divine light that shot forth across the cosmos. One by one, the water beings from various star realms were summoned, swiftly drawn beneath the statue of the sea god, Poseidon. Beneath the statue, viewed from the outside, it appeared merely as an expanse of several thousand miles of ocean. Yet within lay a boundless space, a realm unto itself. This was the external manifestation of Poseidon's divine kingdom, realm elevated beyond mere domains, containing its own set of celestial laws. As the god of the sea and storms, Poseidon's divine kingdom encompassed the laws of the ocean and storms. Without water and wind beings thriving in this world, calamity would surely ensue. A staggering multitude of beings, amounting to trillions, were welcomed into Poseidon's divine kingdom, all brimming with excitement. Who would have thought our fortunes would align so favorably, being personally guided by a deity? Such an honor. Hailing from the water demon race, we pledge eternal loyalty as your most devoted servants. O great Poseidon, we hope you will enlighten our kind, enabling us to serve you better. A towering figure among them, adorned in scales with a fish's head and bulging eyes, spoke with a voice steeped in flattery. Very well, let us commence with your water demon race. The statue of Poseidon, piercing through the heavens and earth, emanated an awe-inspiring presence, his voice resonating with a might that surpassed mere commands, instilling greater shock. Here, in his divine kingdom, his dominion was absolute, capable of annihilating all with but a thought. Poseidon slightly raised his hand, and streams of divine power cascaded like rain, flooding the bodies of the water demons. Though it was merely a fragment of divine power, to the deity, it was akin to an overwhelming river surging into the bodies of these mortal beings. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the water demons were overwhelmed by the divine energy. And that divine essence, now tainted by their bloodlines, became significantly more harmonious. This divine power continued to flow into the remaining water demons. Some withstood the deluge of divine energy, growing stronger, while others were utterly obliterated. Yet, with their flesh serving as a buffer, they mitigated some of the divine energy's ferocity, rendering it more manageable. However, as the divine energy surged forth incessantly, those unable to master it within a certain time frame would inevitably become sacrifices once more. The waters surrounding the domain of the water demons had long been stained crimson with their blood, appearing as if a torrent of red ink roiled continuously as the water demons continued to perish. The color of the sea deepened, and their numbers plummeted from billions to less than 100 million. Witnessing this scene, the remaining foreign beings stood agape, gripped by a profound dread. I no longer wish to ascend to divinity. It is too terrifying. I want to leave. I want to leave. Many among the foreign beings were paralyzed by fear, for all sentient beings instinctively shun death. They desired strength but sought to avoid demise. Humph, a gaggle of cowardly insects. With your qualifications, even 100 reincarnations would not elevate you to divinity. I bestow upon you a grand opportunity, and yet you fail to cherish it. You shall perish. With a sweeping gesture, Poseidon unleashed further divine power, obliterating those foreign beings in an instant. Since you are so woefully inadequate, become the stepping stones for the strong, the nourishment for their ascension. Insects, only by surviving do you earn the right to become my acolytes. Struggle, strive, and with your most wretched lives, seize the fleeting chance to ascend to divinity. Poseidon observed the foreign beings writhing in agony amidst the divine energy, releasing a laugh that was both cruel and compassionate. Intertwining these seemingly contradictory emotions into an incomprehensibly vast resonance. These foreign beings were left with no choice but to unleash their full potential, grasping at the singular opportunity for ascension, their only chance at survival. After a lengthy interval, as fewer than 100 billion beings remained, Poseidon's divine kingdom was awash in blood, the waters a terrifying shade of red. Each surviving being stood atop the corpses of billions of their kin. Many had begun as frail creatures but had now transformed into exalted demigods. Each foreign being, sensing the immense divine power coursing through their veins, bore expressions of exhilaration. Poseidon, too, was exceedingly pleased, yet soon a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. You shall venture to the abyssal prison and locate that Hanyu. Eliminate him. We will obey the divine decree. Over 100 demigods chorused, transforming into streaks of radiant light, vanishing into the sacred land. These demigods tore through the fabric of space, traversing the vast starry expanse at incredible speed in no time. They crossed one starry sea after another, reaching the cosmos ruled by the demon race. Here, myriad worlds of the demon race thrived, saturated with tumultuous energies. A fish-headed, humanoid demigod from the water demon race wielded his aquatic divine energy, suddenly enveloping a world of the demon race, seizing hundreds of billions of demon beings in his grasp. His massive azure divine form looming over all within that star. Insects. Where is the abyssal prison? The voice of the water demon demigod echoed throughout the demon star realm, instilling genuine terror in all demon beings. O Divine One, the abyssal prison is omnipresent, yet only those possessing abilities related to the demon race can perceive its existence. A powerful demon being dared to respond. Have you encountered a human by the name of Hanyu? To report to the deity, we have sensed no human presence. Should that human possess abilities related to the demon race, he would appear as one of us and may have already entered the abyssal prison. Then it seems you are of no use. The water demon demigod snorted coldly, crushing the demon star realm with a single motion. Countless demon beings cried out in despair, and soon they were enveloped by an inexhaustible torrent of aquatic divine power. Annihilated within that region. With a mere gesture to extinguish an entire world, such was the might of divine power. After obliterating the demon star realm, the water demon demigod declared solemnly, "We shall seal off this region. Should he emerge from the abyssal prison, we will eradicate him." Chapter 75. SSS rank, Godfall level talent, Endless Inferno, incinerating this life and the next. All demigods soared to various corners of the demon star domain, each sealing off a portion of space. Should Hanyu appear, he would be like a turtle in a jar, with no place to flee at that moment. Hanyu had long been ensconced within the abyssal prison. Having spent a considerable time there, the first layer of the prison he entered was the Ghost Fire Prison, the birthplace of the prison fire demon dragon. The instant Hanyu stepped into the Ghost Fire Prison, the prison fire demon dragon emerged, transforming into a diminutive bone dragon that circled around Hanyu. "Master, it feels so delightful to return to this place." The prison fire demon dragon expressed its exuberance. Soaring rapidly in the air, absorbing wisps of ethereal ghost fire from the prison, occasionally letting out a satisfied burp. "This is marvelous. These ghost fires pose no threat to me at all. They have turned into a substantial boon." The prison fire demon dragon was brimming with excitement. Now a bone dragon, it could amplify its primal strength not only with various powerful corpses, but also through this primal ghost fire. He. Thanks to the ample corpses you've provided me during this time, along with these ghost fires, I feel I can swiftly ascend to divinity. At that point, unifying this ghost fire prison for you will be a mere trifle. Hearing the words of the prison fire demon dragon, Hanyu narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What must one do to become the master of this ghost fire prison?" Taken aback by the question, the prison fire demon dragon paused before replying, "Well, I'm not entirely certain. It is said that one merely needs to be powerful enough to claim the title of master of the prison." Hanyu's lips twitched in resignation as he shook his head. "Very well, let us proceed and see." Hanyu gestured towards the infernal fire dragon, which instantly transformed into a colossal dragon wreathed in ethereal blue flames. He leaped directly onto the dragon's head, beginning to meander through the abyssal fire prison, passing countless ethereal blue flames that were all devoured by the infernal fire dragon. Within the abyssal fire prison, numerous demons who had entered this realm were taken aback by the sight of the constantly moving infernal fire dragon soaring through the art. My goodness, this demon is truly flaunting its power. Is it not afraid of attracting the wrath of the eternal blue flames? Hey, can't you feel its aura? This is a saint-level dragon. Be cautious in your words, lest you provoke the dragon sovereign, or you may find yourselves devoured. Indeed, we mere demonlings should refrain from discussing matters of the saint level. The demons chattered amongst themselves, and before their voices faded, torrents of densely condensed flames surged forth from all corners of the abyssal fire prison, charging towards the skeletal dragon in the sky. Wow, can this saint level withstand such a barrage of eternal blue flames? No, there are also flames from the 10,000-year abyss, capable of incinerating even saints. We must flee to avoid being collateral damage. Many demons hastily retreated, unwilling to linger any longer in the air. The infernal fire dragon initially felt exhilarated by the abundance of flames, but its expression soon shifted to one of alarm. Master, I can handle the eternal blue flames, but the 10,000-year flames exceed my capabilities. Hanyu nodded in acknowledgement and replied calmly, It matters not. I shall intervene. Upon hearing this, the infernal fire dragon was greatly shaken. Ceasing its chatter and began voraciously consuming the blue flames. It devoured the torrents of eternal blue flames. They refined its bones, yet as the 10,000-year flames approached, the dragon's bones began to show signs of melting. Master, these 10,000-year flames are too fearsome. I cannot absorb them. The infernal fire dragon cried for help. Hanyu remained unfazed, activating various godly talents to transform into a dark, ominous armored war deity. With multiple saintly avatars bursting forth, charging straight towards the abyssal flames. Give it to me. Extinguish, with the thunderfire dragon and the fiendish glutton at either side. They began to ravenously consume the 10,000-year abyssal flames. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from the two saintly avatars, the abyssal flames trembled and attempted to flee. However, the wrathful golden guardian intercepted them, radiating golden light that sealed off the space, leaving the abyssal flames with no escape, as they were continuously devoured and refined by the two saintly avatars. Meanwhile, Hanyu's system sent a series of notifications. Ding! You are consuming the 10,000-year abyssal flames. The boundless power of the flames is refining your body and spirit. You seem to be enduring endless torment. Ding! You're burning heaven demon body, upgrade progress 20. Ding! You're devouring heaven demon body, upgrade progress 10. After consuming the 10,000-year abyssal flames, Hanyu's various talents saw a notable improvement. Continue. Bring me more, and I shall surely ascend to SSS level. Hanyu's heart stirred, and he commanded the infernal fire dragon to roam wildly within the abyssal fire prison. The fleeing demons, astonished, had not anticipated that so many eternal and 10,000-year flames could be resolved with such ease, and they exclaimed in shock, Goodness, this dragon has a demon riding it. How impressive, to treat a saint-level dragon as a mount. Who is this formidable demon, and why have I never heard of them before? Hanyu paid no heed to the astonished demons. Waves of abyssal flames were drawn towards him and the infernal fire dragon, all of which were consumed and refined. The sight left the demons dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such audacity in a demon before, and admiration began to swell within them. Demons have always revered the strong. And in this moment, even the imperial-level prodigies were humbled by the figure atop the dragon. Thus, as Hanyu continued to consume, the system finally delivered a triumphant message. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your SS-level burning heaven demon body has ascended to SSS-level infernal flame demon body. Endless infernal flames, incinerating body and spirit, extinguishing this life and the next. Those who are consumed by this flame shall never attain rebirth. Chapter 76. All ascend to SSS level. Slay the demigod. Never attain rebirth? Ha! Splendid. With this infernal flame demon body, any enemies I vanquish in the future shall find it impossible to reincarnate. Hanyu understood well that in this world, while there were no organizations akin to underworlds, nor any established cycles of reincarnation, there existed a natural cycle between heaven and earth. For instance, if Hanyu were to obliterate a soul, it might not be considered true death in a certain sense. Everything that constituted that being would return to the cosmos, and after trillions of years, even the most ordinary of beings would eventually encounter rebirth. However, this ordinary cycle often resulted in the loss of past memories. Yet, for the powerful, if they left traces in certain places, they could be inherited by other beings, and thus have the opportunity for rebirth. Divine beings, such as Poseidon, were even more exceptional. As long as their divine legacy persisted and someone remembered them, they had a chance to resurrect. True gods do not perish. Their will endures. To truly slay a deity, one must obliterate not only their physical form and soul, but also erase all traces of their existence. Hanyu's infernal flame demon body evidently possesses this capability. Once unleashed to its full extent, it would be extraordinarily terrifying, transcending the realm of ordinary elemental flames, belonging to a conceptual level of power. While it may not be feasible for him to extinguish the divine essence of a deity like Poseidon with his current strength, the future would hold different prospects. when the day I ascend to godhood arrives, they shall all perish. Han Yu's thoughts propelled him further into the abyssal fire prison, assisting the infernal fire dragon in refining the flames. Under the relentless accumulation of countless millennia of flames, Han Yu's breakthrough progress soared. Regrettably, despite traversing the entirety of the abyssal fire prison, he received no indication of becoming the Lord of the Abyss. Even the infernal fire dragon was baffled. According to ancient texts, Master has reached this extent. The position of the Lord of the Abyss should be secured. Has something gone awry with the abyssal fire prison? The infernal fire dragon was filled with confusion. While Han Yu pondered deeply in the original storyline, the protagonist attained the position of the Lord of the Abyss only after a deity had fully revived, not only securing the position but also inheriting the legacies of multiple deities, including the sea god. Ultimately, he defeated the other divine champions and the deities behind them, ascending to the throne of the King of Gods. It appeared that perhaps the mechanism of the Nine Hells Abyss had yet to be triggered, lacking some energy, which explained why he had not yet attained the title of Lord of the Abyss. But in due time, it should compensate me, Han Yu mused, having arrived at a rough understanding of the situation. In summary, he should have already qualified to become the Lord of the Abyss, but something was amiss with the Nine Hells Abyss, resulting in a delayed response. Han Yu, not overly concerned, opened the entrance to the abyssal fire prison and ventured into another realm of torment. The atmosphere here was thick with negative energy, making it an ideal place for self-refinement. Perhaps he could take a moment to rest here, and upon exiting, achieve godhood. His thoughts led him to the Yin Thunder prison. From its name, it was clear that the air was thick with the essence of shadowy thunder, which proved lethal to spiritual entities. During the war between the demons and the specters, many demons had sought refuge in the Yin Thunder prison to harness its power, mastering the shadowy thunder to annihilate the specters. Once, the specters were a formidable force, having ascended to the throne of the rulers of the multiverse through devouring and seizing the essence of myriad beings. Unfortunately, their reign was cut short as they were swiftly overthrown by the demons. Many races across the universe were strong, yet they perpetually battled against one another, preventing any group from achieving everlasting dominance. Even the fearsome demons now could only occupy a small corner, with only a few saints remaining. Of course, this was not due to the demons' weakness, but rather a consequence of the cataclysmic event that led to the fall of nearly all demon-level beings. Had it not been for that catastrophe, the demons would undoubtedly remain among the top 10 pinnacle races in the multiverse. Returning to the matter at hand, as Han Yu rode the infernal fire dragon into the Yin Thunder prison, invoking countless bolts of shadowy thunder, he astonished many elite demons. When did our demon race produce such a powerhouse? To so effortlessly disregard the onslaught of shadowy thunder is truly terrifying. My word. That is a shadowy thunder dragon that has accumulated power for 10,000 years, and this individual crushed and consumed it outright. How frightening. Ha, what is this? We came from the neighboring abyssal fire prison to witness the spectacle. This individual has just cleared the abyssal fire prison, and now there are scarcely any thousand-year flames left. As the elite demons marveled, Han Yu began to experience rapid growth. Ding! You are undergoing the Yin Thunder refinement. Your body and soul are undergoing transformation. Your SS-level Thunderwing is continuously evolving. Ding! Your SS-level Thunderwing has ascended to SSS-level Myriad Thunder Demon Wings. In a world filled with endless thunder, all is within one's grasp. After navigating through the abyss of shadow thunder, Han Yu has acquired a divine-level talent. He continues to traverse layer by layer of the demonic prison, which are not structured like a tower but exist as independent spaces, devoid of hierarchy, only distinguished by their attributes. Within each level of the demonic prison, Han Yu has reaped substantial rewards. The weak water demonic prison, the god-refining demonic prison, the body annihilation demonic prison. His flesh and soul are undergoing rapid transformation within these layers of torment. Ding! Your SS-level gluttonous demon body has ascended to SSS-level chaotic demon body, devouring all, encompassing all, and creating all. Ding! Your SS-level diamond god body has ascended to SSS-level indestructible god body. Imperishable flesh, eternal existence, capable of resurrection with but a drop of blood. Each divine-level talent is extraordinarily formidable, but the prerequisite is to grow. Only by truly reaching a certain level of growth can one possess the power to cause the fall of deities. As their names suggest, Just as Han Shaotian possesses a divine-level talent, yet his current combat prowess is insufficient to bring down a god. Even a demigod would be a formidable challenge for him. Now, having completed his trials in the 9 underworld demonic prison and upgraded all his talents to divine level, Han Yu is firmly convinced that he has acquired the power to slay gods. Casting a glance at the system panel, he notes, current malice value remaining, 100 billion, godhood breakthrough progress, 80. Achieving godhood is no simple feat. Sigh. It's time to venture out and accumulate some malice points. With this thought, Han Yu's figure flickers as he departs from the 9 underworld demonic prison. At this moment, outside, hundreds of demigods have been waiting with bated breath. As Han Yu materializes in a certain area of the demon realm. All the demigods open their eyes, their gazes shimmering with divine light. He has finally emerged. Chapter 76. You are surrounded. The moment they sense Han Yu's presence, the demigods are filled with excitement. They understand that their ascension to demigod status is a result of the transformation bestowed upon them by Poseidon, the sea god, and they have essentially lost the potential to attain true godhood independently. To advance further, they must await the divine power granted by Poseidon. Otherwise, they shall remain forever at the demigod level, and Poseidon does not bestow such great transformations lightly. Only by achieving sufficient merit can one earn the favor of a deity. Blasphemers must be eliminated. One of the demigods closest to Han Yu bellows, his voice resonating throughout a significant portion of the starry realm of the demon domain, causing thousands of demon beings to look up in awe. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, an enormous figure is darting through the cosmos, as colossal as the sun itself. They are well aware that this figure has been lingering in the starry sky for quite some time. Each demigod's silhouette shines like a star radiating brilliance, akin to the sun that provides energy for the world of life to thrive. To the ordinary demon beings, the starry sky of the demon realm appears filled with azure and cerulean suns rushing towards a singular destination, resembling a meteor shower, visible both day and night. However, only the demon elites comprehend the terrifying danger concealed beneath this magnificent spectacle. The demon emperors traverse the void, gazing at the swiftly moving figures in the vast universe. Their eyes filled with reverence, as high-ranking members of the demon race, they are acutely aware of why these divine-level beings have mobilized. The demon warriors begin to communicate telepathically, speculating about the deities. It seems our conjectures were correct. These demigods have come for the one from the 9 underworld demonic prison. That individual who has maneuvered through the demonic prisons without sustaining harm, will he be able to survive this crisis? I fear it is unlikely. Those are divine-level beings, and he is merely at the saint level. How could he possibly evade this encirclement? Alas, how unfortunate, had the 9 underworld demonic prison not been compromised. Based on that individual's performance, he would surely have gained the recognition of any one of the demonic prisons and been granted the title of demonic prison master. Perhaps he could have truly slain a god with saint-level power. What a pity. The emotions among the demon aristocrats vary, yet most do not wish to see Han Yu perish. After all, they are all demons. If he were to be slain by these divine beings, it would be a case of the hunted becoming the hunter. Let it be, let it be. This is a matter of their level. Let us merely observe. Indeed, if so many divine beings are converging upon him, that individual must be even stronger than we perceive. We shall watch closely to see how long he can endure and whether he might attempt to slay a deity, as the demon emperors deliberate. One demigod has already arrived in the star domain where Han Yu resides. Blasphemer, die. This demigod is exhilarated, knowing that his comrades are still some distance away. He is certain he can eliminate this blasphemer before they arrive. The blessings of the gods shall be mine. He brandishes the trident bestowed upon them by Poseidon, lunging towards Han Yu. This weapon, a pseudo-artifact, far surpasses the level of sacred weapons, possessing immense power, in the hands of this demigod. The trident has swelled to a size of thousands of miles. With a sudden thrust, it sends shockwaves through the surrounding space, tearing open rifts. Remember this, my name is. The demigod intends to ensure Han Yu knows his name before his demise. But Han Yu merely scoffs, a corpse does not deserve to know my name. No sooner had he spoken, a skeletal throne appeared behind him. This throne, now imbued with formidable demonic divine power, can no longer be deemed merely a throne but should rather be called a divine seat. Han Yu sits upon the divine seat, and 9 sacred crowns rapidly merge above his head. With a casual wave of his hand, a manifestation of his sacred form emerges, transforming into a colossal beast spanning 100,000 miles. It is a thunderfire demon dragon, surrounded by terrifying ghostly flames and shadowy thunder, which opens its maw wide and devours the demigod whole. The ghostly flames and shadowy thunder bombard the demigod's body, causing his divine power to dissipate rapidly, his eyes filled with horror. How is this possible? I am a demigod. How can an ant like you harm me? So, you are merely a demigod. No wonder you are so weak. Hearing the demigodess wail, Han Yu feels a twinge of disappointment. However, using your bones to fortify my skeletal divine seat, aiding it in attaining divine level, is indeed your honor. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, the demigod is filled with rage. An ant, how dare you insult me so? I shall make you pay for this. Divine technique, tidal waves of the stars. The demigod immediately activates his divine technique. Although beings with S-level talents can also wield divine techniques, only those truly possessing divine power can unleash their full potential. The demigod summons raging waves, and dozens of lifeless stars in the surrounding star domain are swept up, tossing and turning within the tumultuous waters. Before crashing towards Han Yu barely glances at the spectacle, snapping his fingers as the remaining manifestations of his sacred form swiftly emerge. The gluttonous demon has long transformed into a chaotic behemoth, which opens its maw wide and consumes these stars like mere candies. With a crunch, all the stars shatter, becoming nourishment for the growth of the chaotic behemoth. Meanwhile, the wrathful diamond has morphed into a colossal golden Buddha. Yet this Buddha bears no trace of compassion, its form devoid of any excess flesh, composed entirely of sinewy muscles that ripple like mountains, each vein coiling like dragons and serpents, its physical strength unfathomably terrifying. Possessing the might to create worlds, the golden Buddha strikes down, shattering the struggling demigod-s form, while the residual energy is devoured completely. At this moment, the remaining demigods hasten to arrive, witnessing the fall of one among them. Their faces etched with astonishment, in a wonder this blasphemer is so audacious, daring to defy the will of the sea goddess crown. However, this ends here. Let us unite and ensure he has no chance to escape. We shall annihilate him. All the demigods shout in unison, sealing off the space in this area. Han Yu has nowhere to flee, becoming their prey. Yet upon witnessing the arrival of so many demigods, Han Yu exhibits no sign of panic. Instead, a look of excitement spreads across his face. How intriguing, so many prey have come to me. This is simply delightful. He lets out a signature villainous laugh, then stretches leisurely, rising from the skeletal divine seat. Simultaneously, the skeletal divine seat disintegrates, transforming into pieces of armor that adorn Han Yu. Clad in white bone armor and wielding a white bone halberd, he emits a menacing cackle. The slaughter begins. You are all surrounded. Chapter 77. Convergence of three supreme divine powers. You, an ant, are oblivious to your impending doom. Today, we shall make you aware of the taste of death. A demigod bellows in fury, unleashing divine techniques as they relentlessly assault Han Yu. The combined might of over 100 demigods is terrifying beyond measure. Under the torrent of divine power, the surrounding star domain gradually collapses, transforming into ruins. Stars explode, and waves of energy storms surge forth, the violent fluctuations of battle resonating through the cosmos. The demon elites observing the spectacle are struck with awe, their eyes betraying their fear. This is terrifying. Such a battle, we dare not intervene, nor can we withstand even a mere glance. Indeed, this is a battle of divine proportions. Merely gazing upon it feels as though one might explode, and drawing any closer seems likely to incinerate one's very essence. A multitude of powerful demons were rendered utterly astonished, simultaneously lamenting that the esteemed demon saint was formidable enough, yet ultimately, he remains but a saint-level entity. Even if he were capable of slaying a divine being, survival amidst such a multitude of divine assaults is implausible. Alas, it is a lamentable truth. Our demon race possesses a saint capable of vanquishing gods. Were he to ascend to the rank of demon god, he would undoubtedly stand against several foes and lead our kind back to its zenith. Just as the demon warriors believed that Han Yu was on the brink of being overwhelmed by the demigods, a figure suddenly emerged from the vast expanse of azure divine energy. This figure was enshrouded by energies of bone white, blood red, and deep black, each radiating a terrifying aura. Under the influence of these energies, his holy path avatar began to undergo a transformative metamorphosis. The golden-skinned giant Buddha gradually morphed into a blood-red behemoth of flesh. The chaotic behemoth grew even larger, its eyes reflecting an indifference towards all living beings. The Thunderfire demon dragon was engulfed in swirling black mist, its gaze already filled with brutality and ferocity. This spectacle not only astounded the onlooking demon warriors, but also left the demigods besieging Hanyu utterly speechless. How could this be? The powers surrounding him, could they possibly be divine? No, it cannot be divine energy. There is no sacred or solemn aura here, only murderous intent and malice. This must be some peculiar force. He lacks any divine legacy. How could he possibly condense a divine essence? It is utterly impossible for him to become a god. No, this does not resemble traditional divine energy. Rather, it bears the essence of a demon god. He is in the process of condensing the divine essence of a demon god. A knowledgeable demigod exclaimed, recalling the records from his lineage. Typically, for a mortal to ascend to godhood, aside from receiving a divine decree and acquiring a legacy to condense a divine essence, there is another path. One must engage in relentless battle and slaughter, embarking on the path of the demon god. However, even in ancient times, when the divine court was intact, instances of this path were exceedingly rare. Even the most outstanding demons typically sought divine recognition to gain legacies from gods such as the god of slaughter, the god of blood, and others. Without the divine court's endorsement, they could not ascend to godhood. This explains why the various races in the multiverse strive desperately to forge connections with Poseidon within the divine gate, for Poseidon, as an ancient deity, possesses the ability to bestow legacies upon others and assist them in condensing divine essences. Thus, Poseidon regarded Hanyu with disdain, believing that without the aid of these dormant deities, Hanyu could never ascend to godhood. If he cannot become a god, he poses no threat to us. Yet now, Hanyu is steadily progressing along the path of the demon god, which is the most suitable path for him. Ding. Under the assault of numerous demigods, your progress towards godhood has reached 100. And you are now condensing your demon god essence. Ding. You are condensing the undying divine essence. Progress at 5. Ding. You are condensing the chaotic divine essence. Progress at 5. Ding. You are condensing the 9 nether divine essence. Progress at 5. In a single moment, Hanyu condensed 3 types of divine essences. The undying divine essence grants him the ultimate strength of the physical form. As long as the essence remains intact, his body can achieve immortality, capable of instant reconstitution even if shattered into dust. The chaotic divine essence allows him to devour all, encompassing everything, converting the attacks of his enemies into combat power and nourishing growth. The 9 nether divine essence, born from countless dark energies he endured in the 9 nether prison, wood, fire, earth, wind, thunder, at the moment of its birth, the Thunderfire demon dragon could no longer be called merely a Thunderfire demon dragon. Henceforth, it should be referred to as the 9 nether demon dragon. It was cloaked in various dark elemental powers, exuding an aura of sheer brutality that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who beheld it. As the divine essences coalesced, 3 ultimate divine powers were birthed, infusing Hanyu's 3 holy path avatars. At this moment, they underwent a qualitative transformation. They could no longer be referred to as holy path avatars, but should henceforth be called divine avatars. Originally, Hanyu's true form possessed the ability to slay gods at the saint level. Now, augmented by the powers of 3 demon gods, he became even more terrifying. The 3 divine avatars surged into the ranks of the demigods. Akin to tigers among sheep, commencing a frenzied slaughter, Hanyu did not remain idle. He wildly wielded his skeletal halberd, each strike shattering a demigod into fragments, dispersing countless divine energies. The demigods howled in despair. Their eyes filled with dread as they were consumed by Hanyu's unending inferno. Their minds and bodies were refined, experiencing the profound terror of eternal damnation. An endless tide of negative energy surged into Hanyu's being, causing his malevolence to rise exponentially. With every passing second, the numbers reached trillions, truly a terrifying spectacle. How fearsome! How horrifying! Flee, flee! We are the chosen of Poseidon. If you slay us, the crown will not spare you. No matter how the demigods wailed or screamed in anguish, Hanyu remained deaf to their cries. After slaughtering them to near extinction, an inexhaustible inferno and thunder erupted, refining their corpses and melding them into the skeletal throne. With such a plethora of demigod remains aiding him, the skeletal throne rapidly evolved, entering the ranks of divine artifacts. Meanwhile, the crimson blood shirt adorning Hanyu, saturated with the blood of countless demigods, transcended its former state, becoming a divine artifact that appeared even more enchanting and sinister. With his black hair billowing, Hanyu ascended the skeletal throne, extending 2 fingers towards the land of divine miracles. Softly uttering, "Go, slay the gods," Chapter 78. Go, slay the gods. Boom. Before the skeletal throne, the figure of the 9 nether demon dragon emerged. At this moment, it could no longer be called the infernal fire dragon. Like Hanyu's divine avatar, it was now known as the 9 nether demon dragon. It had now fully bonded with Hanyu. As Hanyu trained relentlessly within the 9 nether prison, he continuously refined the dragon as well. The 9 nether demon dragon had transcended merely mastering the power of infernal fire, now wielding 9 fundamental powers of the demonic path from the 9 nether prison. Elemental forces of dark attributes coiled around it, transforming into a skeletal dragon form, energy coalescing into chains that connected to the skeletal throne, racing towards the vast expanse of the starry sky. The 9 nether demon dragon occasionally tore through space, traversing the universe. This scene was nothing short of spectacular in the eyes of the distant demon warriors. Goodness, the aura emanating from this demon dragon must have reached divine levels. What kind of power must that being possess, having single-handedly slain over 100 divine beings? I suspect he is heading to settle accounts with the divine beings behind this, given the direction. It must be towards the land of divine miracles. Alas, if only I were powerful enough, I would love to witness it. The spectacle would be undeniably magnificent. Within the land of divine miracles, in the space behind the divine gate, countless alien warriors faced various trials beneath the statues of the gods. Each space beneath the statues represented their divine realms. Those who have reached this existence during the era of the ancient divine court were all powerful entities of the god-king level. Even though their current strength is but a shadow of its former self, remnants of their god-king abilities remain. As the holy warriors of various races passed through more trials, these divine beings gradually began to awaken. During this period, with the opening of the divine gate allowing divine energy to flow through the myriad realms, many outstanding individuals from various races ascended to the saint level, gaining the qualification to participate in the divine selection. Within the divine gate, there were already over 1,000 divine favored ones, that is, over 1,000 saints. In previous times, such a number would have been inconceivable, yet in the eyes of the gods, this was still far from sufficient. Has the world truly decayed to such an extent? The divine gate has been open for several years, and yet there are only this few divine disciples. One of the statues voiced its dissatisfaction, turning to glare at the statue of Poseidon. Poseidon, are you the one behind this? You awoke earlier than we did. Surely, you have hidden many divine disciples. The god of slaughter remarked sarcastically. What a joke. I currently have but a mere handful of divine disciples. Poseidon shot a furious glare at that statue and retorted, I have already informed you of the reason for the depletion of divine materials. Before our awakening, this world experienced a cataclysmic war, resulting in the fall of many empyrean and sovereign talents. Had those talents survived, there would be at least 100,000 divine favored ones now, and we would have even more disciples at our command. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, the other gods remained skeptical. Are you suggesting that a mere human ant was responsible for slaying those talents? That is simply too absurd. Indeed, rather than believe your fantastical claims, we are more inclined to think that you hid those divine materials first. The gods began to bicker, their disbelief in Poseidon's words evident. Humph, whether you believe it or not. Poseidon's words were abruptly cut off as shock spread across his face. How is this possible? The hundreds of divine servants I dispatched have been slain. The gods reacted with a mix of emotions. Divine servants, disciples, and envoys represent 3 tiers under the gods. Divine servants typically refer to demigods who have condensed part of a divine essence. Disciples have fully condensed divine essences, reaching the first tier of divinity. While envoys are second-tier divine beings. In the heyday of these deities, divine servants numbered in the billions. The death of 100 would not have elicited much concern, and even the loss of 1,000,000 would scarcely be noteworthy. However, during this period, the divine servants hold great significance for them. 100 divine servants equate to 100 demigods. Poseidon, when did you summon 100 divine servants? Never mind, that is of little importance now. How did these 100 divine servants meet their demise? Is it possible that a first-tier deity has emerged in the outside world? How could that be? The gate of divine miracles has been sealed by us. To ascend to godhood, one must obtain our consent. How could anyone attain divinity outside of our purview? The gods were clamoring in confusion, and Poseidon felt his head throb from the noise, letting out a cold snort. Silence! I cannot perceive the demise of those divine servants. Upon hearing this, the gods were even more perplexed, with one deity scoffing, Poseidon, are you attempting to deceive us? Those are your divine servants, imbued with your divine power. How could you not witness their death? To mislead us to such an extent is beneath your standing among the divine lords. The gods began to voice their doubts. It wasn't merely their disbelief but Poseidon's own as well. Logically speaking, the moment those divine servants accepted his divine power, a causal connection was established. From birth to death, from this life to the next, everything should be under his control. Yet at the moment of their death, he felt nothing but the knowledge of their passing, as if he had never possessed those divine servants at all. It was all too bizarre. Unbeknownst to him, everything concerning his divine servants had already been consumed by Han Yu's endless inferno. If Han Yu's realm were to rise a notch higher, it would not only be those divine servants who perished. Even he, the original, would be traced back and utterly incinerated by the flames of karma. Such a concept of divine-level annihilation is truly terrifying. Esteemed gods, though I am unaware of how those divine servants perished, I dispatched them to eliminate the human named Han Yu. Their deaths are undoubtedly linked to this individual. I now intend to send forth some divine disciples to investigate the matter. Regardless of how, you all must partake. That human knows our secrets, and his death is not solely my responsibility. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, the assembly of deities donned expressions of contemplation. After a round of deliberation, they each decided to send forth some divine disciples, albeit to varying degrees. Following the divine command, these hundreds of disciples departed from the gate of divine miracles and ventured into the outside world. Prior to entering the gate, these disciples were not particularly strong, but upon their emergence, each felt as though this universe was incredibly insignificant. Previously, they were but small fish, yet now they had transformed into colossal whales. The mundane universe had become too trivial for them. One divine disciple sighed. I have heard that once all the gods fully awaken, the divine realm shall be opened, revealing boundless space. I yearn to witness what wonders lie therein. For now, let us faithfully complete the tasks assigned by the gods. Should we delay their matters and incur their wrath, we shall be obliterated in an instant. Indeed, all that we are is bestowed upon us by the gods. Without their grace, we are naught. As the divine disciples reflected on this, they soared toward various corners of the universe. However, not long after their departure, they sensed a surge of overwhelming and domineering power approaching. Within their line of sight, a fearsome dragon, accompanied by a towering throne of bones, gradually materialized. Upon this throne sat a figure clad in a blood-red robe, gazing at them with a dispassionate demeanor. Chapter 79. Worthless creatures, not worth mentioning. Witnessing Han Yu's grand entrance, all the divine disciples were taken aback, a surge of anger swelling within them. What infuriated them most was that this individual had unleashed his power, sealing off this space, making it exceedingly difficult to tear a rift and escape. It was, without a doubt, a blatant provocation. Hey, who are you? Step aside. We have important matters to attend to, one disciple demanded of Han Yu. The latter merely lifted his eyelids, casting a fleeting glance at the disciples before yawning, showing no regard for them whatsoever. Han Yu had come to settle accounts with the deities and had no intention of wasting words with these insignificant minions. This only fueled the rage of the divine disciples further. They were disciples of the various gods, and none dared to act so arrogantly. Who was he to compare himself with them? Sensing his aura, one noted, he bears a resemblance to the demon race. Regardless of his lineage, anyone who obstructs our path must perish. Let it be. The few from the demon race have already become divine envoys. We need not provoke them. Let him retreat knowing the odds. The divine disciples engaged in fervent discussion, with one of them immediately radiating divine power, attempting to force Hanyu back. However, as the divine pressure enveloped Hanyu, he exhibited no discomfort, as if nothing had transpired. This astonished the disciple, who, filled with confusion, exclaimed, "What is happening? My divine pressure has no effect on him. How could that be? Even demigods struggle to endure. How can this fellow display no reaction whatsoever?" The remaining disciples were skeptical and similarly directed their divine pressure at Hanyu. Yet the outcome mirrored that of the first disciple. The torrent of divine power surged toward Hanyu, who remained unfazed, stretching lazily as if preparing to rise from the throne of bones. This startled all the divine disciples, their eyes brimming with confusion. Could it be an illusion? He seems impervious to pressure. "Let me test it." One disciple of the sea god, wielding a trident, summoned the sea god's power, conjuring an expansive ocean amidst the vast starlit sky. With the turbulent waves beneath his feet, he charged towards Hanyu. As the sea god's disciple drew nearer to the throne of bones, Hanyu, who had previously regarded him with disdain, slightly lifted a finger and pointed at him. In an instant, bone spikes erupted from the throne. "This is bad. It's not an illusion." The sea god's disciple frantically channeled his divine power, his true form swelling to an immense size, yet ultimately, he was pierced through by the bone spikes of the throne. Feeling dark, malevolent forces wreaking havoc within his body, tearing apart his divine form. "No, no!" The sea god's disciple screamed in agony, calling out to the other disciples for assistance. Among the others, one shouted, "Hey, you demon! Why are you attacking us? Which god do you serve?" The disciple who had been pierced through, his power continuously eroding, also shouted, "Indeed, I am a disciple of the sea god. Should you kill me, you defy the sea god's authority, and your patron deity will not protect you." He incessantly threatened, while Hanyu on the throne merely scratched his ear, annoyance flickering in his eyes. "Enough!" With a fierce bellow, the sea god's disciple's body exploded into countless wisps of divine power, which Hanyu swiftly refined, drawing them back into the throne along with the bone spikes. "This is not good. This fellow means us harm." One disciple observed the situation and immediately alerted the others. "Ha! You jest. He means us harm? We are numerous, and many have reached the peak of discipleship. Even divine envoys could not contend with us," scoffed another disciple. That sea god's disciple was merely at the early stage of discipleship. "I could easily slay him. You cowards, having ascended to divinity, still tremble in fear. Watch as I deal with him." A disciple of the blood god chuckled coldly, transforming into a giant of blood. He charged fiercely at the throne of bones. This disciple's might far surpassed that of the previous one. Merely the unfolding of his blood domain exuded immense pressure. Even Hanyu, who had previously been indifferent, now seemed intrigued by this blood god disciple. "Perfect. I require nourishment for my robes. Let your blood serve that purpose," Hanyu thought, summoning a manifestation of his divine self, a figure known as the Undying Blood Buddha, formed from his indestructible body. This blood figure, muscular and brimming with explosive strength, could obliterate a star with a mere flick of a finger. The reason for assuming the form of the Blood Buddha was that Hanyu still harbored a compassionate heart. Wishing to liberate all beings that, of course, in a rather physical manner, one punch, all beings equal, the Undying Blood Buddha seized the opposing blood giant, effortlessly crushing it with a display of strength. The blood god disciple emitted a wail of despair, his corporeal form disintegrating into myriad streams of blood power. In an instant, he was vanquished. Hanyu's chaotic divine power surged forth, refining this blood god disciple's strength entirely. The witnessing divine disciples were left in shock. This individual's combat prowess undoubtedly reached the second tier of divinity. They could not confront him directly. These individuals had only recently ascended to divinity, unaccustomed to their prolonged lifespan, and were reluctant to meet death so soon. "Let us return and inform the divine lords," one disciple suggested, rushing toward the gate of divine miracles, with the rest following suit. Given their strength, even if they could surround this individual, the cost would be prohibitive. With certain death awaiting some of their number, no one wished to be the one to perish. Thus, they all began to flee. It was indeed wiser to leave such formidable foes to the divine lords to dispatch. Their reasoning was not flawed, yet upon reaching the gate of divine miracles, they found themselves obstructed by a powerful divine force. The space here had been sealed. All the divine disciples turned to look, only to see the demonic dragon dragging the skeletal divine throne swiftly approaching them. The blood-robed figure, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his tone laced with amusement. "Why, sincerest apologies, esteemed guests. I was previously preoccupied with sealing the space and had no time to attend to you. Now, I must solemnly inform you that you are all surrounded, and you shall all perish." Upon hearing these words, the divine disciples erupted in fury. Taken aback by such underestimation, one disciple scoffed derisively, "Even if you are a second-tier divine envoy, what of it? If we unite our strengths wholeheartedly, you will still meet your demise. No second-tier divine envoy can withstand the onslaught of 100 divine disciples." Encouraged by these words, the disciples' confidence surged, their eyes ablaze with battle fervor. Yet, the blood-robed figure merely laughed contemptuously. "What divine disciples, what divine envoys? I see nothing but a horde of divine slaves, mere insignificant creatures, not worthy of mention." Chapter 80. Closing the door on the dog, Han Yu's disdain ignited a fierce desire for bloodshed within the hearts of these divine envoys. Initially, they had only wished to preserve their lives and were reluctant to engage in a deadly confrontation with this unexpected foe. However, they now found themselves with no choice. Regardless of who this individual was or how formidable he might be, he must die, for if he did not perish, it would be them who faced death. Observing the malicious value continuously updating on the system panel, Han Yu could barely contain his laughter. The sensation of closing the door on the dog was exhilarating. With no escape route, these individuals would only think of how to kill him. Only in this manner could he maximize the extraction of their value before ending their lives. Reflecting on this, Han Yu felt an overwhelming sense of depravity. Nonetheless, he reveled in this feeling of being a universal enemy. It was simply delightful. Harbor your resentment. Unleash your fury, you insignificant insects. Come, slay me, slay me. His provocations drove the divine disciples to the brink, and they ignited their divine powers, fully activating their divine forms, summoning their respective ascended divine domains to encircle and annihilate Han Yu. "Ha ha ha, insects, mere insects." Han Yu cackled madly, perfectly embodying his villainous persona. Yet, he did not underestimate these divine disciples and immediately summoned 3 divine forms. Boom, boom, boom. The undying blood Buddha plunged into the throngs of divine disciples, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. The chaos behemoth opened its massive maw, devouring a plethora of energies. The 9-nether demonic dragon, with its tail whipping and head shaking, unleashed torrents of dark elemental power. Meanwhile, Han Yu himself, clad in skeletal armor, wielded a skeletal halberd, plunging into the chaos of battle. Outside the gate of divine miracles, the clash was deafening, chaos reigning supreme. Yet, within the gate, tranquility persisted. The deity statues continued their exchanges. "Our disciples have been dispatched for some time now. Surely it's time for them to relay news," one deity inquired. "The current universe is not a complete realm. Even demigods can traverse it swiftly in a short span. Moreover, considering the multitude of first-tier disciples, they should be able to scour the entire mortal universe in no time if separated. Yet, we have waited quite a while without any word. Why not utilize divine power to conduct a thorough inspection?" Another deity suggested. "Humph, why don't you use your divine power to inspect? My revived divine power is barely sufficient. Do you expect me to waste it on such trivial matters?" retorted a disgruntled deity. The space in which they slumbered was connected to the divine realm, but the gate of divine miracles remained closed save for a narrow fissure from which only a trickle of divine power flowed, insufficient for their unsealing. There was no way they could squander divine power on insignificant tasks. The audacity of Poseidon to act thus was solely because he was the first to awaken, utilizing public divine power. He could not possibly consume all that divine power before the other deities awakened, so he squandered it for his own pleasure. However, now that all the deities had regained their divine consciousness, the public divine power from behind the gate had been entirely depleted. They could only watch helplessly as a meager amount of divine power trickled through the gate, a classic case of too many monks fighting over too little porridge, making it impossible to waste divine power on unrelated matters. The silver lining was that as more disciples and divine envoys were cultivated, the fissure of the divine realm's gate would expand, allowing more divine power to flow forth. One day, they would be utterly unsealed and return to the divine realm. The deities continued their bickering, maintaining their majestic airs before the envoys and disciples. Yet before equals, they were no different from ordinary beings. All were on the same level, aware of each other's true natures, rendering pretense unnecessary. Look at you, anxious yet unwilling to waste divine power on inspections. Are you not the one who is truly agitated? What of my agitation? Were it not for me, would you all be able to seal your divine forms and hide within this mortal universe? Ha! You were the first to flee and now take pride in it. I, at least, battled those creatures for centuries. Yet in the end, you too fled. What meaning is there in 50 steps mocking 100? Enough, enough! We are all gods in the same boat. There's no need to air out dirty laundry. Silence. I shall expend divine power to investigate. With a huff, Poseidon commanded the others to cease their quarrels. Their disputes were merely a means to force one among them to yield, and Poseidon, being the first to awaken, was the most suitable candidate for compromise. He was aware that they were scheming against him. Yet he also understood the necessity of presenting himself favorably to avoid provoking the ire of the other gods. He summoned divine power to probe the gate of divine miracles, but as soon as he reached out, he was met with a barrier of divine power. Someone had sealed this space from the outside. Poseidon's expression shifted, his eyes wide with shock. How is this possible? Who dares to seal this space? Treating us with such contempt? One by one, the deities employed their divine powers to investigate, confirming that the gate of divine miracles had indeed been sealed. Let us combine our strength to break through this gate. We must see who possesses such audacity, a deity proposed, and after some further bickering, they ultimately decided that Poseidon would lead the charge, expending divine power to assault the seal on the gate of divine miracles. Boom, boom, boom. Various forms of divine power erupted forth, striking against the gate of divine miracles. This gate was forged from divine metal, serving as a buffer between the mortal realm and the divine realm. In ancient times, only those mortal prodigies deemed worthy could enter this place to undergo divine selection. Those who succeeded would be canonized and granted entry into the divine realm. Now, with the gods occupying this space and combining their efforts, the gate of divine miracles resounded with a thunderous crash. The power sealing the gate began to crumble, and with a final explosion, the gate was unsealed, allowing their divine consciousness to extend forth, revealing the chaotic scene outside. What met their eyes was a landscape of ruin, strewn with debris and remnants of stars, while countless corpses floated, mingling with various divine power auras. The deities recognized these divine power signatures. They belong to their own disciples, kin to them. Who dares to slay my disciples? They seek death. The deities roared in unison, their eyes ablaze with wrath. Just as their anger reached its peak, a figure, a divine disciple, seemed to sense the opening of the gate of divine miracles and fled from the distant cosmos. Gods above, save me, the disciple wailed, his voice echoing with terror. Before he could finish his plea, a white streak of light shot towards him, and a skeletal halberd came crashing down, obliterating the disciple and scattering blood mist everywhere in the eyes of the gods. A figure clad in skeletal armor, wielding a skeletal halberd, with blood-red eyes radiating murderous intent, emerged. Witnessing a disciple being slain before their eyes ignited a torrent of fury within all the deities, particularly Poseidon, for this last disciple, executed at the gate. Hailed from his ranks, impudent, to dare slay my disciple is to court death. Poseidon seethed, his rage boiling over as he longed to activate his divine form and obliterate Hanyu. Yet, as the other deities sensed the surging divine power surrounding the figure, one exclaimed in alarm, "Look closely. There is something off about this individual's divine power." What's off about it? It seems rather ordinary to me, save for the attributes leaning towards darkness. Sure, a god, god of slaughter. Could it be one of you is behind this? A deity cast suspicion upon several others, who immediately retorted angrily. What nonsense are you spouting? We awakened much later. If anyone is to be accused of foul play, it is you. Indeed, your divine forms are probably already half awakened, while we, the latecomers, have barely awakened a third. Are you suggesting you orchestrated a performance to strike against us? Even among the deities, factional conflicts existed, and trust was scarce. As tensions rose, Poseidon interjected with a sharp command. Enough! This individual is the special human I mentioned to you. He has ascended to divinity. If my suspicions are correct, he must have acquired some opportunity in the nether demonic prison, thereby becoming a demon god. At this revelation, the deities fell silent for a moment before erupting into exclamations of disbelief. A demon god? How is that possible? In this era, how could there be a demon god? Are you jesting? In the ancient divine court era, even many deities from the Shura lineage entered its realm, yet not a single demon god was born. In this age, the nether demon prison has likely withered. How could a demon god possibly emerge? Indeed, Poseidon, are you not jesting? These deities bear a multitude of titles, such as the sea god, the Shura god, the god of slaughter, and so forth, signifying not only their individual identities but also representing their respective pantheons. During the ancient divine court era, there was not merely one sea god, but an entire lineage. The deities from other pantheons are referred to as external gods, perhaps only recognized by their titles. However, the gods within a pantheon each possess their own divine names. Yet now, each lineage's deities have dwindled to just a few, and they no longer concern themselves with such matters. In their eyes, they are the ultimate rulers of their lineage. In truth, they were never particularly strong within their respective pantheons. Had they been sufficiently powerful, they would not have sealed their divine forms, hiding away here in refuge. They are unwilling to acknowledge that others might surpass them. For these deities, the feeling of being exalted is rare. During the flourishing times of the divine realm, they had long been deprived of such sensations. Once, they were the pinnacle of talent across myriad mortal realms, but upon receiving the divine court's anointment and entering the divine realm, they discovered that beings like themselves were countless in number. They endured tremendous hardship to ascend to the divine realm, only to realize they were but one among many, far from being the protagonists. However, in this age of fallen gods, their survival places them at the pinnacle, finally allowing them to experience that sensation again. Yet Poseidon dares to assert that someone has become a god outside of their lineage, and even that of a demon god, which leaves these deities both astonished and unwilling to believe. Enough, dear companions, let us not deceive ourselves. You all understand well that the human race has only this path to tread. They are indeed a demon god. You must have heard of the terror that demon gods embody. Poseidon continued, pulling the deities back to reality. This time, no one voiced any doubts as they began to recall information regarding demon gods. For the divine court, demon gods are a taboo. Once born, they represent a terrifying force that could sweep through the pantheon. However, during that time, the divine court held dominion over the nether demon prison, and any demon god born within would be subject to its control. Regardless of their horror, they were merely leashed dogs. Still under the divine court's command, they served as enforcers, dispatched to quell any disobedient factions within the divine realm, dragging them into the demon prison, never to be reborn. Once ensnared in the demon prison, regardless of how potent a deity's legacy might be, under the purging flames of the demon prison, all would be reduced to naught. Even the divine kings of that time spoke of demon gods and the demon prison with trepidation. Akin to how mortals view executioners, fearing the day when the blade might fall upon their own necks, at that time, demon gods were restrained, not permitted to slaughter indiscriminately, serving merely as instruments to uphold the divine court's dominion. Yet now, with the divine court's downfall, the demon prison no longer binds the demon gods, akin to unleashing a ferocious beast from its cage. Who could withstand the massacre of a demon god? Fear manifested in the eyes of the deities. The demon god must be slain. He cannot be allowed to live, nor can he be permitted to grow. All the deities harbored the same thought. Poseidon surveyed the statues of the deities, aware that there was no need for further exhortation. They would undoubtedly join him in exterminating this human. Everyone, dispatch all your disciples and divine envoys. We must eradicate him. If that proves insufficient, perhaps we must risk everything. Poseidon intoned gravely, and a deity resolutely declared, we shall surely slay him. I sense that he has not even reached the second-tier divine level, relying solely on the demon god's power to counter other divine powers, which allowed him to barely kill those 100 disciples. If we unleash our full might, he will be no match for us. A deity pondered for a moment before cautiously suggesting, to be safe, let us prepare adequately. After some discourse, the deities reached a tacit understanding, subsequently issuing commands to their disciples and divine envoys. Among the disciples of the sea god, One elder with white hair and a robe formed from concentrated blue divine power emanated a potent aura of the sea god. He was Tang Ao, the elder of the Tang clan, now a second-tier divine envoy, regarded as a foremost powerhouse among the sea goddess disciples. Upon hearing Poseidon's command, he was taken aback. Reflecting inwardly, who would have thought that Han Yu could be so formidable, having become a deity on his own? Alas, he is but a first tier. I have already ascended to the second tier, and with so many allies. Slaying him will be a trivial task. Thankfully, that fool does not recognize his own limitations and dares to offend the deities. Had he not done so, with his potential, he might have already reached the third or even fourth tier. Chapter 82. Slaying the demon. Tang Ao mused, feeling an inexplicable excitement and anticipation. He immediately bowed to Poseidon and proclaimed, "Rest assured, sea god, this individual bears a vendetta against my Tang clan. I, Tang Ao, will spare no effort to slay him, teaching him the consequences of blaspheming the divine." Poseidon cast a glance at Tang Ao, nodding slightly. While Tang Ao's innate talent among his disciples may not have been particularly exceptional, his rate of progress was indeed remarkable. Truly, he is of the human race. Though born weak, those who rise above can swiftly adapt to any method of becoming a deity. Poseidon mused to himself. The deities hold a fondness for humanity. During the existence of the ancient divine court, many of their disciples also hailed from human stock. Many beings of unusual forms would often take on human shapes. For it was said that the primordial mother goddess and the myriad creator deities first took form as humans. For the deities, they can transform into any shape, yet for some reason, most choose the human form, as it is found to facilitate a greater understanding of various divine powers. Moreover, humanity is a highly creative race. Though inherently weak, their ingenuity often surpasses even that of the loftiest gods. Sometimes, the more powerful a being is, the less creative they tend to be, as they can achieve many things with but a thought and a flicker of divine power, rendering them apathetic to the use of their own intellect. Conversely, humans, due to their weakness, frequently rely on their wits, and many, even after ascending to godhood, retain this habit. In times past, humanity contributed significantly to the divine realm with their innovations. However, Poseidon did not anticipate that in this era, a human could become a demon god. Those who are merely a swarm of ants, easily crushed, suddenly pose a lethal threat. This notion unsettled him greatly. Go forth. Regardless of the cost, that fiend must be exterminated. Should you perish upon my restoration, I can revive you, Poseidon commanded his disciples, who how laughable. You think this feeble force could possibly end my life? It is utterly insufficient, a mere assembly of ineptitude. A voice surged forth, accompanied by the might of a demon god, and soon 3 divine manifestations erupted, sending the gathered followers sprawling. Han Yu's derision ignited a fierce wrath within these acolytes, the murderous intent in their eyes growing ever more palpable. Observing this reaction, Han Yu felt a deep satisfaction. Having just dispatched over 100 of these followers, more had emerged. For Han Yu, engaging in such a battle against many was the optimal path for growth. He feared not the chaos of a group battle. No matter how prolonged, it could not harm him in the slightest. Come, you worthless fools, and attempt to slay me. Han Yu wildly swung his bone lance, shattering acolytes one after another, divine blood raining down, as countless cries of despair filled the air. This demon god was indeed formidable. The second-tier divine envoys, witnessing Han Yu's terrifying combat prowess, could hardly contain their astonishment. Though his aura was merely at the first tier, his fighting ability posed a lethal threat even to them. Instead of acting rashly, the envoys silently encircled Han Yu, continuously communicating through divine power. Thankfully, our esteemed leaders have equipped us well. No longer wasting words, the envoys began to channel their divine energy, activating the demon extermination formation while the acolytes occupied Han Yu's attention. Among these envoys were several with a profound restraining power against demon gods, such as those of the light and holy divine systems. At this moment, the demon extermination formation aimed to convert all divine power into the might of these systems. One envoy of the light god, feeling his power surge, proclaimed without hesitation, "Behold how I shall vanquish this demon. All of you, stand aside." As he addressed the acolytes, who had already witnessed dozens of their number slaughtered by Han Yu, their fear compelled them to comply eagerly. They scattered, allowing the envoy's long-prepared divine technique to crash down. Light Purification Seal, Banish the Wicked, and Let the Demon Fall. Chapter 83. The Shattering of Divine Essence. Hanyu, as a demon god, embodied the quintessence of darkness, representing the antithesis of the light attribute within the duality of yin and yang, wielding the most terrifying power of the nine nether demon abyss. According to conventional narratives, Hanyu undoubtedly epitomized the most nefarious villain. Yet in truth, the world knows no absolute good or evil. Both light and dark forces are integral components of the cosmos, each indispensable. Just as within the divine court there exist deities who cultivate both radiant and sinister powers, each merely represents a different path to divinity. To confront a demon god like Hanyu with the demon extermination formation was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. As waves of light-infused divine power struck Hanyu, his demon energy indeed began to wane, as though confronted by the sun's blazing rays after a millennium of icy dormancy. Each light purification seal landed upon him, causing his skeletal armor to tremble, shards of bone flaking away. Ha ha ha, effective indeed. As expected, our esteemed leaders possess remarkable methods. This wretch is merely a cornered beast, posing no further threat. Nonsense. How could a mere fledgling demon god dare to compare with the esteemed divinities? Observing the situation, the divine envoys, brimming with excitement, recognized that as long as they maintained the demon extermination formation for a time, they could refine him completely. Excellent. Hanyu, now relegated to a state of passive suffering, was incessantly assailed by divine forces. Ding! You are enduring the impact of countless divine powers. Your demon energy is being continually eroded, and you are gradually being purified by these divine energies. For a demon god, purification signifies death. Ding! You have altered your combat strategy. Instead of resisting these divine forces, you have begun to absorb them, placing yourself in an even more perilous situation, as divine energy and demonic energy clash within you, causing your divine essence to shatter. Ding! Your divine essence has shattered by 1. Your divine essence has shattered by 10. Your divine essence has shattered by 50. Under the relentless purifying forces, all the power Hanyu had garnered from the nine nether demon abyss began to disintegrate. His 3 divine manifestations were still engaged in fierce combat with the acolytes, like tigers amidst a flock of sheep. The acolytes, too intimidated to confront them directly, fled in panic, darting through the starry seas. Initially, the acolytes had brimmed with confidence, believing their numbers could overwhelm and slay these 3 divine manifestations. After all, they were paired with their true forms. While these manifestations were merely Hanyu's divine essence incarnations, splintered embodiments of 3 distinct powers. Yet, they failed to anticipate that not only was Hanyu's true form formidable, but his 3 divine manifestations were terrifying in their own right. As the divine envoys wielding sacred power erected the demon extermination formation, Hanyu's manifestations had already claimed the lives of over 100 acolytes, though Hanyu himself was bound and gradually being refined. His 3 divine manifestations had also begun to lose their source of power, their forms growing increasingly feeble. Witnessing this, the once frightened acolytes, akin to stray dogs, began to return, unleashing their divine techniques in a frenzy of vengeance. Among them was Tang Ao, the elder of the Tang clan, who, despite being a second-tier envoy, had just been utterly humiliated in battle against Hanyu's manifestations. He had believed himself capable of contending with Hanyu. Yet even against a single manifestation, he had been powerless. Such humiliation was unbearable. Now seeing Hanyu's manifestations falter, he could not let this opportunity slip by. He immediately unleashed his most formidable divine technique. Receive my strike, Blue Dragon Entanglement. A torrent of azure sea god power coalesced into a colossal dragon, stretching thousands of miles, instantly ensnaring Hanyu's 9 nether demon dragon. The blue dragon and the 9 nether demon dragon clashed fiercely. Previously, Tang Ao's technique would have been utterly ineffective against the 9 nether demon dragon's onslaught. Yet now, it could hold its ground and even gain the upper hand. Seeing this, Tang Ao erupted with excitement, calling out to the acolytes preparing to swarm the 9 nether demon dragon. All of you, stand back. Let me handle it alone. The overwhelming divine might radiated from him, and the acolytes, aware that Tang Ao sought to claim credit, felt a twinge of displeasure but dared not provoke him. After all, Tang Ao was a second-tier envoy and one of the skilled among them. They could not afford to offend him. However, one envoy expressed disdain. Sneering human child, you fled faster than anyone else. Now that you see a chance to slay that divine manifestation, you wish to claim all the glory for yourself, do you? Not on my watch. Tang Ao glanced at the envoy, recognizing him as a Shura envoy, not one to be trifled with, and immediately offered a conciliatory smile. Fear not, the credit belongs to all. I merely wish to personally slay this divine manifestation to avenge my Tang clan. Better be, the Shura envoy retorted with a cold laugh. After Tang Ao assured him that he would not claim sole credit, the Shura envoy refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, Han Yu's 3 divine manifestations grew increasingly weak, their demonic energy waning as if 3 lamps were being drained of their oil. Ha ha ha! Tang Hao, Tang Chun, all members of the Tang clan, do you see? Today, I Tang Ao shall avenge you. Once I eliminate that wretched Han Yu, I shall return to my home star and reclaim all that belongs to my Tang clan. Tang Ao was overwhelmed with joy, believing he had reached the zenith of his life as the 9 nether demon dragon appeared on the brink of destruction beneath his blue dragon's grasp. Yet, his jubilation was short-lived as he suddenly noticed that the once feeble 9 nether demon dragon was not deteriorating further. Rather, it seemed to be bouncing back. How can this be? Tang Ao immediately turned his gaze to a different expanse of the starry sea, where dozens of envoys unleashed concentrated waves of divine power, relentlessly bombarding a central figure. The intensity of the divine energy had enveloped this figure in an oval-shaped cocoon of light. Initially filled with tyrannical, violent demonic energy, this space was now entirely washed over by divine power, rendering the previous darkness undetectable. Ha ha ha! I can feel it. That demon god is on the verge of complete transformation. Indeed, indeed. His divine essence must have shattered long ago. His aura has surely fallen to the demigod realm, and I can sense it clearly. Still, just to be safe, let us ensure he is entirely refined before we cease. The demon extermination formation cannot be employed a second time. The envoys were exceedingly cautious. Even while sensing Han Yu's vulnerability, they did not relent, determined to annihilate him entirely. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this was precisely what Han Yu desired. Unable to resist, he chose to embrace the flow. As his demonic power was continually washed away, it became increasingly pure. However, this was not his greatest gain. The moment his demonic essence shattered, a new spark ignited within him. Nurtured and strengthened, gradually merging with the remnants of his divine essence, beginning to restore it piece by piece. Ding! You are coalescing a divine essence of holiness at 1. You are coalescing a divine essence of holiness at 10. Chapter 84. Rebirth through destruction, a moment of divine and demonic within the gate of divine wonders. A multitude of divine statues observed the outside world, using the powers of their devoted followers to glean insights into the unfolding battle. Upon witnessing Han Yu single-handedly collaborating with the 3 divine manifestations, utterly defeating the multitude of divine disciples, the gods were genuinely astonished. They had not anticipated that this demon god was even more formidable than they had envisioned. Fortunately, they had prepared a lethal technique, utilizing the demon extermination grand formation to ensnare him, gradually refining his essence. Observing Han Yu's increasingly waning demonic aura, the deities within the Gate of Divine Miracles revealed satisfied smiles. Although they had not fully unsealed themselves, the majority of the gods had restored their upper bodies, allowing for clear expressions to manifest. Indeed, with the demise of this demon god, we would have no further concerns, merely awaiting our restoration to jointly enter the divine realm. One deity spoke, and the others nodded in agreement, their expressions nonchalant. They all understood that, in the absence of external enemies, their greatest adversaries lay among themselves. However, for the time being, there were no core conflicts of interest, and they maintained a facade of unity, refraining from open hostility. The gods engaged in conversation, appearing amicable, when suddenly one of them, the god of light, seemed to sense something amiss. Being particularly sensitive to divine forces of the light, he proclaimed, "Something is not right. Within the demon extermination grand formation, an unusual sacred power is gestating." The other gods paused in surprise at the god of light's words. "Have you misperceived, god of light? Could it be your disciples?" "Nay, this is not a sacred power belonging to us, but rather a very peculiar one, along with another force, darkness. How can it be? Powers of both yin and yang attributes manifesting there? Quickly, we must intervene. Before the god of light could finish, the assembled gods beheld a sudden rupture of light within the demon extermination grand formation, and a figure emerged into their sight. This figure radiated with two opposing forces of yin and yang. To all the divine disciples and envoys, he oscillated between being a demon god from the nether realms, exuding an overwhelming demonic energy as if to annihilate the heavens and the earth, and a sacred celestial being of light, reminiscent of the sun that nourishes all life with its brilliance. His aura surged rapidly, ascending from demigod to first-tier true god, then stepping into second-tier celestial god. He was neither a disciple nor an envoy of any deity. His power emanated solely from within, unbound by any divine lineage. As the divine disciples and envoys gazed upon him, a myriad of conflicting emotions surged within them: admiration, fear, loathing, and shame. After such prolonged conflict, it is now my turn to retaliate, is it not? The figure spoke slowly, his voice imbued with both majesty and an eerie terror, evoking sensations of soaring to the heavens followed by plummeting into the abyss. With a slight gesture of his left hand, he uttered a few words: light, judgment. Immediately, countless sacred energies coalesced, and a colossal sword manifested in his grasp, aimed directly at the assembly of divine envoys. Those surrounding Han Yu felt a tremor coursing through them, as if they were standing before the judgment of the great god of light, condemned for their sacrilege against this supreme deity. Strike! With a flurry of radiant sword energy, a multitude of beams surged forth, enveloping a vast expanse of the starry sea, illuminating billions of miles as if a sun had exploded. Among the thousands of divine disciples and envoys present, half were obliterated in an instant, their divine forms disintegrating, their souls incinerated. Yet Han Yu was not finished. With his right hand slowly unfurling, he suddenly grasped a colossal black glaive, plunging it violently into the void beneath him. A torrent of ferocious power erupted, as the glaive pierced the spatial barrier, causing the surrounding space to shatter with crackling sounds, spreading like a spiderweb of fissures. However, this maneuver was not merely a display of brute strength. As the glaive penetrated the spatial barrier, the figure enunciated a few words. "Nine nether, demon descends, boom." Before the words could fully resonate, countless grotesque demons materialized from around the divine disciples and envoys, swiftly consuming them before they could even emit a cry of despair. Too weak, Han Yu lamented, feeling no exhilaration from vanquishing such lowly foes. At this moment, he bore the ultimate powers of both yin and yang, capable of becoming either god or demon at will. Slaughtering these insignificant minions brought him no sense of accomplishment, akin to crushing a horde of ants beneath his foot. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze toward the gate of divine miracles. A wicked smile curling upon his lips, "I hope you can provide me with a more gratifying challenge." The deities within the gate of divine miracles met Han Yu's gaze, feeling an inexplicable shiver of trepidation, swiftly followed by an overwhelming fury. Outrageous! This is utterly intolerable. All the gods were consumed by indignation, their humiliation palpable as Han Yu's disdain was laid bare before them. Ants, mere ants. He must perish. They all yearned to annihilate Han Yu. Yet the thought of their incomplete unsealing stifled their rage, knowing that to act recklessly would jeopardize their futures. Everyone, exert your utmost effort to seal the gate of divine miracles. I trust none of you wish to engage him at this moment. This human is undoubtedly filled with peculiarities. The sea god Poseidon spoke again, having awakened the earliest and regained the most strength, subtly assuming the role of leader among the gods. Though his peak power was not among the strongest within their ranks, he had seized the initiative, emerging as the foremost deity. There was no dissent regarding his decision. All gods gathered their divine energies to thoroughly seal the gate of divine miracles. This time, it was not merely a barrier of divine energy, but a genuine closure of the gate. The immense portal forged from divine metals and crafted by countless divine artisans crashing shut. Han Yu, who had transformed into a streak of light, attempting to enter, was forcefully repelled by the immense power of the closing gate, soaring through the vastness of the cosmos, tracing a path akin to a galaxy. The wave of discomfort washed over Han Yu as he coldly declared, "Break the door. Time and again, you obstruct my path, and thus, I shall shatter you." Chapter 85. The divine crown Hanyu was consumed by rage, relentlessly hammering against the gate of divine miracles. At this moment, he wielded the ultimate powers of both light and darkness, and amidst the battle with the 1,000 divine disciples and envoys, his realm ascended to the pinnacle of second-tier celestial god. His combat prowess was astonishing, even causing the gate of divine miracles to tremble violently. Yet, this was a creation of the divine court, forged from countless divine metals. How could a mere celestial god hope to shake it? As Hanyu pounded upon the gate, the statues of the gods displayed expressions of derision. What an arrogant demon god, to presume to shake the gate of divine miracles. Had the divine court still existed, he would have been cast into the demon prison, never to be reborn. But this fellow is a demon god. Imprisonment in the demon prison would not harm him. A demon god who defies divine law would only face purification. Enough of this fool. Let us focus on unsealing ourselves. Once we regain our strength, any one of us could easily slay him. The gods dismissed Hanyu from their minds, redirecting their divine powers to unseal themselves, no longer paying heed to his antics. Given the current rate at which divine power flowed from the divine realm, it would take them several decades to fully lift their seals. Outside, Hanyu struck the door for quite some time, realizing that it was indeed far too robust for him to move. After a moment of contemplation, he ceased his futile assault, recognizing its futility. The gate of divine miracles was forged from divine metals. To move it, he would need to utilize similar power. It seemed that only by harnessing the power of that object could he hope to open the gate. A thought sparked within Hanyu. Recalling the singular treasure within the mortal universe, the Tower of Trials of Kings. Given the strength of this artifact, should he be able to wield it, he could easily breach not just the gate of divine miracles, but even the gates of the divine realm itself. The king in the Tower of Trials of Kings did not merely refer to the rulers of the mortal realm, but could also signify the king of all gods. The Tower of Trials of Kings in the mortal universe was merely a precursor to the Tower of Trials of the divine kings within the divine realm. In every universe connected to the divine realm, there existed a Tower of Trials of Kings. This was a pathway established by the ancient divine court for the beings of those universes, allowing them to enhance their combat prowess at the same tier, ensuring they would not be overly weak upon reaching the divine realm. However, in the original storyline, upon becoming the divine king, the protagonist reclaimed all the Towers of Trials of Kings, fully appropriating them for himself. His rationale was that within one universe, a native being had refined the Tower of Trials of Kings into a malevolent and formidable treasure. This native being had absorbed all the life forces and cultivation of the beings within that universe, ultimately ascending to the realm of the evil god king, and then counterattacked against the divine realm. It was only after the protagonist, Tang Chun, defeated the evil god king that he unified the divine realm and the universes under his command. To prevent a similar occurrence, he resolved to reclaim all Towers of Trials of Kings across the universes. While this reasoning seemed sound, it effectively severed the path of ascension for the prodigies of the mortal universe, drastically lowering the rate of divine ascension. By that time, the protagonist, still lamenting, remarked that the mortal universe had become progressively weaker with each generation. It is precisely because he has allowed the mundane universe to remain tranquil for far too long, devoid of any survival pressures, that the protagonist feigns a fall from grace, instigating turmoil within the divine realm. Under his command, the universe, ungoverned by the celestial court, succumbs to incessant warfare. Upon witnessing this development, Hanyu erupted with indignation, perceiving the protagonist as utterly deranged. Not only does he recklessly disrupt his own sustenance, but he also stands idly by, casting disparaging remarks at others for their lack of effort. After countless sacrifices have been made to procure peace across the myriad realms, and the world has begun its orderly progression, he grows dissatisfied with the stability of all sentient beings, deliberately orchestrating crises. From the first to the fourth installments of the Yuanwu Continent saga, the shadow of the initial protagonist looms large, intricately intertwined with his fate, as the subsequent fated protagonists bear varying degrees of connection to him. Whether as his sons-in-law or his successors, the entirety of the universe has transformed into his personal dominion. Yet he continues to feign an air of selflessness, which is nothing short of revolting. As Han Yu's thoughts returned, he resolved without hesitation to communicate with the Tower of Trials of Kings. In a mere moment, his figure vanished, re-entering its confines. Han Yu had already acquired 9 sacred crowns. Reaching the pinnacle of the Tower of Trials, by all accounts, he should have found no further purpose here. However, Han Yu was acutely aware of a hidden challenge within the tower, the Divine Crown Challenge. With the acquisition of 9 sacred crowns, he could unlock this formidable trial. Yet, the difficulty of this challenge was astronomical, as it would suppress the challenger's power to below the divine level, while the adversaries faced would be nothing short of divine beings. In essence, one must vanquish a god with the strength of a mere mortal, a notion too outrageous for the myriad beings of the universe to even contemplate. Not to mention gods. Even demigods would not dare to aspire to such an impossible feat nonetheless. For Han Yu, this posed no significant issue. He declared resolutely, Tower of Trials, initiate the Divine Crown Challenge. Detection confirms you possess 9 sacred crowns. You have qualified for the Divine Crown Challenge. You shall face the divine with mortal strength. Should you succeed, you will receive the Divine Crown. Boom. In the vast space of the Tower of Trials, a colossal divine entity materialized, its presence akin to that of a star. Yet Han Yu was now suppressed to below the divine level, unable to wield divine power, relying solely on sacred tier strength. Although merely sacred tier, Han Yu had been irrevocably transformed by the dual forces of light and darkness. Both his body and soul far surpassed his former self. Previously, Han Yu could slay hundreds of demigods at the mundane level, albeit at great cost, but now, dispatching demigods was a triviality. As for gods, they were merely a matter of expending a bit more effort, provided they could not eliminate him in a single blow. Han Yu could evolve infinitely. He summoned forth his sacred true body, and in addition to the 3 demonic true bodies he previously possessed, he now boasted several divine true bodies. The first was an elemental angel with 6 wings sprouting from its back, exuding an aura of purity and sanctity. The second was a luminous knight clad in armor, radiating righteousness and instilling a profound sense of security. The third was a judge wielding a colossal sword, exuding an imposing demeanor that commanded respect. These 3 supremely sacred true bodies, alongside the indomitable Blood Buddha, the 9 nether demon dragon, and the chaotic behemoth, charged forth to besiege the divine being. This god was a first-tier true god, brimming with immense divine power, significantly more formidable than the average divine disciple. Though Han Yu's 6 true bodies lacked divine power, they were not to be underestimated. After a prolonged assault, they ultimately tore the true god apart, reducing him to a myriad of divine energy that flowed into one of Han Yu's sacred crowns. Under the infusion of pure divine power, the sacred crown gradually transformed into a divine crown, appearing exceedingly noble and evoking an involuntary urge to worship. The voice of the Tower of Trials resounded. Shall you continue the challenge? Yes. In the next moment, a new figure materialized within the Tower of Trials. This time a being of the second-tier celestial god realm. Even Han Yu felt a palpable sense of life and death peril. While he was undeniably confident, he was not blind to the reality of his situation. With his current strength, defeating a first-tier true god was manageable, but slaying a second-tier celestial god was a matter fraught with peril. Yet, it was precisely this very peril that he craved. Chapter 86. Breaking the door only through battles teetering on the brink of death could Han Yu attain the greatest refinement. This divine crown challenge was no trifling matter, but I relished the challenge. Han Yu's lips curled into a grin, his heart brimming with a desire for confrontation. The standard challenges of the Tower of Trials merely enhanced the quantity of adversaries. As long as one honed their foundational skills and accrued combat experience, incremental progress was achievable. However, the Divine Crown Challenge elevated the caliber of enemies, creating a formidable obstacle. It was akin to pitting one against 10 foes. With persistent effort, such a task was not insurmountable. Yet, facing a single armored opponent posed an entirely different level of despair. And no matter how rich the combat experience of that individual, the essence of the 2 scenarios diverged. Even after 100 encounters with the armored opponent, the latter would remain unscathed, while a single blow from them could prove fatal. This illustrates the sheer terror of the Divine Crown Challenge. Han Yu's goal this time was not to transform all 9 sacred crowns into divine crowns, but merely to convert 2, which would suffice. The authority granted by 2 divine crowns would allow him to initially manipulate the Tower of Trials, enabling him to breach the door of divine wonders. As Han Yu's thoughts crystallized, the second-tier celestial god suddenly launched an attack. towering and fully armored. The being was a silver-armored celestial god. Han Yu's 6 sacred true bodies confronted him, appearing minuscule in comparison, akin to a pack of fierce beasts charging towards a small mountain. The silver-armored celestial god swept his spear, unleashing a torrent of divine power that sent Han Yu's 6 sacred true bodies flying, their forms beginning to disintegrate. This seemingly ordinary attack obliterated Han Yu's 6 sacred true bodies. Fortunately, they endured the initial strike. Ding! Your sacred true body has sustained significant damage, compromising its internal structure, automatically transferring negative effects. Withstood the first attack, which indicated that they could endure subsequent blows. A mysterious force surged within these sacred true bodies, healing their wounds in an instant, restoring them to peak condition. However, this transfer of negative effects consumed an astronomical amount of Han Yu's malice points. Thankfully, the divine disciples, divine messengers, and the multitude of gods within the door of divine wonders had generously provided Han Yu with ample malice. Notably, Han Yu observed that malice from the divine differed markedly from that of mortals. A trace of divine malice equated to tens of thousands of mortal malice points. The higher the divine being's realm, the greater the quality of their malice. Before Han Yu ascended to divine level, malice from above the divine tier was converted for use at the mortal level. However, after his elevation to divine status, such malice transformed into divine level potency. Though reduced in quantity, its efficacy was significantly enhanced. Now that Han Yu's power was suppressed below the divine tier, this divine malice reverted to mortal levels to alleviate his negative effects. In summary, Han Yu's reservoir of malice points was abundantly sufficient, enabling him to engage the celestial god for an extended duration. With this in mind, Han Yu's confidence surged, grasping the sword of judgment in one hand and the demon goddess' great halberd in the other. He charged fiercely at the silver-armored celestial god. Boom, boom, boom. The battle raged on for an indeterminate duration. Han Yu and his 6 avatars were repeatedly repulsed, he himself being knocked down time and again, his body perilously close to shattering, yet swiftly recovering each time. With every strike, Han Yu could only leave a faint scar on the silver-armored celestial god. Time and again, persistence paid off. Finally, he pierced through the silver-armored celestial god's form. The latter's divine body shattered, dispersing into a multitude of energy particles that surged into one of Han Yu's sacred crowns, transforming it into a divine crown. At long last, it was over. Han Yu lost track of how much time had elapsed, fully immersed in the fray. However, he was aware that several years had passed, as the malice points displayed on his system panel had dwindled significantly. It was now imperative to halt. With his current essence of life, facing a third-tier divine general would result in instant annihilation, beyond even the system's capability to salvage. Han Yu resolutely decided to conclude this challenge. While the system was indeed formidable, its efficacy relied on the enemy's strength not surpassing his by too great a margin. Should an enemy possess the capacity to eliminate him in an instant, the negative effects could not be mitigated in time. With 2 divine crowns in his possession, Han Yu felt an increasingly profound connection to the Tower of Trials. With a mere thought, he departed from the tower, reappearing outside the door of divine wonders. He then summoned forth all the sacred and divine crowns, and, leveraging the power of the divine crowns, began to commune with the Tower of Trials. Boom, boom, boom. Somewhere in the cosmos, the silhouette of an immense tower emerged, its mere corner surpassing the size of a star. Even Han Yu, at this moment, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He quickly distanced himself from the door of divine wonders, continuing to manipulate the Tower of Trials as it drew closer to the divine door. The Tower of Trials had only manifested 2.5 layers, yet it radiated infinite divine might. Shattering the surrounding stars into fragments, go, break down this door. Han Yu roared inwardly, and the Tower of Trials obeyed his command, crashing toward the door of divine wonders. Inside the door of divine wonders, all the divine beings remained silent, preoccupied with unsealing their divine forms. The absence of the voices of divine disciples and messengers rendered them quite bored, as testing those disciples and messengers was, to them, merely a form of entertainment. 2.5 years have elapsed. I believe that Demon God has given up on battering the door of divine wonders. Shall we summon some of the prodigies of the myriad realms here? What do you think? Let it be, just to be on the safe side. It is better not to open the gate of miracles. After all, We have been in slumber for countless millennia. A few more decades do not make a difference. Once we are completely unsealed, we shall seek out the divine disciples. It is indeed reasonable. After our liberation, we shall first eradicate that demon god. No, let us inscribe upon him the mark of a divine slave, forcing him to serve us as a hound, guarding the demon abyss henceforth. Yes, that is precisely the plan. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the proud and defiant demon god beg for mercy. The assembly of deities buzzed with discussion before once again falling into silence. This tranquil atmosphere could have persisted, but suddenly, a resounding blast echoed, causing the very space behind the Gate of Miracles to tremble violently. Boom! The indomitable Gate of Miracles emitted a metallic hum, and the divine shackles that bound the colossal door shattered into fragments in an instant. The Gate of Miracles swung open abruptly, and a voice, wild and unrestrained, resounded from outside. "O exalted deities, I have come to slay you." At that moment, upon hearing the voice, all the deities felt as though they had plummeted into an abyss. Their hearts gripped by profound terror. It was akin to a group of individuals reclining in a vast, comfortable chamber, only to have a man-eating beast burst through the door, seemingly poised to devour them at any moment. Amidst their shock, confusion filled their minds. How could this be? How could he have breached the Gate of Miracles? What sorcery enabled him to achieve this? As their bewilderment emerged, they glimpsed the answer through the now-ruined Gate of Miracles. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, a fleeting shadow appeared, vaguely resembling the silhouette of a towering spire. The Tower of Trials. It turns out it was the Tower of Trials. The assembly of deities suddenly understood, realizing everything. Although the Gate of Miracles was impervious, even a third-tier divine general would find it nearly impossible to budge. Yet, the Tower of Trials was mightier than the Gate of Miracles. Using it to shake the gate, even if it did not shatter it, would instantaneously dismantle the divine power sealing the gate. It was as if a steel pillar struck an iron door. The door remained intact, but the latch securing it was made of wood. The divine powers of these deities acted as that latch, and merely by the residual force of the collision between the Tower of Trials and the Gate of Miracles, they were utterly obliterated into countless fragments. As the deities pondered in confusion, Hanyu had already stepped inside, blocking the Gate of Miracles with a sinister smile curving his lips as he gazed upon the divine statues, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Today marks the day of divine slaughter. With a mere thought, 6 true forms of the deities emerged in the arena. Despite Hanyu still being at the second tier, his combat prowess had soared to a level beyond measure after enduring the trials of the divine crown. Each true form radiated an overwhelming aura, causing the divine statues to avert their gazes, their eyes brimming with trepidation. This human child is indeed peculiar, although he is merely at the second tier. His presence rivals that of the third tier. Haha, what of the third tier? Even if we are only half unsealed now, we could easily annihilate him. Yet, delaying our resurrection for this mere child and wasting our divine power is truly disheartening. Indeed, it seems somewhat unwise. In that case, why not negotiate with him, promising some benefits to bring him under our sway? The deities swiftly communicated through their divine thoughts and, in an instant, devised a plan. Poseidon, the god of the sea, spoke as their representative. Hanyu, while we have had some minor disagreements, they are not of great consequence. We are all immortal deities and do not hold your previous affront against you. Should you choose to repent now, we can bestow upon you a path to transcendence, granting you the opportunity to one day ascend to divine kingship. Before long, after we unseal all our powers, we shall open the gates to the divine realm, returning to establish the divine court. At that time, we shall entrust you with the management of the 9 nether demon abyss, crowning you as its sovereign. What say you? Poseidon's tone remained lofty, as he considered that killing Hanyu would be a simple task. He merely did not wish to squander his power. Thus, offering Hanyu a promising path seemed the greatest grace he could bestow. I have already forgiven you for your previous sacrilege. What more do you desire? Why not kneel in submission and don shackles like a hound? Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Hanyu's brows furrowed, unable to suppress a laugh as he replied, "Have you deities lived for so long that your minds have degenerated?" At this declaration, the gods erupted in fury. Audacious, insolent, wretched scoundrel. The echoes of divine wrath reverberated throughout the space, directed toward Hanyu. Infused with the majesty of the divine, We have already chosen to overlook the past and offered you a path to salvation. Why do you remain obstinate? Do you truly wish for death? Poseidon coldly admonished, revealing that his intentions were not as noble as they seemed. The reason he offered Hanyu a way out was merely a consideration for immediate interests. Should Hanyu threaten his existence, he would undoubtedly force his unsealing, and in such a case, Poseidon would not relent, opting instead for mutual destruction, dragging the other deities into the fray, all suffering terrible consequences together. Upon realizing this, the other deities ceased to be mere bystanders. Instead, responding with mirth, Poseidon, we understand your urgency, but do not fret. We shall undoubtedly take action. Ha ha ha. I once believed you, Poseidon, to be formidable. Turns out you are merely SOSO, needing our assistance after all. Enough of the chatter. Let us unite to vanquish this wretch and patiently await the day of our liberation. The deities engaged in fervent discussions, inevitably casting jibes at Poseidon. They were acutely aware that Poseidon must have retained some hidden power, making it improbable for him to be forced into a swift release. Yet, they dared not gamble, for such a course of action would yield no benefit for anyone. With this in mind, all the deities began to exert their might, extending their divine realms to merge with Poseidon's domain. Poseidon did not resist these incursions. Rather, he wholly assimilated them. Thus was born the united divine realm, a convergence of the divine laws wielded by all gods. Most deities operated under singular laws, but now a multitude of laws clashed and fused, rendering this place akin to a complete world. Each deity was empowered to command the elements, truly becoming omnipotent beings. As these divine realms fused, the entire interior of the divine gate transformed into a collective domain of the gods. Hanyu felt as though he were an isolated island engulfed by the world. Every force pushing against him, oppressing him, assaulting him, leaving him gasping for breath. This exemplified the might of the gods. Although they had not fully unsealed their powers, they could at most exert the strength of a peak third-tier or early fourth-tier deity. However, the might of the divine realm was not something that could be compared to the third or fourth tiers. Subdue him. The voices of the deities echoed from all directions, innumerable laws converging upon Hanyu. The elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth transformed into a kaleidoscope of chains, binding Hanyu's 6 divine forms, while powerful laws incessantly eroded their very essence. Laws of slaughter and bloodshed manifested as weapons, cleaving towards Hanyu. With every strike of law, a new scar was etched upon Hanyu, his divine form severely damaged, as if on the brink of shattering. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it restored to its former state. How could this be? How can this wretch withstand such levels of divine power? This question arose in the minds of all the deities. Logically, even a nascent fourth-tier deity should be unable to endure such combined strength. Yet Hanyu inexplicably held his ground. Before their confusion could be resolved, they heard Hanyu's arrogant and disdainful laughter. Ha ha ha, is this truly the extent of your combined power? Weak, far too weak. Ha ha ha, divine beings. What a farce! I shall refer to you as mere pretenders, a gaggle of timid turtles, a band of feeble cowards, a collection of useless nuisances. Hanyu continued to hurl insults, igniting fury within the hearts of the deities, compelling them to intensify their manipulation of the laws. Come on, is this truly your attempt to slay me? How amusing! It seemed Hanyu was not yet satisfied, continuing to mock. Countless laws relentlessly ravaged his form, yet simultaneously reconstituted it, and under the onslaught of diverse laws, Hanyu's cultivation level steadily ascended. Ding! The infinite laws are cleansing your body, your divine essence is being honed to perfection, your realm is consistently elevating. You are breaking through to the third-tier divine general realm. Ding! You have successfully ascended to the third-tier divine general realm. Amidst the fray, the deities suddenly discerned something amiss with Hanyu. His resistance to their laws was growing increasingly formidable. This fellow is no ordinary foe. If we cannot eliminate him in one fell swoop, he will continue to grow stronger. If this persists, our laws will pose no threat to him. The deities were not blind to the critical point. It was clear to all that the optimal strategy now was for one of the deities to forcefully unseal themselves and eradicate Hanyu once and for all. However, none wished to be the sacrificial pawn, leaving them in a quandary. After a moment of tense silence, Poseidon finally spoke. Let me take the lead. The deities were instantly elated, though a sense of doubt lingered in their hearts. Poseidon was hardly a paragon of selflessness. Indeed, no deity present was entirely altruistic, and thus Poseidon would not willingly bear such a hefty price without recompense. As expected, Poseidon continued, I require each of you to swear by your divine souls that upon concluding this matter, you must recognize me as the sovereign of all gods, and all resources within the divine realm must heed my command. Otherwise, I shall not lift a finger. At this proclamation, the hearts of the gods sank. One deity scoffed, if that is your condition, then allow me to take charge instead. Ha! To think you could become the sovereign of the divine realm with such a demand. You must be dreaming. The deities murmured among themselves, clearly rejecting Poseidon's proposal. Yet he remained unfazed, continuing, let us amend it. I shall impose a time limit of 10,000 years, and during my reign as the sovereign, all authority must adhere to the ancient divine laws. With these two stipulations, the remaining deities began to contemplate, and after further discussion, ultimately acquiesced to Poseidon's proposition. One by one, the deities swore oaths, sealing a pact with Poseidon. The moment the pact was completed, Poseidon's divine visage broke into a smile. His gaze turned towards Hanyu within the united divine realm, brimming with murderous intent. Mortal child, you shall perish, divine form, unseal. Chapter 89. Is Hanyu of the immortal clan? Poseidon's divine form, previously nearly half in a stony state, began to shed its petrified exterior rapidly, divine energy coursing through the remaining flesh. A formidable pressure of divine might envelop the space behind the divine gate. Ha ha ha. After so many years of dormancy, my form is finally awakening. Had it not been for the initial precaution against the divine sealing list detecting our presence, how could I have tolerated this insignificant insect's incessant antics? Mortal child, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The price for my premature unsealing shall be your life. Poseidon's voice reverberated throughout the space as his divine form emerged, echoing through the cosmos. All the partially unsealed deities were filled with emotion upon witnessing Poseidon's transformation. Reminiscing about the past, it was once the case that the deities sealed their divine powers to evade battle, masquerading as fallen to live in peace. They were all deities sanctioned by the divine court through the divine sealing list, and to escape its scrutiny, they had to seal themselves completely, essentially entering a state akin to death. Now, it was evident that their initial choice had been wise. Had they not sealed their divine forms, they would likely have perished alongside the divine court. That year's cataclysm in the divine realm claimed even many sixth-tier deities who surpassed the realm of divine kings. One can only imagine the ferocity of that battle. It was indeed the twilight of the gods. Now, with Poseidon's early unsealing, the curtain had been raised on the resurgence of the deities. An instinct told them a new era had dawned, and they were to be its protagonists. Truly, only those who survive to the end are the victors. The deities could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Their gazes fixed upon Poseidon's majestic form, as his divine body fully unsealed. Two divine dragons of the ocean and storm manifested alongside him, a manifestation of his divine laws. This was the true embodiment of divine law, referred to by the deities as the Dharmakaya. Generally, only divine kings possess such capabilities. Although Poseidon had not fully regained his fifth-tier divine king status, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the fourth-tier divine lord. At this moment, he could wield certain characteristics belonging to divine kings. After all, he had once been a powerful entity of that tier. Annihilate. Poseidon's colossal form pointed decisively at Hanyu. The two divine law dragons surged forward. One ocean dragon and one storm dragon, both immense in size, rendered Hanyu akin to an ant facing a giant elephant. Countless divine powers and laws surged forward, eclipsing his very presence, completely submerging him. Hanyu, unwilling to take this lightly, unleashed his full combat prowess. Divine crown, manifest. The 9 crowns appeared above Hanyu's head, 2 radiating like brilliant suns, while the others shone with the luminescence of 7 full moons. The crown of kings. The sight of Hanyu summoning the crowns sent a tremor through the hearts of the deities, emotions swirling within them, most notably regret and envy. Once, they too were paragons of the myriad realms. They had ascended step by step to the realms of divine lords and divine kings, standing tall as formidable beings within the divine realm. Yet, despite their strength, none had achieved the feat of acquiring the 9 crowns as Hanyu had. What stung the most was that to avoid the divine court's detection, they had willingly forsaken the crowns they had painstakingly earned. Now, witnessing Hanyu summon the 9 crowns, they felt not only regret for their lost crowns, but also immense jealousy that this mortal child possessed 9 crowns, 2 of which had been transformed into divine crowns. The enhancement provided by divine crowns was significant, and they certainly did not wish to see this outcome. This mortal child is indeed extraordinary. No wonder he could command the Trial Tower of Kings to assault the divine gate. He possesses 2 divine crowns. Alas, the gap between him and Poseidon remains insurmountable, and no amount of divine crowns can bridge it. In this battle, Poseidon is destined to triumph. The mortal child is fated to be reduced to ashes. The deities communicated telepathically, and in an instant, Hanyu, now bolstered by the Crown of Kings, clashed with the 2 divine law dragons. Hanyu's 6 divine forms were instantly repulsed, his body shattering into countless particles of divine power. Hanyu's true form suffered backlash as well, spitting forth a mouthful of crimson blood. The insignificant ant remains but an insignificant ant, once so arrogant, yet now unable to withstand even a single strike from this divine being. I had previously granted you an opportunity for atonement. But alas, you did not cherish it, though you now feel the pangs of regret? Poseidon's gaze upon Hanyu was rife with mockery and pity, akin to that of a spectator observing a jester, or a mere insect aspiring to ascend to the heavens. Hanyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with madness. Ha ha ha, is this the power of a divine king? I must be incredibly strong, yet you still cannot kill me. Since you cannot slay me, then I shall be the one to kill you. You may shatter my true form countless times, but I need only annihilate your divine avatar once. Before Hanyu's words had fully faded, in the blink of an eye, his 6 avatars coalesced once more, his body restored to peak condition. The aftereffects of his divine form's obliteration had long since dissipated. Just a moment more, and Poseidon would have utterly crushed Hanyu. His health had plummeted by 99%. Yet, in an instant, he revived completely. Witnessing this, the Pantheon was struck with astonishment. This child is indeed peculiar. Such a method is reminiscent of the remnants of the Undying clan. Indeed, very much so. Like the Undying clan, as long as they are not obliterated in one fell swoop, they can recover swiftly. Damn it, no wonder this boy is so ferocious. It turns out he is the root of the cataclysm that befell the divine realm. He must be killed. He must be eradicated. The gods were shaken to their core. They had initially thought Hanyu merely possessed some special bloodline, such as that of immortality or vitality, bestowing him with formidable regenerative abilities. However, Poseidon's recent assault had transcended ordinary attacks, delving into the realm of laws. Once it struck, even the strongest bloodline would struggle to heal. Yet, after Hanyu's divine form was shattered in an instant, he managed to recover instantly without any visible signs of injury. This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of mere bloodlines or innate gifts. Not even a fallen god-level talent could achieve such a feat. This scene evoked memories of the Cataclysm's instigator, the Undying clan from another dimension. They are indeed peculiar. Even if their cultivation exudes an impression of frailty, they are remarkably difficult to kill. Years ago, merely a handful of the Undying clan descended upon the divine realm, and despite the encirclement of tens of thousands of divine soldiers, they wrought a massacre, causing rivers of blood and leading to the devastation of the divine realm. It remains unknown what price the divine lords paid to eradicate them, plunging the divine realm into ruin for millions of years. As all the deities concluded that Hanyu was of the Undying clan, a wave of terror surged through their hearts, particularly in Poseidon, who faced Hanyu. He understood all too well that to kill an Undying, one must pay with their life. Unless one exhausts the opponent's life energy, they cannot be slain. If Hanyu truly belonged to the Undying clan, then Poseidon had no chance of victory. Just as Hanyu had proclaimed, he could die countless times, but his adversary need only succeed in killing him once. Poseidon was filled with dread, yet soon discerned the anomaly, resolutely concluding that he could not possibly be of the Undying clan. Chapter 90. Re-entering the abyss of demonic prisons. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, the gods were engulfed in confusion. Many had yet to grasp the reasoning, though some had already discerned Poseidon's intent. After pondering for a moment, they too expressed their certainty. Indeed, he cannot be of the Undying clan. At most he possesses some powers or bloodlines of the Undying. Yes, that is correct. The life energy of the Undying is not of his kind. The divine and demonic auras within him prove that he is certainly not of the Undying clan. The life essence of the Undying is exceedingly pure, not belonging to our realm. According to those divine lords, they hail from a higher dimensional space. The gods quickly communicated, breathing a sigh of relief as their hearts settled somewhat. Thankfully, Hanyu is not of the Undying clan. Otherwise, they would not stand a chance against him. Nevertheless, the display of his instantaneous recovery was truly astonishing. Poseidon dared not be careless. He summoned 2 law dragons, beckoning forth his divine artifact, the trident, to materialize in his hand. Human child, you shall not withstand the next strike. Poseidon boldly declared, intent on instilling within Hanyu the terror of impending death. With a thought, the 2 law dragons entwined around the trident, gathering terrifying might. With this strike, Hanyu would undoubtedly be unable to recover. Even the other gods sensed the dread of this attack. This was a divine king technique Poseidon unleashed at a significant cost. Hanyu felt it too. His instincts warned him that he could not endure this strike. Without hesitation, Hanyu unleashed his full might upon the divine realm, tearing open a rift, and transformed into a streak of light as he fled through the gates of divinity. Seeing Hanyu escape, Poseidon was filled with wrath. You fools, what on earth are you doing, allowing him to flee? The gods, belatedly realizing the situation, felt a twinge of embarrassment. This rascal had just bolstered his power significantly and was now nearing the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. We were momentarily inattentive. Poseidon was well aware that their negligence in allowing Hanyu to breach the divine realm stemmed from their desire to conserve divine energy, causing them to slack off. This group of inept beings, no wonder they would turn into deserters in the divine realm. Poseidon was furious at their incompetence, yet fortunately, he had retained a measure of caution. Thankfully, he had previously inscribed a divine mark on Hanyu. No matter how far he fled, this technique would lock onto him until he was annihilated. Poseidon was confident in this technique, fully aware of the external cosmic situation. The divine realm had collapsed, and the cataclysm had devastated much of the universe. The current mortal universe was now but a fraction of its former self. Thus, Hanyu had nowhere to hide. This divine king technique could encompass nearly half of the cosmic expanse. Even if Hanyu sought refuge within the Tower of Trials, he would be obliterated within. Like an ant ensconced in an iron barrel, Poseidon's attack would blaze forth. Even if it could not harm the barrel, it would incinerate the ant within completely. As Hanyu burst forth from the gates of divinity, he prepared to dive into the Tower of Trials at the earliest opportunity. Yet, he suddenly recalled that Poseidon would undoubtedly anticipate his entry into the Tower of Trials. Instinctively, Hanyu felt that entering now would be akin to courting death. There was another destination. A flash of inspiration sparked within Hanyu as he tore open a spatial rift, heading towards the realm of demons. He intended to enter the abyss of demonic prisons. The abyss of demonic prisons is a unique locale, an independent space. The 9 layers of the demonic realm do not constitute a cohesive whole with this universe, whereas the Tower of Trials is concealed within this universe. Should he take refuge there, it might allow him to evade the horror of Poseidon's divine king technique. As Hanyu fled, Poseidon's attack had already surged forth from the gates of divinity, rushing toward him with great speed. This attack manifested as 2 entwined, 2-headed divine dragons, their jaws lined with sharp teeth, birthed from Poseidon's divine artifact, the trident. Should this 2-headed dragon latch onto him, even a 5th-tier divine king would likely lose half their life. This was Poseidon's ultimate tactic. Having witnessed Hanyu's monstrous prowess, he no longer held back. After this strike, he would at last be able to secure a period of stability. Poseidon, now that you have unsealed your divine form, open the gates of the divine realm and release more divine energy. Yes, indeed, doing so will expedite our unsealing. The gods commanded Poseidon, who cast a cold glance their way and scoffed. Have you forgotten one crucial matter? I am now the Lord of all gods. What authority do you have to command me? As Poseidon spoke, he regarded the assembly with a frigid stare, the power of the contract coming into effect, and they all felt an overwhelming pressure. This oppression did not stem from Poseidon's cultivation, but from the contract they had just signed. The contract stipulated that Poseidon was now their leader, and they were to honor and obey his commands. Of course, This command came with numerous restrictions and had to be executed in accordance with the laws of the divine court. Nevertheless, for the other gods, it imposed considerable limitations. Yet, this was the price they had willingly paid. No one could blame another. The gods were displeased with Poseidon's shift in demeanor, yet they began to feign compliance. Poseidon is right. He is now our king, and we should heed his commands. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Lord of all gods. Hail the Lord of all gods! Hail the Lord of all gods! A chorus of deities echoed their agreement. Poseidon recognized their outward compliance belied their true sentiments, but the power of the contract sufficed for him. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "You may believe that my early unsealing signifies my abandonment of the divine king position. In reality, my injuries are minimal. Before you awaken, I had already unsealed 1/3 of my divine form. Otherwise, I would not dare to be this scapegoat, I assure you. Within the duration of this contract, I will truly possess the strength to crush you all." Ensuring your complete submission, as Poseidon contemplated this, he prepared to open the gates of the divine realm. At that moment, he seemed to sense something amiss, and his expression abruptly shifted. What is happening? How can Han's aura suddenly vanish from the cosmos? No, that fellow has entered the abyss of demonic prisons. Ha ha! Do you think this will allow you to evade my divine king technique? Foolish delusion. No matter where you hide, you shall meet your end. Chapter 91. The gates of Poseidon. Hanyu was relentlessly pursued by that divine king technique, and just at the last moment, he slipped into the abyssal demon prison. The divine king technique, which had transformed into a two-headed divine dragon, lost its target in an instant. Swirling above the realm of demons for a brief moment, in mere breaths, it shattered thousands of stars into fragments. Rings of stellar storms swept through the surrounding worlds, bringing forth a calamity akin to annihilation for the beings inhabiting those realms. Countless powerful entities struggled to reach safety, yet none could prevent their worlds from being engulfed by the cosmic tempest. Such was the fate of the weak. In the midst of a battle between the strong, even when not directly targeted, the collateral destruction could prove fatal. After successfully taking refuge in the abyssal demon prison, Hanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He marveled at the depth of those deities. Their trump card was indeed formidable. Despite having engaged in numerous battles, this was the first time he chose to retreat from the fray. He wondered if that entity could pursue him inside, but even if it could, within the confines of the abyssal demon prison, it posed no lethal threat to him. There were additional reasons for Hanyu's retreat into the abyssal demon prison. Within its depths lay an abundance of demonic power, which he could wholly transform into a demonic form. This demonic body was renowned for its resilience, and coupled with his own system, it was possible he could withstand the divine king technique's onslaught. Within the starry expanse of the demon realm, Poseidon's consciousness, accompanied by the divine king technique, sensed everything around him. Upon seeing Hanyu enter the abyssal demon prison, he let out a cold chuckle. Had it been the former abyssal demon prison, entry without the demon lord's decree would have been impossible. However, this abyssal demon prison was now abandoned, and Poseidon had myriad means to circumvent its laws. With a thought, Poseidon commanded the divine king technique, forged from the trident artifact and imbued with the essence of ocean and storm, to soar toward the surrounding demon realms. The two-headed dragon, opening its gaping maw, devoured an entire world in a single gulp, leaving the demon denizens within no time to react before being consumed. After swallowing several worlds, Poseidon mused to himself, "Enough. Demon prison, manifest." His divine consciousness directed the two-headed dragon, which indeed sensed the presence of the abyssal demon prison. Without hesitation, Poseidon commanded the creature to enter. By masking himself with the essence of the devoured demon denizens, he could temporarily obscure his presence from the prison's probing laws. In an instant, the two-headed dragon had reached one layer of the prison, darting through its depths like a streak of light, failing to perceive Hanyu's aura. This indicated that Hanyu had not lingered on that layer, prompting the dragon to traverse to another layer of the prison. After traversing 5 layers, it finally located Hanyu within the Thunder Abyss prison. Hanyu, sensing the presence of the two-headed dragon, smirked slightly and sighed. "It has come at last. Since it has arrived, let us engage in battle." At that moment, Hanyu was engulfed in shadowy thunder, his divine body having transformed 99% into a demonic state. This was a special condition of his dual divine nature, allowing him to balance both aspects or transform into one exclusively. With a mere thought, he could become a god or a demon. Within the abyssal demon prison, Han Yu's divine state held no advantage. Only by fully embracing his demonic form could he seize the upper hand in this domain. Within the Thunder Abyss prison, numerous demon entities remained. Upon entering this lair, Han Yu had already warned them of the impending battle, urging them to flee. Though he was decisive in battle, he held no grudge against these demon beings and did not wish to cause unnecessary slaughter. Thus he did not mind offering them a warning. Most of the demon denizens had already departed, yet some, emboldened by their perceived strength, lingered, eager to witness the unfolding conflict. When the two-headed dragon appeared in the Thunder Abyss prison, the remaining demon beings were terrified, with many fleeing in panic. They sensed the lethal intent radiating from the dragon, and even the demon kings felt they could not withstand its residual power. Nevertheless, a few steadfast demon warriors remained, equipped with various survival techniques, determined to witness the clash. This was true stubbornness. After warning them, Han Yu disregarded the demon beings and focused intently on preparing for battle against the two-headed dragon. Boom! Upon locking onto Han Yu's aura, the two-headed dragon surged forward without hesitation, moving with terrifying speed. Rending the air, the dragon opened its maw wide, directly tearing through Han Yu's demonic form, scattering countless energies. Intense pain coursed through Han Yu's being. This was the destructive damage wrought by the laws, a single strike potent enough to obliterate a peak fourth-tier divine lord. Fortunately, the agony lasted only a fleeting moment before being absorbed by Han Yu's system. In the next instant, his form restored to its former state, reaching peak condition once more. Thank goodness this is within the abyssal demon prison. Otherwise, that blow would have undoubtedly been fatal, Han Yu quietly lamented. Only within the abyssal demon prison did his demonic form's attributes significantly enhance, granting his system precious time. Before his thoughts could settle, the two-headed dragon initiated another assault. The pace of their combat was astonishingly swift. Within a single second, they had exchanged thousands of blows. Han Yu's demonic form was repeatedly torn apart, only to heal anew each time. Such a level of battle was dazzling even to the demon kings, rendering it nearly incomprehensible. Yet Poseidon, through the divine consciousness intertwined with the two-headed dragon, perceived everything with clarity, and his heart trembled with rage. Why can't I kill him? Why can't I kill him? Dreadfully infuriating, Poseidon seethed internally, yet maintained an outward calm as he rapidly contemplated. Given this youth's extraordinary prowess, if one strike could not eliminate him, then it was certain that subsequent attempts would also fail. I cannot remain here. I will only be the fish on the chopping block. I must depart. Casting a glance at the deities still ensconced in their divine forms, Poseidon discreetly approached the towering gates of the divine realm. Beginning to push against the colossal door that soared thousands of miles high, Poseidon, what has become of that insignificant creature? Has he been slain by your divine king technique? A deity inquired, to which Poseidon nodded. Yes, he has been killed. As he spoke, the divine realm's gates had opened considerably, and an abundance of divine power surged forth, filling all the deities with exhilaration. At this rate, it would not be long before they could fully unseal their divine forms. Observing the deities' elation, Poseidon could not help but scoff inwardly. Absorb more divine power, for only then can you hold that prodigy at bay, allowing me to explore the divine realm for a bit longer. As he spoke, the divine realm's gates swung wide open, and divine power poured forth like an unstoppable torrent, saturating the entire space. All the deities basked in this divine energy, feeling as though they were on the verge of fully unsealing their divine forms. Just as the gods rejoiced, Poseidon stepped into the divine realm and began to close the gates behind him. Witnessing this, the deities were struck with panic. Chapter 92. The Past of the Demon Race. Poseidon? What are you doing? Stop. What do you mean by this? Why are you closing the gates of the divine realm? You fool. Are you courting death? The deities clamored in protest. Should Poseidon seal the gates of the divine realm and lock them from within, it would become exceedingly difficult for them to reopen. Much like how they had previously sealed the gates of divine miracles, even if Han Yu reached the fourth-tier divine lord level, it would be a daunting challenge to open those gates without the aid of the Trial of King's Tower. The deities were bewildered by Poseidon's actions, questioning their significance. However, It did not take long for one deity to have a sudden realization. Do you think Poseidon may have failed to slay that immortal-like demonic god? Upon hearing this, others began to see the logic in it. Indeed, it seems plausible. Damn it, I understand now. That waste Poseidon has not killed him and wants us to hold him back. Enough of this chatter. Fortunately, that fellow did not take things too far, releasing so much divine power. Let us quickly absorb it and unseal our divine forms. Having reached this conclusion, the deities wasted no more time and began to compete for the divine power to unseal their forms. Meanwhile, within the abyssal demon prison, Han Yu and the two-headed dragon had engaged in battle for countless rounds. As the conflict progressed, his divine form was repeatedly shattered and restored, with both his power and cultivation steadily ascending. The two battled from the Thunder Abyss prison to the Ember Abyss prison, and from there to several other layers of the prison. Countless energies were absorbed and transformed by Han Yu, serving as steps toward his advancement. Boom, boom, boom. After an extended period, he finally broke through the barrier of the third-tier Divine General, entering the fourth-tier Divine Lord level. Upon reaching this tier, his domain ascended to that of a divine kingdom, granting him the power of his own divine realm. Without hesitation, Han Yu activated the strength of his divine kingdom. Divine kingdom reigned supreme. With a thunderous roar, Han Yu's divine kingdom expanded, ensnaring the two-headed dragon. With the support of his divine kingdom, Han Yu, who had been pressed by the dragon, found the strength to counterattack and gradually gained the upper hand. After countless more rounds of combat, the two-headed dragon's power was ultimately exhausted. Transforming into a trident, Han Yu cast this artifact into the body of the abyssal demon dragon, instructing it to refine and integrate it into its very bones. The growth rate of Han Yu is astonishingly rapid. The nine-nether demon dragon can barely keep pace, having lost much of its combat power. It is not that the nine-nether demon dragon is inherently weak, but rather that the adversaries Han Yu faces are overwhelmingly powerful. Having absorbed the remains of countless divine apostles and envoys, the nine-nether demon dragon has gradually evolved to the third-tier divine general level. However, Han Yu's enemies frequently unleash attacks capable of annihilating divine lords, which are clearly beyond the dragon's capacity to contend with. Thus, when Han Yu tossed this artifact to the nine-nether demon dragon, he was filled with elation, for it was the innate artifact of a divine king. Destined to fortify its skeletal form and propel it to new heights, he pondered the whereabouts of those deities, hoping they remained, for after vanquishing them all, it might grant the dragon even greater potential for growth. Han Yu spoke slowly, and upon hearing his words, the nine-nether demon dragon was both excited and deeply moved. The master had been exceedingly kind to him. Those deities were once divine kings. If he could indeed consume their remains, he could effortlessly ascend to the realm of divine kings even while resting. Without hesitation, Han Yu departed the nine-nether prison and set forth for the divine gate. Upon sensing the departure of this formidable demon, the creatures of the demon race dared to return to the nine-nether prison. All of them were astounded by the residual battle aura within the prison, a testament to the ferocity of the recent conflict. Yet, soon their spirits soared with joy, for the lingering divine energy was extraordinarily rich, and if they could comprehend it successfully, they would soon break through to the divine demon realm. This residual divine energy was akin to a legacy of the divine demon. The esteemed demon lord had not concealed the profound truths contained within, leaving behind this opportunity for them. The demon race was not initially a true lineage, but rather a collective born from various races who chose to cultivate the path of demons, resulting in their peculiar diversity. From a microscopic perspective, the nature of the demon race is often extreme and unappealing. Yet, from a macroscopic viewpoint, the world demands a balance of yin and yang, continuously generating positive energies alongside a myriad of negative forces. These negative energies serve as the fuel for the demon's cultivation. Without their absorption, these forces would erode other beings. This is the very purpose of the nine-nether prison and the fate of the demon race. The ancient divine court cast the sin god into the nine-nether prison to exploit it, absorbing the world's negative energies. However, they also feared the might of these divine demons, implanting forbidden measures within their souls, akin to shackling a ferocious beast. The beings of the demon race are descendants of these divine demons. If they wish to become divine themselves, they must accept the shackles imposed by the divine court, forever unable to disturb its interests. Yet now, a new path has opened before them, one paved by the demonic energy left by Hanyu. This is a cultivation path uniquely forged by Hanyu. Free from the constraints of the divine court, the demon race can comprehend it and utilize it to solidify their divine essence. Although Hanyu did not intentionally create this opportunity, he was not entirely ignorant of it. He simply lacked the inclination to erase the legacy of battle infused within. Hanyu has always harbored a certain sympathy for this segment of the demon race. Although they are portrayed as villains in the original narrative, serving as stepping stones for the protagonist's rise to fame, in truth, the demon race has made indelible contributions to the continuity of life in this world. Without them and the Nine Nether Prison, the negative energies would dissipate, leading to even graver sufferings for the myriad beings. Yet even so, their merits go unrecognized. In the eyes of the gods, the demon race is little more than expendable pawns. Even the protagonist, who ultimately ascends to the position of the supreme deity, shares this view, and he is even more extreme. He believes that the Nine Nether Prison, a place of evil, should not exist and thus destroys it, causing the negative energies to spill forth and pervade the realms, giving rise to many truly malevolent beings. The havoc wreaked by these malevolent entities far surpasses that of the demon race. Confined as it was, the ancient divine court gathered all the world's negative forces, treating the demon realm as a cesspool and the demon beings as mere maggots. The protagonist, dissatisfied with the stench of the cesspool, decides it should not exist and blows it up. As a result, the entire world is engulfed in foul odors, yet he believes himself to be a paragon of virtue. As the demon race fervently absorbed the legacy left by Hanyu and the two-headed divine dragon's battle. Hanyu arrived at the divine gate. Inside, all the deities were fervently absorbing the divine power left behind by Poseidon after he opened the gate to the divine realm, with most of their divine bodies already partially unsealed. Poseidon's divine king technique should hold for a while longer. By the time we are all unsealed, slaying that immortal brat should be a trivial task. Damn Poseidon! How dare he seal the divine realm's gate from within? Once I eliminate that abomination, I shall seek vengeance upon you. Indeed, that fool Poseidon thinks he can accomplish what we, the multitude of divine kings, cannot. To scheme against us is nothing short of self-destruction. The deities were filled with resentment towards Poseidon, even surpassing their ire for Hanyu. Their primary target for revenge was Poseidon, with Hanyu relegated to second place. However, one deity suddenly sighed. While dealing with that ant named Hanyu is not difficult, opening the divine realm's gate will be far more arduous, surely consuming considerable time. Poseidon must have anticipated this. Poseidon could easily open the gate to the divine realm because, after countless ages, the divine power sealing it had nearly dissipated. Yet this fellow had just unsealed it, brimming with divine energy. We cannot wait for it to naturally fade, and he may return to the divine realm to reinforce the seal with his divine power. To open this gate, we may need to resort to the trial tower of kings, just as Hanyu did. Upon hearing this, the other deities grew increasingly anxious. But we have forsaken the crown of kings and have no chance to mobilize the trial tower of kings again. Unless we cultivate a new divine material, it would take us at least several thousand years. We could have that abomination assist us in mobilizing the trial tower of kings. If he is willing to submit, we might spare his life. Fool! He was unwilling to submit before. How could he possibly agree now? Moreover, he possesses the traits of the immortal race. If we do not eliminate him now, we may never have the chance again. No, we bear little enmity towards him. We could have him open the divine realm gate and then let him contend with Poseidon, while we watch from the sidelines. Would that not be advantageous? That plan has merit. After all, we have already contracted with Poseidon and cannot act against him. This old schemer has surely calculated this from the start. He never intended for us to enter the divine realm. He aims to harvest all the resources for himself. This fellow is truly insidious. In that case, we must not play into his hands by engaging in battle with that immortal brat. The deities debated fervently, and after some time, a figure appeared beside the divine gate. Oh, how lively! I'm quite surprised you haven't left. Hanyu had expected these deities to have entered the divine realm, but to see them still lingering brought him great delight. In his eyes, these deities were nothing but prey. Slaying even one would yield substantial rewards. Upon seeing the youth clad in a crimson blood robe, all the deities felt a jolt within. This boy's aura had already ascended to the 4th tier. Damn, how has he grown so rapidly? This seems different from the immortal race. I recall that the immortal race lacks growth potential, merely being imperishable and difficult to kill. This boy is clearly of human origin. Yet he cultivates the demonic path while coexisting with sacred power and possesses the traits of the immortal race. What manner of anomaly is he? I suspect he does not belong to this world at all. Forget what he is. Our priority should be to persuade him to join forces against Poseidon. The assembly of deities quickly conversed telepathically, swiftly exchanging opinions. They exchanged glances and, with the god of light and the god of Azura as representatives, addressed Hanyu. The god of light spoke first. Young friend, we are not truly your enemies. All that transpired previously was orchestrated by Poseidon as retribution against you, and we were merely misled. Poseidon not only targeted you but also plotted against us. He has already entered the divine realm and sealed the entrance. I see you wield the power of the light faction. If you are willing to join us, we would gladly share our divine lineage with you, aiding your advancement and perfecting your divine path. The god of light's words were heartfelt, and coupled with his sacred power, he appeared quite amiable. Yet Hanyu was acutely aware that none of these deities were virtuous, and defining them as good or evil was far from straightforward. From Hanyu's perspective, these beings were certainly not to be trusted, though they might have a decent reputation among those within their shared interest group. To define oneself by mere right and wrong is overly simplistic. Consequently, Hanyu is disinclined to place himself upon a moral pedestal akin to that of the protagonist. He approaches issues solely from the perspective of self-interest. Collaborating with these deities presents more disadvantages than advantages for Hanyu. Before they enter the divine realm, their powers are limited, and Hanyu could easily outlast them. However, once these beings step into the divine realm, they are free as fish in the sea and birds in the sky. Whether engaging in a war of attrition against Hanyu or making their escape, he would no longer be their equal. With this realization, Hanyu has formed a resolution. He shall kill, eradicate them all, leaving no one behind. Hanyu grinned at the god of light and remarked, "Indeed, I am quite intrigued by your pantheon, but you need not go through the trouble of providing it to me. I shall procure it myself." Procure it myself? What do you mean? By eliminating you, I shall have my means to extract your divine lineage. A cruel smile crept upon Hanyu's lips. His chaos divine body can devour and merge with all. Each of these divine kings has a remarkable origin, and their demise would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for Hanyu. Upon hearing his words, the assembly of deities erupted with fury. "Hanyu, we offer you a chance. Do you truly believe we cannot deal with you? Insect, do not presume upon our goodwill," Hanyu scoffed. "A bunch of useless fools. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Why waste words? If you do not strike, then I shall." As he spoke, Hanyu unleashed his full combat power, summoning 6 divine avatars. Manifesting his divine kingdom and merging with the crown of kings, a terrifying aura surged forth, causing all the deities to tremble within. The negotiations have collapsed. Quickly unseal your divine bodies and annihilate this wretch. The divine beings dared not delay any longer and promptly forced the remaining divine bodies to unseal. The rumbling sounds were incessant as divine statues revived, and overwhelming divine power filled the air, to the extent that the internal space of the divine gate was nearly on the verge of collapse from the sheer force of so many deities. Chapter 94. It is not I who will slay you, but yourselves, stubborn insects. You insist on forcing our hand. Since you seek death, do not blame us." A deity roared, accompanied by a torrent of divine energy that reverberated throughout the interior of the divine gate. This space was originally intended as a transitional domain for the souls of mortals and could not be particularly stable. The deities, having unsealed, possessed at least peak 4th tier abilities, with some even at the early 5th tier. The destructive potential they wielded was self-evident, and as their divine kingdoms unfolded and coalesced into a united divine realm, the entire space began to collapse at an alarming rate. The entire mortal universe felt the terrifying tremors emanating from that location, plunging into a state of dread as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. "Ignorant child, perish." One by one, the deities began to encircle Hanyu, unleashing their divine king techniques. It was evident that they would not hold back. If they were to strike, they would use their strongest attacks. They understood Hanyu's nature. If they could not kill him in a single blow, he would continue to grow, like a seed sprouting into a towering tree. Among the multitude of divine king techniques, those of the god of light and the god of Azura led the charge. After unsealing their divine forms, their powers reached the early 5th tier. Their divine king techniques were truly formidable, far surpassing those of their peers. A radiant divine seal descended upon Hanyu, its blinding light cascading forth, each beam possessing immense, penetrating power capable of piercing even a star, reducing it to countless fragments. Simultaneously, a blood-soaked Azura blade slashed toward Hanyu, an endless tide of blood energy surging forth, accompanied by the wails of countless vengeful souls. This single strike had obliterated innumerable deities, exuding a palpable aura of death. The remaining attacks were infused into these two, amplifying their might. As they struck Hanyu's divine kingdom, it shattered in an instant. The residual force of these two strikes surged forward, aiming at Hanyu's 6 divine avatars. The divine avatars, however, could only withstand for a brief moment before being annihilated. Sensing the intensity of the two attacks, Hanyu curled his lips into a slight smile. He knew he was not a match for them. Yet he had already triumphed. For these two attacks, even to destroy his divine kingdom, had consumed precious moments, and in those fleeting moments, as they descended upon his 6 divine forms, Hanyu's divine kingdom restored itself to its former glory. An endless stream of yin-yang attribute divine power surging forth. When the two attacks reached Hanyu, his 6 divine avatars had already fully recovered. In the next moment, the radiant divine seal and the Azura blood blade descended simultaneously upon Hanyu. His demonic and holy forms began to disintegrate inch by inch, obliterated into countless particles. Witnessing this scene, the deities initially felt a surge of joy, but their expressions quickly shifted to one of horror. For Hanyu's demonic and holy forms were rapidly reconstituting within the divine kingdom. Within the divine realm, a deity is neither dead nor destroyed. To slay a deity, one must first shatter their divine kingdom. They simply could not breach Hanyu's divine kingdom, or rather, they could not slay him in the instant they shattered it. For in the moment before his demise, his divine kingdom had already reformed, and Hanyu could enter an immortal state. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that your attacks are not as impressive as you believe. Hanyu surveyed the system panel. The recent shattering and reformation of his divine kingdom had cost him a significant amount of malice value, necessitating a swift recovery to maintain a positive cycle. As this declaration echoed, the gods erupted in fury, their malice value skyrocketing. Since you have made your move, it is time for me to retaliate. Hanyu summoned the 9 nether dragon, transforming it into armor that enveloped his divine form. He stood upon a throne of bones, clad in a skeletal armor, wielding a great bone halberd, and charged at one of the deities. Following this, Hanyu relentlessly pursued the chosen deity, his current combat prowess unparalleled. A peak 4th-tier divine lord was no match for him, and he swiftly obliterated his foe. Yet, all the deities resided within the united divine kingdom. Allowing them to resurrect, before long, the deity returned to life. You wretched fool, you may have slain me once, but within this united divine kingdom, you shall never fully extinguish my existence, the deity taunted Hanyu. However, merely chuckled coldly. Is that so? Then I shall see just how much divine power your united kingdom can muster to sustain your resurrection. Hearing this, the deities felt a tremor in their hearts as they suddenly realized that while they were immortal, they were continuously depleting divine power. Their divine energy was finite, and there would come a time when it would be exhausted. At that moment, they would be left vulnerable, unable to contend with Hanyu. With this understanding, fear crept into their hearts. They had evaded the cataclysm, and now, having finally revived, sought to reconstruct their divine court and ascend to positions of exalted authority. Yet now, their ambitions lay in ruins, and an overwhelming sense of despair flooded their hearts. Do not worry, our divine power has limits. I refuse to believe he can resurrect endlessly. Indeed, even the immortal races have their energy reserves. We will outlast him. The deities, filled with newfound confidence, harbored an escalating desire to eliminate Hanyu, who, in turn, was elated. These beings had a commendable strategy, but unfortunately for them, as long as they sought to kill him, he would never exhaust his strength before they did. As long as they wished to slay him, malice would flow endlessly, allowing Hanyu to fight on indefinitely. Thus, the most effective strategy for the deities was not to engage in combat, but to adopt a defensive stance. ensuring they harbored no murderous intent toward Hanyu. Only then would his malice value diminish, leading to his eventual exhaustion. Otherwise, Hanyu would become a perpetual motion machine, fueled by malice, unceasing in battle, and infinitely growing. And so, the two sides continued their frenzied conflict, with Hanyu's power soaring while the deities grew increasingly despondent. In this ebb and flow, despair enveloped the gods, leaving them devoid of any fighting spirit. Pondering their very survival, escape, impossible. The mortal realm was finite, and there was no way for them to flee. Hanyu now possessed the capability to slay any of them. None could escape. The only path to survival lay in one direction: to plead for mercy from Hanyu, to beg him to spare their lives. The mere thought of this filled the deities with profound humiliation. Yet they were not made of sterner stuff. Otherwise, they would not have evaded the cataclysm. Seeking refuge in the mortal realm, after much internal conflict, one deity finally took the first step. Hanyu, I am willing to follow you. Please spare me and do not pursue total annihilation. Yes, I am willing to serve you, to recognize you as my lord. I implore you to grant me mercy. The deities cast aside their dignity, seeking only to live. Yet Hanyu shook his head. I am sorry, but today you shall all perish. Enraged, the deities questioned Hanyu's reasoning for their execution. Hanyu merely replied, It is not I who will slay you, but yourselves. Farewell, my friends. Chapter 95. Changes in the divine realm. Hanyu showed no mercy, commanding his 6 divine avatars to wreak havoc among the once mighty divine kings. Countless divine blood rained down, and divine bodies shattered in the air. Faced with these powerless deities, Hanyu had grown so disinterested that he no longer felt the need to engage personally. Reclining upon his throne of bones, he waved his hand, summoning the corpses of the divine kings to soar towards him, merging into the throne beneath him. The 9-nether dragon let out an excited roar as it absorbed the powerful remains. These are indeed the remains of the divine king, imbued with the essence of his divinity. Even though the 9-nether demon dragon may have started from humble beginnings, with the assistance of these divine king corpses, he can swiftly ascend towards the realm of the divine king. Overjoyed, the 9-nether demon dragon felt that following Hanyu was undoubtedly the best decision of his life. Soaring with exhilaration, as one after another of the divine king corpses merged into the bone throne, its power surged rapidly. The 9-nether demon dragon, even without taking any action, absorbed and fused with the strength of these divine king corpses, causing his own cultivation to rise rapidly, eventually reaching the early stage of the 5th-rank divine king, at which point his ascent began to slow. Master, I feel incredibly powerful right now, exclaimed the 9-nether demon dragon, brimming with confidence. Hanyu's lips twitched as he casually struck the bone throne beneath him, unleashing a formidable divine might. The 9-nether demon dragon shuddered and instantly became obedient. Master, should we not open the gate of the divine realm now? He inquired. Hanyu nodded in affirmation. With a wave of his hand, 2 divine crowns materialized, spinning rapidly above his head. Tower of the King's Trials, manifest in the vast expanse of the starry sky. The outline of the Tower of the King's Trials emerged, with Hanyu guiding it towards the gate of the divine realm with tremendous force. Due to the fierce battle between Hanyu and the divine kings, the buffer space between the divine realm and the mortal realm had already collapsed, leaving the gate of the divine realm completely exposed within the mortal realm. The Tower of the King's Trials could directly strike it, producing a thunderous sound akin to a cosmic explosion, causing the gate of the divine realm to tremble violently. Not long ago, within the divine realm, once prosperous, filled with celestial platforms and spiritual pools, and abundant with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the divine realm now lay in ruins. The celestial palaces that once floated high above and the divine kingdoms on the ground had long since fallen into decay, with remnants of walls and ruins scattered everywhere. Yet, even in this desolation, glimpses of the divine realm's former glory could still be perceived through the scattered remnants. Although the divine realm had been shattered and the deities who once inhabited it were mostly dead or wounded, the essence of the divine realm had not been completely destroyed. It continued to generate divine power ceaselessly. Indeed, due to the absence of the deities to absorb it, this place accumulated divine power from countless millennia. Now more concentrated than ever before, on the land, various spiritual plants and celestial herbs flourished, their abundance far surpassing that of the current mortal realm. Upon entering the divine realm, Poseidon was nearly driven to madness with excitement. The richness of divine power here exceeded his wildest imagination. Previously, having been prematurely unsealed and stuck at the peak of the fourth-rank divine lord, his cultivation began to soar, directly reaching the pinnacle of the fifth-rank divine king. This is wonderful. My earlier decision was indeed correct. I possess remarkable foresight. With the death of the gods and the obliteration of the demons, the entire divine realm would now belong to me. Poseidon, with such abundant divine power, I shall effortlessly ascend to the sixth-rank divine sovereign, and perhaps even reach the legendary seventh-rank creator god. Poseidon was overwhelmed with joy as he sped through the divine realm's vast oceans. Once under the dominion of the dragon clan of the divine realm, he, as the sea god and storm god, could only claim dominion over a few lakes, which was a profound humiliation. However, now the boundless expanse of the divine realm's oceans was his divine kingdom. Here, the term divine kingdom did not refer to combat prowess, but rather the territory within the divine realm. The divine realm was teeming with powerful beings, with tens of thousands of divine kings. And Poseidon's strength was not remarkable, thus he could not claim a significant territory. Only upon reaching the sixth-rank divine sovereign could he attain a truly supreme status within the divine realm. Unfortunately, while there were tens of thousands of divine kings, there were merely a handful of divine sovereigns. The reason was simple. The power of the divine realm was limited, and with many monks but little porridge. To become a divine sovereign, one must master a specific essence of the divine realm's power. In a world of stable dynamics, unless another divine sovereign willingly relinquished their essence of the divine realm, no one could achieve the status of divine sovereign. However, should a divine sovereign relinquish their essence, their own cultivation would plummet, and their lifespan would greatly diminish. For those divine sovereigns who had lived for billions of years, their lifespans were nearly exhausted. Once they gave up their position, they would perish in an instant. Having reached this point was no small feat, and they would never willingly yield. Even if they could reincarnate after death, who could guarantee they would reclaim the position of divine sovereign in their next life? Thus, when a divine sovereign sensed their life was nearing its end, they would not only refuse to relinquish the essence of the divine realm, but would also incite chaos and bloodshed, seizing the opportunity to hide the essence of the divine realm. While the various factions within the divine realm were embroiled in conflict, they would reincarnate, and when the waters became muddied, their chances of reclaiming the essence of the divine realm would increase significantly. To enhance the likelihood of obtaining the essence after their death, these divine sovereigns would begin plotting long before, with schemes lasting tens of thousands or even millions of years not being uncommon. However, those divine sovereigns who plotted against each other for billions of years, standing tall in their previous lives, had now turned to mere dust. The current divine realm had completely withered, and its past glory had faded into smoke. Poseidon could sense that while the divine realm had begun to restore some ecological balance and birth new life, these beings were exceedingly weak. Without the heritage of deities, it would take eons for them to restore the divine realm's former splendor. A swarm of ants. How benevolent of me to bestow upon you great opportunities, Poseidon thought joyfully, beginning to preach across the vast seas of the divine realm. Waves of divine inheritance from the sea god spread forth with his divine power, surging towards the surroundings. Within the divine realm's oceans, many oceanic beings had been born, and they thrived under the divine power, emerging as exceptionally strong entities. In the mortal realm, they would be considered kings or emperors. And even saints were not uncommon. Yet, in Poseidon's eyes, they were merely insignificant ants, easily extinguishable at a whim. They relied solely on rudimentary methods to absorb divine power, an alarmingly inefficient process. However, as the teachings of the sea god entered their minds, all oceanic beings seemed to awaken, their cultivation rapidly ascending. With a solid foundation already laid, and having bathed in divine power for centuries, they quickly grasped the teachings, distinguishing them from beings of the mortal realm. Soon, among the saint-level beings, many began to coalesce the divine essence of the sea god, stepping into the realm of true gods. These newly born deities naturally became Poseidon's disciples and emissaries. Indeed, when I establish my divine kingdom here, I shall restore the glory of the divine realm. With this thought, he immediately commanded these disciples and emissaries, go forth and seek the essence of the divine realm. I aim to achieve the status of divine sovereign. Chapter 96. The 5 celestial gates. Poseidon dispatched these oceanic beings to search for the essence of the divine realm. The divine realm was vast and boundless. Given his own strength, it would take an unfathomable number of years to scour every corner. However, having just preached, he had gained hundreds of billions of divine servants. Although they were all mere mortal beings, their sheer numbers allowed for quicker and more detailed searches. Besides preaching to some oceanic beings, Poseidon also imparted teachings to flying beings on the nearby land. In addition to mastering the sea goddess path to divinity, he also possessed the path of storms. These paths to divinity directly led to the realm of the divine kings, perfected over countless eons by innumerable deities. Once they accepted his divine inheritance, they became followers of his lineage. Thus, Poseidon fervently preached throughout the divine realm, continually increasing his followers. Currently, he was the only one possessing divine inheritance within the divine realm, and he had no fear of competition. I hope those fools can keep that demon occupied for a while longer. Once I fully seize control of the divine realm, his arrival will herald his downfall. Yet, while Poseidon was actively preaching, he suddenly heard a tremendous explosion emanating from the gate of the divine realm. Someone was attempting to break through. The intensity of the commotion suggested that it was that brat manipulating the tower of the king's trials to strike the gate of the divine realm. Damn it! Have those useless fools been completely annihilated? How incompetent! Poseidon seethed inwardly, immediately traversing through space to reach the celestial gate he had entered. The divine realm possessed 5 celestial gates, leading to 5 major universes of the mortal realm: the Eastern Gate, the Western Gate, the Southern Gate, the Northern Gate, and the Central Gate. Previously, each of these celestial gates was controlled by several powerful divine sovereigns, with each mortal realm universe serving as a source for their disciples. However, now these 5 celestial gates were devoid of guardians, rendered virtually obsolete. Upon arriving at the Southern Gate, which he had entered, Poseidon observed that the divine power used to seal the gate had been considerably weakened due to the impact. Fortunately, I made it in time. He immediately channeled more divine power, reinforcing the seal with his peak divine king strength. Let us see how you intend to break this seal. Poseidon sneered, dismissing the matter as he continued searching for the essence of the divine realm. Meanwhile, within the mortal realm, Hanyu, having struck the gate of the divine realm once, sensed that it was now on the verge of opening. He regained some strength and once more manipulated the tower of the king's trials. Utilizing this tower was quite taxing, and without the assistance of the system, it would have been challenging to attempt a second strike. He struck the gate again, only to find that the tremors were not as intense as the first time, as if it had been reinforced. Undoubtedly, Hanyu surmised the reason. Aside from Poseidon meddling, there could be no other explanation. It appeared that this fellow had reaped considerable benefits within the divine realm, managing to strengthen the gate significantly. Hanyu ceased his attempts to manipulate the tower of the king's trials. With his current authority, he could only mobilize 2.5 layers of the tower's structure, rendering him unable to unleash its full power. In light of current circumstances, the only viable course of action is to enter the tower of trials of the king and procure 2 more divine crowns. With this thought in mind, Hanyu ceased his hesitation and stepped into the tower of trials of the king. During this period, having devoured and assimilated the legacies of numerous divine kings, Hanyu had experienced significant growth. He had not only consumed the divine legacies of his opponents, but also absorbed their combat experiences and mastery over divine power, among other things. All of this was perfectly integrated into Hanyu's being under the absorption of his chaotic divine body. Nevertheless, even with such enhancements, it remained exceedingly difficult to slay a third-tier divine general with mere mortal strength. Although this divine general was the most ordinary of his kind and employed a rather rigid fighting style, his combat prowess as a divine general was still formidable. Ultimately, however, Hanyu emerged victorious. Through the amalgamation of the divine king's legacies and memories, he discerned a flaw in the divine general's defenses and successfully struck him down. Had it been a direct confrontation, or had the divine general possessed a normal level of rationality, Hanyu would have stood no chance of victory. The trials of the Tower of Trials of the King were not merely mindless clashes. They compelled the challengers to seize upon the slightest glimmer of hope in the most extreme of circumstances. Thus, Hanyu acquired his 3rd divine crown, in the previously established divine realm. This would undoubtedly mark him as a peerless prodigy. Yet, the journey was far from over. Hanyu continued to challenge himself as anticipated. In the fourth round of the Divine Crown Challenge, he faced a fourth-tier Divine Lord. The odds of survival in this round plummeted to 1 in 100,000. The Divine Lord's divine realm unfolded before him, rendering Han Yu as insignificant as a speck of dust. The divine power surged towards him like an unstoppable tide, threatening to obliterate him into ashes at the slightest misstep. Han Yu darted about, seeking that elusive thread of opportunity. Countless memories of divine kings surged within him, rapidly assimilating into practical combat knowledge. After a prolonged struggle, Han Yu finally uncovered a flaw in the Divine Lord's realm. Unleashing his full